Chapter 1. Encountering a stunning beauty at the bar. In the recesses of the mind. Dear reader, please retrieve your thoughts once you have concluded your reading. 5 enchanting ladies will grace the stage in succession, so I implore you to exercise patience. In the southern city of Summer Kingdom lies the Tianqing Bar. Yun Zimo had just emerged from the staff changing room. It was now 3 in the morning. His eyes betrayed a sense of numbness and fatigue towards his work, yet predominantly a fervent desire to escape the clutches of his employment. His complexion appeared pallid, and his figure bore the marks of prolonged labor. Slightly gaunt, his sharply defined face, adorned with melancholic brown eyes, contrasted with his somewhat disheveled short black hair. Clad in a black long-sleeve shirt and blue jeans, the wear and wrinkles of his clothing hinted at considerable use. However, the disappointments of life had not diminished his charm. Rather, his subtle melancholy imbued him with an air of a delicate yet alluring gentleman. "Help me. Someone please help me." A weak, tear-laden voice reached Yun Zimo's ears. Though he heard the plea, his feet instinctively moved away from the sound, unwilling to invite trouble. He maintained a respectful distance from the wayward girls often found in bars. "You filthy woman, you can run, can't you? You've made me scour the entire floor." A slightly breathless male voice intruded upon Yun Zimo's thoughts. "Scarface, let's use some drugs on her. She won't call the police when she wakes up tomorrow, right?" Came a sycophantic yet somewhat anxious voice. "And oh worries, Xiao Wang. We have imported substances. Once we feed them to this filthy woman, she'll forget everything by morning. Who knows? She may even lose her mind," Scarface asserted with resolute confidence, though his tone shifted as he continued. "This one is yours to handle. Remember to take some photos once you are finished and send them to me." "Sure, thanks, Scarface," Xiao Wang replied, his face alight with excitement, hardly able to contain his eagerness at being entrusted with such a stunning beauty. "Not a problem." Scarface feigned indifference, but internally he felt a sense of relief, as if he had cast away a hot potatoed eye in the dead of night. The second floor of the bar was desolate, and the hushed conspiracy of the 2 men drifted into Yun Zimo's ears, word for word. In the eerie stillness of the night, surely they wouldn't attempt to ensnare a mere bartender. As Yun Zimo pondered, he gradually halted his steps and turned back towards the source of the sound. Rounding a corner, he was confronted with the sight of 2 men dragging a helpless, struggling woman away into the shadows. "Stop." Yun Zimo could not restrain his furious shout upon witnessing the scene before him. Who dares to act recklessly these days? One of the men, clad in a tank top with tousled blonde hair and adorned with tattoos, released his grip on the woman's arm. However, what truly caught Yun Zimo's attention was the imposing figure beside him. The second man, clad in a suit straining against bulging muscles, turned to reveal a face marred by a grotesque scar that twisted like a centipede with his every expression. Don't come any closer. Let the girl go, or I will call the police," Yun Zimo asserted, though his voice betrayed a tremor despite his bravado. "Ha! Where did this fool come from, thinking he can emulate heroes and save beauties?" The yellow-haired boy laughed heartily at the trembling Yun Zimo. With that, he approached Yun Zimo, intent on teaching him a lesson. Beside him, the scar-faced man mused to himself. "Where did this wild kid come from? Yet, this works to my advantage. With Su Lingjia's distinguished background, should anything happen to her under my watch, even if I manage to escape, the Su family would undoubtedly hunt me down. My task is simply to ruin her." Having pondered this, the scar-faced man commanded Xiao Wang, "Let's go." "Brother, look at him, he's such a weakling. I say we just knock him out and toss him into the river," the yellow-haired boy suggested, clearly reluctant to let go of the beautiful girl. "We're in a lawful society now. There are cameras everywhere." "Don't do anything reckless," Yun Zimo stammered, fully aware that these lawless thugs couldn't be reasoned with, but he could only hope to deter them with his words. Yun Zimo overestimated himself initially. He thought if he couldn't fight, he could run and call the police. Now, he could barely keep himself standing. His words did not deter the yellow-haired boy, rather, they excited him further. "Xiao Wang, I don't wish to repeat myself," the man in the suit said, his coat button popping open. "Fine. You're lucky today," the yellow-haired boy conceded, sensing his brother's genuine anger. He approached Yun Zimo, patted his cheek, and reluctantly followed his brother, disappearing from Yun Zimo's sight. After what felt like an eternity, Yun Zimo, as if he had just returned from the gates of hell, finally regained his composure. He stretched his stiff body and walked over to the girl he had just saved. Are you all right? Yun Zimo gently adjusted her posture, leaning her against the nearby wall. Only then did he truly see the beauty of the girl he had rescued. Her features were exquisite, her skin as smooth as cream, and her furrowed brow gave her an endearing, heart-wrenching appearance. Beneath her porcelain-like complexion, a faint blush hinted at her beauty. The yellow-haired boy had spoken the truth. She was indeed a stunning beauty. No wonder he had been so frantic. They needed to leave this perilous place quickly if that scar-faced man changed his mind and returned. Yun Zimo feared he would soon be a ghost. With that thought, Yun Zimo hastily supported Su Lingyu and led her away from the bar. Once outside, he looked at the unconscious Su Lingyu and decided to find a nearby, shabby hotel to ensure her safety for the night. Brother, why let that kid off so easily? The yellow-haired boy questioned, trailing behind the scar-faced man. Rather than leaving, they chose to observe Yun Zimo's actions. This is the second time you've questioned me today, the scar-faced man replied, his expression darkening as he turned to glare at the yellow-haired boy, while swiftly snapping photos of Yun Zimo embracing the girl as they entered the hotel. Being too curious isn't a good thing. That I am sorry, brother, the yellow-haired boy exclaimed, slapping his own face in remorse. Enough, enough. Have you figured out which room they went to? If you mess this up again, you'll be working under your second brother, Scarface remarked, handing his phone to the young man with yellow hair. Understood, big brother. I assure you I will fulfill the task, the young man replied, shuddering involuntarily at the mention of the second brother, before swiftly darting into the inn. Before long, the young man returned to Scarface's side. They entered room 2106, he reported. Upon hearing this, Scarface instructed, Tonight, we leave South City together. Of course, big brother, if you direct me east, I shall never stray westward, he declared, feeling Scarface's hand resting upon his slender neck, swallowing hard in a display of loyalty. He certainly did not wish to see news of his own demise in the morning papers. Although aware that Su Lingyi's aphrodisiac was quite potent, Scarface still harbored some reservations, prompting him to dial a number. Second brother, you've seen the picture, right? What is it, big brother? Came a chilling voice from the other end. Send someone over. If that man from the photograph escapes from the inn next to Tianqing Bar tonight, ensure he is drugged and delivered to room 2106. Understood. With his second brother's compliance, Scarface felt reassured of his brother's capabilities as he drove off with the young man, eager to leave South City without delay. Every moment spent lingering escalated the risk. Chapter 1. Encountering a stunning beauty at the bar. In the recesses of one's mind. Dear reader, you may take your leave only after perusing this narrative. 5 enchanting ladies shall grace the stage in succession. I implore your patience. In the southern city of Xiaogua, at the Tianqing Bar, the hour has struck 3 in the morning. Yun Zimo has just emerged from the staff-changing area, his eyes betraying a blend of apathy and fatigue towards his work, though an overwhelming urgency to escape the confines of. His employment predominates. His complexion appears pallid, his physique slightly gaunt from prolonged labor. With a chiseled visage and melancholic brown eyes, his untamed black hair falls haphazardly about him. Clad in a black long-sleeved shirt and blue jeans, the wear and creases of his attire reveal a history of use, yet his unfulfilled life has not diminished his charm. Rather, his subtly melancholic demeanor evokes the essence of a delicate, brooding hero. Help me, someone please help me. A frail, tear-laden voice of desperation reached Yun Zimo's ears. Though he heard the plea, he instinctively turned his steps away from the sound. Wishing to avoid trouble, he maintained a respectful distance from the fallen girls who frequented bars. Damn it, you slippery wench. You've made me search the entire floor for you. A breathless male voice intruded upon Yun Zimo's thoughts, unwillingly pulling him into their discourse. Brother Scar, let's drug her. She won't report us by morning, will she? A sycophantic yet anxious voice chimed in. Fear not, Xiao Wang. We possess imported substances. Well, administer them to this wretched girl, and by the morrow, she'll remember nothing. Perhaps her mind will even falter, Brother Scar asserted with a resolute tone, but then, with a shift in demeanor, he added, This woman is yours to handle. Remember to take a series of photographs after your escapades and send them to me. Understood. Thank you, Brother Scar, Xiao Wang replied, his face alight with excitement, hardly able to contain his eagerness at being bestowed such a remarkable beauty. Not a problem. Brother Scar feigned nonchalance, though internally he felt a sense of relief akin to shedding a scalding hot potatoed eye in the stillness of the night. On the second floor of the bar, the hushed conspiratorial exchange of these two men reached Yun Zimo's ears in its entirety. In the dead of night, surely they wouldn't dare to ensnare a mere bartender in their treachery. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yun Zimo gradually halted his steps, turning back towards the source of the voices. Rounding a corner, he beheld two men hauling a helpless, struggling woman away into the shadows. Stop. Yun Zimo could not suppress his anger as he confronted the scene before him. In this day and age, there are still those who dare to tread upon sacred ground. One of the men, clad in a tank top, with tousled blonde hair and tattoos adorning his body, released his grip on the woman's arm. However, what made Yun Zimo's throat tighten was the figure beside him. The other man discarded the woman onto the ground, his suit straining against bulging muscles. As he turned, a grotesque scar marred his face, twisting in sync with his expressions like a centipede. Don't come any closer. Let her go, or I shall call the police, Yun Zimo declared, though his voice quivered despite his bravado. Where did this fool come from, thinking he can emulate a hero saving a damsel in distress? Sneered the yellow-haired boy, unable to contain his laughter as he beheld the trembling Yun Zimo. He then approached Yun Zimo, preparing to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man contemplated. What a wild brat. However, this is fortuitous. With Su Lingyi's distinguished background, should anything happen to her under my watch, even if I manage to escape, the Su family would surely not spare me. My mission is simply to breach her defenses. Having considered this, the scar-faced man commanded, Xiao Wang, let us depart. Brother, look at him, he's such a weakling. I say we just knock him out and toss him into the river, the yellow-haired boy suggested, clearly reluctant to part with the beauty at hand. Wait, this is a lawful society. There are cameras everywhere. Please, don't do anything reckless. Yun Zimo stammered, aware that these lawless thugs were beyond reason. He could only hope his words would dissuade them. Yun Zimo overestimated his influence. He initially thought he could run if worse came to worst and then call the police. Now, however, he found it difficult even to keep his feet beneath him. His words did not intimidate the yellow-haired boy, rather, they exhilarated him. Xiao Wang, I won't repeat myself, the man in the suit said, as one of his buttons popped off. Fine, consider yourself lucky this time, the yellow-haired boy conceded, sensing his brother's genuine anger. He stepped closer to Yun Zimo, patted his cheek, and reluctantly followed his brother, stepping out of Yun Zimo's line of sight. After an indeterminate amount of time, as if he had traversed the gates of hell, Yun Zimo regained his composure. He stretched his somewhat stiff limbs and approached the girl he had so painstakingly rescued. Miss, are you all right? He asked, steadying her against the nearby wall. It was then that he beheld her beauty. Her features were like a painting, her skin as smooth as cream, and her furrowed brow evoked a deep sense of compassion. Beneath her porcelain complexion lay a faint blush, hinting at her exquisite allure. The yellow-haired boy had indeed spoken true. She was a striking beauty, and no wonder he had been so frantic about her. But we must hasten to leave this perilous place should that scar-faced man change his mind and return to exact vengeance. It would not be long before I find myself buried 6 feet under. With this thought, Yun Zimo quickly assisted Su Lingyu to her feet and led her away from the bar. Observing the unconscious Su Lingyu, Yun Zimo sought a nearby discreet inn to ensure her safety for the night. Brother, why should we let this brat off scot-free? The yellow-haired boy questioned, trailing behind the scar-faced man, perplexed. Instead of departing, they continued to shadow Yun Zimo, scrutinizing his every move. This is the second time today you have questioned me, the scar-faced man replied, his expression darkening as he turned to glare at the yellow-haired boy, while swiftly capturing a photograph of Yun Zimo and the girl entering the inn. Being overly inquisitive can lead to undesirable consequences. Brother, I was wrong. I apologize, the yellow-haired boy exclaimed, hastily slapping his own face. Enough. Have you figured out which room they went to? If this task is not executed properly, you might as well go work for your second brother. With that, the scar-faced man handed his phone to the young man with yellow hair. Understood, big brother. I assure you I will complete the task. The mention of the second brother sent a shiver down the spine of the young man, who hastily dashed into the hotel. Before long, the young man returned to the side of the scar-faced man. They entered room 2106, he reported. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man instructed, "Tonight, we leave Nan City together. Yes, big brother. If you direct me east, I shall not venture west." Feeling the big brother's hand resting on his slender neck, the young man swallowed hard, eager to express his loyalty. He had no desire to find himself as tomorrow's headline about someone who jumped into the river. Although he was aware that Su Linji's aphrodisiac was rather potent, the scar-faced man still seemed somewhat apprehensive, prompting him to dial a number. "Second brother, have you seen the photos? What's the matter, big brother?" A chilling voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Send someone over. If that man from the photo escapes from the hotel next to Tianqing Bar tonight, administer the drug and deliver it to room 2106. Understood." With the second brother's agreement, the scar-faced man felt reassured by his siblings' methods and drove off with the young man, intent on leaving Nan City immediately. Every moment spent lingering only increased their peril. Chapter 2. Su Lingyu and Yun Wan inside the hotel. In room 2106, Yun Zimo was still lamenting the loss of 50 yuan, a considerable portion of his meager salary for the day. In these times, being a good person is a rare endeavor. His younger sister was home alone, and leaving this girl in the hotel felt like an act of profound benevolence. With thoughts of his sister's care occupying his mind, Yun Zimo cast Su Lingyu onto the bed, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, a hand grasped him. "You're so warm. Please help me," Su Lingyu murmured, her gaze clouded, her body clinging to Yun Zimo like an octopus. "Let me go. I need to call for help and get a doctor to bring you an antidote." Yun Zimo hurriedly replied, feeling the onset of his own reaction. "Antidote? You are my antidote," Su Lingyu mumbled, pulling Yun Zimo down onto the bed. "I must tell you, I am no paragon of virtue. If you continue this way—" Yun Zimo began to protest, but was silenced as his mouth was covered, leaving him devoid of the will to resist. The night passed in silence. With the sound of running water, Yun Zimo wearily opened his eyes. "How did I end up here?" "All right, last night." He quickly glanced beneath the covers, relieved to find everything intact, though he noticed a hint of red, revealing that the girl had indeed experienced her first time. Before he could ponder further, the bathroom door swung open, startling him into closing his eyes and feigning sleep. Observing Yun Zimo's obvious pretense, Su Lingyu's initially grateful gaze shifted to one of disdain. "I can't believe that the rightful heir of the Su family, lost my first time to such a fool." Ignoring the pretender, Su Lingyu busied herself dressing neatly. She sat on the edge of the bed, seemingly awaiting something. Why hasn't she left yet? Does she have feelings for me? I had resigned myself to a lifetime of solitude, yet fortune seems to have smiled upon me. Even I, Yun Zimo, have garnered the affection of a beautiful woman. As he lay there with closed eyes, a smile crept across his face, impossible to suppress. "Knock, knock, knock." A firm rap at the door echoed. "Miss, are you inside?" Upon hearing the voice, Su Lingyu knew her awaited companion had arrived. She rose and opened the door to reveal a woman clad in professional attire, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards. "Xiaoya, where's the item I requested?" "Sulinyu in Kuwayev. It is prepared and ready for you." Xiaoya promptly handed it over. "Good. Now wait for me downstairs and find out who drugged me yesterday. Extract their confessions and discover who seeks to harm me." Su Lingyu's expression hardened as she spoke. "Understood, Mississippi. I will urge them immediately," Xiaoya responded, discreetly leading her bodyguards away as they descended the stairs. Closing the door, Su Lingyu turned to the still pretending Yun Zimo, frowning as she said, "Stop pretending and get up." Realizing he could no longer maintain the charade, Yun Zimo reluctantly sat up, awkwardly scratching his head. "I didn't mean to last night. You know how you clung to me like an octopus." As Su Lingyu's cheeks flushed, she promptly interrupted Yun Zimo, saying, "Enough, no more. There are 100,000 yuan in this card, and the password consists of 6 sixes. Take it and watch your tongue. I do not wish to hear any gossip. If I do, I have my ways to extract the money from you." Yun Zimo, having overheard the scene at the door, recognized that this girl was not of ordinary standing and quickly nodded in agreement. All right. Observing the honest demeanor of this man, Su Lingyu found herself with no outlet for her frustration, ultimately deciding to dismiss the previous day as if it had been a mere misadventure. She shot him a fierce glare before departing without a backward glance. What a stroke of luck to have spent the night with a girl and come away with money. However, as Yun Zimo reflected, he realized he could no longer frequent this area. Another encounter with that scarred man would likely lead to trouble, prompting him to consider resigning from his job upon returning home. After a refreshing shower, cleansing his battered body, Yun Zimo prepared to indulge in a brief nap, but suddenly remembered that his sister was home alone. In a hurry, he dashed out of the inn. In the urban village of Nanchung, before a 3-story building, Yun Zimo spotted his sister and the elderly landlady, Granny Chui, happily chatting and enjoying some food at the entrance. A weight lifted from his heart. "Brother, you're finally back. I thought you had abandoned Wan. Upon seeing her brother, Yun Wan rushed into his arms, sobbing. "How could I? I went out to buy you some delicious food. Look what I have here." With that, Yun Zimo presented the chicken cutlet he had just purchased from a nearby shop. "Wow, a big chicken cutlet. Thank you, brother." Yun Wan joyfully devoured the food, as if her earlier tears belonged to someone else entirely. "Thank you, Granny Chui." Watching his sister enjoy her meal, Yun Zimo expressed his gratitude to the landlady. Granny Chui huffed in response, "Yun Zimo, if you cannot take care of your sister, you should find someone else to adopt her. Seek, Granny Chui. It's not that I don't want to, but those people are not looking to take on a burden. Wan is practically an adult now, yet her intelligence is that of a 7 or 8-year-old. Who would want to adopt her to support her?" Yun Zimo felt helpless. He had never anticipated that saving her 3 years ago would lead to her becoming his sister, whom he named Yun Wan. "Well, nonetheless, you must keep a close eye on her. If I hadn't heard her crying in the house last night, I wouldn't have known you left her alone and unattended," Granny Chui advised, understanding that every household has its own challenges. Yes, Yun Zimo acknowledged, aware that this was not the time for rebuttals. In this urban village, Granny Chui had witnessed many events. Sometimes, her attempts to persuade others were futile. Seeing Yun Zimo acquiesce, she chose to refrain from further admonitions and settled into her chair to rest her eyes. Having successfully placate de Granny Chui, Yun Zimo took his sister upstairs. Wan, are you still hungry? Would you like me to prepare something else for you?" he inquired. "I'm not hungry," she replied. "All right, but if you do get hungry, just tell your brother. I made some money yesterday, and will cook you something delicious." Finally able to catch a breath, Yun Zimo picked up the kettle and poured himself a glass of water, preparing to soothe his throat. Warm doesn't want delicious food. Warm wants to give brother a baby. However, Warm's sudden statement turned Yun Zimo into a veritable fountain. Cough, what did you say, Warm? Yun Zimo asked, incredulous. Warm earnestly replied, Warm wants to give brother a baby. Granny Chui said that way. Brother won't abandon Warm. What a ridiculous notion. Has the landlord nothing better to do? Warm, don't listen to her nonsense. Brother would never neglect you. Today was merely an accident. Really? Indeed. More genuine than gold, Yun Zimo declared, patting his chest. Do you not trust brother? Warm trusts brother, she said, clinging to Yun Zimo without letting go. All right. Go play in your own room, Yun Zimo said, ruffling Yun Warm's hair. Okay. Obediently, Yun Warm returned to her own room. Chapter 3. He is my boyfriend in Nanchung. Within the esteemed Su family of the 8 prominent families, 3 individuals occupied the living room, where photographs lay scattered across the table. At the head sat old Madame Su, the matriarch of the previous generation and grandmother of Su Lingyu. Old Madame Su gazed at the photographs in her hands trembling with indignation. The images unmistakably depicted Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu entering a hotel together. To her left sat a young woman resembling Su Lingyu, though her delicate features paled in comparison. She spoke up. Grandma, I don't think sister meant to cause any trouble. It's all the paparazzi's fault. This was Su Shui, the second daughter of the Su family. To an uninformed observer, it would seem as if the sisters shared a deep bond. Mother, Su Lingyu hasn't returned in 3 years, and now that she has thrust our Su family into the headlines, causing our Su group's stock prices to plummet. I believe it would be better for my daughter Schwerer to take charge of the group. It would provide a satisfactory explanation to the shareholders. Beside her, a middle-aged woman, resembling a balloon in her rotundness, spoke with precision, yet her words betrayed her intent to elevate her own daughter, Su Shui, to power. This was Wei Tsuetao, the stepmother of Su Lingyu, who had long sought to place her daughter in a position of authority, despite having entered the Su family through unscrupulous means, leaving their status in the family rather precarious. Observing these two impatient individuals, old Madame Su shifted from her anger, realizing that during the 3 years, this mother-daughter duo had employed every possible means to gain power within the group, simultaneously revealing their unscrupulous nature. Placing Su Shui in control would surely invite ridicule from the other families. Butler Wang, old Madame Su called out sharply. A middle-aged man quickly entered from outside the living room, bowing beside old Madame Su. "What can I do for you, old madam?" "Suppress this matter. I do not wish to see it again after tomorrow," old Madame Su commanded in an authoritative tone. "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." Butler Wang nodded and promptly exited the living room. If Su Lingyu were to take control of the Su group, the shareholders would undoubtedly clamor for a shareholders meeting. Wei Tsuetao remarked, feigning concern for the group. "A shareholders meeting? Perfect timing. Let them know that the head of the Su family has returned." A cold voice echoed from afar. "Who dares to intrude upon the Su household? Who gave you the audacity?" Wei Tsuetao bellowed upon hearing someone's entrance. But her demeanor quickly shifted to one of submission upon recognizing the visitor. "Am I not allowed to enter my own home? Yet you two, one an illicit partner and the other a product of that affair, have brazenly lingered here for years without anyone daring to challenge your boldness." Su Lingyu declared as she forcefully pushed Su Shui aside, taking a seat next to the elderly matriarch. Su Shui, momentarily displaced, shot an irate glare at Su Lingyu's back, but soon reverted to a demure demeanor. "Grandmother, I'm back," Su Lingyu said in a sweet tone, contrasting sharply with her earlier attitude towards Wei Tsuetao. "It's wonderful that you've returned," the matriarch exclaimed, grasping Su Lingyu's hand with delight. "Look at what you've done." Wei Tsuetao sneered, gesturing towards the photographs on the table. "The word on the street is that the head of the Su family is a promiscuous woman. Most alarmingly, the stock price of the Su group has plummeted by 20%. What can you possibly say in your defense? Curse be those two waiting for me. I must devise a plan. It's better for grandmother not to learn about my being drugged. What should I do?" Observing the speechless Su Lingyu, Wei Tsuetao pressed on. "What is the matter? Are you only capable of feigning silence when faced with adversity?" Su Lingyu stammered, her mind racing, seeing her sister flounder. Su Shui couldn't help but chuckle. "Sister, you're not suggesting that this person is your boyfriend, are you?" "Boyfriend?" Upon hearing those words, Su Lingyu quickly concocted an elaborate scheme in her mind. Adopting a coy demeanor, she replied, "Sister, you've guessed it. The person in the photograph is indeed my brother-in-law, though I had hoped to keep it under wraps." "What?" The three present were taken aback in astonishment. "You err. It's all right. Grandmother can help you suppress this matter." The matriarch reassured. "Sister, there's no need to toy with your own happiness." Wei Tsuetao added, "You've been abroad for 3 years. How could you possibly have a boyfriend here? Furthermore, that man's shabby appearance hardly suggests he hails from a respectable family. Do you not understand the concept of online romance? He believes I've come from another province to be with him. Our love is genuine," Su Lingyu insisted earnestly, her eyes wide as if to validate her claims. "Impossible. You clearly," Su Shui exclaimed in frustration. "Clearly what?" Su Lingyu narrowed her eyes at her sister. "This is bad. I almost revealed too much. If I disclosed that Su Lingyu was drugged, she would surely deduce my role as the puppet master. Clearly, you are engaged to the Sun family. How can you pursue another boyfriend?" Suju pivoted had argument. "Why bring that up? Our families have annulled the engagement." The matriarch interjected, striking her cane upon the ground in fury. With the elder's ire unleashed, the mother-daughter duo dared not speak further. "Rain, do not worry. You once refused to marry into the Sun family when you went abroad, and I have already annulled the engagement. I will no longer impose upon you. You two may leave now. I wish to speak intimately with Rain." Observing how this matter had been resolved by Su Lingyu, Su Shui could not help but chastise herself, wishing to slap her own face for her indiscretion. Had she remained silent, Su Lingyu might have devised an explanation. Reluctantly, she followed her mother out of the villa. "Rain, speak the truth to Grandma. This trending topic is clearly manipulated by someone." Upon seeing the unwelcome guest depart, Grandma Su inquired, "It is likely the work of some adversaries of our Su family. Do not worry, Grandma. I will uncover the mastermind behind this. To ease her grandmother's concerns, Su Lingyu had to resort to comforting lies. So, is the young man in this photograph truly your boyfriend? Grandma Su began to scrutinize the photo in her hand, seemingly intent on deciphering how this man managed to win her granddaughter's affection. You are old enough, Grandma. Your marriage is your own decision. However, I do expect to see my great-grandson sooner rather than later. Oh dear Grandma. Su Lingyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Outside the Su family's villa, in the parking area. Swear, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but your loose tongue allowed that little wretch to concoct a solution. Wei Tsuetao lamented from the confines of a luxury car. Who knew she would climb the ranks so effortlessly? Su Shui, sitting in the passenger seat, felt discontented as she deflected her mother's criticism. It's fine. During her absence over these 3 years, we have won over numerous shareholders. Tomorrow's shareholders' meeting will surely turn the tide against her. Noticing her daughter's displeasure, Wei Tsuetao refrained from further comment, speeding away from the villa area. Chapter 4. Yun Zimo. The following morning, within the Su family villa. Xiaoya, how have your assignments progressed? Su Lingyu sat in an armchair in the study on the second floor. Miss, my incompetence has led inquiries to a certain point, but the trail goes cold there. We have yet to ascertain who the actual mastermind is. Xiaoya lowered her head in report. Never mind. This cannot solely be blamed on you. Our influence primarily resides overseas. However, I need you to establish a branch in Nanjing promptly, and if necessary, draw personnel from abroad to oversee operations. Understood, Mississippi. By the way, what have you discovered about that individual from yesterday? A complex array of emotions flickered in Su Lingyu's eyes, a blend of embarrassment and indifference. All relevant information is contained within this dossier. Xiaoya handed over her findings, the latter portion detailing the contractual marriage agreement you requested. Additionally, find several individuals whose appearances resemble the one in the photograph. Should he prove uncooperative, we will substitute others in his stead. Understood, Mississippi. As she opened the dossier, the name before her struck her with familiarity. Yun Zimo? The name resonated, indicating he was unmarried. Had he been married, it would have posed a dilemma. 3 years prior, he had taken on a younger sister with intellectual challenges, which suggests he possesses commendable character. Yun Zimo? As Su Lingyu perused the documents, she abruptly halted, murmuring the name as a long-buried memory resurfaced. The documents prominently reveal that Yun Zimo Elementary School is actually Kaiyang Road Elementary School. The scene shifts back over a decade to the playground of Kaiyang Road Elementary, where a group of children surrounds a plump figure, engaging in a playful water gun fight. Defeat the big fat monster. Defeat the big fat monster. The chubby figure attempts to catch the children, but clumsily fails to keep up. What are you all doing? A figure stands like a radiant beacon before the big fat monster. I will report you to the teacher for bullying your classmates. Upon hearing the threat of involving a teacher, the children scatter like startled birds. Are you all right? The luminous figure inquires with concern. I'm fine. Thank you, comes the soft, sticky voice from the plump figure. If they bully you again, just report them to the teacher. After a few reprimands, they will think twice. If it doesn't work, tell me. I am Yun Zimo from Class 6. The name, Yun Zimo, is etched in the memory of the plump figure. Miss, are you all right? Seeing the sudden, blissful smile on Su Lingyu's face, Xiaoya quickly asks. Su Lingyu's reminiscence is interrupted, yet instead of annoyance, she exudes a satisfaction akin to a cat who has successfully stolen a fish. I'm fine, just recalling some matters. By the way, draft a new contract titled Probationary Husband, and remember to include provisions for assisting him in treating his sister's brain ailment. As she speaks, Su Lingyu crumples the previous contract and tosses it into the wastebasket. Observing the elated demeanor of the young lady, Xiaoya wipes non-existent sweat from her brow, pondering if this is truly the formidable CEO, Su Lingyu, who commands the overseas market, or if she has somehow been possessed. A probationary husband. Given her current state, she should be promoted to full-time. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Su Lingyu admonishes Xiaoya, who remains rooted in place, lost in thought. Yes, miss. I will take care of it immediately. Xiaoya swiftly exits the study. Shortly thereafter, she returns with a freshly printed contract, still warm to the touch. After reviewing it briefly and finding no issues, Su Lungyu instructs, arrange for 2 bodyguards to take me to Yun Zimo's current residence. Inform the overseas headquarters about the branch establishment and expedite a plan. Understood. Mississippi Xiaoya acknowledges the directive and exits the study. Before long, a burly bodyguard wearing sunglasses appears at the doorway. Miss, the vehicle is ready. Upon hearing this, Su Lingyu closes her laptop and approaches the door. Let us go. Yes. Under the escort of the bodyguard, Su Lingyu departs the Su family villa, en route to Yun Zimo's current rental. Meanwhile, within the study on the 2nd floor, a furtive figure emerges, rummaging through the room. Unfortunately, as Su Lingyu has just returned, her laptop is not left behind. Just as this figure believes their search is fruitless, they suddenly spot a crumpled piece of paper in the trash. After glancing at its contents, the figure, elated, slips it into their pocket and exits the premises. On the other side, Su Lingyu, under the protection of 2 formidable bodyguards, approached a dilapidated 3-story building that exuded an air of decay, accompanied by a faint, unpleasant odor lingering in the atmosphere. Are you certain Yun Zimo resides here? Su Lingyu inwirit, urinkning hernose. Indeed, though we have yet to ascertain the specific room, one of the bodyguards replied. Their conversation caught the attention of Grandma Chui, who was seated at the entrance, seeking respite from the heat. Looking for Yun Zimo, are you? Bringing along 2 burly men doesn't seem like a friendly visit, she thought to herself, devising a plan. She reclined in her well-worn chair, pretending to be asleep. Good day, Grandma, Su Lingyu began, noticing the elderly lady had just closed her eyes and wishing to ask a question. Hey, I'm asking you a question, one of the bodyguards bellowed. Su Lingyu shot him a disapproving glare, causing him to fall silent. However, upon seeing the old woman open her eyes, he immediately queried, Grandma, do you know which room Yun Zimo is in? What Zimo? Grandma Chui feigned ignorance. Yun Zimo, Su Lingyu patiently replied. Zimo what? Yun Zimo. She articulated each syllable distinctly. What Yun? Yun Zimo. Su Lingyu, exasperated, elevated her voice significantly. What's? Grandma Chui continued to act as if she could not hear. Frustrated, Su Lingyu exhaled deeply through her nostrils. You too. Shout until Yun Zimo comes out. Unable to extract information from Grandma Chui, she contemplated alternative methods. Before the bodyguards could call out several times, Grandma Chui could no longer contain herself. You're here looking for Yun Zimo, aren't you? Observing Grandma Chui's sudden alertness, Su Lingyu nearly laughed in disbelief, conceding with a reluctant nod. Yes. Do you know where he is now? He has gone to work. He probably won't return until evening. Grandma Chui fabricated her response without a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, at this hour, an ordinary person would typically be at work. Just as Su Lingyu resolved to leave with her bodyguards, a languorous voice emanated from the 2nd floor. Who is it disturbing my peaceful slumber so early in the morning? Yun Zimo emerged from a room on the 2nd floor, rubbing his eyes. Zimo, it's not that Grandma isn't helping you, Grandma Chui thought to herself, sensing trouble as Yun Zimo appeared, promptly resuming her active sleep. Chapter 5. Contractual Marriage. Yun Zimo, come down quickly. Su Lingyu bit her lip, her voice laced with indignation. Who is it? Why are you so irate this early in the morning? Upon recognizing the visitor, Yun Zimo immediately became alert. Isn't this the woman from yesterday? What does she want? Perhaps she seeks to reclaim that 100,000 yuan. Well, that money was not acquired honorably, so let her have it back if she wishes. All right, just wait a moment, Yun Zimo said, retreating to his room. He rummaged through the chaotic mess on his desk and unearthed the bank card before descending the stairs. Here, the 100,000 yuan is untouched, he said, handing the card to Su Lingyu, who stood flanked by the bodyguards. As she accepted the bank card presented before her, Su Lingyu could not help but take it instinctively. Upon discovering that items had been removed, Yun Zimo turned to ascend the stairs, intending to indulge in a brief slumber. Wait! Su Lingyu called out to him as he was about to depart. Turning back, he beheld a woman of considerable status, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, and could only respond with resignation. What is it, Miss Noble? Noticing the elderly Chui grandmother, who appeared to be reclining yet was secretly eavesdropping, Su Lingyu inwardly muttered a disdainful remark about the elderly. She then extended her hand, accepting a folder from the bodyguard. Let us proceed to your room to discuss matters. You two may remain here. Understood, miss, the bodyguards replied in unison. With no gossip left to eavesdrop on, Shui's grandmother could only shift her position in the chair, expressing her disdain for the lack of intrigue. Very well, Yun Zimo acquiesced, despite being unaware of the purpose behind her visit. He felt there was little of interest to her, so he readily agreed. Arriving at his residence, the scene that greeted them was somewhat disordered, with discarded drink bottles strewn across the floor. The small trash bin was overflowing, and given the owner's habitual laziness, it seemed unlikely to be cleaned anytime soon. Noticing Su Lungyu's look of disdain, Yun Zimo could only awkwardly apologize. I'm sorry. I've been quite busy and Haven T had the time to tidy up. Never mind, just sign this. I will send someone to collect you tomorrow, Su Lingyu said, clearly eager to leave, as she handed him the document and got straight to the point. What is this? Yun Zimo was perplexed. It was indeed his first encounter with such a request to sign something so early in the day. A trial husband? Su Lingyu's cheeks flushed slightly. It's a long story, but just sign it. It won't harm you. Let us keep it brief, Yun Zimo asserted with a firm stance, signaling that he would not sign without clarity. Thus, Su Lingyu had no choice but to recount the entire situation from the beginning. So, you are the head of the Su family, one of the 8 prominent families of Nanchun, and I am to impersonate your boyfriend of 3 years as a shield for 1 year? Yun Zimo articulated after absorbing the information. Yes, in addition to a monthly service fee of 100,000 yuan, I will also arrange for a professional doctor to assist in treating your sister, Su Lingyu explained. Placing the bank card Yun Zimo had previously handed her back on the table. What do you think? I'll sign. Who would want such a beneficial arrangement? He replied eagerly. Just then, a girl clad in bunny pajamas, Yun Wan, emerged from her room, eyeing the unfamiliar woman with evident hostility. Who is this, brother? Oh, this is... Yun Zimo realized he did not know her name. Su Lingyu, she replied coldly, her beauty slightly surpassing his sister's even beneath her bare face. Upon hearing the name, Yun Zimo hesitated, momentarily picturing a plump figure. Yet the image swiftly dissipated, likely a mere coincidence in names. Yun Zimo, are you certain this is your sister? Su Lingyu's gaze flitted back and forth between the two. She's still just a child. What is she thinking? Yun Zimo distinctly sensed the misunderstanding from the other party and immediately began to clarify. It would be best if it were thus. Upon hearing Yun Zimo's explanation, Su Lingyu felt her doubts ease by half, just as Yun Zimo had clarified this matter. On the other side, Yun Wan began to wail uncontrollably. Oh, brother, do you not want Wan anymore? What is it in Wan? How could your brother ever want to abandon you? Yun Wan sobbed into Yun Zimo's embrace, saying, Grandma Shui said that if you bring another woman home, it means you no longer want Wan. Damn it, just how much misleading nonsense did that landlord feed Yun Wan yesterday morning? Yun Zimo felt helpless within, but comforted her by saying, How could that be? This sister is here to help us, and will even treat your little head. Really? Indeed. Why would your brother deceive you? It's all written here. It cannot be false. Seeing this, Yun Wan could only fidget with the documents on the table for a moment before tightening her embrace around Yun Zimo, declaring, Wan believes in brother. After saying this, she huffed at Su Lingyu, as if to assert her claim. Do not be angry. This little child has a problem with her brain, so I shall not hold it against her. Su Lingyu took a moment to calm her emotions, picked up the contract signed by Yun Zimo, and, while walking, instructed, All right, since you have agreed, pack your things today. Someone will come to take you tomorrow. Okay, please take care. Yun Zimo knew very well that this lady was to be his future benefactor, so he said this with an air of flattery. Su Lingyu paid him little mind and left the area under the protection of bodyguards. After all, as it stood, Yun Zimo barely registered as a contender among her many suitors, despite the slight goodwill that lingered in her memory of him. Wan, let us hurry and pack. Tomorrow we will move into the large house. All right. Although Yun Zimo was typically disheveled, he would tidy up the rented place to resemble how it was when he first arrived before moving to another location. This was another manifestation of his aversion to trouble. As Yun Zimo busied himself with packing various items from his home, in a dark corridor of South City. A shadowy figure handed over some items to another figure clad in glasses and a mask. This is what I found in the study of the eldest Miss Sue. Well done. You may leave now. Being out for too long may arouse their suspicion. Understood. The figure obediently departed quickly. Upon closer inspection of the masked woman, one would find that she was none other than Sue's second daughter, Su Shui. With this item in hand, I shall see how Su Lingyu turns the tables at the shareholders' meeting. A fierce glimmer flashed in Su Shui's eyes. Chapter 6. The shareholders' meeting approaches. The headquarters of Su Corporation is situated in the heart of South City, a towering edifice of several dozen stories, symbolizing the status of the Su family within the city. In a conference room on the 16th floor of the Su Corporation headquarters, a multitude of shareholders engaged in animated discussions, while the second young lady of the Su family wore a smug expression. Although Su Lingyu managed to endure the scrutiny of the aging patriarch, the shareholders present held no affection for her. The uproar surrounding the trending news had caused a significant plunge in the stock price, and it would not be so easily forgotten. "Let me speak," declared Shirley, the second largest shareholder of Su Corporation. During the 3 years that Su Lingyu was absent, with the assistance of the second young lady, I have acquired a considerable portion of Su Corporation shares. This eldest young lady, having fled from an arranged marriage for 3 years, showed no concern for our group. Now that she has returned, she has led us to a drastic decline in stock value. I propose we support the second young lady as our leader, for she has extended her support to us throughout these years. Indeed, I stand with the second young lady, echoed another shareholder who had been won over by Su Shui. I too support the second young lady. Some shareholders, reluctant to involve themselves in the matter, found themselves compelled to chant slogans under Shirley's scrutinizing gaze. Thank you all for your kind words. However, I wonder if my sister would be willing to relinquish her position as CEO of the group, Su Shui mused inwardly, delighting in the situation while maintaining an outward facade of concern. Rest assured, even if she refuses, we will exercise our voting rights to remove her, came the confident response. Absolutely. Just as the shareholders reveled in their commotion, Su Lingyu quietly enjoyed her lunch in a 5-star restaurant. With delicate hands, she wielded a knife and fork, savoring the exquisite steak on her plate, leisurely bringing the perfectly cut beef to her mouth, relishing the burst of flavor in every bite. This serene moment was soon interrupted by the hurried arrival of Xiaoyu. "Miss, the shareholders are clamoring for a change in leadership at Su Corporation." Xiaoyu reported with unwavering composure, fully aware that this troop of clowns posed no real threat to the eldest young lady. Such impatience. Let us proceed according to plan. Su Lingyu replied, finishing the last morsel of her steak, appearing to regard the shareholders as less significant than the delectable meal before her. "Very well, miss," Xiaoyu responded, though her voice carried a hint of doubt. "Given the industries you have developed overseas, acquiring Su Corporation should be effortless. Why engage in a verbal dispute with them? This is the legacy my parents left for me. I do not wish for parasites and ingrates to flourish within it. Their emergence provides me the perfect opportunity to purge them. My parents would not want the fruits of their labor to be hindered by such individuals," Su Lingyu asserted, standing resolutely. "Let us go." Half an hour later, at the shareholders' meeting. "Why hasn't Su Lingyu arrived yet?" one impatient shareholder inquired. "I suspect Su Lingyu is too frightened to face the mess she cannot handle," another shareholder sneered. "All right, everyone, since Su Lingyu does not dare to show up, let us proceed to a vote. We shall have the results notarized. Even if Su Lingyu wishes to retain power, it will be impossible." Shirley signaled as he sensed the opportune moment. Bang! The door to the conference room was flung open with great force, and under the protection of 2 bodyguards, Su Lingyu entered with measured steps, surveying the shareholders present from her position at the head of the table. Most shareholders hesitated to take the lead, too intimidated to meet her gaze. "So, will the notary accept the results of the shareholders' meeting in which I did not participate?" Su Lingyu challenged. "You have caused such a significant mess, yet you still have the audacity to show your face." Shirley, realizing that there was no turning back, slammed his hand on the table and stood up defiantly. "The media will only distort the truth. The person in this photograph is my boyfriend of 3 years. When the truth is clarified before the press, the trending topic will naturally dissipate. Su Lingyu, seasoned in the business arena, lied without a flicker of emotion. As for you all, when a company faces difficulties, you resort to infighting. Moreover, how could Su Shui attend the shareholders' meeting? Is it possible for someone without shares in the Su Group to participate? Caught off guard, Su Shui found the spotlight unexpectedly turn upon her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Su Shui is someone I invited. We intend to nominate her as the new chairperson, Shirley interjected, unwilling to let the topic shift. He threw down a crumpled, creased document onto the table. And what do you have to say about this so-called boyfriend of yours? Prominently displayed at the top of the page was the term contractual marriage. To cover up your indiscretions while intoxicated, you resort to such measures? Esteemed shareholders, I trust none of you would support someone who has been absent for 3 years and returns only to complicate matters for the group. Consider the potential harm she may inflict on our interests in the future, Shirley declared, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. To think that the CEO would attempt to obscure the truth, hoping to evade accountability. Indeed, it is surprising how much Su has changed after years of absence. Faced with the contractual marriage document, Su Lingyu was initially taken aback, but in an instant, she devised a counter-strategy. What do these pages actually prove? She mused, leisurely perusing the contents before tossing them aside to another shareholder. There is neither my signature nor seal. These pages could be printed on any printer. The shareholder who caught the document examined it closely and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, there's nothing here." "What?" Shirley exclaimed as he snatched it back, flipping to the last page, where he confirmed the absence of any signatures. The pages slipped from his grasp. The other shareholders began to pass it around, scrutinizing it. "Indeed, the lack of a signature renders it inconclusive," they murmured, while only a few of Shirley's staunch supporters remained silent. Shirley, filled with fury and a sense of helplessness, shot a glare at the second Miss Su. "Is this the irrefutable evidence you spoke of?" Su Shui, equally exasperated, had initially believed victory was assured upon seeing the cover. But it was akin to a seer revealing a werewolf in a game of werewolf. Others could not simply accept her word as the truth. Knowing the reality, yet lacking the means to substantiate it. What to do? "This is urgent. I am awaiting a solution. I found this in Su Lingyu's study. Her claims about a boyfriend are entirely fabricated," Su Shui declared, unwittingly making a grave misstep. Su Lingyu chuckled softly and remarked, "You must understand, if this document is authentic, the primary beneficiary would be you. Do you truly believe that the shareholders present here would lend credence to your words?" Su Shui felt her vision darken, nearly fainting. She never anticipated that her usual knack for deception would be so masterfully employed by Su Lingyu, leaving her utterly powerless. Chapter 7. Breaking the Deadlock with Sharp Wit. Shirley recognized that the loss the group suffered could not simply be glossed over with a few casual remarks. Unable to pivot the discussion towards the trending issues, he naturally returned to the matter of the group's losses. "In a few days, I shall host an engagement banquet with Zimo, the individual in the photograph. At that juncture, the rumors will undoubtedly dissipate," Su Lingyu replied without hesitation. Indeed, the decline in stock prices was attributed to rumors of a turbulent personal life, which, in light of current developments, had been rendered moot, thereby eliminating the root cause of the stock's decline. That remains to be seen. It is easy for prices to fall, yet arduous for them to rise again. Given the emergence of such matters, I suspect that most shareholders who divested will not reconsider investing in our volatile stock. Shirley countered, remaining obstinate. "It is only by your resignation as chairperson that the shareholders' confidence can be salvaged. I can guarantee that if the stock price does not recover within 3 months, I shall voluntarily relinquish my position as chairperson," Su Lingyu declared. Shirley understood that if this shareholders' meeting did not succeed in ousting Su Lingyu, even if she remained in her position for a mere 3 months, the shareholders would become accustomed to her leadership and would no longer exert effort to remove her. After all, this was the Su Group, and the Su family's dominance was not something that could easily be altered. "If you, Su Lingyu, are unwilling to step down as chairperson today, I shall have no choice but to withdraw from the Su Group and divest all my shares," Shirley asserted, choosing to shatter rather than compromise. Even with the stock prices decline, Shirley's shares were still valued in the billions. A shareholder sighed from the audience. Indeed, he is the second largest shareholder. If Shirley were to sell his shares, the Su Group's financial chain could very well collapse. Listening to the anxious discussions among the shareholders, Shirley smugly proclaimed, "Mistress, you have heard them. If you cannot present 100 billion in funds today, the Su Group faces bankruptcy. I suggest you relinquish the chairpersonship and cease this fruitless struggle." Su Lingyu chose not to respond, but instead addressed the shareholders. "Are there others like Shirley, who would threaten to sell their shares if I do not vacate my position?" Me too. Ms. Su, you should step down." Several shareholders swayed by Shirley echoed in unison. Observing the tide turning against her, Su Shui feigned concern. "Sister, perhaps it would be wise for you to step down for a while. The shareholders are acting in the best interest of the group. The Su Group is the culmination of generations of effort from our family. Do you truly believe that a mere handful of you can dictate the leadership of the Su family?" Su Lingyu was incensed by the antics of these petty clowns, slamming her palm on the table and exclaiming in fury. With a clap of her hands, 2 rows of bodyguards promptly entered, each carrying a briefcase brimming with cash. "Here lies 200 billion. Is there anyone else who wishes to sell their shares? Feel free to voice your intentions. If this is insufficient, I shall procure more." "How is this even possible?" A shareholder gasped in astonishment. The Su family's profound heritage remains shrouded in mystery, another shareholder lamented. Observing the scene, Shirley felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. "Everyone, do not panic. It seems that Su Lingyu has lost her sanity, resorting to mortgaging the assets of the Su Group to gather such funds. She dares not allow us to sign the contract." Su Lingyu forcefully tossed the share transfer agreement from the bodyguard onto the conference room table. "Anyone wishing to sign the transfer agreement may inscribe their name directly. Sign if you must. Let us see how long you can endure," Shirley thought, skeptical that Su Lingyu, whom he had not seen for 3 years, could amass such wealth. After locating his share within the documents, he swiftly affixed his signature. "Even if you were to kneel before me and plead, I would remain resolute," he mused. With a nod from Shirley, his steadfast allies also signed the share transfer agreement. "We're leaving," Shirley declared, casting aside the signed agreement, ready to collect his payment. At that moment, several uniformed officers entered the conference room. "Who is Shirley?" one of the officers inquired. "I am," Shirley replied, his previous bravado dissipating as he spoke candidly. "We currently possess evidence accusing you of maliciously acquiring other shares, embezzling confidential information from the Su Group, along with several counts of kidnapping and extortion. Please accompany us." The officer indicated for him to be taken away. Shirley was seized by 2 officers, protesting. "There must be some misunderstanding. It was you who orchestrated this." He glared venomously at Su Lingyu. "Do you think the misdeeds of these years have gone unnoticed?" Su Lingyu retorted coldly, not even sparing him a glance. "I hereby declare that from this moment on, Shirley and his family shall face a comprehensive boycott from the Su family in Nan City. Any enterprises associated with them will terminate all cooperation." Upon hearing this, Shirley's legs buckled, collapsing against the officers. "It's over. The Shir family is finished. Take him away," commanded the lead officer, escorting Shirley out of the conference room. Once the situation had been resolved, Su Lingyu finally settled in her chair with an air of comfort, slowly rotating it with a hint of mockery. "Su Sui, why are you still here? Do you require an invitation to leave?" "Humph, consider yourself fortunate," Su Shui retorted, no longer feigning composure, and stormed out of the conference room. As she turned to face the shareholders who had followed Shirley in signing the contracts, she addressed them. "As for you, do not let me see you in Nan City." The trembling individuals, upon hearing Su Lungyu's words, nodded vigorously. "Thank you, President Su. Thank you." As they scurried out of the room, observing the remaining shareholders in the conference room, Su Lungyu yawned, speaking with a hint of boredom. "Are there any objections? Please voice them promptly." One cautious shareholder ventured. "President Su, will your substantial disbursement not adversely affect the group's operations?" After uttering this, he lowered his head, deterred from speaking further. "You need not worry at all. The funds in question have not been extracted from the Su Group. If you harbor doubts, feel free to investigate once the meeting concludes." With Mr. Su's assurance, everyone felt at ease, confident that under his leadership, the Su group would ascend to greater heights. Indeed, it is settled. Since there are no objections to my resuming control of the Su group, I hereby declare this meeting adjourned. Su Lingyu announced as she rose from her seat and exited the conference room, her bodyguards trailing closely behind her. The shareholders promptly stood, bowing in unison, exclaiming, "Farewell, Mr. Su." Chapter 8. Moving into the Su residence the following day, Yun Zimo departed with his sister and some of their belongings, bidding farewell to Grandma Chui. He glanced at her, who was as steadfast as ever at the door. "Goodbye, Grandma," Yunwan sweetly said. "Zimo, why the sudden departure?" Grandma Chui inquired with concern, not wanting the delightful Yunwan to endure a tumultuous life alongside her brother. "Fear not, Grandma. We are headed to a better place, and I have enlisted the help of a friend to assist with Yunwan's condition," Yun Zimo explained. "That is reassuring," Grandma Chui replied, still somewhat skeptical, yet trusting that Yun Zimo's generally honest demeanor meant he would not deceive her. After bidding farewell to Grandma Chui, Yun Zimo and Yunwan made their way to the main road outside the urban village, where a Bentley awaited them at the intersection, its polished exterior and graceful curves radiating opulence. A driver clad in a security uniform approached them, greeting, "Good day, young master." Yun Zimo marveled at the luxury vehicle, recognizing its worth, but unable to fully comprehend its extravagance. With the driver's assistance, they stowed their luggage in the trunk before settling into the car. As Yunwan laughed merrily, Yun Zimo fell into deep contemplation. With only a year of probation ahead, he hoped to remedy Yunwan's affliction within that time. Even if unsuccessful, the fortune accumulated over the year would suffice for both their futures. However, he feared that having offended certain individuals in his effort to save Su Lingyu, the loss of the Su family's protection after a year might invite trouble. Moreover, earning that money would not be an easy feat. Recalling the substantial dossier of individuals he had received the previous day, he swallowed hard. No matter, he thought, the pursuit of wealth is fraught with peril. Yet I am determined to secure this fortune. With a heart burdened by his thoughts, the Bentley carried Yun Zimo and Yunwan into the affluent district of South City, where sprawling lawns lined the streets, each square meter worth a fortune. Those residing here were either extraordinarily wealthy or of noble lineage. After navigating through this opulence for a while, the driver halted before a villa sprawling over several thousand square meters. The entrance was flanked by stone columns, each intricately carved with a dragon and a phoenix, signifying the esteemed status of the residence. The iron gate, adorned with exquisite ornamentation, was clearly the work of a master designer. Inside, 2 rows of servants had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Yun Zimo alight from a vehicle, they promptly swung open the grand doors. "Welcome, young master," the servants chimed in unison. "Excellent," Yun Zimo replied, his spirits lifting amidst the grandeur. Yun Zimo was also witnessing such a spectacle for the first time and promptly responded. At that moment, a butler-like figure approached and said, "Young master, Miss Yun, please follow me. I am Butler Wang, and I shall escort you to your accommodations. You may leave your luggage to the servants." Yun Zimo gently reassured Yunwan, who was tightly gripping his arm, clearly anxious amidst so many unfamiliar faces. "We appreciate your assistance, Butler Wang. Please lead the way." Butler Wang guided them past a small fountain at the entrance and into a side door of a villa. They ascended to the second floor and halted before a door, where the pristine, jade-like floor and intricately carved redwood banister, adorned with colorful chandeliers, revealed the villa's considerable worth. "Miss Yun, this will be your residence." Yunwan clutched Yun Zimo's hand tightly, saying, "Brother, I do not wish to be separated from you." "Do not worry, Miss Yun. The young master's room is right beside yours." Butler Wang indicated the adjacent door. "Young master, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." "Ah, very well." Yun Zimo nodded, his tone slightly tense, as this was indeed someone else's domain. He opened the door to Yunwan's room, which was predominantly adorned in pink, with several large stuffed toys on the bed. "Wow!" Yunwan exclaimed, letting go of Yun Zimo and leaping onto the bed, joyfully rolling about with the plush toys. Observing Yunwan's exuberance, Yun Zimo felt a twinge of helplessness and affectionately remarked, "Just don't run around too much in your room." "Okay," Yun Wan replied with a singular word before immersing herself in play with the toys. This girl, so easily distracted by a mere trifle, Yun Zimo sighed, shaking his head as he exited Yun Wan's room and entered his own. Upon entering, he found a left shoe rack brimming with what appeared to be exquisite footwear. Picking up a pair, he noted they were size 40, a perfect fit. Venturing further inside, he discovered a bathroom equipped with all essentials, including a spacious bathtub at the far end. The white wardrobe stood ajar, revealing an orderly array of men's attire, with brand-name watches, ties, and fragrances neatly arranged in its compartments. On the table lay the latest models of smartphone, tablet, and laptop, all ready for use at the flick of a switch. This accommodation surpassed any place Yun Zimo had previously inhabited by a millionfold. As he explored, his enthusiasm rivaled that of Yun Wan, but after a few minutes, the novelty wore off, and he collapsed onto the plush bed. After all, he had spent the previous night sleepless due to the sudden turn of events in becoming a son-in-law, and now was the perfect time to catch up on rest. Naturally, news of Yun Zimo's arrival at the Su residence did not escape the notice of Su Shui and her mother. In the Su family's villa, not far away, the two conversed in the living room. "So, Su Lingyu truly brought that man into our home," Wei Tao exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. "What does it matter to bring a man home when the position of chairman of the Su group is at stake?" With no one around, Su Shui revealed her true nature, her face dark with malice, stating, "I never anticipated that old fool of the Su family had so much money to support Su Lingyu's theatrics. Could it be that Su Lingyu's money?" Wei Tao speculated, "As we have nearly investigated the Su family's assets over the years. Impossible. Su Lingyu could not possibly amass such wealth in 3 years. Even if she were to rob a bank," Su Shui firmly asserted. "It must be that old relic of the Su family has secretly hidden away some of the fortune. After all, during the 3 years that Su Lingyu was absent, that old man guarded his wealth as if he were protecting against thieves. Indeed, what shall we do now? That useless Shi Lei has fallen from grace, and now no one can usurp the chairman's position from Su Lingyu." Wei Tao lamented, slapping her ample thigh in frustration. Observing this, Su Shui took out her phone, her expression conflicted, yet ultimately resolute. She dialed a number. "Who is it?" A weary male voice responded. "Su Lingyu." Attempting to sound amiable, replied, "Young master's son, this is Su Shui, the second young lady of the Su family. I wonder if you have a moment to spare?" Chapter 9. Collusion and desperation within the Imperial Hotel. Sun Kai, the eldest son of the Sun family, was roused from sleep by the incessant ringing of his phone. Upon hearing the caller's introduction, he remarked, "What brings the second young lady of the Su family to call so early in the day?" As he spoke, he glanced at his companion, who had just finished dressing, and she discreetly took the money from the bedside before leaving the room. "Su Lingyu has returned," Su Shui's voice conveyed over the line. Sun Kai remained unfazed, responding, "What does Su Lingyu's return have to do with me? Our family's engagement has been annulled." "Surely, young master's son, you have heard the news regarding Su Lingyu's engagement?" Su Shui coaxed, knowing well the tension between them. Sun Kai had little kind words for someone who troubled him so early in the morning. "What is it? Speak plainly. No need for circumlocution." "Oh, I did not expect young master's son to be so magnanimous. My sister has returned and casually chosen to marry a bartender instead of forming an alliance with your esteemed family. If the prominent families were to learn of this, wouldn't it tarnish your reputation?" Su Lingyu replied, her tone dripping with insincerity. Sun Kai, now slightly irate, retorted, "Su Shui, do not speak carelessly. The news from the Su family states that Su Lingyu's fiancé is someone she has been with for 3 years. It cannot be, as you suggest." Seizing the moment, Su Lingyu pressed on, "Young master's son, do not be hasty. With your capabilities, uncovering someone's true identity should be a simple task." Hearing Su Lingyu's unwavering conviction, Sun Kai was already half convinced, gripping his phone tightly, his veins bulging, a reflection of his inner turmoil. "You better not be deceiving me. You are well aware of my methods." With that, he ended the call before Su Lingyu could respond. After calming the anger that Su Shui had ignited, Sun Kai immediately dialed one of his subordinates. Find out the true identity of Su Lungyu's fiancé, as well as any recent developments in the Su family. The sooner, the better. Yes, young master. Sun Kai did not have to wait long. News regarding such matters involving prominent families was typically gathered swiftly. The Su family's intelligence simply required prompt delivery. With a series of knocks at the door, a stack of documents was presented to Sun Kai. As he perused the materials in his hands, he mused quietly. The individual known as Yun Zimo truly exemplifies a mere bartender, employing the most unscrupulous tactics, akin to cooking raw rice into a finished meal. Su Lingyu's relentless pursuit of the chairman's position reveals her lack of discernment. I am undoubtedly superior to this bartender by countless measures. This wretched woman. Had I known this would transpire, I should have employed underhanded means to ensure her compliance. However, given Su Shui's abysmal failure at yesterday's shareholders' meeting, it is no wonder that she seeks my assistance now. If she desires my involvement, it will require a price. Though Su Shui may not possess the beauty of Su Lungyu, she bears a semblance to her, and is certainly more appealing than those who merely pander for monetary gain. Resolute in my decision, I returned her call. How are you considering this, young master son? Su Shui inquired, her tone laced with urgency. Sun Kai responded directly. Are you suggesting that I take action against Su Lingyu? Young master son, Su Lingyu is hardly more astute than a mere bartender. Shouldn't she be made aware of the magnitude of her errors? Su Sui Counter. Our families have long since severed ties. I heard Su Lingyu dominated the shareholders' meeting yesterday, and I have no desire to provoke her, Sun Kai replied, though a tempest of anger brewed within him, his composure unshaken. Understanding that a mere show of goodwill would not suffice to win Sun Kai over, Su Shui declared, young master son, if you assist me in gaining control of the Su family and toppling Su Lingyu, I shall willingly offer you 20% of the Su group's shares. Sun Kai raised an eyebrow, showing no signs of interest, and retorted, anyone can make empty promises. You must present something tangible. Su Sui, recognizing that a grounded proposition was essential, replied humbly, what is it that you desire, young master son? I assure you, anything within my power will be delivered. Within 2 hours, meet me at room 1888 in the Emperor Hotel. After that, I believe you comprehend my intentions, Sun Kai stated, cutting the conversation short. At the Su family's villa, Wei Tsuitao observed Su Shui, who remained silent on the phone. So, did young master son agree? She inquired. He said I must go to the Emperor Hotel to receive his consent, Su Shui reluctantly admitted. As a woman, Wei Tsuitao understood the implications of Sun Kai's intentions and reprimanded. What? He has the audacity to entertain such thoughts about you? In contrast to Wei Tsuitao's disapproval, Su Lingyu spoke hesitantly. Kulachin Herkulutin. Wei Tsuitao, having ascended from a position of mistress, did not vehemently oppose her daughter's choice as an ordinary mother might. Instead, she expressed concern, stating, are you truly certain? Sun Kai is not a man of virtue. His indulgent lifestyle is evident, which is precisely why Su Lingyu would not consent to the union. Anything is preferable to that wretched Su Lingyu bringing a bartender home. Su Shui's eyes glimmered with envy. However, before Wei Zitao could voice further concerns, Su Shui interrupted, no more buts. At this juncture, young master son is likely our only ally. After all, Su Lingyu's engagement to a fool will surely incite the ire of her former fiancé. Other prominent families have no vested interest in Su Lingyu and would not assist two unrelated individuals like us. With a resigned sigh, Wei Tsuitao could only remain silent. Upon seeing Wei Tsuitao no longer obstructing her, Su Shui rose and exited. After more than half an hour, she arrived at the door of room 1888 in the Dihao Hotel. Though her heart was filled with trepidation, she mustered the courage to knock. The door is unlocked. Come in, a languid voice called out. Su Shui recognized that retreat was no longer an option. To wrest control of the Su group from Su Lingyu, relying solely on herself, was futile, so she stepped inside with measured grace. Sun Kai reclined on the bed, a man long ensnared by indulgence, appearing frail and devoid of vigor. His demeanor shifted as he noticed Su Shui's entrance, and he sat up, invigorated. The room bore no remnants of the tumultuous night prior. For Sun Kai had summoned hotel staff to replace the bedding. "You cannot go back on your word," Su Shui stated, her gaze steady upon the man who scrutinized her with evident desire. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word. I will ensure the Su family is yours." Sun Kai, well versed in the art of seduction, responded. As he beheld Su Shui slowly disrobing, he eagerly lunged forward, pinning her onto the bed. Su Shui relinquished her resistance, allowing him to seize the moment. Following an intense encounter, Su Shui wiped her lips, feigning innocence as she remarked, "Sun Shao, I am now yours. You must not abandon me." Gazing at the alluring figure in his arms, Sun Kai assured her, "Do not fret. Su Lingyu would rather marry a bartender than me. I will ensure she understands the consequences of provoking me. As for you, my lovely enchantress, let us revisit our previous escapade." How tiresome. The two then embarked on yet another round of their clandestine liaison. Chapter 10. Meeting the parents unbeknownst to the passage of time. Yun Zimo awoke from his slumber. Before him was a breathtaking visage, with penetrating eyes surveying him. Startled, Yun Zimo sat upright and clutched the blanket tightly. "You are awake?" Su Lingyu stood before him, arms crossed, her expression a mix of anxiety and aloofness. "If you had continued sleeping, I would have found a way to rouse you," she added. "Is there something you need?" Yun Zimo lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. "You don't think I pay you a monthly sum of 100,000 yuan just for you to sleep, do you?" Su Lingyu frowned. Instantly, Yun Zimo stood and adjusted his clothing. "I am at your service. Please instruct me. Gulme, let us go downstairs for lunch. Everything I wish to convey has been clearly outlined in the documents I provided," she instructed. "Rest assured, Miss Su, I reviewed the materials throughout the night. I remember your preferences, such as your fondness for blue and your dietary restrictions regarding peanuts, as well as the various familial connections." Yun Zimo replied, as if a student responding to a teacher's query. "Very well, but do remember to address me as Lingyu or Yuer in front of others. Is that understood?" Su Lingyu remarked, noting the distance in his address. "Of course, Su." No, it should be Lingyu." Yun Zimo wiped away non-existent perspiration from his forehead. "That is much better. Now let us proceed." Observing the somewhat composed Yun Zimo, Su Lingyu nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction, and continued to speak. "As for your sister, it is safer for her to remain indoors. Having reviewed the information, you must be aware of my family's circumstances." "Very well. I shall defer to your arrangements." Under the eaves, Yun Zimo found himself devoid of any grounds for rebuttal, becoming nothing more than a nodding machine. Su Shui, too, refrained from further conversation, guiding Yun Zimo through the villa until they arrived at the dining hall. Before entering the hall, Su Lingyu naturally linked her arm with Yun Zimo's. For Yun Zimo, this was the first instance in which someone willingly took hold of his arm, causing his heart to race, and his entire arm to stiffen as if it were not his own. He could hardly contemplate the romantic notions often depicted in literature. Instead, his thoughts seemed frozen, as though he were a marionette being manipulated by Su Lingyu. At the center of an oval dining table sat a kind-faced elderly woman. Having seen her photograph in the materials, Yun Zimo recognized her as Su Lingyu's grandmother, Su Qing. "Good evening, Grandma," Su Lingyu greeted sweetly. Grandma Su scrutinized the two, her gaze lingering on Yun Zimo, who, as a person from humble beginnings, appeared somewhat restrained in such a setting. His attire, clearly worn from prolonged use, bore the marks of his modest background, yet his features were well defined. Investigations revealed he had a sixth sister with whom he lived, suggesting a kind heart, which earned him some points in Grandma Su's estimation. Noticing Yun Zimo's awkward silence, Su Lingyu discreetly twisted her arm around his waist, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. Realizing his predicament, he hurriedly said, "Good evening, Grandma." "All right, please take a seat," Grandma Su replied with a hint of exasperation. Yet she relented to her granddaughter's wishes and chose not to say more. Once seated, without needing to be prompted, the servants began to present a series of exquisite dishes, and within moments, each person was served a meal tailored to their preferences. "Let us begin our meal," Grandma Su declared as she picked up her chopsticks, prompting Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu to follow suit. Having skipped breakfast, Yun Zimo gazed at the food before him, which was 100 times more delicate than what he usually consumed, and he began to eat voraciously. As the elderly woman, Grandma Sue, age weighed upon her, she paused after consuming a few bites. Regardless of whether your marriage is genuine or not, you must present me with my great-grandson within a year. Her words, once spoken, were thunderous, clearly indicating her awareness of Su Lingyu's casual boyfriend. Coughing lightly, Su Lingyu nearly choked on her food at her grandmother's declaration. "Grandma," she protested, stamping her foot and adopting a playful tone. The cold-faced CEO in public was evidently more subdued at home. Meanwhile, Yun Zimo, having heard Grandma Su's remarks, dared not speak, lowering his head further into his meal. "You have already delayed for 3 years. Since you don't prefer domineering men, this Zimo is one you brought home yourself. As long as you can give me a healthy great-grandson, you may conduct yourselves as you wish. I will not interfere." Understanding that her grandmother would only grow more insistent the more she spoke, Su Lingyu chose to remain silent. Madame Su was acutely aware of Su Lingyu's temperament. Thus, she redirected her focus towards Yun Zimo. "Zimo, the legacy of the Su family rests upon your shoulders." Realizing there was no escape, Yun Zimo could only obediently nod and respond, "Understood, Grandma." Madame Su nodded, her satisfaction evident in Yun Zimo's response, which made her regard him with a touch more favor. She clapped her hands, and a servant promptly presented a black card before Yun Zimo. "This card contains 10 million. When you have the time, take Lingyu out to explore, perhaps buy some clothes you fancy." "Grandma, there's no need to indulge him like this. There are plenty of clothes in the house," Su Lingyu interjected, jealousy tinging her voice as she realized that she had become the one in disfavor so soon after their gathering. "This sum is merely to uphold the dignity of the Su family. Otherwise, Zimo would be left with nothing to his name, which would be a disgrace to us all." Madame Su's words interrupted Su Lingyu's attempt to claim the black card. Resigned, Su Lingyu withdrew her hand, her irritation directed at Yun Zimo as she remarked, "What are you staring at? If I say take it, then take it." Upon receiving a nod of approval from his benefactor, Yun Zimo cherished the black card as if it were treasure. "Thank you, Grandma." With Yun Zimo accepting the card, Madame Su nodded in satisfaction. Su Lingyu, sensing that further indulgence might lead to unforeseen complications, declared within a minute, "I am full." Observing the cold gaze from beside her, Yun Zimo hastily took a few more bites, echoing, "I'm also full." This child, Madame Su thought, but as she watched the pair hastily exit the hall, she decided to let it go. Once outside the dining room, Su Lingyu, now more familiar with the situation, linked her arm with Yun Zimo and began, "I was a bit thoughtless earlier. In this villa, we must appear affectionate. After all, this is my grandmother's domain." Caught in the proximity of Su Lingyu, Yun Zimo found himself momentarily entranced. The embrace of a beauty was something he had only dared to dream of. Yet, when faced with the reality, it felt surreal. Noticing his daze, Su Lingyu seized the opportunity to pinch the soft flesh at his waist sharply. "What are you thinking?" "Ah." The sudden pain jolted Yun Zimo back to reality. Nothing at all. Deciding not to speak the truth, are we?" Su Lingyu launched another playful assault. The discomfort compelled Yun Zimo to straighten his posture more than ever before. "It's just that Miss Su is exceedingly beautiful. I was momentarily captivated," he lamented, tears of frustration welling up in his eyes as he hurriedly spoke. "Now that's more like it," Su Lingyu replied, her mood lifting at his flattery. Her smile resembled that of a celestial being. The persistent ache at his waist, however, prevented him from sinking back into his reverie. "Then you should keep this black card," she continued, her spirits buoyed by the compliment, though she swiftly added, "but it can only be used for clothing." "Very well." Initially expecting to receive 10 million directly, the realization that it was limited to attire left him disheartened. The world of the affluent is beyond our comprehension. Noticing Yun Zimo savored in disappointment, Su Lingyu increased, "You performed admirably today. Feel free to express any desires you may have." "I wish to practice martial arts." Yun Zimo spoke in a low voice, acknowledging that although he had been enjoying the hospitality of the Su family, the matter at hand concerned his very life. After a year, when the protection of the Su family would no longer be available, Acquiring some self-defense skills would enable him to struggle against any ill-intentioned individuals. Martial arts? Su Lingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this young man possibly know about martial arts? It seemed that only the members of the 8 prominent families in South City were privy to such knowledge. Just as Su Lingyu was lost in contemplation, Yun Zimo's next words dispelled her doubts. It's just some self-defense techniques. Your bodyguard is tall and strong. Perhaps someone could teach me. Su Shui scrutinized Yun Zimo from head to toe, quietly concluding that his physique did appear somewhat frail, and that practicing martial arts could indeed bolster his strength. Having made up her mind, Su Shui tugged at Yun Zimo. Come on, since you wish to learn martial arts, follow me. Within the expansive Su family villa, covering an area of 1,000 square meters, Su Shui led Yun Zimo through a series of winding paths. After navigating a small copse of trees, they arrived at a somewhat smaller courtyard. From a distance, they could see a middle-aged man dressed in a white training outfit, seated calmly on a mat in the courtyard. Uncle Wu, I have come to see you, Su Shui exclaimed, releasing Yun Zimo's arm and running toward the man in the training outfit. Upon hearing his name, the middle-aged man slowly assumed a finishing posture, opening his eyes. Recognizing Su Shui, a smile spread across his face. Suil, you have grown even more radiant in the 3 years since we last met. What brings you here today? Uncle Wu, I indeed have matters to discuss with you. Su Lingyu replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice, as it had been 3 years since her last visit, and now she approached him with a request. Speak. What is it? Although 3 years had passed, Wu Zhan had watched Su Lingyu grow up, and he would not refuse her request. Observing Yun Zimo, still standing awkwardly in the distance, like a mere stick, Su Lingyu called out, What are you doing over there? Hurry up and come here. Hearing his benefactor sister's command, Yun Zimo hurriedly approached. How about I become your disciple? Su Lingyu proposed. Wu Zhan glanced at the frail-looking Yun Zimo, feeling a surge of disdain. However, it was difficult to refuse Su Lingyu's request, so he replied, Since you have spoken, I shall accept him as my named disciple. Meanwhile, Yun Zimo wore a look of reluctance and tugged at Su Lingyu's sleeve, whispering, I only want to learn some self-defense techniques. I do prefer not to study martial arts as mere showmanship. Showmanship? Su girl, I believe you should seek someone more capable. I can't teach this one, Wu Zhan remarked. Although he appeared to be in his middle years, he was sharp of hearing and had caught every word of Yun Zimo's quiet murmurs. With that, he turned to leave for the house. Uncle Wu, please don't go. Yun Zimo is not familiar with the ways of our circle. Could you demonstrate a technique for him? Yun Zimo quickly apologized, Su Lingyu urged, hastily grasping Wu Zhan's arm while prompting Yun Zimo. Caught off guard by Wu Zhan's keen hearing, Yun Zimo stammered an apology. I'm sorry. Wu Zhan gazed at the spirited Su Yada tugging at him, aware that failing to comply with the whims of this impish child would lead to incessant protests. Thus, he gently tousled her hair and turned around, declaring, Since you are so insistent, I shall grant you a glimpse of what you refer to as mere showmanship. He commanded, Bring forth the wooden post I typically practice my exploration techniques on, and procure a new one. A nearby attendant, upon hearing his request, retrieved an iron tripod from a small storage area, upon which rested a solid round log. Young lad, examine this piece of wood for any discrepancies, Wu Zhan instructed. Yun Zimo thought to himself that he was eager to inspect it, so he swiftly stepped forward, prodding and tapping, seemingly in search of any sticky spots. Observing the young man's relentless fussing, Wu Zhan's patience began to wane, and he remarked, Are you finished yet? Yun Zimo, step aside, Su Lingyu interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. Upon hearing the voice of his benefactor, Yun Zimo reluctantly stepped aside. Having not had an audience for his training in quite some time, Wu Zhan's playful spirit emerged. He intentionally extended his hands in front of Yun Zimo, rotating them back and forth, as if to demonstrate that he had not resorted to trickery. A flicker of disdain crossed Yun Zimo's eyes. He found nothing impressive about the display. However, in the next moment, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground in astonishment. Wu Zhan, with remarkable swiftness, effortlessly plunged his entire palm into the log, as if it were made of tofu, and deftly sliced off a piece. He then tossed the wooden fragment towards the stunned Yun Zimo. Instinctively, Yun Zimo caught it, the imprint of Wu Zhan's hand unmistakably visible on its surface. "How could this be possible?" he exclaimed, as the piece of wood in his grasp seemed to mock him, shattering his understanding of the world he had held for over 2 decades. Noticing Yun Zimo's rapt attention on the wood, Wu Zhan couldn't help but chuckle. "Is this lad truly rendered speechless? Yun Zimo, why do you remain in a stupor?" Su Lingyu's voice flowed like a refreshing stream, snapping him back to reality. Regaining his composure, Yun Zimo promptly knelt before Wu Zhan, earnestly stating, "Master, please allow me to pay my respects." With that, he bowed deeply. "You show a modicum of cleverness, yet you may only be recognized as my nominal disciple for now. Do you accept this?" Wu Zhan inquired with a smile. "Absolutely. I accept." Yun Zimo knew this was an extraordinary opportunity, and he bowed repeatedly in gratitude. "All right, rise," Wu Zhan replied, having taken Yun Zimo under his wing primarily due to Su Yata's influence. However, now that he had taken him on as a disciple, he felt compelled to impart some words of caution. "Given your current age, you must exert considerable effort to tread the path of martial arts. But in light of Su Yatu, I shall devote myself to your instruction. As for how far you can progress in martial arts, that is entirely up to you." "Understood." Yun Zimo nodded earnestly. Seeing that Yun Zimo had successfully attained the qualifications to pursue martial arts, Su Lingyu decided to have him stay while she attended to her daily business at the company. Chapter 12. The Surging Tide Technique, my young disciple. What is your true identity that has prompted Su Yatu to seek me out on your behalf? Now that he had accepted Yun Zimo as a nominal disciple, Wu Zhan felt inclined to take advantage of the situation. Given the formidable prowess of his master, Yun Zimo felt compelled to be forthright. "Master, I am currently the nominal fiancé of Miss Su, although she has only granted me this title for a year." "A year? I doubt it will suffice," he confessed, sensing Wu Zhan's skepticism. Internally, Yun Zimo mused whether all aged individuals had an affinity for romance. Fortunately, Wu Zhan shifted his tone. "Your youthful affairs are beyond my concern. Since you have promised Miss Su to earnestly learn, please come inside." Following Master Wu through the grand entrance, Yun Zimo observed a plaque on the right, elegantly inscribed with the characters for Jintao sect, surrounded by various altars. To the left, a row of meditation cushions hinted at a training area. Ahead lay a reception room, adorned with decor that exuded a sense of nostalgia, seemingly crafted specifically for Master Wu. Master Wu guided Yun Zimo toward the cushions, gesturing for him to sit upon one. Instantly, Yun Zimo assumed a cross-legged position. Once he settled, Master Wu began, "As you have seen upon entering, our sect is called the Jintao sect. However, as a mere nominal disciple, you shall be spared the ceremonial formalities. Since you hail from outside our circle, let me elucidate the realms of martial arts and the knowledge you seek." Under Master Wu's guidance, Yun Zimo gradually grasped the esoteric aspects of a world unknown to ordinary folk. The martial arts realms were categorized as Qi gathering, meridian unblocking, blood refinement, bone forging, skin training, and innate mastery. As for the realms beyond innate, Master Wu refrained from elaborating, seemingly deeming such knowledge unnecessary for Yun Zimo. Although formidable, a martial artist insufficient in realm could not rival firearms. Only those who reached skin training could withstand the bullets of standard handguns, while those beyond innate could endure rifle fire. Thus, in a world where only a few practiced superficial external techniques, most schools devoted to internal cultivation remained hidden. Regarding the official martial forces, Master Wu merely brushed over the topic, stating that only those who surpassed the innate level were eligible for membership. As for the various sects dispersed amongst the populace, the government imposed only one stipulation: no martial transgressions were permitted. It seemed that after years of silence, Master Wu had opened up, sharing an abundance of insights related to martial artists with Yun Zimo. The latter, fascinated by the intricacies of martial arts, found the discourse utterly engrossing, never feeling bored. An hour passed, and after quenching his thirst with a cup of water handed to him by an attendant, Master Wu felt invigorated, remarking that it had been ages since he had experienced such exhilaration in this courtyard. "Master, is it time to impart the techniques to me?" Yun Zimo ventured cautiously, feeling the numbing effects of an hour spent seated. Naturally, remain still while I fetch something. Upon hearing this, Master Wu ascended to the second floor and shortly returned with a blue-bound tome. Here, this is the foundational martial art manual of our Jintao sect, titled Surging Waves, which encompasses the methods for the first 3 realms of cultivation. Given your age, you may find these 3 realms sufficient for a lifetime of study. Upon receiving the manual, Yun Zimo did not hastily open it, but instead inquired, Master, how does our martial art rank? During the recent discussion, Yun Zimo learned that martial arts in the world are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Ahem. Master Wu cleared his throat and remarked, originally, the surging tide technique could be classified as a lower grade of the profound tier, but by the time it reached my hands, it had only retained the ability to be cultivated to the innate realm. According to official recognition, any technique that can only be cultivated to the innate level is classified as yellow tier. Thus, it is currently regarded as a yellow tier technique. Oh, Yun Zimo responded, slightly disappointed. Do not aim too high. Do you think that the more advanced techniques are easier to learn? Focus on mastering the technique you have at hand first. Master Wu advised, noticing Yun Zimo's disheartened demeanor and opting to change the subject. Eagerly, Yun Zimo began to peruse the text. Despite his master's continual discouragement, he was determined to practice, even if he could only reach the first realm. Upon reviewing this surging tide technique, he realized his master's words held truth. The language was convoluted and replete with archaic expressions. However, with his master by his side, every time he encountered a point of confusion, Master Wu patiently elucidated, pointing out the locations described in the surging tide technique within the body. After Master Wu had explained the material approximately 3 times, Yun Zimo finally memorized the method of practice and the pertinent precautions for the first realm. With his hands gently cradling his lower abdomen, he closed his eyes and commenced his initial practice. The first step was to sense the flow of vital energy. Sitting cross-legged for several hours had not been in vain. When the flow of energy was obstructed, its fluctuations became easier to perceive. Sure enough, Yun Zimo soon felt the sensation of energy circulating within his thighs. According to the technique, he was to gradually extend this awareness to his limbs, brain, and ultimately to the energy within his abdomen. This was a prerequisite for entering the gathering chi phase. Once this was accomplished, he could begin the breathing formula described in the surging tide technique, focusing his spirit on the lower dantian. Subsequently, through the cyclical operation of the technique, he could refine his vital energy into internal strength. Successfully transforming this internal strength would signify his entry into the gathering chi realm, marking him as a martial artist. Upon sensing the vital energy within his thighs, Yun Zimo concentrated his spirit as instructed by the technique, envisioning it flowing through his body under the guidance of the energy. This was indeed a challenging point. Typically, individuals would struggle for 10 days to half a month without sensing the flow of energy in other parts of their bodies. There were generally 2 methods to overcome this. One could use rare herbs to enhance their vital energy or practice external techniques to bolster their vitality. However, as Yun Zimo successfully anchored his spirit to the vital energy, it surged forth like a small vessel, propelling him toward his abdomen. While for others, once this energy entered the lower abdomen, their spirit would sink into a void. Yun Zimo felt as though he had merely broken through a thin layer of paper. The vital energy did not linger. Within seconds, it had coursed throughout his entire body, continuously dispersing. Gradually, Yun Zimo sensed that his entire body was infused with his own spiritual energy, the vital energy within him surging like tides. Naturally, he became aware of the area in his lower dantian where the vital energy could not reach. This was the location of the dantian itself. According to the description in the surging tide technique, once the vital energy surged throughout the body, he could invoke the breathing formula to begin refining the vital energy. With each inhalation and exhalation, Yun Zimo's body resembled a bellows, responding to the rhythm of his breathing technique. His vital energy surged through him like wild stallions breaking free. Rushing towards his dantian, where it was absorbed as if by a whale, gradually generating strands of internal force under the infusion of his vitality. Observing Yun Zimo's unwavering determination as he directly initiated the breathing technique, Master Wu could only shake his head in resignation, reminiscent of his own earlier self. Chapter 13. The terror of this youth without the mental mastery to guide his vital energy, it would never enter the Dantian. Master Wu, feeling a sense of disbelief, attempted the technique himself, yet proved futile. He could not even sense his own vital energy, let alone produce internal force. Lost in thought, he picked up a glass of water prepared by an attendant and took a sip. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from the meditation cushion. What? Turning to see Yun Zimo's pale face, Master Wu was taken aback, his specially crafted glass cup cracking under the pressure of his grip. Like a bolt of lightning, he sprang forward, crossing several meters in a single stride to support the nearly fainting Yun Zimo. What is happening? His vital energy has diminished significantly. Has he truly cultivated internal force? Master Wu's face was painted with disbelief as he grasped Yun Zimo's arm, probing his body with internal energy. Moments later, he jolted as if struck by electricity. This youth is indeed terrifying. No, wait, he is my disciple. Then everything is fine. With that thought, Master Wu hastily called out, Quickly, fetch my century-old wild ginseng and slice it. Yes, sir. Before long, an attendant approached with a tray in hand. Hurry, place it in his mouth and guide him in refining it. Upon hearing this, Yun Zimo shakily accepted the thin slice from Master Wu and placed it in his mouth. As soon as it touched his tongue, a hint of color returned to his face. Without hesitation, he began to circulate the turbulent waves technique to refine the ginseng. As the wild ginseng was continuously absorbed, Yun Zimo, who had nearly been drained of vitality, gradually regained his strength. Compared to his earlier state, his physique became more defined, evidently benefiting from the essence of the ginseng in honing his body. Once he sensed that the essence in his mouth had been fully extracted, Yun Zimo slowly opened his eyes. He found his mentor gazing at him with a complex expression, more akin to observing a marvel than a disciple. Master, I have cultivated internal force. Hearing Yun Zimo's audacious declaration, Master Wu nearly spat blood. The disparity was truly infuriating. Let it all be destroyed. I am weary. Master Wu felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate everything. Although he had heard of prodigious martial artists breaking through to the gathering chi stage within a single day, witnessing such a phenomenon firsthand was a significant blow to his spirit, especially as Yun Zimo had achieved this feat through a far more terrifying method of cultivation. Perhaps even the most illustrious scions of the greatest martial families would pale in comparison. After exhaling a long breath and barely managing to calm his emotions, Master Wu spoke. Since you have now mastered the techniques of the gathering chi stage, you may take this plate of wild ginseng with you. Should you require more or achieve perfection in the gathering chi stage, return to find me. Clearly, Master Wu wished for Yun Zimo to cease lingering before him, lest it disrupt his own mental state. Understood. Feeling a surge of power far beyond his previous capabilities, Yun Zimo obediently spoke. Just as he was about to rise and depart, Master Wu seemed to recall something, gripping Yun Zimo's attire with the strength of an eagle seizing its prey, rendering him utterly unable to resist. It was then that Yun Zimo realized that the newfound strength he had acquired was insignificant in the face of a martial arts master. The momentary swell of pride within him was extinguished. Master Wu, holding Yun Zimo, took several strides and turned right into the sanctuary dedicated to the ancestors of the Jintao sect. Kneeling down, he performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows, proclaiming, "You are now the 156th successor of the Jintao sect." He then unceremoniously deposited Yun Zimo onto a mat intended for worship, complying without hesitation. Yun Zimo followed suit. Observing this, Master Wu nodded approvingly. By accepting such a remarkably gifted individual as Yun Zimo, he felt he had honored the legacy of the Jintao sect and accomplished a significant milestone in his life. Traditionally, the Jintao sect sought a successor only after the current disciples' vitality began to wane and their skills could no longer be advanced. Little did they expect Yun Zimo to present himself as a candidate. You may leave now, but remember, do not seek me unless it is of utmost importance. Master Wu instructed before hastily ascending to the second floor, seemingly believing that remaining near Yun Zimo would disturb his own composure. Yes, Master, Yun Zimo replied, scratching his head in confusion, unaware of the emotional turmoil he had inadvertently caused Master Wu. Thus, under the guidance of servant, Yun Zimo returned to his chamber, clutching a tray containing a century-old wild ginseng. Savoring its flavor, Yun Zimo found the enhancements to his physical capabilities through cultivation irresistible. Upon entering his room, he eagerly placed a piece of wild ginseng in his mouth and entered a state of cultivation. This time, he deliberately slowed his pace, balancing the transformation of the ginseng's essence with his energy consumption. Threads of inner strength continuously manifested, and Yun Zimo's power steadily increased. As evening approached, the entire tray of wild ginseng was consumed, and he reluctantly exited his cultivation state. His inner strength had transitioned from a mere trickle to a small mass. However, he understood that only when his inner strength was fully accumulated and his vitality could no longer convert into inner strength, would he reach the completion of the qi gathering stage and commence the meridian opening stage of cultivation. Deprived of cultivation resources, Yun Zimo decided to check on Yun Wan's well-being. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find an unexpected visitor waiting at his threshold. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Butler Wang, who had greeted him that morning. Butler Wang, is there something you need? Congratulations, young master, on becoming Master Wu's disciple. Old Madam Su has instructed me that should you require any cultivation resources, simply have a servant notify me, and I will prepare them for you with utmost urgency. Butler Wang replied with a respectful demeanor. Indeed, nothing escaped the notice of the head of the Su family. It was astonishing how swiftly the decision to nurture him had been made. Perfect, I have exhausted my supply of wild ginseng for cultivation. Please arrange for 2 portions to be delivered, and ideally, for portions daily henceforth, Yun Zimo stated without hesitation, having assessed his consumption rate. Understood. I shall make the arrangements immediately, Butler Wang responded, promptly bowing before taking his leave. Upon realizing that he no longer needed to worry about training resources, Yun Zimo felt quite pleased as he made his way to Yun Wan's room. He knocked on the door and called out, Yun Wan, open the door. Immediately, a voice resonated from within. Brother has finally come to see me. He could hear her rushing towards the door, which was opened shortly thereafter. Upon entering, he noticed a middle-aged woman dressed as a servant standing respectfully to the side. Greetings, young master. I have been arranged by the young lady to attend to Miss Yun. She said, you may leave now. Yes, the servant replied, departing the room. How are you today, Wan Wan? Yun Zimo inquired. Very well. I am quite hungry. Aunt Wan will send someone to bring me food. Everything is delicious, and I am completely satisfied, Yun Wan exclaimed, patting her round belly. Brother, I want to stay here forever. There is so much good food. Can we? She pleaded, shaking his hand playfully. Looking at his little glutton, Yun Zimo felt a sense of helplessness. However, as a true disciple of Master Wu, he was confident that even after the contract with Su Lengyu expired, he could remain with the Su family. Thus, he affectionately ruffled her hair and said, All right, we will do as Wan Wan wishes. You are the best, brother. Yun Wan joyfully leaped into his embrace. Chapter 14. Gifts from Grandmother Su. A sudden cough interrupted the moment from outside the room. Yun Zimo turned to see Su Lengyu standing at the door, clad in a black professional outfit. What brings you here? He asked. How could I not come and witness you embracing your sister? You plan to stay with us forever. After all, Su Lengyu thought to herself, but said aloud, Come on. It's nearly dinner time. As for your sister's condition, she will need to go to the hospital tomorrow for specialized tests to assess any potential for treatment. Yun Wan looked at Su Lengyu at the door, instinctively feeling a sense of rivalry, as if sensing that the woman was there to vie for her brother's attention. All right, Yun Zimo said, withdrawing his arm from Yun Wan's grasp. Wan Wan, stay here obediently. If you need anything, just tell Aunt Wan. Okay, Yun Wan pouted, resembling a forlorn little kitten about to be abandoned. Seeing that she had acquiesced, Yun Zimo approached the door. Let us go. Su Lengyu took the opportunity to link her arm with Yun Zimo's, casting a glance back at Yun Wan, which made the latter's pout deepen. Yet, as Su Lingyu held onto Yun Zimo, she felt that his arm was even stronger than it had been at noon. However, she quickly dismissed the thought as a mere illusion, considering that an afternoon of training likely consisted only of basic stances and an introduction to martial arts. With greater familiarity, they reached the dining hall with increased speed. Zimo, come quickly. I heard you have become a disciple of Master Wu. Excellent news, exclaimed the usually stern grandmother Su, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Yun Zimo. Grandmother, it was my request for Uncle Wu to take him on as a disciple. Otherwise, do you think Uncle Wu would have noticed him? Su Lingyu immediately spoke up, asserting that this matter was clearly her achievement, and she could not allow Yun Zimo to take advantage of it. Looking into the compelling gaze of the beautiful woman before him, Yun Zimo dared not refute the matriarch. Indeed, it was Lingyu's merit. What? Su Laotai expressed slight confusion, recalling that just a few hours prior, the reclusive Master Wu had unexpectedly appeared before her. Madam Su, you are truly fortunate to have Zimo as your son-in-law, Master Wu remarked. What does this mean? Upon hearing this, Master Wu realized that the Su family was unaware of Yun Zimo's martial prowess, and thus he continued, if you are willing to nurture your granddaughter's fiancé, it is likely that in a few years, the Su family will produce a congenital powerhouse. At that time, the entire South City may undergo a transformation. Is that truly so? Although Su Laotai had only a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, she was aware that the congenital realm was a significant milestone, with the saying that those who do not enter this realm are but ants. Notably, among the prominent families in South City, there were no members or guests with congenital status. Indeed, Master Wu affirmed with conviction, with the assurance of a master in the bone refinement stage. The stage was set for Butler Wu to wait for Yun Zimo. Returning to the present, Su Laotai gradually regained her composure. Very well, since Zimo claims it is your achievement, then it shall be yours, she declared. Su Lingyu was taken aback, pondering the implications of Yun Zimo's claim to ownership of her achievements during her absence, who had bewitched her grandmother. After all, she was the one and only granddaughter. Was martial prowess truly so alluring that merely being a nominal disciple of Uncle Wu could earn her grandmother's admiration? Plagued by confusion, Su Lingyu distractedly continued to eat, seemingly affected by the situation. Nevertheless, deep within her heart, she felt a flicker of joy, for knowing that her choice did not disappoint her grandmother provided her with a sense of psychological satisfaction. After a few minutes, Su Lingyu decided to let go of her concerns and prepared to lead Yun Zimo away, who was still eating. At that moment, Su Laotai called to the departing pair. Zimo, you stay behind. I have something to discuss with you. You may leave for now. Su Lingyu's eyes gleamed with a hint of warning. As if to caution Yun Zimo against speaking indiscreetly, her hand poised at her waist. Yun Zimo naturally returned a reassuring glance, prompting Su Lingyu to release him and exit the dining hall. Grandmother, is there something you wish to discuss? Ah, Zimo, Su Laotai began. You lost her parents in a car accident when she was young, so she has not known the comfort of parental love. She has endured considerable hardship over the years, and I entrust her care to you. The matriarch was playing the emotional card. Do not worry, grandmother. Lingyu is my fiancé, and I will surely protect her. Yun Zimo assured her, determined not to allow anyone to bully his benefactor. That is good to hear. Su Laotai nodded with satisfaction, with a clap of her hands. Butler Wang entered the dining hall, carrying a tray. This is a millennium-old He-Shou Wu, a cherished treasure of our Su family. I know you have just embarked on your martial journey and are in urgent need of such rare resources. Consider this a gift from your grandmother. Yun Zimo felt it would be impolite to decline, and he nodded, saying, Thank you, grandmother. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Upon receiving the gift, Elder Su nodded with satisfaction and said, Well, it is getting late. You should return and rest. Certainly, Yun Zimo replied respectfully before departing from the dining hall, feeling a sense of relief. After all, being in the presence of someone of a higher generation always brought a considerable amount of pressure. However, upon turning a corner, he found Su Lingyu waiting for him. As Su Lingyu was about to say something, she noticed Butler Wu following closely behind Yun Zimo. Thus, she walked beside him until they reached his residence, where Butler Wu placed down the items and took his leave. Once Butler Wu had departed, Su Lingyu began to scrutinize Yun Zimo, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Is something the matter? I didn't embarrass myself in front of my grandmother, did I? Yun Zimo queried, unsure of what might have transpired. Su Lingyu examined him, finding nothing particularly remarkable about Yun Zimo that could possibly please her grandmother, and responded dismissively, of course not. That's good to hear. If I find out that you said something inappropriate, you should be aware of the consequences, she warned, mimicking a gesture as if to threaten him, her jealousy towards Yun Zimo's apparent favoritism from her grandmother evident. Yun Zimo trembled slightly and quickly replied, naturally. Just as Su Lingyu was about to utter more, Xiaoyu hurried in from the bedroom and whispered something to her. All right, understood, Su Lingyu said, regaining her aloof demeanor. She turned to Yun Zimo and added, make sure to review the materials I provided you. After all, you'll be here for a year. Don't let slip any details. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Understood, Yun Zimo responded respectfully, watching as Su Lingyu exited. Afterward, he opened the package of aged Hisho Wu that Butler Wu had sent, which had been conveniently sliced into pieces. Yun Zimo picked up a piece, placed it in his mouth, and began his cultivation. Waves of pure medicinal energy were refined within him, and feeling an immense potency surpassing that of wild ginseng. He accelerated the transformation of his vital energy. If other martial artists were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be moved to tears, even with such extraordinary treasures. Their cultivation speed would not come close to Yun Zimo's astonishing rate, as his body's resilience seemed forged through countless trials. Thus, his cultivation level rapidly ascended. Chapter 15. Interrogating the trader within a basement of the Su residence. Su Lingyu was led by Xiaoyu into one of the rooms. Upon seeing Su Lingyu enter, a bruised individual attempted to approach her, but was stopped by two bodyguards. The individual was a middle-aged woman dressed in the attire of a servant from the Su family. Miss, I realize my mistake. Please spare me, the woman pleaded, dropping to her knees as she found herself unable to move closer. Oh, and what have you done wrong? Su Lingyu feigned ignorance, taking a seat on the chair that the bodyguards had brought over. I should not have taken items from your study's trash bin. I am not human, the middle-aged woman lamented, slapping her own face in despair. It appears that the Su family has treated you poorly over the years. Otherwise, how could you dare to act in such a manner? Su Lingyu did not spare her a glance, preoccupied with her fingers as she spoke to herself. No, no, no. The old lady of the Su family treats us servants quite well. Then how dare you conspire with others? The servant replied, Miss, you cannot blame me. It was the second Miss Su. She threatened to expel me if I did not heed her words. You do not understand. My entire family relies on me working in the Su household. Upon hearing this, the servant broke down in tears. Within the Su villa, amidst numerous servants, why was only this one singled out? Look at this, Su Lingyu said, presenting a bank statement with staggering figures. What do you have to say for yourself? She seized a document from Xiaoye's hands and tossed it to the floor. The trader, realizing that protesting was futile, cried out, Miss, I have served the Su family faithfully for many years. Please spare me this once. You should have anticipated the consequences when you committed this act. Compile her confessions and deliver them to the police. Engage the finest lawyer to ensure she remains imprisoned for several years. Understood, Miss, Xiaoye replied. You cannot do this. No, no. The trader struggled desperately, but two burly bodyguards easily restrained and escorted her away. What about the second Miss Su? Xiaoye inquired. Do not concern yourself with her for now. Grandmother is unwell, so let her be for the time being. However, leak this information, and she should quiet down for a while, Su Lingyu commanded. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately, Xiaoye responded. Having resolved the matter, Su Lingyu stretched, her alluring curves radiating an irresistible charm. Yet unfortunately, no one was there to admire her in the dimly lit basement. The following morning, Yun Zimo, having practiced through the night, appeared more invigorated than ever, his spirit undiminished. The millennium-old Hisho Wu sent by the old lady of the Su family had been entirely consumed. Nevertheless, Yun Zimo sensed that his internal energy had surpassed half, reaching the mid-stage of qi gathering. Today, he was to accompany Yun Wan for a medical appointment and serve as a shield for Su Lingyu, thus requiring a selection of suitable attire from his wardrobe. Surveying the array of bespoke high-end garments, Yun Zimo deliberated for quite some time before ultimately choosing a favored gray-black ensemble. After admiring his reflection in the mirror, he noted his tousled hair and complexion, once dull, now radiant. With his energy replenished, the exquisite gray-black attire transformed him into a figure reminiscent of a star, sharp brows, bright eyes, and a subtle smile that rendered his already aloof demeanor warm and approachable. After appreciating his effortlessly star-like appearance, he casually selected a watch that seemed priceless, adorning his wrist as an embellishment. Stepping out of his room, Yun Zimo approached Yun Wan's door, where Aunt Wang, who had cared for Yun Wan the previous day, awaited. "Is Yun Wan still asleep?" Yun Zimo inquired. "Yes, young master," Aunt Wang replied. "Yun Wan, rise and shine," he called, knocking on the door. "Bad brother, I want to sleep a little longer," came Yun Wan's voice, laced with morning grogginess. "If you do not get up soon, I shall leave without you." Upon hearing that her elder brother intended to go alone, Yun Wan hurriedly scrambled to her feet and opened the door for Yun Zimo. Initially, she had intended to voice a complaint about her brother, but upon seeing him at the threshold, her words faltered, usually weary from work. Yun Zimo had no time to devote to his appearance, and the toll of prolonged labor rendered him somewhat frail. However, now that he had just embarked on the path of martial arts, his complexion glowed with vitality, complemented by a well-fitting outfit that exuded charisma, transforming him entirely. "Wow, brother, you look so handsome today," exclaimed Yun Wan, clad in bunny pajamas, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Oh, it's nothing special," Yun Zimo replied, concealing his delight at his sister's praise. "Hurry and change your clothes. Let Aunt Wang help you select something appropriate for the hospital." "All right," replied Yun Wan, as she pulled Aunt Wang back into the room. Inside, the sounds of rustling and indistinct chatter ensued. Yun Zimo leaned against the corridor railing, patiently awaiting their return. And just as his patience was waning and he was about to urge them along, the door swung open. Yun Wan emerged wearing a pair of blue overalls, her whole demeanor radiating vitality. Her hair was styled in twin ponytails, swaying gracefully with her every step, embodying the essence of youth. With Aunt Wang's assistance, she had even adorned her face with a touch of makeup, rosy lips, and a flawless, porcelain-like complexion, imbuing her innocent charm with a hint of allure. Yun Zimo found himself momentarily entranced. Spinning around, Yun Wan fixed her beautiful gaze upon him and asked, "What do you think, brother?" "Very good," he responded, shaking off his stupor at her voice. What was he thinking? She was his sister, after all, and there were certain boundaries to consider. Guilt washed over him. At that moment, a cool voice resonated from afar. "Are you both ready? Then let us depart." Observing the seemingly perfect pair, Su Lungyu's expression was decidedly unwelcoming. Dressed in a crisp white business ensemble and sleek black stockings that accentuated her slender figure, she appeared more like a secretary than a professional in front of Yun Zimo and his sister. Upon catching sight of Su Lungyu, Yun Wan quickly grasped her brother's arm, as if to assert her claim. Su Lungyu cast a disdainful glance at the young girl, but chose not to engage further, instead proceeding down the stairs. Yun Zimo, noticing his sister's animosity towards Su Lungyu, felt compelled to clarify, explaining that this sister was there to assist with her treatment. Reluctantly, Yun Wan followed behind her brother, trailing Su Lungyu. Upon exiting the villa, a sleek black luxury car awaited at the gate. As they approached, a bodyguard stationed by the vehicle promptly opened the door. At Su Lungyu's gesture, Yun Wan and Yun Zimo settled into the innermost seats, and only then did Su Lungyu enter, taking her place opposite them. As the door closed, the starry sky ceiling illuminated the interior of the car, prompting an exclamation of awe from Yun Wan, while Yun Zimo, having heard of such starry roof vehicles online, maintained a calmer demeanor. Observing the commotion caused by Yun Wan, Su Lingyu couldn't help but let a subtle smile of triumph grace her lips, as if she had unconsciously begun to regard Yun Wan as a rival. Chapter 16. Yun Wan seeks medical attention half an hour later. A group arrived at the largest hospital in Nansheng, which was also a facility in which the Su group had invested. As the car door swung open, Yun Zimo and his companions emerged one by one, aware of the esteemed presence of Miss Su. The hospital director and his entourage had been waiting at the entrance for some time. Miss Su, all that you instructed has been arranged, the director said obsequiously, standing by. Lead the way, Su Lingyu replied. Certainly, the director said, hastening to the front and guiding the procession forward, while Yun Zimo and his companions followed closely behind, flanked by 2 bodyguards, with various hospital executives trailing behind them. The grand entourage naturally drew the attention of those within the hospital. A family member of a patient inquired, "Who is that creating such a stir?" "That's the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Lingyu. I saw her online," another bystander responded. "I heard rumors that she was involved with a male model, but the one beside her seems to be that very model," another mused. "It appears the rumors are unfounded. Clearly, he is merely a secretary or bodyguard of Miss Su," a passerby remarked. "Why not consider him her fiancé?" the initial questioner suggested. "Nonsense. How can my goddess possibly be engaged? Besides, there's a woman in his embrace," the passerby retorted. A chorus of derision followed. However, none of this reached Yun Zimo and his companions, who proceeded deeper into the hospital amidst the throng of administrative figures. Caught in the crowd, Yun Zimo could scarcely fathom that he would one day experience such a sensation of being exalted above others. It felt as if the world revolved around him. Under the weight of curious, disdainful, and perplexed gazes, he felt acutely nervous, as if he were attempting to stifle his very breath, his body taut with tension. Beside him, Yin Wan was no less affected, clutching his arm tightly, eyes closed, relying on him to guide her forward. In contrast, Su Lingyu was already accustomed to being the center of attention, her demeanor composed as she strode confidently in her high heels. Arriving at the door-marked conference room, the director opened it to reveal a gathering of experts eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the main figures enter, they immediately rose. "There's no need for apprehension. I have come to solicit your assistance regarding a patient," Su Lingyu announced, gesturing for Yun Zimo to step forward. Yun Zimo, holding Yun Wan's hand, approached the forefront. "This girl is the patient. She has an intellectual disability. However, she appeared in Nansheng 3 years ago, so I suspect her neurological issues may not be congenital. I hope the esteemed physicians present can assess whether treatment is possible. If successful, the Su family will certainly reward you handsomely," Su Lingyu stated, having previously reviewed the pertinent information regarding Yun Wan. Under the promise of considerable reward, the experts eagerly began to examine Yun Wan's condition. Whenever she struggled to respond, Yun Zimo readily stepped in to assist her. An hour passed, during which, aside from understanding Yun Wan's physical condition and cognitive abilities, the experts convened to devise a comprehensive diagnostic plan. Subsequently, Yun Zimo accompanied Yun Wan on a series of tests at various medical facilities. As for Su Lingyu, having ensured that arrangements were in place, she left with the dean after assigning a bodyguard to protect the two. After all, her time was worth millions each minute, and she could not afford to accompany them in their endeavors. With a multitude of test reports in hand, the experts scrutinized and deliberated, until one leading figure approached Yun Zimo. The patient's condition had been ascertained. There was a significant accumulation of hematoma within the cranial cavity. Surgical intervention was ill-advised due to the protracted duration of the condition, which had caused the hematoma to amalgamate with the brain tissue. "What should we do, doctor?" Yun Zimo inquired urgently. "The hematoma can indeed be removed, requiring only hospitalization," the expert hesitated. "But what?" Yun Zimo pressed, a hint of anxiety evident in his tone. 3 years was a long time, and even a pet would form a bond in such a span. The expert sighed. "This hematoma has likely been present for over 3 years. Even if we manage to clear it, the restoration of the patient's memory is uncertain and left to fate." Noticing Yun Zimo's despondency, the expert continued, "However, once the hematoma is removed, the patient's cognitive abilities might improve through dedicated effort, albeit requiring more diligence than usual." "Thank you, doctor." "Thank you," Yun Zimo replied hastily. The seasoned expert had an uncanny grasp of the emotional nuances involved. Had he stated outright that cognitive enhancement was possible, the sentiment of gratitude would not have been as profound. Proceed with the hospitalization process. We will oversee the subsequent treatment, the expert instructed. Of course, Yun Zimo affirmed without hesitation. Yun Wan remained silent. Although the prospect of treatment brought her joy, the presence of so many strangers made her anxious, and she merely fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, as if it encapsulated her entire world. After another round of bustling activity, guided by a nurse, Yun Wan arrived at her private, upscale hospital room. "That's wonderful, brother. Yun Wan can be cured and then help you," she exclaimed, joyfully leaping into Yun Zimo's embrace. Fortunately, Yun Zimo had recently embarked on martial training. Had this been a day prior, he might have been toppled to the ground, adding another bed to the room. Cradling Yun Wan and placing her gently on the hospital bed, Yun Zimo stroked her head and spoke. "All right, remember to listen to the doctors and the nurses. This is the path to a swift recovery." "I will be good, brother." Yun Wan nodded obediently. "Are you leaving, brother?" Seeing the apprehensive look on her face softened Yun Zimo's heart, prompting him to assure her, "I will not leave. I will stay here with you." Hearing the response she longed for, Yun Wan joyfully bounced on the bed, entirely forgetting her ailment. "That's wonderful. Brother isn't leaving. All right, enough of this. Lie down obediently, or I truly will leave," Yun Zimo said, feigning to walk away. At this, Yun Wan settled down and lay on the bed as instructed. After finally settling Yun Wan, Yun Zimo sat on the sofa in the hospital room, prepared to stay there for the day. However, he did not abandon his martial arts training. Instead, he summoned a bodyguard to his side, instructing him to notify Butler Wong to deliver the medicinal herbs he needed for his practice. This bodyguard, being under Su Lingyu's command, was unaware of the dealings between the young master and the household. Under Yun Zimo's insistence, he managed to make the call, and upon explaining the situation, he was taken aback by Butler Wong's respectful demeanor. It was well known that Wong held a position in the Su family, second only to a few, and the fact that he showed such respect to the young master indicated that Yun Zimo's status in the family was far from that of an ordinary son-in-law. Following this incident, the bodyguard's attitude towards Yun Zimo grew increasingly respectful. Chapter 17. Hospital care. Within half an hour, Wong delivered the wild ginseng, arriving even faster than Yun Zimo had when he first came. Meanwhile, Yun Wan had already been hooked up to an IV by the nurse. Since the needle was in her foot, she could not move around freely and had to lie in bed watching the drip. Observing Yun Wan, who looked utterly bored and listless, Yun Zimo took out his phone and found a cartoon to play. Yun Wan, delighted, obediently watched from her bed. Seeing this, Yun Zimo sat cross-legged on the sofa, placed several pieces of wild ginseng in his mouth, and began his martial arts training. The flow of qi in his body, in conjunction with the operation of the surging waves decision, grew increasingly robust, and with an endless supply of precious herbs sustaining his practice. Yun Zimo's physical condition could be said to be superior, surpassing that of 10 strong men combined. However, he currently lacked combat techniques and skills. As noon approached, Yun Zimo gradually concluded his training, slowly opening his eyes, which sparkled with vitality. As a martial artist, his sense of mealtime was extraordinarily precise. He rose and approached Yun Wan, who was still engrossed in the cartoon, saying, "Wan, I'm going to get you some lunch. You must behave and not wander around, understand?" "Got it," Yun Wan replied, trying to turn her face towards Yun Zimo, though her eyes remained glued to the phone screen. Seeing this, Yun Zimo could only shake his head in resignation. He exchanged words with the bodyguard, instructing him to keep a close watch, and after receiving the bodyguard assurance, he felt at ease to leave. Arriving at the hospital cafeteria, Yun Zimo, now in possession of a substantial amount of money, decided not to skimp on himself. He ordered 3 different lunch sets to make up for his own sustenance and got Yun Wan a bowl of porridge accompanied by her favorite large chicken steak. Although living in the Su family was comfortable, mealtime was restrictive. He could hardly indulge freely at the dining table without the risk of being reprimanded. Joyfully, he returned to the ward, where the bodyguard was dutifully stationed at the door. Upon entering the room, he was surprised to find Yun Wan, who had been lively just moments ago, now fast asleep, her phone abandoned on the bedside. Initially, Yun Zimo thought she was merely tired and had closed her eyes for a brief rest. However, as time passed, he noticed something amiss. Yun Wan's face was flushed, and when he reached out to touch her, he found her burning with fever. Quickly, call the doctor. Yun Zimo called out to the bodyguard at the door. Good, son-in-law. Upon receiving the signal, the bodyguard immediately rushed toward the nurse's station. Wan, you must not be in any danger, Yun Zimo urged, holding Yun Wan's hand, realizing that she had unwittingly become an indispensable presence in his life. Before long, the attending physician arrived, accompanied by the bodyguard. Doctor, please take a look at her. What is happening? Yun Zimo quickly stepped aside to allow the doctor to examine Yun Wan. All right, family members, do not panic, the physician reassured, while swiftly examining Yun Wan's eyes. This is a normal response. The medication is taking effect. As the hematoma dissolves, the immune system is activating. The patient's current state of unconsciousness is merely a protective mechanism of the brain. Noticing the confusion on Yun Zimo's face, the physician softened his tone, explaining that the patient was stable and gradually recovering. If he remained concerned, he could apply a cooling patch to her forehead. Thank you, doctor, Yun Zimo replied, his anxious heart finally at ease. All right, let your bodyguard accompany me to fetch one, the physician instructed, and should any further issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me or the on-duty Dr. Wang. With the situation under control, the physician departed, and the bodyguard quickly followed him out of the ward. Before long, Yun Zimo applied the cooling patch he received from the bodyguard onto Yun Wan. Overwhelmed by emotions, he found himself devoid of any appetite. Having been an orphan since childhood, Yun Wan was the only family he had in this world. Thus, he could not afford to be careless in such a situation. As evening approached, Yun Wan gradually regained consciousness. Seeing her brother's worried expression, she spoke softly, Brother, I am hungry. Wan, you are finally awake, Yun Zimo exclaimed, anxiously having deformed several edges of the metal frame beneath the bed. Upon hearing her hunger, Yun Zimo instructed the bodyguard to procure food while he remained steadfastly by Yun Wan's side. Wan, how do you feel now? He asked with concern. I'm all right. Just a bit dizzy, she replied, feeling as if she had experienced a strange dream. Yet upon awakening, all recollection had faded. Yun Zimo's query severed the last thread of her dreamlike thoughts, leaving her bewildered. With Yun Wan awake, Yun Zimo's lingering anxiety dissipated. He exhaled a long sigh, feeling a sense of relaxation, only to be struck by dizziness himself, having gone the entire day without sustenance. As a martial artist, his body's energy expenditure far surpassed that of an average person. Fortunately, the bodyguard acted promptly, returning shortly with meals identical to those he had brought at noon. Both Yun Wan and Yun Zimo, having skipped lunch, began to devour the food ravenously. Leveraging his robust physique, Yun Zimo not only finished the portions the bodyguard had brought, but also consumed the lunch he had missed earlier. Whenever he felt full, he would slightly circulate his energy to swiftly digest the food within. Observing her elder brother, who resembled a voracious eater, Yun Wan felt an urge to match his indulgence. Stuffing her cheeks with food and chewing like a little hamster. Under the swirling winds, the two eventually collapsed into their respective seats to rest. All done, a cool voice echoed. Yun Zimo acknowledged with a grunt, but, upon discerning the source of the voice, immediately sprang to his feet and turned towards the entrance. There stood Su Lengyu, still clad in her morning attire, arms crossed and leaning against the doorway. What brings you here? Yun Zimo asked, his brow furrowing upon seeing her, prompting him to quickly add, Lengyu. Su Lengyu's expression softened. Let's go home. Yun Zimo gazed at his sister, feeling an overwhelming reluctance. Noticing his hesitation, Su Lengyu felt an inexplicable irritation rise within her, yet she managed to suppress her anger and said, We'll take your sister with us. The hospital visit was solely for the purpose of utilizing those advanced machines for testing. Subsequent treatments can be administered at home. The attending physician will be available to oversee matters at home, so rest assured. All right, Yun Zimo responded cheerfully upon hearing the well-laid plans from the benefactor, nodding vigorously. Seeing him so agreeable, Su Lengyu couldn't remain angry and simply turned to leave. Once back in the car, a complex light flickered in Su Lengyu's eyes. Originally, had Yun Zimo stayed at the hospital, she would not have come to retrieve him. However, given that Su Laotai had not seen Yun Zimo all day, her ears had nearly worn calluses from her incessant inquiries. Reluctantly, she rushed over after her meal to bring him back, feeling as though her grandmother regarded him as a beloved grandson, while she herself was merely the daughter-in-law of the Su family. Nevertheless, to keep her grandmother happy, Su Lingyu felt compelled to comply. Chapter 18. The Cloud Dragon Jade pendant. The burdens of her business and family affairs left Su Lingyu feeling fatigued, causing her to overlook the preparations made by Yun Zimo and Yun Wan as they settled into the car, as she closed her eyes to rest. Not wanting to disturb her, Yun Zimo remained silent, while Yun Wan sensed the oppressive atmosphere and quietly sat in silence. Upon arriving at the Su family villa, they exited the vehicle to find Su Lao Tai waiting at the entrance. Seeing this, Su Lingyu hurriedly approached to support her grandmother. "Grandmother, it's quite windy tonight. Why are you still waiting outside?" "I was waiting for Zimo." "Finally, you're back," Su Lao Tai replied, her eyes glistening with anticipation as she stood in the wind. In that moment, Yun Zimo felt the usual air of authority and pressure dissipate, replaced by the longing of an elder awaiting the return of her children. He was deeply touched, realizing that to the Su family, he was merely a small, inconsequential figure. He quickly moved to assist Su Lao Tai on her other side. "Grandmother, I'm back. Let us get inside." "Good, as long as you're home," Su Lao Tai said, with the two of them helping her into the living room. Once she was settled on the sofa, Su Lingyu turned sharply to the nearby servants. "How could you let my grandmother wait outside? If she catches a chill, can you bear the consequences?" Upon hearing this, a maid immediately knelt on the ground, crying, "Miss, it was the old lady who insisted on waiting. I dared not stop her. You all. All right, this is not their fault." As she observed Su Lingyu's simmering anger, Grandma Su spoke up. "You all may leave now." With a collective sigh of relief, the servants hurriedly rose and exited the parlor. "You should temper your temper. You resemble a fierce tigress," Grandma Su admonished. "Understood," Su Lingyu responded softly, knowing she could not raise her voice in front of her grandmother and resorting to a playful tone instead. "Zimo," she called. "Yes, Grandma. I'm here," Yun Zimo replied, glancing at the hand that enveloped his, weathered with the marks of time, the skin wrinkled like the bark of an ancient tree. Yet, he felt warmth and strength emanating from it. "You must be patient with Lingyu's temperament. If she ever raises her voice at you, come to me, and I shall ensure she is taught a lesson," Grandma Su said, eyeing Su Lingyu, who was hidden behind her, her eyes practically aflame. Yun Zimo, feeling a pang of trepidation, quickly asserted, "Actually, Lingyu treats me very well. She never bullies me." "That's good to hear, very good indeed. As an elder, I hope for harmony between you two, for the future belongs to the youth," Grandma Su said, placing their hands together. "Yes, Grandma," they both replied in unison. Noticing their obvious effort to placate her, Grandma Su decided to voice her thoughts candidly, "Since you have already established a marital bond, I see no reason for you to sleep apart. This evening, you shall move in together." Grandma Su understood that Yun Zimo was a true dragon, destined to soar to great heights. Thus, binding the Su family to him at this moment was fortuitous. Both were taken aback by the suddenness of the declaration. "That is settled then," Grandma Su declared, not allowing them a chance to object. "Wang, the steward, please take Zimo's belongings to Yuer's room." "Yes, madam," came the steward's voice from outside the hall. "Grandma, we are not yet engaged. Living together might be inappropriate," Su Lingyu protested, striving to defend her own interests. However, Grandma Su paid her no heed, instead rising and muttering, I am growing old and weary. It's time for bed." Frustrated by her grandmother's stubbornness, Su Lingyu felt momentarily speechless, while Yun Zimo, recognizing his lack of authority, dared not utter a word. Soon, Grandma Su left the parlor, leaving Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu staring at each other in silence. "Let us go," Su Lingyu conceded, realizing she could evade this initial arrangement, but after their engagement, her grandmother would undoubtedly find ways to have her cohabitate with Yun Zimo. This was merely a 2-day advance. "All right," Yun Zimo, feeling fortunate, chose his words carefully to avoid any misunderstandings. Having never visited Su Lungyu's room before, he followed her as she led him to the third floor of the villa, where a spacious dressing room awaited, filled with an array of designer handbags, accessories, clothing, and shoes, each impeccably organized into sections. Further inside was a sizable bathroom, featuring a bathtub resembling a small pool, comfortably accommodating several individuals. Beyond that lay the bedroom, furnished with an opulent king-sized bed. The entire room adorned in shades of soft blue, Su Lungyu's favorite color. Opposite the large bed sits a dressing table adorned with an array of cosmetic and skincare bottles. Further inside, there is a terrace spacious enough to accommodate a table and lounge chairs, offering a delightful view of the Su family's backyard, where various flowers bloom in accordance with the seasons, creating a pleasing aesthetic. This room far surpasses the modest accommodations of Yun Zimo on the second floor in both luxury and size. Beside the bed, Yun Zimo's somewhat worn suitcase and bag appear rather out of place. The suitcase and bag have been opened, and their contents meticulously organized by butler Wang into different areas. Yun Zimo's belongings consist mainly of clothing, toiletries, and some chargers. While most items have been arranged within the room, a few indistinguishable objects remain in the open suitcase. Upon noticing this, Su Lungyu, driven by curiosity, began to rummage through the items. Her eyes were immediately drawn to a university diploma, prompting her to exclaim, "I didn't realize you were such an achiever. Why not seek a better job?" Observing the patron rifling through his belongings, Yun Zimo felt compelled to explain. "My sister requires care, and most jobs demand long hours. As a bartender, I work nights, which allows me to look after her." This casual mention of sibling devotion made Su Lungyu, touched, cough with excitement. "Are you all right? Would you like me to fetch you a glass of water?" With a look of innocent surprise, Yun Zimo received a playful glare from Su Lungyu as she continued her search. Suddenly, she discovered a red box. Upon opening it, she revealed a circular jade pendant featuring a vividly coiled dragon, with the ancient character for Yun engraved in the center, suggesting a remarkable origin, though several cracks marred its beauty. "What is this?" Su Lingyu inquired. "That was given to me by the orphanage director when she found me at the gate, leading to my name, Yun Zimo. It likely relates to my background, which is why I have kept it close. However, after all these years, my parents, who abandoned me at the orphanage, have yet to come for me, so I have given up hope," Yun Zimo replied, his tone tinged with melancholy. Not being an expert in jade, Su Lingyu could not ascertain its value, but felt a gentle warmth emanating from it, which struck her as peculiar. Understanding it was the only memento from Yun Zimo's parents, she carefully returned it to the red box. Chapter 19. The beginning of cohabitation after a brief search through the remaining commonplace items. Su Lingyu lost interest and leaned against the bed, asking, "What makes my grandmother hold you in such high regard, to the point of favoring you over her own granddaughter?" She surmised that the issue lay with Yun Zimo. Reflecting on his master's astonished gaze and the designation of him as the successor, Yun Zimo candidly replied, "Perhaps it is due to my exceptional talent in martial arts." As Su Lingyu stood there, her expression one of disbelief, a sudden knock echoed through the room. "Young master, the 2 wild ginseng you requested have arrived," came the voice of Steward Wang. Yun Zimo shrugged, reflecting, "See, it truly is as I said. Come Su Lingyu instructed." Steward Wang placed 2 plates of wild ginseng on the vanity. "Miss, I shall take my leave now. You may go." Su Lingyu gestured for him to exit. "Very well." Steward Wang bowed slightly and left the bedroom. Su Lingyu cast her gaze upon Yun Zimo, who, despite having entered the martial arts realm, still bore a somewhat frail physique, prompting her to ponder further. It seemed that Master Wu held significant esteem in her grandmother's eyes. Otherwise, Yun Zimo, having visited Master Wu only once in recent days, would not have acquired even the rudiments of martial arts, remaining merely a nominal disciple. Clearly, the path of martial arts was a lofty one, where any who ascended could soar to great heights. "Why don't you visit Master Wu more often to enhance your martial skills?" Su Lingyu remarked, a hint of frustration in her tone. Yun Zimo thought about how his master seemed disinclined to see him, unsure how to respond. "Oh, what? I command you to go," she insisted. "All right, Yun Zimo evaluated his current prowess, estimating that he would likely reach the peak of the gathering chi stage by the following afternoon, thus not defying his master's orders. He acquiesced. Upon hearing his agreement, Su Lingyu broached the subject of their sleeping arrangements for the night. Will you choose the floor or the terrace? The terrace, Yun Zimo decided, feeling that the atmosphere indoors was rather awkward and that a bit of distance would be beneficial for both. Very well. Although Su Lingyu had no objections to his choice, a mix of embarrassment and irritation stirred within her. Yun Zimo's distant demeanor left her feeling somewhat discontented, wondering if her beauty was insufficient to captivate him. Seeing that the decision had been made, Yun Zimo hurriedly took the 2 plates of wild ginseng to the terrace, thoughtfully drawing the curtains. Observing him depart as if escaping a dire situation, Su Lingyu's frustration mounted, and she angrily shook her small fist behind the curtain. A night passed in silence, during which Yun Zimo practiced diligently, his internal energy nearing the edge of his dantian. With the first rays of morning light, the curtains were suddenly drawn back, revealing Su Lingyu clad in a light blue cartoon pajamas, stretching her body towards the rising sun. Yun Zimo, still in a state of cultivation, heard the commotion and slowly withdrew his energy. Moments later, the two found themselves gazing at one another on the terrace. It dawned on Su Lingyu that there was an additional person in the room yesterday. Noticing Yun Zimo's gaze lingering on her alluring figure, she inwardly chastised him as a lecher while secretly feeling pleased. What are you staring at? I need to change my clothes, so do not peek, she admonished. All right, Yun Zimo replied, somewhat dazed by the sight of the beauty before him, even after her makeup was removed. With her vanity momentarily satisfied, Su Lingyu returned to her room in high spirits. A few minutes later, sounds emanated from within. Come in. Yun Zimo entered obediently, finding Su Lingyu already donned in a pale blue gown, adorned with a cascade of glittering jewelry, bracelets, earrings, and necklaces. She was engrossed in enhancing her beauty with a makeup kit. By the way, hand over the black card Grandma gave you. I'll procure some clothing for you while you stay with Uncle Wu, Su Lingyu remarked while applying her makeup. In truth, yesterday, she had rummaged through Yun Zimo's luggage, hoping to seize her little treasure trove, as she was uneasy about Yun Zimo managing such a substantial sum alone. However, after searching for quite some time without success, she was left with no choice but to ask for it today. The elaborate dressing was intended to indulge in her own little fortune, leaving Yun Zimo in a state of helplessness as she reluctantly retrieved her personal card containing 10 million. Upon finally uncovering Yun Zimo's little cash, Su Lingyu abandoned her makeup and swiftly reached for the card. Oh no! In her haste, Su Lingyu inadvertently stepped on her gown, stumbling towards Yun Zimo. Reacting quickly, Yun Zimo bent down to catch her, but unexpectedly, their lips met. Su Lingyu's hand brushed against Yun Zimo's abdomen, revealing the early signs of muscle tone from her recent training. As she felt the defined contours, Su Lingyu's heart raced, and she snatched the card from Yun Zimo's grip, creating distance between them. Yun Zimo stood frozen, seemingly lost in the memory of those sweet, soft lips. I'm off to buy clothes, Su Lingyu said, her head lowered, obscuring her expression as she dashed out of the bedroom. What was she thinking? This was her benefactor, the reason she had come to the Su family to please her grandmother. There were countless men in the world. Why would they be interested in someone of her lowly status? Women were naturally drawn to strength. Shaking her head to dispel the daydreams, Yun Zimo resolved to enhance her martial skills, recognizing that this was her future livelihood. Thus, she stepped outside and found a nearby servant, instructing her to inform Butler Wang to deliver the 4 wild ginseng she had requested for today. Without achieving full mastery of her energy, she could not meet Master Wu. It wasn't long before Butler Wang sent the ginseng she desired. Yun Zimo promptly grabbed a handful and consumed them, settling cross-legged on the terrace. Meanwhile, Su Lingyu, seated in the car outside the villa, was still reliving the earlier moment, her fingers recalling the firm muscles and the sensation of their lips touching. Observing Su Lingyu lost in thought, Xiao Yu inquired, Miss, what troubles you? Oh, it's nothing, Su Lingyu replied, a hint of panic in her voice as her secret had been exposed. Did that Yun Zimo bully you last night? If so, we can find someone else. I already have candidates resembling him waiting. Xiao Yu, clearly well-versed in her role as Su Lingyu's personal secretary, suggested. Su Lingyu, amused yet exasperated at the idea of replacing her husband, replied, No. Just give some severance to the candidates you've found and ensure they keep quiet. You needn't involve yourself in my matters with him. But, Xiaoyu began, wanting to say more. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. Su Lingyu interjected firmly. Su Lingyu interrupted the conversation, observing the young lady who was evidently protective of Yun Zimo. Xiaoyu quickly grasped the situation and could not help but reveal a teasing smile. Noticing Xiaoyu's inexplicable laughter, Su Lingyu felt a tinge of embarrassment and inquired, What are you laughing about? The young lady then pressed, So, tell me, how far have you progressed with Yun Zimo? How far? Su Lingyu instinctively touched her lips. Upon witnessing her lady's gesture, Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. Chapter 20. Progress in martial arts. As Xiaoyu sat opposite her, lost in her fantasies about Su Lingyu and Yun Zimo's relationship. Su Lingyu, slightly annoyed, shifted the topic. Where's Su Shui and her daughter up to? I asked you to monitor them. Upon being reminded of her task, Xiaoyu ceased her gossiping and reported earnestly on Su Shui and her daughter's activities. Upon hearing that Su Shui had gone to a hotel to meet the eldest son of the Sun family, Su Lingyu inwardly cursed, realizing that like mother, like daughter. Furthermore, the Sun family had intentions to encroach upon industries related to the Su Corporation. After listening to Xiaoyu's report, Su Lingyu replied nonchalantly, The Sun family poses no threat. Let them frolic a bit longer. If it weren't for my desire to spare Grandma from the sorrow of witnessing family disputes, those traitorous individuals would have long been eliminated from this world. Where shall we go now, miss? Xiaoyu asked. Let's visit the mall and purchase a few sets of formal attire for men, Su Lingyu instructed. Oh, I see. Xiaoyu nodded, but soon found herself momentarily stunned. Seeing Xiaoyu's startled expression, Su Lingyu sighed and instructed the driver to head to the largest mall in Nanjing. Meanwhile, Yun Zimo remained unaware of the events unfolding in the vehicle, focusing entirely on transforming his inner energy. Since a mere handful of wild mountain ginseng was insufficient for the desired conversion speed, Yun Zimo directly consumed a mouthful to refine it. The potent medicinal energy surged into his body, continuously transforming into a vigorous flow of vital energy, causing his entire being to emanate a crimson hue due to the tumultuous energy. This feels excessive, Yun Zimo thought to himself, promptly activating the surging tide technique at full throttle. This time, it was not the lack of vital energy hindering his progress, but rather the speed of transforming inner energy through the technique, leading to an overwhelming surge of vitality that caused his blood vessels to swell. Recognizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Yun Zimo knew he could not remain passive. He forcefully opened his eyes, interrupting the flow of the technique. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood-tinged remnants of the wild mountain ginseng, feeling a slight relief in his body. He swiftly resumed the surging tide technique, refining the erratic vital energy within him until he gradually calmed his energy. I was a bit too hasty, Yun Zimo reflected regretfully. Nevertheless, he had roughly gauged the maximum vital energy he could withstand, and this rapid exercise had brought him one step closer to achieving perfection in the gathering chi realm. He then cleaned the wild mountain ginseng he had spat out in the bathroom sink and mopped up the residual blood on the floor. Only after tidying up did Yun Zimo swallow an appropriate amount of wild mountain ginseng and commence a new round of cultivation. This time, no complications arose. As Yun Zimo continued his cultivation, his strength steadily advanced. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the wild ginseng before him had been consumed significantly. After operating his techniques and finding he could no longer convert even a trace of internal energy, Yun Zimo ceased his practice. It appeared he had reached the consummation of the gathering chi realm. Yet, a peculiar sensation lingered. He felt as if his dantian was not entirely full, still possessing some space. However, since his techniques could no longer yield internal energy, he chose not to dwell on it. Should Yun Zimo enter the innate realm, he would possess the means of internal observation, revealing the seemingly boundary of his energy where faintly shimmering runes encircled his dantian. In the gap between the dantian and the runes, a white cloud dragon, resembling a tangible entity, coiled. When the dantian was filled with internal energy, the dragon appeared to awaken, its eyes opening with a sentient gleam. It remained restrained by the runes and made no further motion. Unbeknownst to Yun Zimo, he was on his way to his master's villa, preparing to inquire about the cultivation methods for the next realm. Soon, he traversed through a small grove and arrived at Master Wu's residence. This time, Master Wu did not greet him with the same ire as before. Instead, he approached warmly, seemingly having come to an understanding that regardless of Yun Zimo's prowess, he was still a disciple of the Jintao sect, and its legacy would surely flourish through him. However, upon closer inspection, Master Wu noticed something awry. "Have you been too hasty in your practice?" he inquired with a grave expression. "I sensed the medicinal properties of the wild ginseng were insufficient, so I consumed a few more pieces," Yun Zimo replied, his face flushed with embarrassment, though his words carried a sting. Master Wu, undeterred by the slight, responded solemnly, "In martial arts, one must not be overly impatient. The consequences can be dire. At best, your meridians may be damaged, resulting in a significant loss of power. At worst, your internal energy could go awry, leading to catastrophic outcomes. Fortunately, you are merely at the gathering Qi realm. Otherwise, it would be far more difficult to endure. Look at yourself. You are already exhibiting signs of internal bleeding." Listening to Master Wu's admonitions, Yun Zimo carefully examined his body and discovered a faint redness, as if countless blood vessels had been forced to expel their contents. A wave of fear washed over him. "However, given your low realm, it should not pose a great threat. Allow me to give you some of the purple gold pills I typically concoct. A few should restore you completely." As he spoke, he retrieved a small jade vial from his robe and handed it to Yun Zimo. Recognizing the value of the medication, Yun Zimo quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." "Not at all. Is there something you wish to discuss during your visit?" Master Wu waved dismissively, feigning indifference. "Master, I have achieved the consummation of the Gathering Qi realm." "Oh, the Gathering Qi realm, you say? So soon?" Initially, Master Wu had not considered the matter deeply, assuming Yun Zimo had come to seek clarification on martial arts. To his surprise, Yun Zimo had come to report having met the conditions for an audience. Skeptical, Master Wu immediately grasped Yun Zimo's arm and probed his internal energy. Upon entering the dantian and being repelled, he finally believed Yun Zimo's claims. "He is my disciple," Master Wu silently affirmed to stabilize his martial spirit, though he could not help but pound his chest in disbelief. "Master, are you all right?" Yun Zimo inquired with concern. "It is nothing, merely a slight discomfort," Master Wu replied, suppressing the urge to deliver a thorough beating to Yun Zimo. "Come in, and I shall impart to you the secrets of cultivating the next realm." As Master Wu elucidated, Yun Zimo gradually grasped the techniques of the surging waves technique pertaining to the Meridian realm. Following the Qi gathering realm, the Meridian realm, as its name suggests, involves the manipulation of internal energy to open the meridians throughout the body. The variations in martial arts dictate different sequences for this process, which is the essence of diverse martial practices, allowing for the development of various techniques based on the order of meridian activation. The second part of the surging waves technique elaborates on how to draw forth the internal energy from the dantian, circulating it throughout the body before breaking through the corresponding acupoints. The accompanying techniques of the surging waves technique are limited to 3, aside from the sea exploration hand demonstrated to Yun Zimo. There are also the surging cloud step and the waves fist. Each of these techniques requires the activation of several meridians to unleash their full potential, making them somewhat distant aspirations for Yun Zimo, who was just on the cusp of entering the Meridian realm. Through Master Wu's exposition, Yun Zimo learned that the body contains a total of 309 pairs of acupoints. Thus, half of the body comprises 309 acupoints linked to the meridians. Master Wu briefly mentioned the run and do meridians, without detailing the acupoints involved. Chapter 21, Surging Wave Finger. Even if Yun Zimo were to break through 1 acupoint each day, totaling over 600 acupoints, it would take nearly 2 years to completely open them. Regarding the sequence of acupoint activation, Master Wu stated there were no strict limitations, though one must commence from different meridian starting points. Master, for which acupoint should I begin? Yun Zimo inquired, seeking guidance from Master Wu, a seasoned practitioner who understood the optimal starting point for meridian activation. I believe you should start with the hand Yangming large intestine meridian. This will grant you some self-protection capabilities. Observing Yun Zimo's confusion, Master Wu dramatically broke off a small piece from a transparent glass cup, bending his index finger slightly. With a sharp sound, the shard sliced through the air, embedding itself forcefully into the wall. Acupoints serve as points of internal energy output. Once you break through the first acupoint, the Shangyang acupoint on the hand, Yangming large intestine meridian, you can channel your internal energy into it, enhancing your index finger's strength manifold. This concept was inspired by my reflections on firearms, which I named the surging wave finger. However, by that time, I had already surpassed the meridian realm, so I seldom utilized it. Witnessing Yun Zimo's astonished expression, Master Wu assumed a pose of a distinguished master, hands clasped behind his back and head tilted at a 45-degree angle. Master, I wish to learn. Please teach me. Faced with the formidable technique akin to a bullet, Yun Zimo disregarded any semblance of pride and eagerly leaned forward. Noticing Yun Zimo's urgency, Master Wu refrained from any further delay and gestured for him to sit on the cushion. As Master Wu prepared to teach, Yun Zimo promptly seated himself cross-legged in anticipation. Master Wu instructed Yun Zimo to extend his index finger while he pointed out the location of the acupoint. Remember the position I indicated. Activate the surging tide technique to draw forth your internal energy, then direct it to that precise location, and sense if there is a feeling of obstruction. Following this, unleash your internal force to break through. After Master Wu concluded his explanation, he gestured for Yun Zimo to commence. Without hesitation, Yun Zimo initiated the surging tide technique. Indeed, under the guidance of the technique related to the cultivation of meridians, his internal energy slowly began to rise from his dantian. He promptly attempted to consciously manipulate this energy. Yet within Yun Zimo's mind, it behaved like a mischievous child. When he wished to direct it eastward, it veered west. This was his first attempt at controlling the internal force within his body, and he felt remarkably clumsy, akin to an infant taking its first steps. However, gradually, Yun Zimo began to gain some insight into the manipulation of his internal energy. The once unruly force started to respond to his slowly evolving method of control. The energy circulated around him repeatedly, and he gradually discerned the acupoints his master had mentioned. Nevertheless, Yun Zimo chose to focus solely on the index finger, concentrating until he sensed the location of the Shangyang acupoint. He then commanded his internal energy to fiercely strike at the Shangyang acupoints on both his left and right hands. Crack! A sound echoed solely in his consciousness, as the barrier sealing the acupoint shattered. Subsequently, Yun Zimo's internal energy surged through the fissure, gradually dissolving the obstructive matter within. He practiced his technique, guiding the internal energy back to his dantian and into the recently opened acupoints. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the light within them shimmering, signifying a notable advancement in his martial arts prowess. Master, I have succeeded, Yun Zimo exclaimed joyfully. His extraordinary talent in martial arts, combined with the fact that his body was now fully open to the meridians, rendered him somewhat of a prodigy. Unlike an ordinary cultivator who would require painstaking effort over days to break through the barriers of the acupoints, Yun Zimo managed to penetrate them with mere touches. Master Wu, seated in an armchair, had barely sipped his tea when he heard this delightful news. He struggled to suppress the urge to crush his beloved teacup in his hand, his mind racing with pride. He is my disciple. He is my disciple. Observing Master Wu's silence, Yun Zimo mistakenly believed he had practiced for an excessively long duration, causing his master to wait too long. Little did he know, the sensation of time dragging during cultivation was but an illusion. The circulation of qi and blood lasted merely about 20 to 30 seconds, and Yun Zimo had only completed a few dozen cycles. Master, am I practicing too slowly? Yun Zimo inquired. Crack! Master Wu's teacup could not withstand the pressure and shattered. Faced with an apparent ire from his master, Yun Zimo dared not utter another word. Your rate of cultivation is satisfactory, Master Wu replied, his expression impassive. Then Yun Zimo gestured towards the shattered teacup. I have recently experienced a breakthrough in my cultivation, and my control over my strength is still lacking. Master Wu thought to himself, feeling a pang of sorrow, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. By the way, did you open the Shangyang acupoint on your left hand or your right? Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Yun Zimo was momentarily taken aback, responding with a hint of confusion. Master, are you not supposed to open the acupoints in both hands simultaneously? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Yun Zimo's words, Master Wu burst into hearty laughter, subsequently turning his back to discreetly wipe away the tears that had welled up in the corners of his eyes. Reflecting on the years he had tirelessly worked to master the art of opening acupoints, and contrasting that with how effortlessly Yun Zimo now approached the task, Master Wu felt as if the decades of his life had been wasted. Master, is something the matter? Seeing her suddenly jovial mentor, Yun Zimo inquired with concern. It's nothing, just some joyful memories, Master Wu replied, regaining his composure. However, it would be best if you first open the corresponding meridian acupoints in one hand before proceeding to the other. Hearing Yun Zimo's question, Master Wu adjusted his demeanor and responded calmly. Understood. Yun Zimo replied promptly, relieved to see his master return to normalcy. You should stay here for the next few days. I will speak to Old Lady Su on your behalf, Master Wu declared. All right, Yun Zimo agreed while contemplating internally, realizing that Old Lady Su's change of attitude was likely connected to Master Wu. The path of martial arts is not to be underestimated. Even one of the 8 prominent families of South City, the Su family, seeks to curry favor with his master. If Master Wu were aware of Yun Zimo's thoughts, he would likely refrain from voicing them, understanding that revealing Yun Zimo's innate talent could lead to pride and complacency, potentially hindering his progress in martial arts. Since you have already opened your acupoints, consume the wild ginseng on the table along with the purple gold pill I provided to continue your cultivation, filling the newly opened acupoints and the space in your dantian. I will go speak with Old Lady Su and prepare the materials you need for your training. On the table, besides the wild ginseng pointed out by Master Wu, lay various other precious herbs and treasures of the earth. Though Yun Zimo did not recognize them, and thus did not examine them further. Of course, I have no objections, he nodded earnestly. Chapter 22. Practicing Techniques in the Evening. Su Lingyu spent the day at work, returning home only after managing her tasks. Upon entering her bedroom, she found the room empty. Little Yu, who followed behind, carrying items, casually asked, Miss, where has the young master gone? Shouldn't he try the things I bought for him? Su Lingyu turned to look at Little Yu, her silence speaking volumes. Her expression clearly conveyed, since we entered simultaneously, who should I ask? Realizing her question was misplaced, Little Yu averted her gaze, feigning nonchalance. Please leave the items at the door. You may go rest now, Su Lingyu instructed. Little Yu complied verbally, yet her eyes darted around, seemingly trying to glean details about the relationship between the young lady and the young master. Noticing Little Yu's reluctance to leave, Su Lingyu remarked, If you do not depart soon, I shall have to escort you out. All right, I shall go, Little Yu replied hastily, retreating from the room. Once Little Yu had exited, Su Lingyu collapsed on her bed, stretching her weary body, a hint of springtime light emerging amidst her exhaustion. After lying there for a while and regaining some energy, Su Lingyu finally had the opportunity to ponder Yun Zimo's whereabouts. Where has this fellow gone? Surely, it would be delightful to linger in this young lady's room. Could he possibly be seeking his sister? Reflecting on the recent close bond between Yun Zimo and his sister, Su Lingyu could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy, perhaps even a hint of possessiveness. However, before she could dwell on her thoughts, a voice echoed from outside the door. Miss, it is time for dinner. Understood, Su Lingyu replied, resigned, as she rose and made her way to the dining hall. You've returned. Please, sit and eat, Su Old Lady welcomed her, seated as ever at the head of the table. As Su Lingyu settled into her seat and was about to pick up her chopsticks, a thought suddenly struck her. Grandmother, aren't we waiting for Yun Zimo? Oh dear, my memory fails me. Yun Zimo has gone to his master for training. I suspect he won't be dining with us these next few days. I intended to inform you as soon as you entered, Su old lady replied. Ah, Su Lingyu nodded in acknowledgement, contemplating to herself that Yun Zimo was indeed obedient. He had gone to Uncle Wu as instructed, though she hadn't anticipated that Uncle Wu would keep him there. Observing Su Lingyu's indifference towards Yun Zimo, Su old lady sighed, choosing not to press her further. Since he was already welcomed into their home, he could not easily escape. After 3 years of Su Lingyu's absence, Su old lady had come to understand that her granddaughter's feelings were hers to navigate. She only needed to ensure the man she brought back was worthy. After dinner and having freshened up, Su Lingyu lay on her bed, yet her thoughts involuntarily wandered to Yun Zimo. What could he possibly be doing now? Why should I even care? Without him in the room, I am free to do as I please. If he were here, even a trip to the restroom would likely require a cue. Su Lingyu attempted to cast Yun Zimo from her mind, yet the more she tried, the more vividly she recalled the accidental kiss they shared that morning. The sensation of his lips and the feel of his toned abs lingered in her memory. Lost in her musings, Su Lingyu tossed and turned in bed until fatigue finally claimed her, and she drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in Master Wu's secluded abode, Yun Zimo diligently practiced. In the afternoon, he had been honing the unique technique of Jingtao finger, primarily aimed at unlocking the internal energy within acupoints. As night fell, aside from the considerable time required to fill each acupoint with internal energy, Yun Zimo's progress in breaking through the acupoints was virtually negligible. His mastery over the manipulation of internal energy had grown increasingly refined. With a mere strike of internal force directed at the targeted acupoint, the barrier would yield effortlessly. At this moment, he had successfully connected the hand Yangming large intestine meridian, the hand Taiyang small intestine meridian, and the hand Xiaoyang Sanji meridian, having opened a total of 62 acupoints, which amounted to 1/5 of his goal. The interconnection of different meridians would bestow unique enhancements upon the body. For instance, the hand Yangming large intestine meridian, as its name implies, would gradually strengthen the health and resilience of the large intestine, alongside improvements in other areas. Having achieved such a remarkable number of open acupoints in just half a day, Master Wu, initially astonished, had gradually transitioned into a state of numbness, operating like a machine for identifying acupoints. Each time Yun Zimo cast his gaze upon him, Master Wu instinctively understood where the next acupoint should be located. Under the harmonious collaboration of the master and disciple, Yun Zimo's prowess surged remarkably. On the morning of the second day, the two, imbued with martial spirit, had not succumbed to slumber as Master Wu pointed towards the last acupoint on Yun Zimo's body. In less than a minute, Yun Zimo successfully unblocked this final acupoint, allowing his internal energy to circulate seamlessly, akin to a mighty river flowing around him. He felt empowered, capable of overwhelming dozens of his former self at the Qi gathering stage. With his mastery now perfected, he estimated his arm strength to be in the hundreds of pounds, and with the right techniques, perhaps even exceeding 1,000. "Master, I have succeeded," he exclaimed. "Haha, splendid. You have been eager to practice your techniques these past 2 days. Today we shall refine those skills," Master Wu replied, a smile gracing his face for the first time in days. However, rather than warmth, an icy chill enveloped Yun Zimo, as if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast. They proceeded to the courtyard outside. Master Wu elucidated the meridians involved in the 3 techniques. Under his patient tutelage, Yun Zimo swiftly grasped the intricacies of wielding these techniques. Observing his disciple's fists dancing with vigor in the courtyard, Master Wu nodded in satisfaction. "Come here, my disciple," he commanded. "What is it, Master?" Yun Zimo's foreboding feeling intensified. "Previously, your realm was too low. I feared my strikes might injure you. Hence the focus on elevating your level. But now that you have ascended, it is imperative to accompany your martial prowess with combat experience. As martial artists, we must prioritize our skill in battle. Now, you may attack me," Master Wu proclaimed, standing with an air of solemnity. Yun Zimo's ominous premonition proved to be true. Watching his disciple remain frozen in place, Master Wu grew impatient. "If you do not strike, I shall initiate the first move. Rest assured, This afternoon is your engagement banquet. I shall not mar your face, he jested. Realizing he could not evade this trial, Yun Zimo summoned his internal energy and charged towards his master with a wave punch. His heavy fist, weighing hundreds of pounds, struck Master Wu's chest. Yun Zimo felt as though he had struck solid steel, the impact reverberating painfully through his hand. Finally sensing a semblance of recognition from his disciple, Master Wu felt a delightful tremor in his chest. Behold, this is the wave punch I have honed for decades, he bellowed. Master Wu retaliated with a punch, albeit with a significant reduction in force. Otherwise, Yun Zimo would have faced catastrophic injury. Even with this restraint, the impact felt like an overwhelming wave crashing upon him, sending him soaring through the air. Now observe the surprising cloud steps. Master Wu's voice rang in his ears as, in an instant, he found himself beside Yun Zimo, who was in midair. Lastly, with the diving sea hands, Master Wu extended both hands and seized Yun Zimo, tossing him skyward like a mere ball. Yun Zimo felt an immense force emanating from his master, uncontrollably lifted into the air, only to crash to the ground in a disheveled heap. Chapter 23. Blood Refinement Realm. Observing his self-serving master, Yun Zimo could only swallow his grievances. Indeed, while he possessed formidable martial prowess, he lacked practical experience. Should he encounter an adversary of equal standing, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, his master reveled in a singular sentiment: satisfaction. The setbacks endured over the past few days were all repaid this morning. Witnessing Yun Zimo's bruised form, Master Wu unceremoniously lifted him and cast him into a medicinal bath that had been prepared unbeknownst to him. Now you understand that martial arts encompass not merely levels, but also the mastery of techniques. The 3 techniques you have just grasped require diligent practice, he instructed. Understood, Yun Zimo replied, albeit with a sense of indignation. For his counterattacks had proven ineffective against Master Wu's casual displays of skill. Instead, he found himself tossed about like a mere plaything. Acknowledging his own shortcomings, Master Wu did not dwell on the matter, but rather addressed the reclining figure in the medicinal bath. Since you have achieved perfection in the meridian opening realm, it is time to prepare for the next phase of your cultivation. Several hours later, with Master Wu's guidance, Yun Zimo comprehended the methods for advancing to the next realm. His internal energy had completed its circulation throughout his body. The subsequent stages were designed to lay the groundwork for the innate realm. Blood refinement was one of these critical steps. Currently, the vitality within him was more than sufficient to accommodate his internal energy, but upon reaching the realm beyond innate, this would no longer suffice. Thus, it was imperative to enhance the quality of his vitality. The medicinal bath prepared for him was specifically for this purpose. As one ascends the ranks of martial prowess, the consumption of vitality increases exponentially. Solely relying on oral tonics would not keep pace with the depletion of vitality. Hence, Master Wu thoughtfully arranged for the necessary medicinal bath for Yun Zimo's blood refinement stage. With everything in place, Yun Zimo began to circulate the blood refinement cultivation method of the surging waves technique as explained by his master. As he channeled his energy, he concentrated it at his heart, the optimal location for blood refinement. With the technique in motion, his internal energy surged like flames, burning away a portion of his vitality while purifying the remainder, which then coursed through his veins. The potency of the medicinal bath was fervently absorbed by Yun Zimo, continuously converting into vitality and joining the refining process, thus preventing interruptions due to insufficient vitality. However, before long, after depleting the entire potency of the medicinal bath, Yun Zimo reluctantly opened his eyes. As a novice in the blood refinement realm, he sensed an increase in strength, yet without rare herbs and treasures. His progress felt somewhat stagnant. Observing Yun Zimo awaken, Master Wu noted the murky state of the medicinal bath and quickly grasped the situation. Good grief. That was a 3-day supply, and you've exhausted it in such a short time. This boy's rate of vitality conversion is astonishing. He could only cough lightly before stating, "There is but one portion of the medicinal bath remaining. For now, you should return and prepare for your engagement banquet with Miss Su this afternoon." I will gather more ingredients for the medicinal bath and summon you when ready. After all, Master Wu never anticipated that he would receive a disciple at a time when his vitality was still robust. Nor did he foresee the astonishing speed at which his disciple would break through realms, akin to a rocket's ascent. The necessary medicinal concoctions for the blood refinement stage were hastily assembled from various sources. Faced with the inability to swiftly enhance his strength any further, Yun Zimo could only acquiesce and depart from the place he had occupied for 3 days. Although lunch had long passed, Yun Zimo, who had been consuming medicinal herbs daily, felt no pangs of hunger and decided to check on his younger sister's condition. Upon reaching the door of his sister's room, he knocked gently and called, "Wan Wan." Open the door. The one who answered was Aunt Wang, who had been taking care of Wan Wan. "Greetings, young master," she said. "How is Miss Yun doing?" he inquired. Miss Yun is currently watching an animated series, with an 4 drip in place, resting on her bed, Aunt Wang replied. "Brother, come quickly. You haven't visited Wan Wan for several days," Yun Wan called out, her voice tinged with a whimper of grievance, momentarily neglecting her animated show. "I'm here now. Just lie still and don't move," Yun Zimo urged as he entered the room. The pink-hued chamber was adorned with various plush toys and children's educational games. Noticing his sister's eagerness to rise despite the 4, Yun Zimo quickly intervened. "You haven't come to see me in so long." Yun Wan pouted, clearly displeased. "I was occupied with very important matters. As soon as I finished, I rushed over to see my dear Wan Wan," he explained. "Really?" she asked skeptically. "Of course. Would I deceive you?" he reassured her. "Then I suppose I shall forgive you. But you must bring me a gift next time," she added, having learned the art of negotiation from her animated shows. "Very well. As long as my Wan Wan receives proper treatment, your brother will grant any request," Yun Zimo promised, settling onto a small stool by her bed. "That sounds much better," she replied, her head bobbing with satisfaction. Reassured by his sister's well-being, Yun Zimo vowed to bring her a gift on his next visit, leaving the room amidst her lingering gaze. "Young master," a voice called out, halting Yun Zimo in the corridor. "Butler Wang, is there something you need?" he asked. "This evening marks the engagement banquet for you and the young lady. The attire she purchased for you is already placed in your bedroom. You may try it on to see if it fits," Butler Wang stated respectfully. "Understood. Thank you." "Butler Wang," Yun Zimo replied, inwardly reflecting that this was his first time attending a banquet with his benefactor, and he must not falter. "Then I shall take my leave," Butler Wang said, departing slowly. Yun Zimo made his way back to the bedroom of Su Lungyu, whom he had not visited for 2 days, curious about the exquisite garments worth millions that awaited him. Upon entering, he spotted a bag of clothing near the vanity, the intricate designs on the bag signaling the considerable worth of its contents. One by one, he unveiled the garments within, each appearing to be custom-tailored for the occasion. As for Yun Zimo's measurements, a single photograph would suffice for professionals to ascertain the necessary size. Yun Zimo tried on several garments and found some of them to be slightly constrictive, primarily due to his recent advancements in martial arts that had rendered his physique somewhat more robust. However, since Yun Zimo practiced internal cultivation, his form was not excessively exaggerated, yet the definition of his muscles remained pronounced where it mattered. Fortunately, he discovered a few outfits that were more generously tailored, ultimately opting for a tailcoat he had never worn before. The soft, exquisite black fabric combined with the classic tailcoat design, complemented by the light blue cuffs and collar, his beloved Su Lingyu's favorite colors, concealed his well-proportioned muscular build, bestowing upon him an air of nobility and elegance. The numerous details of the attire added an element of formality and gravitas. After neatly storing away the other garments, Yun Zimo spent a moment adjusting his appearance in front of the mirror before reclining on a lounge chair on the terrace. The lingering ache from his master's earlier vigorous training was still present, making this a perfect opportunity for respite. "My lord, you are ready to depart," a male voice called from outside, breaking the tranquil silence. Not wishing to delay, Yun Zimo rose and opened the door. Awaiting him was his bodyguard, who had been shadowing him, tasked once again with ensuring his safety. Given Yun Zimo's current prowess, a mere handful of bodyguards would likely prove inadequate against him. As Yun Zimo stepped out, The bodyguard promptly led the way. Chapter 24. A chance encounter with an elder once inside the vehicle as it glided through the affluent neighborhood. Yun Zimo gazed out at the expansive lawns and opulent villas that adorned the landscape. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for the unadorned simplicity of the wealthy's existence. He mused that even with several lifetimes of effort, he might never attain such wealth. Suddenly, he noticed an elderly man collapse by the roadside. "Stop the car," Yun Zimo exclaimed. "My lord, we are already pressed for time for the banquet," the bodyguard cautioned, having also spotted the fallen elder. After all, he had just barely made it to the door to notify Yun Zimo. If they were to assist this man, they would likely miss the commencement of the festivities. "I said stop. I will bear any consequences," Yun Zimo insisted. Having witnessed the situation, he could not simply turn a blind eye. In adversity, one should uphold their integrity. In prosperity, one ought to aid others. Now, as the fiancé of the Su family's eldest daughter, even if the old man were merely feigning injury, Yun Zimo knew that with the Su family's resources, they could handle any repercussions. Therefore, regardless of whether the elder was genuine or fraud, Yun Zimo felt compelled to assist him, seeking to align his actions with his conscience. Recognizing Yun Zimo's determination, the bodyguard reluctantly brought the vehicle to a halt. Yun Zimo hurried to the elderly man's side, noting that the old gentleman was dressed in a pristine white leisure outfit that shone brightly. Not the attire of a typical scammer. Without hesitation, Yun Zimo lifted the elder and rushed him into the car. "Quick, to the hospital," he urged. "Very well, my lord," the bodyguard replied, knowing there was no room for dissent. Deep down, he too wished to help the elder, but his duties had kept him preoccupied. Nevertheless, since his lord was intent on providing assistance, he felt it was only right to comply. Accelerating to the vehicle's maximum speed, the bodyguard navigated through the affluent district, effortlessly avoiding any congestion, and soon arrived at the nearest hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Yun Zimo gazed down at the frail elder in his arms, whose breath was growing increasingly faint. He hurriedly exited the vehicle and, employing his still unrefined skills in the cloud-piercing step, dashed into the hospital at an astonishing speed. Who is that? Why are they running so fast? Without any reference point, bystanders could only perceive Yun Zimo as a fleeting gust of wind. Perhaps it's due to the elder's illness that he has tapped into hidden potential, speculated another uninformed passerby. "Doctor, quickly! This elder is on the brink," Yun Zimo shouted as he burst into the hospital lobby, racing to the reception desk. Unfamiliar with the hospital layout, he could only hastily inquire at the front desk. The nurse on duty promptly seized the landline, exclaiming, "We have a critical patient. Emergency room, come quickly." Without delay, a team of doctors and nurses hurried over with a stretcher, watching as the elder was swiftly taken away by the medical staff. Yun Zimo felt a sense of relief wash over him, ready to turn and leave. "Hey, dear relative of the patient, you need to settle the payment first," the nurse called out, noticing Yun Zimo's intent to abandon the situation. "I am not a relative of this elder. However, I shall pay for now. But please ensure you contact his family," Yun Zimo conceded, knowing he could not evade responsibility. He produced a card with a substantial balance of 100,000. "Not a relative?" The nurse scrutinized Yun Zimo, clad in opulent attire, and pondered if he might have been involved in an accident with the elder. Sensing her skepticism, Yun Zimo quickly clarified, "I found this elder collapsed by the roadside and rushed him here. He is not bleeding. I have caused him no harm." "Very well," the young nurse replied, albeit somewhat unconvinced, as such occurrences were quite rare. After processing a payment of 5,000, she returned the card to Yun Zimo. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The remaining expenses should be settled by the elder's family," he said, aware that he was running out of time for the banquet. With that, he dashed out of the hospital. "Quite the sprinter," remarked the young nurse. "What? Have you taken a liking to this handsome fellow?" chimed in another nurse who had remained silent until now. "You are the one smitten," the young nurse retorted, her cheeks flushing. Meanwhile, in a conference room within a prominent downtown building, the atmosphere was charged with the weight of legacy. This was the domain of the Zhuo family, one of the 8 great clans of South City, presided over by Zhuo Weilin, the current leader. His sharp gaze and straight nose, complemented by a pair of understated black glasses, tempered his striking presence, imbuing him with an air of literary elegance. Suddenly, Zhuo Weilin's phone buzzed. Glancing at the screen, he noted it was a call from his steward. He gestured to the attendees, signaling them to continue their discussions. Stepping out of the conference room, he answered the call. Li, what is it? Young master, there is trouble. The elder is missing. Li's anxious voice crackled through the line. What? How could you misplace my grandfather? Zhuo Weilin's voice rose in anger. The elder mentioned he was going for a stroll outside, but when he didn't return for a considerable time, we dispatched a search party and discovered he was gone. Summon all connections to search for him. I wish to see who dares to provoke the Zhuo family in South City. They must be weary of life. Zhuo Weilin understood that this was not the time to assign blame and commanded decisively. Very well, young master, replied Butler Li, just as Zhuo Weilin ended the call. Butler Li turned to the row of bodyguards standing nearby and said, You have all heard the young master's orders. Hurry and find him. If you fail, you know the consequences. Understood. The bodyguards acknowledged in unison before swiftly dispersing like startled birds to seek the patriarch of the Zhuo family. Meanwhile, the banquet at the Su residence had just commenced, with guests arriving and forming circles to converse with acquaintances. Suddenly, a dignified lady, elegantly dressed and gazing at her phone, exclaimed, Goodness, the patriarch of the Zhuo family is missing, and they are offering a bounty of 1 billion to locate him. Who in South City would dare to harm the patriarch of the Zhuo family? They must be courting death. The news spread rapidly, and soon the guests at the Su banquet were ablaze with discussions. It is well known that the Zhuo family ranks among the top 3 in South City's elite families, though the exact order of ranking is often debated among the families. Regardless of their position, it is clear that none dare to provoke them. In the back hall of the banquet, Su Lingyu was being beautified with the assistance of a makeup artist. What's happening outside? It seems rather noisy. Miss, it appears the patriarch of the Zhuo family is missing, replied Xiaoya, scrolling through her phone. Oh, Su Lingyu showed little interest in the squabbles between the noble families. It seems that the old matriarch has instructed us to assist in the search, as the Su family had ties with the Zhuo family in the past, Xiaoya added, glancing at her phone. Then please notify the staff to assist in the investigation, Su Lingyu commanded upon hearing her grandmother's directive. Certainly, Mississippi, Xiaoya responded immediately, her fingers swiftly navigating her phone to mobilize their subordinates. Chapter 25. The engagement banquet. Once Su Lingyu was ready, she and Xiaoya stepped into the corridor outside the banquet hall, preparing to enter. Oh, is that the young lady, Su, who returned after 3 years abroad? Why the haste to marry upon your return? You leave us, the scions of South City, without any chance to pursue, a voice laced with sarcasm echoed through the corridor. Sun Kai, I recall that you were not invited to this banquet, Su Lingyu said, her brow furrowing as she recognized the voice, slowly turning to face him. Sister, Sun Xiao is, after all, your former fiancé. How could we not invite him to offer his counsel? An unexpected, yet not surprising figure stood beside Sun Kai. If you two have come to cause a ruckus, then this banquet does not welcome you. Su Lingyu, my presence is merely a courtesy to your Su family. Do not be ungrateful. Indeed, sister, the Sun family is currently flourishing, with rumors suggesting they may soon contend for a position among the top 3 families. The Su family is not what it once was, and with your return, stirring up matters. We are on the brink of falling from the ranks of the 8 great families. Inviting Sun Xiao is to bolster our family's standing. How can you act this way? Su Shui presented herself as if she were solely concerned for her family, a most distasteful facade. Su Lingyu, struggling to suppress her urge to vomit, gazed at the pretentious Su Shui, her heart swelling with disdain. Su Lingyu, at first I found it hard to believe you married a mere bartender, but a cursory investigation confirmed it. How could you settle for such a lowly figure? Sun Kai remarked, bitterness lacing his words as he looked at the woman he believed should have been his. Sun Kai, I suggest you temper your words, Su Lingyu retorted, her gaze dripping with contempt as she regarded the man, now reduced to a pitiful state. Unable to contain his fury, Sun Kai seethed. What makes you think this pathetic bartender is any match for me? To break off our engagement and be with him, Do you truly look down upon me? You are correct. I do indeed disdain you. Su Longyu replied without a hint of concession. Sun Kai, consumed by rage, let out a mocking laugh. Ah, splendid. Very well. As he raised his hand to strike her, Xiao Yu, standing nearby, urgently warned Miss move aside. It was too late. Su Lingyu instinctively closed her eyes. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as she awaited the impact, yet no pain followed. Release me, you fool. How dare you seize me? Sun Kai's frantic voice pierced the air. Upon opening her eyes, Su Longyu was astonished to find her benefactor, Yun Zimo, standing before her, his expression a tempest of anger. He had rushed to the banquet hall, only to witness a repugnant man attempting to assault his charge, and he immediately intervened with a firm grip. Hearing the insults hurled at him, Yun Zimo tightened his hold. Crack! Sun Kai winced in agony, exclaiming, Let go! You're hurting me! Zimo, please release him, Su Lingyu interjected, aware that the banquet was about to commence and unwilling to waste more time on this insufferable scoundrel. Obeying her command, Yun Zimo relinquished his grip on Sun Kai's arm. Clutching the spot that had been injured, Sun Kai threatened, You little brat, you're finished. Dare to provoke me, and you won't survive in this city. My affairs do not require your concern, Sun Kai. He is merely Su Longyu's fiancé. Su Shui interjected, tugging at Sun Kai's sleeve in a low voice. It was only then that Sun Kai truly observed the man before him, having been too consumed by pain to notice earlier. So, you're the bartender Su Lingyu chose. He scoffed. As Yun Zimo clenched his fists in response to the disdainful remarks, Sun Kai hastily added, Stay back. Don't think that just because you're stronger, you can act with impunity. Enough, Zimo. Let us proceed inside, Su Lingyu said, her heart swelling with sweetness as she looked at the handsome man who defended her. Hearing her command, Yun Zimo shot a fierce glare at Sun Kai, who instinctively recoiled behind Su Shui, with her arm linked with Yun Zimo's. Su Lingyu entered the banquet hall, the atmosphere shifting as they stepped into the gathering. Observing the flustered Sun Kai, who appeared utterly terrified by the bartender, Su Shui could only shake her head in bemusement. Well, they have left, she remarked. Have they departed? Sun Kai finally peeked out from his hiding place. What is there to fear from a mere bartender? Su Shui scoffed at the pitiful sight before her. As the saying goes, ignorance breeds courage. When Sun Kai had been seized earlier, it felt akin to being ensnared by a vice, unable to move despite exerting all his strength, especially given the precarious grip threatening to crush his wrist. Naturally, he dared not confront the man alone. What do you know? This is merely a tactic to avoid confrontation, he retorted, straightening up once he saw the man had indeed left. Resolutely, Sun Kai decided that during his next encounter with Yun Zimo, he would ensure to bring several bodyguards, curious to see if the man would dare to lay a hand on him again. How is your plan coming along? Sun Kai inquired, gripping his still aching wrist and inhaling sharply. Rest assured, young master Sun, with your assistance, everything is arranged properly, Su Shui replied. That is reassuring. Today, I intend to ruin Su Shui's reputation, and I will ensure that the wretched bartender pays dearly when the opportunity arises, Sun Kai declared with a malevolent expression. At the banquet, as Su Laotai stood in the hall, she promptly approached upon seeing Yun Zimo and the others arrive. The banquet has already commenced. Why have you only just arrived? She reproached, for without the two main protagonists, the celebration could not proceed. Grandmother, we have just arrived. Su Lingyu interjected before Yun Zimo could respond. Very well, it's good that you are here, Su Laotai said, guiding them to the main stage of the banquet. Everyone, please quiet down. Today marks my granddaughter's engagement, and I extend my gratitude for your presence. Standing beside my granddaughter is our esteemed son-in-law of the Su family, Yun Zimo, she announced to the guests. He certainly possesses an impressive appearance, commented one guest regarding the Su family's son-in-law. Do not be deceived by his looks. I hear he is not even from a prominent family and was recently working as a bartender in a bar, another guest chimed in. How could Miss Su possibly be interested in such a man? The guest who had previously praised Yun Zimo queried. It is rumored that Miss Su was photographed entering a hotel with him, which severely impacted the Su group's shares, forcing them to stabilize the stock price through marriage. An informed guest divulged. Why could not be me? A jealous guest lamented. As if Miss Su would ever consider you, another guest derided. I'm certainly better than a bartender, came the retort from the crowd. Seeing the murmurs among the guests, Su Laotai declared, Since Yun Zimo is now engaged to my granddaughter, he shall henceforth be a member of the Su family. When we are out, he represents us. And this engagement banquet is also an opportunity for everyone to become acquainted. It appeared that Su Laotai had indeed accepted this son-in-law. This fellow had soared to great heights, having latched onto the Su family's fortunes. The guests understood this as a warning from Su Laotai. To look down upon Yun Zimo was to disrespect the Su family, and they all envied this fortunate man with no power or influence. Chapter 26. The scheme and its resolution after Su Laotai announced the official commencement of the banquet. Various esteemed families from the southern city naturally presented their congratulatory gifts. We, the Yuan family, present a pair of golden pearl earrings, wishing the two of you a lifetime of love and unity. The Chung family offers a century-old coral, wishing you both enduring harmony and the blessing of children. As the banquet successfully commenced, Elder Su addressed Yun Zimo and said, I leave this in your capable hands. Alas, I'm growing old and weary. I shall retire to the back hall. Rest assured, grandmother, we will handle everything here, replied Su Lingyu. Indeed, Yun Zimo concurred. Seeing their unity brought great joy to Elder Su, who smiled with satisfaction and gently placed their hands together before taking her leave with the assistance of a nearby maid. Once Elder Su departed, some guests finally approached. Most gravitated towards Yun Zimo, taking turns to toast him. Young brother, you're indeed fortunate. Come, let's share a drink. Indeed, another added, as the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Faced with their toasts, Yun Zimo found it impolite to refuse, resulting in him being inundated with drinks. Although bolstered by his martial prowess, he felt the pressing need to relieve himself and discreetly signaled to Su Lingyu, indicating his desire to visit the restroom. Upon noticing, Su Lingyu nodded and silently mouthed, "Go ahead," with the approval of his benefactor. Yun Zimo politely excused himself from the gathering and exited the banquet hall. Finally, he is left in a shadowy corner of the banquet. Su Shui remarked to her companion, Sun Kai, then let your plan commence, Sun Kai replied. Su Shui gestured toward the middle-aged man not far away, Song Ming, the head of the Song family. Upon receiving her signal, Song Ming glanced at Sun Kai, his expression shifting through various emotions before he ultimately resolved to approach. He carried 2 glasses of Su Lingyu's favorite cocktail as he walked towards her. Miss Su, I am Song Ming from the Song family in Nanqing. Today, you truly live up to your reputation. On the occasion of your engagement, our family wishes to become vassals of the Su family, pledging our allegiance to you, he declared, naturally extending the cocktail towards her. Su Lingyu instinctively accepted the drink, sensing something amiss. However, recognizing that the Song family was merely a mediocre faction in Nanqing, she deemed there was little need for hostility, especially since they came in good faith. Thus, her guard lowered considerably. The head of the Song family wishes to serve us. We wholeheartedly welcome your allegiance. Rest assured, with the protection of the Su family, I believe the Song family will rise to greater heights, Su Lingyu responded. Then let us toast to your kind words, Song Ming replied, clinking his glass with hers before downing the drink in one gulp. Seeing this, Su Lingyu felt obliged to take a sip as well. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she realized the drink was definitely tampered with. What is happening, miss? Xiaoyu exclaimed. Quick, help me to the back hall, Su Lingyu managed to say, her voice strained. Ah, it seems Miss Su cannot handle her liquor. I shall not intrude any longer, Song Ming said, sensing the situation and swiftly blending back into the crowd. Xiaoyu, supporting her mistress, found it impossible to resist, and thus guided Su Lingyu towards the back hall. As the 2 individuals rounded a corner, a sudden thud echoed through the air. A heavy blow struck Xiaoyu on the head, causing her to collapse to the ground. Subsequently, the 2 furtive figures seized Su Lingyu and dragged her into a private bedroom in the banquet's rear hall. Observing Sun Kai's ravenous gaze fixed upon Su Shui, she retorted with disdain, Are you really willing to pursue a worn-out shoe that has been toyed with by a bartender, my esteemed son? Upon hearing Su Shui's words, Sun Kai's interest waned, and he followed her out of the room. Meanwhile, Yun Zimo had just exited the restroom, having overindulged in drink, which left him with a bloated and painful stomach. After lingering in the restroom for quite some time, he was now feeling revitalized as he made his way toward the main hall. However, upon turning a corner, he stumbled upon Xiaoye sprawled on the floor. Just as he prepared to approach her, the sound of footsteps prompted him to seek refuge in the shadows. Sun Kai and Su Shui approached for the end of the corridor. "Where are the thugs you arranged? Why haven't they arrived yet?" "I've already contacted the reporters," Sun Kai inquired. Su Shui, simultaneously messaging on her phone, replied, "Rest assured, I have it all under control. The little thug will certainly wait until Su Lengyu is successfully incapacitated before proceeding. There is no need to rush. Surely that thug won't get lost and enter the wrong room? Fear not. The room number is 188. I've already sent it to him. And even if he can't find Su Lengyu, he can always ask me," Su Shui assured him. "That is good to hear." Sun Kai nodded in agreement. Yun Zimo, concealed in the shadows, listened intently, his fury boiling within him. He swiftly charged toward the two. Sensing movement behind them, they turned, but before they could react, Yun Zimo struck them down with 2 precise blows. Fortunately, he had the foresight to temper his strength at the last moment. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire, leaving them either permanently wheelchair-bound or worse, reborn. Having received a decade of compulsory education, Yun Zimo's sense of law and morality prevented him from taking a life. Knowing that the two had left Su Lengyu in room 188, he seized one of them and hastened toward the designated room. Upon arriving at the ajar door of room 188, he dropped the individual he was carrying and hurriedly pushed the door open. Unexpectedly, a glint of a blade flashed towards him, but thanks to his martial arts training, Yun Zimo's reflexes were sharp, allowing him to grasp the assailant's wrist. Had it been an ordinary person, blood would have surely been spilled. "Why are you here?" Su Lengyu asked, perplexed as she beheld Yun Zimo. After the last incident where she had been drugged, she had been carrying some antidotes, and once she found herself alone, she had taken one to counter the effects. "I overheard their plot to harm you, so I rushed over," Yun Zimo indicated toward the 2 unconscious figures on the floor. He recounted the details of what he had overheard. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lengyu instructed Yun Zimo, "Leave these 2 in this room." Upon hearing the directive from the benefactor, Yun Zimo promptly deposited the 2 on the bed. "Why not apprehend them?" Yun Zimo questioned, puzzled. "With such irrefutable evidence, this is the perfect opportunity. The Sun family holds significant influence in the southern city and has ties to a clandestine martial arts sect. Capturing Sun Kai serves little purpose. However, given their audacity to act against me, the Sun family's days are numbered. As for Su Shui, since she has painstakingly devised this scheme, she ought to experience its consequences firsthand." Su Lengyu twirled a small dagger in her hand, her eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. Yun Zimo, with his martial physique, felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed at Su Lengyu and hastily suggested, "Let us depart at once." Agreed. The 2 left, but not long after, a figure slipped into room 188. Chapter 27. A consequence of one's own making a repugnant thug, his face marred with unsightly pockmarks, entered. His grotesque, nose adorned with a ring, the metallic trinkets on his person clanging noisily as he moved. What is a man doing in this bed? He pondered aloud, eyeing the 2 figures on the bed with curiosity. Never mind, I have no qualms. I shall deal with both of them. I trust the client behind this scene will be quite pleased and willing to pay. The thug muttered to himself, shedding his foul-smelling garments and commencing his sinister intentions. Time passed indistinctly until Sun Kai, stimulated by a sudden flash, awoke, overwhelmed by pain in his head, arms, and lower body. The air was thick with an unbearable stench reminiscent of excrement. "Sun family's young master, may I inquire about your preferences?" A journalist rushed forward upon noticing his awakening. "Young Master Sun, what is the relationship between the 3 of you?" Another journalist pressed on, unyielding. A throng of reporters eagerly thrust their microphones toward Sun Kai. "Get away!" Sun Kai bellowed, his fury ignited by the scene before him. The journalists, sensing his wrath, reluctantly created some space. Yet the flashes continued to illuminate the chaotic aftermath on the bed. It was then that Sun Kai discerned the grim reality. Aside from himself, Su Shui lay unconscious beside him, and between them was the loathsome thug. The sight beneath the covers nearly drove Sun Kai to madness. Yet, with a multitude of reporters surrounding him, he had no time for despair. He quickly shook Su Shui, desperate to rouse her. After vigorous shaking, Su Shui finally stirred, only to emit a piercing scream upon witnessing the scene. Quickly put on your clothes," Sun Kai urged, hastily donning his own garments, disregarding the foul odor. Su Shui understood that now was not the time for dialogue. She swiftly grabbed her clothes and dressed hurriedly. Meanwhile, the small thug remained oblivious, posing for the cameras. "Young Master Sun, do you not have anything to say?" The journalist pressed, pursuing the fleeing pair. Sun Kai and Su Shui, acutely aware of their precarious situation, dared not utter a word as they rushed towards the banquet hall exit, a horde of reporters trailing closely behind. Onlookers, freshly emerging from the banquet, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. What on earth did those two do to elicit such fervent media attention? One guest remarked, "I don't know, but I recognize them. One is the second young lady of the Su family, and the other is the young master of the Sun family. Could it be that they were caught in a compromising situation?" Another guest speculated. At last, the two of them fled into the car and drove away from the banquet hall. Only then did they regain their composure, but in the next moment, they were overwhelmed by a nauseating odor that pervaded the vehicle, prompting them to heave in disgust. Their driver, having undergone rigorous training, promptly opened the windows, which alleviated their queasiness. Once the windows were ajar, the two in the back seat could finally catch their breath. "Damn it, how did it come to this? Weren't you the one who assured me that everything was foolproof?" Sun Kai managed to suppress his nausea, though the sticky sensation on his body continued to evoke revulsion. "I don't know. We were doing just fine until someone knocked me out," Su Shui replied with a sense of grievance, realizing that her attempt to outsmart had backfired. "It's all your fault, you wretched person. Get out of the car." Sun Kai, now thoroughly appalled, ordered the driver to pull over and unceremoniously expelled Su Shui onto the roadside. Watching Sun Kai drive away without a backward glance, Su Shui could only stomp her feet in frustration, and with no other option, she pulled out her phone to call her driver for a ride. Upon returning home, Su Shui rushed into the bathroom, scrubbing every inch of her body with a brush, as if attempting to cleanse herself of the humiliation she had endured that day. The bristles cut into her skin, yet she remained oblivious, continuing to scrub furiously as the water mixed with her blood trickled down the drain. After an indeterminate amount of time, she finally paused, her face contorted in rage, muttering, "It must have been Su Lingyu's accomplice. Just wait. One day, I will send you down to accompany your parents." Having endured such tribulations, Su Shui grew increasingly unhinged. Meanwhile, Sun Kai was on the phone with his father. "Speak. What happened?" A stern voice resonated from the other end. "Father, it was all Su Lingyu's doing." "Yes. I was merely outside when I mentioned she married a filthy bartender, and she must have held a grudge, knocking me out while I was in the restroom. When I came to, I was in this state." Sun Kai knew he could not speak the truth at this moment, so after a brief silence, he concocted a plan to frame Su Lingyu for the incident. "Is that so?" His father, Sun Nanping, seemed skeptical of Sun Kai's tale. "It must be true, otherwise, who would resort to such disgusting tactics against me? I stated that her fiancé is a worthless bartender, and she retaliated by enlisting a repugnant thug to deal with me." Sun Kai spoke convincingly. "Do not deceive me, or else, father, even if you lent me 10 times the courage, I would not dare to lie to you." Sun Kai insisted, feigning sincerity. It appeared that Su Lingyu had grown accustomed to wielding power within the Su family. Even the heads of the top 3 families in Nancheng would show her respect. Now, she had the audacity to attack his son. Sun Nanping's fury ignited as he gazed at the online reports, seeing his son disheveled and in distress. Sun Kai felt fortunate that he had taken numerous discreet measures to ensure Su Lingyu would not uncover his involvement. He believed his father would be unable to ascertain the true culprit, thus reinforcing the notion that only someone with substantial influence in Nancheng could have orchestrated such a plot. This, in turn, would further convince his father that Su Lingyu was responsible for the ordeal. Indeed, the head of the Sun family, Sun Nanping, harbored doubts about the Su family's capacity to commit such an act. After all, aside from humiliating his son, there seemed to be no tangible benefit to be gained. Thus, Sun Nanping instructed his subordinates to investigate the matter further. At this point, the only ones privy to the truth were likely the Song family present at the banquet. After pondering the situation and identifying the flaw, Sun Kai made a phone call. Xiao Wu, at your service. Inform old Xia that I have a craving for fish. Understood. I shall take care of it immediately. Ha ha ha. Su Lingyu, your family shall surely face the consequences now. With the matter delegated, Sun Kai finally exhaled in relief and hurried home to cleanse himself of the unpleasant odor, simultaneously summoning his personal physician to alleviate his physical discomfort. As for Yun Zimo and his entourage, they returned to the Su family's estate in a grand procession after the conclusion of the banquet. Su Lingyu, having been drugged once more, was not one to let this slide easily. After ensuring that Xiao Yu was sent to the hospital, she promptly dispatched individuals to the Song family, intent on capturing its head and delivering him to the police station. Chapter 28. Conspiracies from all sides. What did you say? The head of the Song family has hanged himself? Su Lingyu expressed her bewilderment upon receiving the report from her subordinate. Indeed, miss, when we arrived, he had already passed. A bodyguard confirmed. Sun Kai is truly ruthless. The Song family served him, only to meet such a tragic end. Su Lingyu scoffed. Miss, what shall we do next? The bodyguard inquired, as Xiao Yu lay injured in the hospital, leaving Su Lingyu to convey orders herself. Since Sun Kai dares to strike against me, it seems the incident of my poisoning is closely tied to him. Inform the overseas branch to establish some shell companies and apply pressure on the Sun family stock market. Simultaneously, we shall acquire the assets under the Sun family's name. The Nan city does not require their presence any longer. Understood. I will proceed with this task. The bodyguard turned to leave. Once Su Lingyu had arranged matters to her satisfaction, she returned to her bedroom. Yun Zimo was on the terrace, practicing 3 forms from the turbulent waves technique, albeit without employing inner strength, exuding a vigorous aura. Quite impressive. It seems Uncle Wu has trained you well these past few days, Su Lingyu remarked, observing Yun Zimo energetically practicing his punches. Although she could not discern his martial prowess, she still offered her praise. Oh, thank you. Upon hearing the patron's compliment, Yun Zimo halted his training, feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched his head. For without the support of the Su family's resources, he believed it would be a long time before he could attain his current martial level. I truly appreciate your help today. Without you, I might have fallen victim to Sun Kai and that wretched person. Su Lingyu expressed her gratitude to Yun Zimo. For since the car accident that took her parents when she was in middle school, no one had protected her quite like him, aside from her grandmother. It's nothing. It is merely my duty, Yun Zimo replied, scratching his head and grinning, feeling elated at being addressed so tenderly by his benefactor for the first time. However, seeing Yun Zimo's proud smile ignited a flicker of ire within Su Lingyu, and her expression turned frosty as she turned and retreated to her bedroom. Yun Zimo, bewildered, sensed the return of the elusive financial backer, and with a mere shrug, resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, at the Sun family in Nan City, Sun Nanping listened intently to the report from his subordinate. The investigation into the group of journalists revealed that some had confessed to being bribed, with payments funneled through a foreign account, though the identity of the orchestrator remained elusive. Incompetence, a bunch of incompetence. The Sun family has nourished you for years, and now, when faced with adversity, you uncover nothing. Sun Nanping shattered the glass in his hand in a fit of rage. It appeared that the machinations of one of the prominent families were indeed at play. Yet, who could it be? Sun Nanping mentally reviewed the notable families in Nan City, unable to deduce the truth. Could it truly be the doing of Su Lingyu? His mind echoed with the words of his eldest son. Just as he grappled with his thoughts, a flustered subordinate burst into the room. Master, something terrible has happened. What calamity has you in such a tizzy? Sun Nanping snapped. His train of thought interrupted. A large number of overseas companies are launching an assault on our stock market, and among them is the colossal Balala Group, which is currently absorbing our plummeting enterprises here in Nan City. What provoked them? When did we offend them to the point of inciting this reckless suppression? Sun Nanping stood frozen. The mention of the Balala Group, a gargantuan foreign trade entity that had ascended to prominence in recent years, rumored to be founded by a citizen of Xia, stirred a deep concern within him. Such a formidable force should not harbor animosity towards the modest Sun family. I do not know, but you must take charge immediately. Our shareholders are pulling out, fearing we've angered the Balala Group, his subordinate urged, panic evident in his voice. Merely a foreign conglomerate. The Sun family has never feared anyone in Nan City. Though Sun Nanping was acutely aware that against such a powerful adversary, his local influence was insufficient to turn the tide. He could not concede defeat verbally. Observing the anxious gaze of his subordinate, he declared, "Let us go and assess the situation." While Sun Nanping was embroiled in turmoil, in the Su family's villa, Su Shui lay on her bed, her body marred by injuries. At that moment, her resentment towards Su Lengyu reached its zenith. Because she was not the eldest daughter of the Su family, she found herself bereft of any claim to the family inheritance. Even with the demise of Su Lengyu's parents, the elder of the Su family still intended to bestow the inheritance upon her. Was she not a blood relative of the Su family? After enduring yet another torment at the hands of Su Lengyu, she felt it was time to settle both old grievances and new ones. As she contemplated how to eliminate Su Lengyu and the elderly patriarch of the Su family, the shrill ring of a phone interrupted her thoughts. Upon recognizing the caller's number, she hesitated but ultimately answered. What is happening? Why hasn't the final payment for our work with the Black Dragon Gang been processed? A deep voice boomed on the line, unmistakably belonging to the scarred face who had once drugged Su Lengyu. How dare you ask? She is now set to marry that man from that day. How can you conduct business in such a manner? Su Shui retorted, annoyance lacing her words. At that time, you insisted that we drug Su Lengyu and find someone to take advantage of her. You never specified who it had to be. Scarface said with irritation. Naturally, he would not be courteous to an employer who delayed payments. Su Shui knew she had no grounds to refute this, although she had been forcefully brought back by Su Lengyu. Nevertheless, the Black Dragon Gang had already accomplished their task. Given this, could you assist me once more? After the deed is done, not only will the outstanding balance be settled, but I will also grant you an additional 20 million. Su Shui declared fiercely. What is it? Just tell me, Scarface replied, intrigued by the prospect of extra money. It is imperative that you eliminate Su Lengyu this time. Su suistativ menacingly. That is not feasible. The Su family wields considerable power in the South City. The last time I took action, I had to flee far away. If I strike again, my Black Dragon Gang may find it impossible to maintain a foothold in the South City. Scarface refused. Su Shui felt a sense of helplessness towards Scarface's unwillingness. However, on the other end of the line, a young man with yellow hair approached Scarface, as they were on the same boat. Brother, it's bad news. The Black Dragon Gang is about to be destroyed by the Su family. What? Scarface was taken aback. He anticipated that Su Lengyu would go after him and eliminate his brother. Meanwhile, Su Shui, having overheard this, inquired, so, Scarface, will you accept this 20 million task? Scarface steeled himself and replied, I will take on this task, but you must provide me with an opportunity. Rest assured, I will certainly inform you when the opportunity arises. Su Shui responded eagerly upon learning that Scarface had accepted the assignment. Chapter 29. Old affections are broad, but the enmity remains unabated the following day, in the basement of the Su family villa. Speak. Was it Sun Kai from the Sun family who instructed you to drug me? After several days of investigation by Su Lengyu's forces, combined with her comparisons of individuals from various prominent families and organizations, they ultimately pinpointed Scarface, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, as the one who had drugged her. The Black Dragon Gang is an underground force in the South City, a gang that traditionally recognizes only money, not individuals. Once Su Shui realized that the Black Dragon Gang had targeted her, she naturally mobilized the forces of a newly established Balala branch to eradicate them. While the authorities would likely classify it merely as a gang conflict, the effeminate man before her was none other than Gue Gong, the second in command of the Black Dragon Gang. I have no idea what you're talking about, Gue Gong denied vehemently. You should recognize this individual, Su Lengyu said, presenting him with a photo of Scarface. "I don't know him," Gue Gong insisted, fully aware that confessing would not spare him from Su Lingyu's wrath. Thus he remained extremely uncooperative. "You don't even recognize the leader of the Black Dragon Gang? It appears that without a proper lesson, you're unaware of the gravity of the situation," Su Lingyu observed, her last shred of patience evaporating. "This man is now in your hands," she instructed one of her bodyguards. "Understood, miss. I will certainly extract the truth from him." The bodyguard grinned maliciously as he approached Guegong, knowing that the ensuing scene would be quite bloody. Su Lingyu exited the basement. Just as she stepped outside, anguish screams echoed from within as Guegong let out a heart-wrenching wail. "Notify everyone. I want to see the leader of the Black Dragon Gang alive or dead." "Yes," a bodyguard following Su Lingyu replied. Although today marked a successful retribution against Su Shui and Sun Kai, it is inevitable that their natures will lead them to seek revenge at an opportune moment. The Sun family has already begun to address the situation, but managing the affairs concerning Su Shui poses a considerable challenge. Given that my grandmother has experienced the sorrow of losing a child in her later years, she places immense value on familial ties. Otherwise, she would not permit Wei Tsui Tao and her daughter to enjoy the luxuries of the Su household, replete with lavish comforts and a monthly allowance that exceeds what an average person could earn in a lifetime. Despite their incessant scheming over inheritance, my grandmother continues to exercise patience towards them. I have instructed an increase in personnel to monitor Su Shui around the clock, with immediate reports to be made regarding any developments. Su Lingyu, after much contemplation, decided that augmenting the staff was the only viable solution. "Understood," the bodyguard responded. As lunchtime approached, Yun Zimo returned to the dining hall of the Su residence. Since the last instance where Master had disciplined him severely, he was resolute in his decision not to visit again unless summoned for the necessary medicinal bath preparations. During the meal, Su Laotai suddenly remarked, "Have you heard that the Sun family has come under attack from foreign groups these past few days?" Yun Zimo appeared bewildered, prompting Su Lingyu to respond, "I have heard. It seems they have provoked individuals they ought not to have. They deserve it. Ah, the Sun family had close ties with us in the past, and now they're being bullied by foreign forces. If you can lend a hand, please do so. If not, consider that I never asked," Su Laotai, a person of nostalgia, expressed. After letting out a long sigh, Su Lingyu contemplated revealing the truth of the situation, but was softened by the hopeful gaze of his grandmother. He cast his chopsticks onto the table and declared, "I am full. I will assist the Sun family." With that, he left without looking back, and seeing this, Yun Zimo hastily took a few more bites before following him out. This child, Su Laotai mused, unaware that her words had angered Su Lingyu, shaking her head in resignation. "You should directly inform grandmother that both he and Su Shui have drugged you. I am certain she will not allow you to intervene with the Sun family, and may even conspire with the foreign group to retaliate against them," Yun Zimo urged as he caught up with Su Lingyu. "I warn you, do not let grandmother know about this matter. Her health cannot withstand such distress," Su Lingyu admonished. Observing Yun Zimo's loud demeanor that seemed intent on making the world aware of the situation. "Understood," Yun Zimo replied, suddenly cautious and speaking in hushed tones. "I will handle this matter appropriately. Grandmother is in her golden years and should not be burdened with every concern," Su Lingyu added. "What plans do you have?" Yun Zimo inquired, his curiosity unyielding. Feeling somewhat unnerved by Yun Zimo's persistent questioning, Su Lingyu raised his hands in surrender. "Then I shall refrain from asking." Once Yun Zimo was safely returned to his room, Su Lingyu summoned the bodyguard and instructed, "Notify them to cease the siege on the Sun family, but ensure they understand who provoked this response." "Understood. I shall take care of it at once," the subordinate affirmed. At the headquarters of the Sun Group, Sun Nanping was in a state of turmoil, grappling with the relentless inquiries and accusations from shareholders. Suddenly, one of his subordinates burst in. "What is it? Do you not see we are in a meeting?" Sun Nanping bellowed, his frustration palpable. "Head of the family, the Balala Group has ceased its oppression against us." "What?" The shareholders at the meeting were left utterly astonished, unable to comprehend why the once relentless Balala Group had suddenly chosen to withdraw. As the shareholders struggled to grasp the situation, their phones began to buzz, and upon reading the messages, enlightenment dawned upon them. Chairman's son, it was all a misunderstanding. Indeed, Chairman's son, how could we possibly divest our shares? Observing the shareholders whose expressions shifted quicker than the pages of a book, Sun Nanping offered no kindness in return. After taking note of a few who had been the most vociferous earlier, he coldly remarked, "Is there anyone still wishing to overturn my chairmanship?" Gazing at the silent assembly, Sun Nanping flung open the door and exited. At that moment, a subordinate hurried to catch up, hesitating slightly. "What is it? Speak plainly." Sun Nanping furrowed his brow. "The branch of Balala Group has sent over a document." Sun Nanping snatched it and, upon perusing its contents, noticed an imposing character for Su emblazoned across the page, the warning implicit. So, it was indeed the handiwork of that young lady from the Su family. I never anticipated she would establish an overseas group as her backing during her years abroad. I had underestimated her. However, she is still no match for my son. How dare she infringe upon the interests of the Sun family? We shall see. While Sun Nanping spoke harshly, he understood that any action against Su Lungyu, sheltered by the Balala Group, required careful planning. Impulsive moves were ill-advised. Inform Sun Kai that without my permission, he is not to take action against Su Lungyu. He knows the consequences of defying my orders. Yes, Patriarch. I shall see to it immediately, the subordinate replied. Sun Kai had anticipated that his father would take action against Su Lungyu, only to receive the directive forbidding any retaliation, which infuriated him to the point of shattering his phone. Damn it, the Su family is merely at the tail end of the 8 great families. And yet I am being bullied to this extent without being allowed to retaliate. Sun Kai began to doubt his own lineage. What he did not realize was that had Su Lingyu not relented, the Sun family might have faced annihilation within a few days. Chapter 30. Sun Nanping's self-entanglement in a hospital room outside the affluent district. An elderly man slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his son beside him with a hint of confusion. "What has happened to me?" "Grandfather, you collapsed while walking, but fortunately, a kind-hearted individual brought you to the hospital," Zhuo Weilin exclaimed, grasping the elderly man's hand as he realized his grandfather had awakened. It was evident that the entire sequence of events had been thoroughly investigated by Zhuo Weilin. "Take me to meet my savior," the elderly man insisted, attempting to rise. Zhuo Weilin promptly intervened. "I have already dispatched someone to ascertain the identity of your rescuer. Rest assured, we will not neglect him." Just then, a subordinate entered. "Young master, the individual you instructed us to investigate has been identified. Speak quickly." "The one who saved the elder is Yun Zimo, a son-in-law of the Su family." "One of the Su family, indeed," Zhuo Weilin murmured. "Very well, let us go to the Su family. I must express my gratitude to my savior in person." The elderly man urged fervently. "Grandfather, given your health, it would be best to avoid unnecessary exertion." "I shall have someone invite him here," Zhuo Weilin replied, looking at his impatient grandfather with a hint of exasperation. The elderly man was acutely aware of his own physical condition. After lying down again, he remarked, "Please do not startle my savior." "Rest assured, Grandpa," replied Zhuo Weilin, relieved to see the old man heed his words. "You should go to the Su family and inform them that we, the Zhuo family, request their grandson-in-law to come over." "Yes, young master," his subordinate responded promptly, exiting the room to carry out the task. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared outside the hospital room. Sun Nanping from the Sun family had come to pay his respects to the patriarch of the Zhuo family. "Guomin," Zhuo Weilin beckoned. Without allowing Sun Nanping to speak, he inquired, "Sun family head, I shall ensure that the reward for locating my grandfather is credited to your family's account. If there is nothing of importance, please refrain from disturbing my grandfather's rest." Yun Zimo had previously transported the Zhuo family patriarch to a hospital under the Sun family's jurisdiction. Thus, when the Zhuo family announced a reward, they promptly discovered that the elder was in their own facility and reported it back to the Zhuo family. Following a confrontation with the Balala group, Sun Nanping believed that with the alliance of another prominent family, they could emerge victorious. However, the intricate relationships among the various families made him hesitant. Expressing his desire for collaboration could swiftly reach Su Lingyu's ears, leading to unforeseen complications. As he wrestled with his thoughts, Sun Nanping's subordinates found the Zhuo patriarch. Given this connection, Sun Nanping deemed it advantageous to ally with the Zhuo family against Su Lingyu. How could the Sun family be motivated by such a meager reward? Upon hearing of the elder Zhuo's disappearance, I immediately dispatched personnel to search for him. Who doesn't know that the Zhuo family is the pride of Nan City? Sun Nanping flattered without a trace of embarrassment. Hearing his words, Zhuo Weilin's expression softened as he replied, "Not at all. We are both among the 8 great families of Nan City, and the Sun family is equally commendable." Seizing the opportunity, Sun Nanping then stated, "I have come to request a favor. Please speak, Sun family head. Recently, the Balala group has been oppressing our Sun family. I wonder if you are aware of this matter?" Sun Nanping initiated the conversation. "Naturally, are you suggesting that we assist you against the Balala group? The Zhuo family is not a match for overseas giants." Zhuo Weilin firmly declined. No. I wish to ask for your assistance against the Su family. As the Balala group's actions against my family stem from them, Sun Nanping replied indignantly. Zhuo Weilin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sun Nanping would approach him without having investigated who had brought his grandfather to the hospital. Just as he was about to clarify the situation, the elder Zhuo pulled at Zhuo Weilin's clothing. Understanding the signal, Zhuo Weilin said, "What do you propose we do about the Su family?" Seeing Zhuo Weilin's willingness to engage, Sun Nanping quickly articulated his plan. In a few days, it will be the elder Zhuo's birthday. At that time, he will announce the cessation of all dealings with the Su family, and our Sun family will do the same. The attending families will naturally know where to align themselves, leaving the Su family with no standing in Nan City. "Very well, my grandfather agrees." On the hospital bed, the venerable Mr. Zhuo remarked, "The Sun family expresses their gratitude and will take their leave now." Having settled the matter, Sun Nanping was naturally reluctant to linger, as a multitude of pressing issues awaited his attention within the group. "Take care. No need for formalities," he added. After watching the head of the Sun family, Sun Nanping, disappear through the door of the ward, Zhuo Weilin paused for a moment before inquiring, "Grandfather, why not directly explain that we cannot take on the Su family?" One cannot articulate that way. Our savior is the son-in-law of the Su family, not the Su family itself. Should my young friends suffer in their household, it would only be right for us to assist the Sun family," replied the venerable Mr. Zhuo. "Indeed, my grandfather is a master strategist," Zhuo Weilin praised. "Cease the flattery. I believe it is best if we do not linger at the Sun family hospital. Let us return home to meet with our young friend." Understanding the impermanence of their stay, Zhuo Weilin summoned his subordinates to assist the venerable Mr. Zhuo in departing, while he took out his phone to inform his men to bring the guests to their residence. Meanwhile, at the Su family's villa, a convoy arrived at the gates. Upon noticing this, the servants promptly notified old Madame Su and Butler Wang. "Go and ascertain the identity of the convoy that arrives unannounced at our doorstep." Old Madame Su instructed Butler Wang. "Understood," Butler Wang replied, making his way to the entrance. Upon approaching the leader of the group and comparing them with the prominent families in his mind, he was surprised to find that it was none other than the steward of the Zhuo family. He then inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of the Zhuo family's visit?" "The purpose of our visit today is to invite the Su family's son-in-law, Yun Zimo, to the Zhuo residence for a discussion. My esteemed elder has requested his presence and has stated that he shall wait here until Yun Zimo is brought back," the Zhuo family steward replied with unwavering formality. "Elder Zhuo?" Butler Wang pondered, perplexed by the news of the Zhuo family's patriarch having gone missing recently, only to be found with the assistance of the Sun family. Why then, he wondered, would they wish to invite Yun Zimo to their home? Unable to comprehend the situation, Butler Wang returned to the villa to report the details to old Madame Su. "What scheme does the Zhuo family have in mind?" Old Madame Su mused, equally baffled. "However, I perceive no ill intent from the Zhuo family, as they have come with a full convoy to invite our son-in-law," Butler Wang stated. "Contact Yuer and see what she has to say," old Madame Su decided, unable to make a definitive decision. In the conference room of the Su group, Su Lingyu was engaged in explaining future development plans to her subordinates. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon seeing it was a call from home, she addressed her team. "We shall pause the meeting here. The proposals have been sent to each of you. Please review them thoroughly and feel free to come to my office should you have any questions. Yes, Ms. Su, the team responded, filing out of the room. Once alone, Su Lingyu answered the call. What is it? Has something happened at home? Miss, the Zhou family is insisting on inviting our son-in-law to their residence, stating they will not leave without him. Butler Wang reported. The Yue family? Why would they seek Yun Zimo? Su Lingyu was equally perplexed. Could it be that Yun Zimo was a long-lost child of the Zhou family, perhaps even named Zhu Yin? Su Lingyu's imagination began to wander. As Xiaoya, who had already recuperated in the hospital, interrupted Su Lingyu's whimsical thoughts, she remarked, according to our intelligence, it appears that the old patriarch of the Zhou family was located by the Sun family. Do you think the Zhou family intends to pose a threat to the son-in-law? Upon hearing Xiaoya's report, Su Lingyu furrowed her brows, but after a moment, she relaxed and said, when soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build dams. Xiaoya, prepare the vehicle. I wish to see what the Zhou family is up to. Hearing the command, Xiaoya promptly took out her phone to instruct her subordinates to ready the car, following Su Lingyu toward the elevator outside the conference room. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Su family estate, the vehicle was already waiting. Su Lingyu and Xiaoya entered the car, shielded by their bodyguards. The journey back to the Su villa saw the Zhou family's convoy still lingering at the entrance. Su Lingyu raised an eyebrow at them. However, since they were loitering outside, there was little she could do, so she proceeded directly into the villa. Returning to the bedroom, Yun Zimo was blissfully unaware, engaged in his boxing practice. What is going on? Su Lingyu asked, frowning. We haven't informed him of this matter. The son-in-law is still in the dark, replied Butler Wang from the side. At that moment, Yun Zimo noticed the influx of people into the bedroom, puzzled. Why are you all here? Is there something amiss? Observing Yun Zimo's carefree demeanor, Su Lingyu felt a pang of concern. She could only say, the Zhou family from Nancheng wishes to meet you. Have you done anything recently? The Zhou family from Nancheng? Yun Zimo appeared perplexed, as he did not recognize them. Realizing that she could glean no information from him, Su Lingyu said, let us go. I'll accompany you to see what mischief this esteemed Zhou family, ranked among the top 3 in Nancheng, is up to. Su Lingyu had arranged everything, believing she could handle whatever the Zhou family intended. All right, Yun Zimo acknowledged, aware that he had no alternative. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Su residence, the Zhou family's butler courteously invited the two into the vehicle. Su Lingyu sensed something was amiss and scrutinized Yun Zimo's appearance, as if pondering something deeply. What is it? Yun Zimo inquired, noticing Su Lingyu's intense gaze scanning him. You aren't a bast RD child of the Zhou family, are you? Though I haven't heard any rumors regarding such a situation. On their way, Su Lingyu had reacquainted herself with the Zhou family's information, dismissing the possibility of an illegitimate child. Yet, the butler's respectful demeanor left her perplexed. Yun Zimo rolled his eyes, but refrained from arguing. There indeed existed a minuscule chance. However, this gathering should not resemble a banquet of treachery. The Zhou family had no need to go to such lengths to receive them. Su Lingyu whispered to herself, when you arrive at the Zhou family, behave yourself, and do not create unnecessary trouble. Understood. I grasp your point, Yun Zimo replied, recognizing the authority of the financier. The journey was not overly prolonged, and the Zhou villa lay within the affluent district, allowing the two to enter smoothly. Upon reaching the living room, Yun Zimo spotted an elderly man, his expression revealing surprise as he instinctively pointed at the man he had rescued a few days prior. Upon witnessing this, Su Lingyu immediately intervened, whispering, what are you doing? That is the esteemed elder of the Zhou family. Ha ha ha, no witties. It seems that young friend Yun remembers me. Elder Zhou chuckled. With this, Su Lingyu released her hold on Yun Zimo. You are the elder I saw collapse on the road that day, Yun Zimo remarked. Indeed, I was out for a stroll when I unexpectedly suffered a heart attack and collapsed. Thankfully, young friend promptly took me to the hospital. Otherwise, my life would have been forfeit. Elder Zhou stepped forward, grasping Yun Zimo's hand with genuine gratitude. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yun Zimo scratched his head and replied, it was only natural to help someone in danger. Young friend, should you find it uncomfortable at the Su residence, feel free to come to the Zhou family. I assure you, we shall cover all your expenses, Elder Zhuo offered. Yun Zimo felt a strong temptation. After all, this could sustain him for a lifetime, while his agreement with Su Lengyu was only for a year. However, a gentleman does not accept food offered without merit. He held firm to his principles, finding the idea of living off the Zhuo family unacceptable. With this in mind, he responded, "I'm truly grateful for Elder Zhuo's kindness, but my time at the Su family has been quite satisfactory, and I do not require such assistance at this moment." Standing nearby, Su Lingyu reflected, "Well, it seems you have a bit of conscience after all." Noticing this, Elder Zhuo ceased his insistence, saying, "In that case, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to come to the Zhuo family. We will never refuse any assistance within our capacity." "Then I thank you, Elder Zhuo," Yun Zimo acquiesced, though he resolved internally not to take advantage of this opportunity. He preferred the fruits of his own labor over such offerings. There is one more matter. Let my grandson convey it to you." Elder Zhuo suddenly recalled the situation regarding Sun Nanping. He beckoned for Zhuo Weilin to step forward. Understanding that his grandfather intended to assist the Su family, Zhuo Weilin adjusted his glasses and stated, "This matter pertains to the Sun family." After recounting the events that unfolded in the hospital, Su Lingyu remarked, "Surely Sun Nanping cannot be so foolish. Yun Zimo saved your grandfather, yet he dares to send you to confront the Su family? Perhaps he did not thoroughly investigate who brought my grandfather to the hospital," Zhuo Weilin explained. "If Sun Nanping were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly proclaim his innocence. His focus has been consumed by the turmoil within the group. Although the Balala group has ceased its offensive, it has already inflicted severe damage on the Sun family. An Elder Zhuo's situation came to light purely by chance within our own hospital. He had no time to ponder who had delivered Elder Zhuo there. What do you intend to do about it?" "Given that our family's savior is the son-in-law of the Su family, we naturally have no intention of opposing you. Instead, we might join forces to take down the Sun family," Zhuo Weilin declared. Zhuo Weilin meticulously outlined his scheme, merely substituting the targeted family from the Su clan to the Sun clan. The Sun family, having recently suffered a severe blow, has become the subject of covetous gazes. With the Zhuo and Su families now allied, the Sun family is certain to be besieged by the other prominent families, and it is likely that the 8 illustrious families of Nancheng may soon dwindle to 7. Chapter 32. The Clash at the Birthday Banquet. Upon exiting the Zhuo residence, Yun Zimo exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Listening to the discussions of power struggles and strategies to sever ties with the Sun family had left him feeling stifled. "What is wrong? Can't you handle such trivial matters?" Su Lingyu teased, observing Yun Zimo's reaction. "It is just that the familial conflicts are far more brutal than I had anticipated," Yun Zimo replied. "You have seen it for yourself. It is the Sun family that seeks our demise. We are merely compelled to retaliate," Su Lingyu remarked. Yun Zimo understood Su Lingyu's point. Were he in the same position, he would undoubtedly engage in a life-and-death struggle with any family intent on his destruction. "Let us go home now," Su Lingyu said, noticing Yun Zimo's silence and refraining from further teasing. All right. The two arrived at the entrance of the Zhuo residence, where the Su family's vehicle awaited. They boarded the car and soon returned to their villa. Once home, Su old madam inquired about the events that transpired. Su Lingyu realized it was essential to clarify the situation to her grandmother, given that she still hoped for assistance from the Sun family. Thus, she recounted everything she could disclose. Upon hearing the account, Su old madam was enraged. "I cannot believe the Sun family wishes to bring us to ruin, and I had intended to lend them a hand," she exclaimed, coughing in her fury. Su Lingyu quickly patted her grandmother's back to soothe her. "Why would the Sun family target us?" Su old madam, despite her age, was perceptive enough to detect inconsistencies in the situation. A thought struck Su Lingyu, and she pointed at Yun Zimo, saying it must be him. "The Sun family is aware that we have allowed a mere bartender to become your grandson-in-law, thus rejecting their eldest son. They must harbor resentment. If that is the case, then the matter concerning the Sun family is for you to handle. Yun Zimo is the grandson-in-law I have chosen, and no one can alter that," Su old madam declared resolutely upon realizing Yun Zimo was at the center of the issue. "Rest assured, Grandmother, Su Lingyu said, feeling a sense of satisfaction as her grandmother's determination seemed to shift the focus entirely onto Yun Zimo. It was as if she herself were the bride of the Su family. Noticing that her grandmother had seemingly abandoned her inquiries, she hurriedly reassured her. "Enough, I am weary." After hearing the entire story, Su old madam appeared fatigued and, with the help of Steward Wang, departed. Yun Zimo, having been thrust into the role of a scapegoat by his benefactors, bore no grievances and obediently followed Su Lingyu back to the bedroom. Days passed. During this time, Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu gradually acclimated to each other's presence within the same room. Without the aid of medicinal baths, Yun Zimo's martial arts cultivation progressed slowly. He focused primarily on practicing techniques. In the meantime, his impatience led him to seek out his master, for rapid advancement in strength was most exhilarating. However, when Yun Zimo arrived at his master's secluded residence, he found that his master had unexpectedly departed. The attendants at the estate informed Yun Zimo that Master Wu had gone to procure medicinal herbs for his bath. Understanding the situation, Yun Zimo had no choice but to return and wait patiently. Finally, the time for the old patriarch of the Zhuo family's birthday celebration arrived, and various factions in Nansheng eagerly gathered to pay their respects. The banquet hall was a spectacle of luxury vehicles, with even families from other cities arriving in droves. Dressed in their finest attire, Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu presented their invitations and smoothly entered the venue. The pair, with one resembling a fallen beauty and the other exuding charm, instantly captivated the attention of the crowd. "Isn't that the young lady from a Su family? How daring of her to attend the old patriarch's celebration," remarked Sun Nanping, halting his discussion with business partners upon seeing the main characters arrive. "Why can you come and I cannot?" Su Lingyu retorted, dismissing the petty provocations of the Sun family leader with a glance. "Do not be so smug. Just because you have connections with overseas conglomerates does not give you the right to act recklessly. I will ensure that you pay a heavier price for the suffering my son has endured," Sun Nanping declared angrily. In recent days, he had meticulously conferred with the Zhuo family on strategies to deal with the Su family, devising a flawless plan to declare a joint effort to eliminate the Su family. They intended to swiftly sever all ties, which would severely cripple the Su family's cash flow, leading to their inevitable demise within mere days. "Your son is merely reaping what he has sown," Su Lingyu remarked, her expression one of disbelief at Sun Nanping's unreasonable stance. "Indeed, it is you. I did not believe Sun Kai when he told me, but now you have confirmed it with your own words," he thought, his anger flaring at the thought of his son's plight. Unreasonable. Su Lingyu clearly had no desire to engage in a war of words with him. Assuming Su Lingyu was intimidated, Sun Nanping raised his voice. "I am being unreasonable? Come, everyone, see for yourselves. My son merely spoke a few words at the entrance, and the Su family resorted to such malicious tactics that my son made the news. Surely, you all know the incident from a few days ago. Old fool, I have tolerated you for far too long." Yun Zimo seethed, unable to contain his anger at Sun Nanping's distortion of the truth, and he was poised to confront him. Sun Nanping, feeling a twinge of panic, realized that with age, one must learn to concede. "Enough, there is no need to entangle with the Sun family." Su Lingyu urged Yun Zimo, who was ready to retaliate. Seeing Yun Zimo restrained, Sun Nanping immediately shouted, "Su Lingyu, do not think I'll let you go so easily." With Sun Nanping daring to continue his tirade, Yun Zimo glared at him fiercely. Anyone who dared to provoke his benefactor was courting disaster. "I see you have forgotten the lessons of the past," Sun Nanping, Su Lingyu interjected, no longer willing to ignore this fool who wouldn't last long. "Do not think that because you have forged alliances abroad for 3 years, you can flaunt your power in Nansheng." Upon encountering Su Lingyu, Sun Nanping, emboldened by his recent alliance with the Zhuo family, couldn't resist mocking her. With the Zhuo family yet to make their move, Sun Nanping felt a sense of invincibility and declared, "Today, with all the prominent families of Nansheng present, I announce a momentous decision. Our Sun family, in collaboration with the Zhuo family, shall orchestrate a joint effort to annihilate the Su family. Those who wish to avoid being caught in this crossfire should immediately cease their dealings with the Su family. Otherwise, the Sun and Zhuo families shall not show mercy. Instantly, the attention of the guests at the banquet was captured. What began as mere verbal sparring suddenly took a serious turn, particularly with the Sun family preparing to engage in a fierce business battle against Su Lingyu, backed by the Zhuo family. It seemed that a storm was brewing in Nancheng. And should the Sun and Zhuo families unite, the Su family could very well face destruction. One guest expressed concern. We have close ties with the Su family. What should we do? Another chimed in anxiously. We must notify our families at once. If the Sun family dares to make such an announcement, they must have already laid their plans. It will be too late if we delay. Sun Namping laughed heartily. What say you now, Su Lingyu? Even if you were to kneel and plead for mercy, it would be of no avail. Await the news of the Su family's bankruptcy. Su Lingyu, regarding him as a fool, retorted, do you not think that breaching various contracts incurs penalties? Sun Namping, with a cold grin, replied, and so what? If our Sun family severs ties with you, your Su family will inevitably face the inability to deliver your products, resulting in far greater penalties. Soon, there will be no Su family in Nancheng. I can find alternative supply channels without your Sun family's assistance, Su Lingyu asserted. Today the Sun and Zhuo families, 2 of the 8 great families, have united. Let us see who in Nanchang dares to collaborate with you, Sun Namping proclaimed, glaring at the guests. Save for a few from other prominent families, dared not meet his gaze. Su Lingyu and Yun Zimo found Sun Namping's antics utterly ridiculous, their hearts filled with amusement. Do you truly believe the Zhuo family will ally with you? Yun Zimo interjected, as the Zhuo family had already shared Sun's plans, and preparations had been made on their side. Indeed, why would the Zhuo family undertake such a thankless task? A guest remarked, recognizing the gravity of a business war. Once initiated, it would inevitably incur substantial losses, and it was unlikely they would act solely on Sun Namping's word. Observing the guest's apprehension, Sun Namping devised a ploy. Though unafraid of the Su family represented by Su Lingyu, he was wary of their connections with the overseas giant, Balala Group. Should this foreign powerhouse intervene, his plans against the Su family might falter. Thus, Sun Namping proposed, if you do not believe me, why not make a wager? Before Su Lingyu could decline, he continued, should I lose, I shall present the Sun family's treasured recipe for the 9 Dragons Feast. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. For this was a recipe passed down through the generations of the Sun family, a culinary secret upon which their standing among the great families of Nancheng relied. The audacity of placing such a treasure at stake in a wager left one seasoned guest utterly flabbergasted. I have been fortunate enough to savor the exquisite 9 Dragons Feast on one occasion, where each dish left an indelible impression. Wan Chunlu, under the auspices of the Sun family, has garnered a remarkable reputation across several cities owing to this feast. One guest reminisced about the lingering flavors of the 9 Dragons Feast as he spoke. With this recipe as a wager, it appears the Sun family's claims hold water. The Zhuo family will undoubtedly take action, while the Su family is likely to shy away from this bet, another guest remarked. Listening to the crowd plotting to undermine the wager, Sun Namping hastily interjected, if I emerge victorious, all I require is for Miss Su to refrain from utilizing her overseas connections. What do you think of this wager? Su Lingyu replied, I could be persuaded to accept this bet. Although Su Lingyu and the Zhuo family had already prepared their assault on all enterprises under the Sun family's name, neither side had devised a solid strategy against the 9 Dragons Feast at Wanchun Lu. Unexpectedly, during this banquet, Sun Namping presented the recipe on a silver platter, sparing both families the effort of confronting Wanchun Lu foolishness. Doesn't he, the leader of the Su family, realize that the Sun family is nearly assured of victory? Why agree to the wager? I would hastily contact my family to counter the maneuvers of these 2 great clans, lamented a frustrated guest. What do you know? The Sun family can ally with the Zhuo family. Can't the Su family form an alliance as well? As long as the Su family can meet the price, the Zhuo family might not act against them, another guest retorted with an air of confidence. Indeed, but one wonders what leverage the Su family possesses to persuade the Zhuo family to withdraw. Observing Su Lingyu's inclination to accept the wager, Sun Namping seized the opportunity and inquired, what do you desire? In addition to the recipe, I also require all the chefs at Chun Lu who are skilled in preparing the Nine Dragons feast, Su Lingyu asserted. After all, merely obtaining the recipe would not suffice to dismantle the Sun family's Chun Lu in a short span. However, extracting all their chefs would inevitably cause the collapse of the Sun family's culinary enterprise. Very well, I, Sun, will acquiesce, Sun Nanping replied promptly, fearing Su Lingyu might reconsider. I implore all esteemed families to witness this agreement. Should anyone breach the wager, they will face the wrath of all the families in Nancheng, he declared to the assembly. Several affiliated families of the Sun family quickly echoed his sentiments. The Yu family is willing to serve as witnesses, and we, the Wang family, with some leading the way. The remaining families present at the banquet also consented. Following discussions with their clan leaders over the phone, representatives from several prominent families agreed to act as witnesses, as there was no conflict of interest for them in this matter. Seeing the support of several great families for the wager, Sun Nanping breathed a sigh of relief. Without the backing of the prominent families in Nancheng as witnesses, Su Lingyu could have potentially reneged on her commitments after losing the wager. Now, even if she wished to deny the agreement, she could not, as it pertained to the dignity of the families in Nancheng. If overseas powers insisted on interfering in Nancheng affairs, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. Even a mightiest dragon fears the local snake. If all families in Nancheng unite, no matter how formidable the overseas conglomerate, they will be unable to meddle in local matters. With the situation seemingly settled, Sun Nanping laughed heartily. It seems that after tonight, the Su family will no longer exist in Nancheng. Do not rejoice too soon, Yun Zimo interjected. Disregard him. This fellow is utterly oblivious to his impending demise. Su Lingyu gently grasped Yun Zimo's arm and remarked as if Sun Nanping were merely an irritating cricket, unworthy of her attention. Observing the two before him who chose to ignore his presence, Sun Nanping, seething with indignation, could no longer afford to wait for the arrival of the venerable Mr. Zhua from the Zhua family. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number, instructing, commence an immediate ban on the Su family. Sever all trade channels with them. Understood. I shall attend to it right away, came the voice of his subordinate over the line. Once the arrangements were made, Sun Nanping hung up, his eyes narrowing as he disdainfully declared, the downfall of the Su family is nigh. The arrival of Mr. Zhua will mark your end. Just then, Su Lingyu's phone rang. Upon hearing it, Sun Nanping burst into laughter, exclaiming, do answer it. I suspect news of your family's imminent calamity is about to reach you. Unfazed by Sun Nanping's derision, Su Lingyu answered the call upon seeing it was Xiaoya. Miss, the Sun family has already taken action, Xiaoya reported. Understood. Proceed according to our plan, Su Lingyu instructed. Yes, Miss, Xiaoya acknowledged before ending the call. Sun Nanping, witnessing this, mocked, haha. You're quite the actress, Su Lingyu. I assure you, the retribution for the recent assault on our family will be repaid 100-fold today. Noticing that Yun Zimo remained unmoved, he continued with a harsh tone. While we act independently, you may pretend to be indifferent, but once Mr. Zhuo arrives, you shall find yourselves without a grave. Who are you threatening with such dire words? Came an aged voice from the entrance of the banquet hall. As Sun Nanping prepared to vent his anger at the interruption, he recognized the figure at the door and instantly donned a slightly obsequious expression. Mr. Zhua, you have finally arrived. Please inform them that today marks the day our families unite to besiege the Su family. You too should brace yourselves. Soon, you shall reap the consequences. Sun Nanping seized the opportunity to speak before Su Lingyu could respond. Hearing Sun Nanping's words, Mr. Zhua coughed in indignation, and Zhuo Weilin, the head of the Zhua family, immediately reacted with fury. How dare you show disrespect to the savior of our patriarch? Guards, hold on, Sun Nanping interjected. What further words do you have? Zhuo Weilin inquired. Su Lingyu, remember your wager. Should you conspire with foreign forces, all the families in Nan City will unite against you. Sun Nanping, believing victory was within his grasp, thought the mention of a savior referred to the hospital under the Sun family's care that had saved Mr. Zhua, a notion that left him feeling somewhat undeserving. After today, the Su family shall cease to exist in Nan City, remarked the guest with a sigh. This wager is of great significance to Sun Nanping. It likely pertains to the overseas conglomerate, Balala Group, which had besieged the Sun family recently, or perhaps the Su family's foreign connections. Alas, their last glimmer of hope has been extinguished by the Sun family. The Su family appears doomed, another informed guest commented. I have heard that if it were not for the sudden withdrawal of the Balala Group's attack, the Sun family might have already perished. To my astonishment, within mere days, the Sun family has devised a strategy to besiege the Su family. It seems that showing mercy to one's enemies is, in essence, an act of cruelty towards oneself. Another guest, upon hearing this, remarked, and others nodded in agreement. "Take him away," commanded Zhuo Weilin, and the bodyguards behind him promptly stepped forward to seize Sun Nanping, intending to drag him out of the banquet hall. Sun Nanping, witnessing this, struggled fiercely, confusion and disbelief etched upon his face. "Zhuo Xianzi, your subordinates must be mistaken. They ought to apprehend those two instead." "Who is your Xianzi? Take him away," Zhuo Weilin said disdainfully, looking at Sun Nanping with contempt for such attempts to forge connections. The elders seemed to perceive the puzzlement among the guests, especially since Sun Nanping had fervently claimed that the Zhuo family was their ally. Thus, he stepped forward and announced, "Today is my birthday banquet. However, I have another significant matter to share. A few days ago, my savior, Yun Zimo, came to my aid when I collapsed from a heart attack in the street. It was he who rushed me to the hospital. Had I been delayed even a moment longer, I might not have had the chance to celebrate this birthday. Not at all. It is merely the fortune of the elder Zhuo. I was simply fortunate to be present," Yun Zimo remarked, as the attention of the crowd shifted towards him, revealing a tapestry of emotions: jealousy, confusion, and disdain. "This gentleman, Yun, speaks the truth. The elder Zhuo is indeed blessed." A guest echoed, and the rest of the attendees responded in unison. Sun Nanping, being forcibly held, stood frozen in shock upon hearing the news. "What? That inept son-in-law of the Su family saved you? Yet just days ago, we were devising plans to deal with the Su family. The debt of gratitude for saving a life is typically unrepayable. However, since you, Sun Nanping, have presented me with an opportunity, I shall naturally reciprocate by informing young friend Yun of your plans," Elder Zhuo stated coldly. "The Sun family truly demonstrates foolishness. Failing to ascertain who the elder Zhuo's benefactor was before daring to form an alliance," a guest added, and many concurred. At that moment, outside the banquet, a figure hurriedly approached Sun Nanping. "Sir, we have a grave situation. We forcibly severed trade relations with the Su family, and now the court has come to demand a penalty for breach of contract. Moreover, the manager of the Sun family hesitated." "And what else?" Sun Nanping inquired. "And the Zhuo family has swiftly taken over the supply channels. The Su family appears unscathed, while the Zhuo and Su families are beginning to besiege us. And there are even signs that the Balala Group is taking action. Our Sun Group is on the brink of collapse." "What? Ha ha ha!" Sun Nanping, upon hearing this, erupted into an angry laugh and declared, "You Zhuo family are truly a disgrace among noble families. Who would have thought you would ultimately stab my Sun family in the back? Even if we, the Sun family, were to fall, who would dare to collaborate with a treacherous clan such as yours in the future?" Sun Nanping realized that all hope was lost and could only resort to verbal slander against the Zhuo family. To suddenly turn against the Su family would indeed be an act of betrayal. It was not long ago that the Su and Sun families formed a formidable alliance, carving out their dominance in South City. Now, to betray the Su family would be the ultimate act of treachery. Our Zhu family is merely correcting the chaos. The elder Zhu could not allow Sun Nanping to have his way and spoke up. Taking the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, Su Lingyu chimed in, "Do not forget our earlier wager, Master Sunday. I expect to see the recipe and the chef for the Nine Dragons feast today. Otherwise, it won't just be the two of us against you. The entire South City will stand opposed to the Sun family. You all." Sun Nanping, upon hearing this, was driven to the brink of fury, spitting blood, causing those around him to retreat in fear of contamination. Defeated and disheartened, he slumped between two bodyguards, murmuring, "Our Sun family's centuries of legacy, gone, all gone. Take him away, and have someone clean up the mess," ordered Zhu Weilin. Yes, replied his subordinate. Sun Nanping was dragged away by the bodyguards and unceremoniously ejected from the banquet hall. The blood on the floor was swiftly attended to. Elder Zhu stepped to the center of the gathering and addressed the guests. Thank you all for attending my birthday celebration. Today also serves to honor my savior. As he spoke, he gestured for Yun Zimo to come forward. Initially reluctant, Yun Zimo was pushed onto the stage by Su Lingyu and had no choice but to comply. Yun Zimo, also known as the favored son-in-law of the Su family, was a figure of significance in South City. Elder Zhu's words served as a warning to all present about Yun Zimo's esteemed position. It seemed this son-in-law was destined for greatness in South City. How I wish I had been the one to save Elder Zhu that day. But such fanciful thoughts are futile. One must remember this man's face and not foolishly provoke him. I hereby declare the banquet officially commenced. With Elder Zhu's robust proclamation, the festivities began. Guests mingled, forming circles of conversation, as if the earlier events had never occurred. In their minds, the Sun family had already been erased. Having been thrown out, Sun Nanping rose from the ground, his previously lost demeanor replaced by a fierce determination. Su family, Zhu family, you shall pay for this. Chapter 35. The banquet concludes. The banquet concluded amidst a lively atmosphere of clinking glasses and laughter. Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu shared a ride back to the Su family. And breaking the silence, Su Lingyu expressed her gratitude. Today, I owe you a debt of thanks. Had you not saved Elder Zhu, the outcome might have been far less favorable. Her perception of Yun Zimo had shifted significantly. What once seemed merely a childhood infatuation had evolved. As Yun Zimo demonstrated his prowess in martial arts and successfully countered the Sun family's plot in the business realm, Su Lingyu's appreciation for him had grown immensely. Feeling bashful at the compliment from such a beautiful woman, Yun Zimo scratched his head and humbly replied, "It was nothing. I cannot accept your patronage without merit." Yun Zimo dared not entertain any improper thoughts about his benefactor, for his sister still required treatment within the Su family. At present, gratitude outweighed everything in his heart. Is that all? Su Lingyu leaned closer to Yun Zimo upon hearing his words. Gazing upon her alluring figure so near, Yun Zimo felt a dryness in his throat. Managing to swallow and utter, "Rest assured, Miss Su, I will fulfill my responsibilities." With that, he maintained a composed demeanor, his heart racing, yet outwardly appearing unblemished. Indeed, accompanying a powerful figure was akin to traversing a treacherous path, especially when that figure was a formidable woman. Observing Yun Zimo's calmness, Su Lingyu felt a flicker of annoyance. Could her captivating beauty not sway him? Suddenly, a screech of brakes pierced the air, just as Su Lingyu was about to return to her seat. Yun Zimo unexpectedly pressed her against the back of the front seat. Before they could fully immerse themselves in the moment, a voice shattered the tranquility. "I apologize, Mississippi." Upon hearing the voice, Su Lingyu immediately struggled to rise, directing her ire towards the innocent-looking Yun Zimo. "What kind of driving is this?" "My apologies, Mississippi. A scooter ran a red light and nearly collided with us." "Fine, just focus on driving," Su Lingyu replied, knowing that the driver was not entirely at fault due to the unforeseen circumstance. As for Yun Zimo, who had inadvertently gained an advantage, he dared not speak, instead savoring the moment in silence. A thought crossed his mind, if only she were truly his wife. Yet, he quickly dismissed it. After all, she was his benefactor, and their social standings were worlds apart. He would never be worthy of her in the eyes of the Su family. Casting aside his fanciful thoughts, Yun Zimo obediently settled back in his seat, patiently awaiting their arrival at the Su residence. The silence between them grew increasingly peculiar. Observing Yun Zimo, who had availed himself of the situation yet remained impassive, Su Lingyu's frustration boiled over. She turned to the driver, instructing, "Pull over." Upon receiving the command, the driver swiftly halted by the roadside. They were now quite close to the Su family estate, and Su Lingyu intended to impose a light punishment on the man who had taken advantage of her. "You get out and run back to the Su family." "Understood." Yun Zimo was eager to escape the confines of the vehicle, his nerves fraying. Exiting the car felt like breaking free from a trap, and he took a deep breath of fresh air. Watching him flee like a man escaping captivity, Su Lingyu felt her irritation intensify. Was she truly so intimidating? She glared at Yun Zimo's retreating figure, her expression fierce. However, once the car resumed its journey, Su Lingyu lost interest in Yun Zimo, finding herself alone in the vehicle. No longer needing to maintain a poised posture, she sprawled across the seat in a rather unrefined manner. They were now in the vicinity of the affluent neighborhood, where the streets were sparsely populated, save for the occasional luxury car gliding by. Yun Zimo, unconcerned about onlookers, harnessed his inner strength and utilized his skillful footwork to follow closely behind the convoy. They soon arrived at the entrance of the Su family estate. As Su Lingyu stepped out of the car, she saw Yun Zimo approaching at a leisurely jog, which sparked her curiosity. "How did you arrive so quickly?" she inquired. Yun Zimo explained, "My master taught me a particular technique for running, which is why I'm able to come here so swiftly." Su Lingyu was entirely skeptical. Yun Zimo had run the distance without breaking a sweat or even appearing out of breath, making his claims seem implausible. Upon glancing back at the convoy, she quickly deduced that he must have hailed a vehicle and then exited it in haste. She scoffed at the thought. However, considering that Yun Zimo had just achieved something noteworthy, and that his ostentatious display was likely intended to draw her attention, a smirk of amusement crept across her lips. "You still wish to fall under my spell, don't you?" With a playful gesture, she linked her arm with Yun Zimo's, and together they entered the estate. The complexities of a woman's heart are unfathomable. Moments ago, she had seemed ready to devour him, yet now her demeanor was warm and amiable. Yun Zimo could only endure this tumultuous shift with trepidation. Before long, they arrived in the living room, where Grandma, Su, awaited their return. Upon seeing them enter, she rose and asked, "So, how did it go? Was everything smooth?" "Grandma, you need not worry. The Sun family is finished this time. They have even relinquished the ancestral recipe for the Nine Dragons feast." Su Lingyu promptly reassured her grandmother as she helped her to sit. Meanwhile, Yun Zimo settled onto a nearby sofa. "Do tell me more," Grandma Su urged, with her previously aloof demeanor fading. Su Lingyu animatedly recounted the events that had transpired at the banquet, revealing a different facet of herself only in her grandmother's presence. After listening, Grandma Su sighed deeply. "Alas, I never imagined the Sun family would turn so antagonistic towards us. Back in the days when old Master Sun was alive, our two families were steadfast allies," she lamented, succumbing to a fit of coughing. Su Lingyu quickly patted her grandmother's back, saying, "The Sun family lacks virtue. It is no wonder we have acted without righteousness." "Lingyu is right," Yun Zimo added, offering comfort. With Yun Zimo speaking, Grandma Su's attention shifted towards him. "Zimo, how is your cultivation progressing?" she inquired. Feeling slightly bashful at the question about his cultivation level, Yun Zimo replied, "I have just reached the blood refinement stage. My master has been helping me gather medicinal materials these past few days, so my progress has been somewhat slow." "Ha ha, splendid. Steward Wang will do everything possible to assist Master Wu in sourcing the materials," Grandma Su responded, fully aware of the formidable nature of Yun Zimo's current level, considering he had nearly caught up to Master Wu, who had been cultivating for many years. Her heart swelled with joy at this thought. "Yes, madam," came the reply from Steward Wang, who stood nearby. Su Lingyu, however, felt a twinge of disdain, dismissing Yun Zimo's achievement as merely scraping the surface of martial arts. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of martial arts levels, she mistakenly believed that Yun Zimo had only just begun his journey and found it preposterous that he required rare materials to accelerate his progress. This is a grave injustice towards Yun Zimo. The slow cultivation speed of ordinary martial artists is attributed to their daily limitations in converting internal energy, while Yun Zimo's predicament stems from a lack of resources, which hampers the conversion of greater internal energy. Even in the absence of rare treasures, the amount of internal energy Yun Zimo can cultivate daily is incomparable to that of an ordinary martial artist. The two cannot be juxtaposed in any meaningful way. Chapter 36. Sun Xian of the Eight Desolations. The affair of the Su and Zhou families surrounding the Sun family quickly spread throughout the entire southern city. Within a week, various enterprises under the Sun family announced their bankruptcy and liquidation, while many prominent families in the southern city seized the opportunity to strike a blow, appropriating a significant portion of the Sun family's assets. Were it not for a few loyal supporters, the Sun family would have faltered much sooner. Outside the Sun villa, the father and son of the Sun family were ousted. Piece by piece, their furniture was carted away, and the doors were sealed, preparing for bankruptcy auction. "What shall we do, father?" Sun Kai stood at the doorway, murmuring. Gazing at Sun Kai, Sun Nanping's eyes brimmed with disdain for the incompetent fool who only brings misfortune. Were he not of my own blood, I would have buried him long ago. The night descended into silence. Suddenly, a phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, Sun Nanping immediately answered. "Shinner, how is it?" Sun Nanping inquired cautiously, for they had reached a dire juncture, and this was their only lifeline. "Xuan, could it be Sun Xian? I thought he was dead." Sun Kai rifled through his memories, recalling only one related to Xianer, his brother, Sun Xian, who had perished years ago in a car accident. This caller could not be him. "My master said that the authorities are strict now. If a martial artist breaks the law, he too shall face imprisonment. What do we do?" Hearing this disheartening news, Sun Nanping felt utterly crushed. "However, my master has mentioned that, considering the Sun family's secret techniques, he can help us stall the one residing in the Su family. The rest we must rely on ourselves." Sun Xian's voice on the other end shifted. "Father, I've already opened the 100 meridians. An ordinary person cannot withstand even a single round against me. Although the authorities prohibit martial artists from breaking the law, if they provoke me first, I shall act in self-defense. The small Su family can be obliterated with a mere flick of my fingers." Hearing the revelations on the phone, it was undoubtedly Sun Xian, long thought dead, whose strength had remarkably attained the channeling realm of martial arts. Yet, Sun Kai knew this was not the time to interject, and he continued to listen attentively to their exchange. "Oh, it seems the Su family has little time left. Shinner, our Sun family relies entirely upon you." Listening to the unexpected turn of events, Sun Nanping was overwhelmed with joy, tears of relief streaming down his face. All those years of nurturing had not been in vain. "Rest assured, when my master and I return from our training grounds, it will be the end of the Su family. I shall not spare that treacherous Zhui family either," Sun Xian declared fiercely on the other end. Good. Sun Nanping's voice echoed with fervor, repeating the word thrice. The humiliations endured over the past few days were on the brink of being avenged, and a cloud of despair lifted from his heart. "I shall hang up now and gather our belongings," Sun Xian stated. Xuanea. After Sun Nanping hung up the phone, Sun Kai eagerly inquired, "Was that my second brother on the line? I thought he was dead." Sun Nanping cast a glance at his ineffectual eldest son and coldly replied, "Years ago, our Sun family had a favorable relationship with the martial arts sect, the Eight Desolations sect, which came to recruit disciples. Ultimately, your brother, with his extraordinary talent, caught the eye of the sect leader and was accepted as a direct disciple." Sun Nanping paused before continuing. "According to the leader of the Eight Desolations sect, Shinner is destined to become a congenital warrior. You must understand that in South City, even those at the blood refinement stage are treated as esteemed guests by the prominent families, let alone a warrior of the congenital realm. Therefore, I chose to fake Shinner's death and allow him to follow the sect leader to the Eight Desolations sect for training, to prevent other families from coveting his talents and causing him harm. It all made sense now. No wonder his father had never intervened. No matter how Sun Kai squandered his days, his father had been secretly nurturing hidden resources. Now that Shinner is returning, you should know how to adjust your attitude," Sun Nanping stated. "Okay," Sun Kai replied, lacking enthusiasm. Smack. Observing his son's lethargy, Sun Nanping struck Sun Kai across the face, sternly admonishing, "All these years, aside from causing trouble, what good have you done? If this continues, you shall be expelled from the Sun family." Touching his stinging cheek, Sun Kai realized his father was not jesting and promptly responded, "Understood. That's more like it," Sun Nanping remarked, his tone softening slightly as he observed his son's newfound compliance. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain, Sun Xian had just ended the call. His features bore a striking resemblance to Sun Kai, yet his expression was imbued with a fierceness that surpassed his brother's. His upper body was bare, marred by a myriad of scars, corresponding with the walls of the room adorned with various pelts of fierce beasts. In the depths of the mountains, Sun Xian's training transcended mere martial arts. He also accompanied his master on hunts, a practice that underscored the Eight Desolations sect's existence amidst the rugged terrain. The blood and entrails of ferocious beasts serve as excellent materials for cultivation, while the pelts could be sold or used as adornments. After hastily gathering a few changes of clothes, Sun Xian donned a shirt and made his way to his master's dwelling. Knock, knock, knock. Before he reached the vicinity, he heard the sound of fierce collisions, echoing like a tempest. The leader of the Eight Desolations sect resided beneath a steep cliff, and the noise emanated from a nearby cave. After half a stick of incense's worth of time, the clamor subsided, and a towering figure emerged from the cave. Are you ready? Despite the lengthy training, the figure only glistened slightly with perspiration, though they were dusted with stone powder. I am ready, Master, Sun Xian replied. Upon hearing this, the sect leader said nothing further but walked to a nearby stream, slightly sloped, to cleanse himself of the grime. After a brief moment of circulating his vital energy, steam rose from his body, and soon both he and his clothes were dry. Let us go. I will hold off the one from the Su family's Jintao sect. The rest is up to you. Do not disappoint your master. The master of the Eight Desolations sect spoke, emanating an aura reminiscent of the wilderness, while beside him, Sun Xian's presence seemed as delicate as that of a kitten. Yes, Master, I shall exert myself to the utmost, Sun Xian promptly replied. The two then ventured down the forest path, embarking on their journey to the southern city. In recent days, Su Lingyu had been exceedingly occupied with the campaign against the Sun family, leaving no time to concern herself with Yun Zimo. In turn, relished the tranquility. After all, the tumultuous events surrounding his arrival at the Su household had deprived him of the leisure typically afforded to a son-in-law. During this time, Yun Zimo focused on his cultivation, converting his daily sustenance into inner strength, and occasionally checked on his younger sister. Finally, after the Sun family was completely bankrupted today, Su Lingyu found the opportunity to appear before Yun Zimo. Let us go see the flower boats together tomorrow. The annual Flower Boat Festival of Southern City has arrived, she said while removing her makeup. Certainly. Upon learning that their outing was to witness the flower boats rather than attend a banquet, Yun Zimo readily agreed. He was well aware of the traditional festivities of Southern City, yet since picking up a sister along the way, these customs had little to do with him, as he lived each day solely for survival. Now that his benefactor had spoken, he would not miss out. Chapter 37. The Flower Boat Festival. The Flower Boat Festival in Southern City is a significant traditional celebration. During this time, the people gather along the banks of the Nanshui River, a site believed to be where an ancient figure expressed his aspirations by throwing himself into the water. In his honor, the locals take to the boats each year, a practice that has gradually evolved into a festival featuring flower boat displays. The performances commence in the evening. Thus Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu spent the day as usual, albeit with some preparations made for the festival. Meanwhile, due to the holiday, Su Shui and her mother drove over to pay a visit. Upon arriving at the entrance, they noticed that the Su family's estate was already adorned with festive decorations. Su Shui stopped a servant who was moving items and inquired, "This year appears to be more grand than previous ones." In response to the second miss, "The eldest miss has just returned this year, so it is only natural to celebrate more splendidly," the servant replied cautiously. "Then my sister must surely be attending the flower boat viewing this year, correct?" Su Shui followed up. "Indeed," the servant confirmed. Satisfied with the answer, Su Shui exchanged a knowing smile with Wei Tsuetao. The unwavering progression of Su Lingyu's plans left them with no opportunity to intervene, and they were acutely aware of the Sun family's dire situation, understanding that their downfall was inevitable. Their sole hope rested on whether the leader of the Black Dragon Gang could eliminate Su Lingyu, whom they regarded with disdain. "All right, you may go," Su Shui commanded. "Yes," the servant said, departing with his load. Just as Wei Tsuetao was about to voice a thought, Su Shui gestured for silence, and Wei Tsuetao promptly understood, refraining from further comment. After all, the Su household was bustling with people, and should their schemes be overheard, their plans could easily unravel. After delivering their gifts, they were met with indifference from the matriarch of the Su family, and after exchanging only a few words, they were effectively dismissed. Back in their vehicle, Wei Tsuetao remarked, "The Su family still treats us as outsiders. It matters not. As long as the Black Dragon gang executes their plans flawlessly, it is certain that Su Lingyu shall not survive the night. Consequently, I shall be the sole heir to the Su family. Old Madame Su, unwilling to see the lineage of the Su family come to an end, will have no choice but to entrust the legacy to me," Su Shui remarked, her fingers grinding together with a fierce intensity, as if she were crushing Su Lingyu herself. Having concluded her statement, Su Shui proceeded to dial a number. Scarred Face, "The opportunity has arrived. What is the time and place?" Scarred Face inquired from a dimly lit basement, surrounded by his subordinates engaged in a game of cards. "Nanshui River, during the evening flower boat festival. Bring along additional men and ensure that the operation does not falter," Su Shui replied. "Understood," Scarred Face responded before ending the call. With a resounding crash, Scarred Face, consumed by anger at the thought of Su Lungyu's destruction of the Black Dragon gang he had painstakingly built, smashed his fist through the card table, leaving a gaping hole. "Boss, what's the matter?" one of his subordinates cautiously inquired, observing his leader's fury. "Humph. The instigator behind the downfall of our Black Dragon gang is set to appear at the Flower Boat Festival. Do you think we can allow her to leave alive tonight?" Scarred Face thundered. "Absolutely not." His subordinates chimed in unison, for in their line of work, their lives were perpetually at stake. Confrontations were commonplace, and cowardice was not tolerated. "Very well. Prepare yourselves. This time, we shall avenge our brothers in the Black Dragon gang." At the sound of their leader's declaration, the brothers lost all interest in their card game, chanting slogans as they exited the basement to prepare for the night's endeavor. As twilight approached, Yun Zimo awaited Su Lingyu outside her room as she adorned herself in makeup. Having stood there for nearly an hour, he was on the verge of dozing off against the railing when the door creaked open. Hearing the sound, Yun Zimo quickly straightened up. Su Lingyu emerged, clad in a striking red ensemble that held an air of ancient elegance, a stark contrast to her usual attire. Her typically icy demeanor intertwined with the festive vibrancy of her clothing, resembling a celestial being infused with the warmth of the earthly realm. A smile, born of the festival's spirit, graced her lips, rendering her even more enchanting and approachable than usual. "How do I look?" Su Lingyu asked, her voice tinged with anticipation. "Beautiful," Yun Zimo replied, momentarily entranced. Su Lingyu pursed her lips, evidently dissatisfied with his response, yet unwilling to further press the matter with the somewhat uninspired man before her. She linked her arm with his, and together they descended the stairs. After exchanging festive greetings with her grandmother, Su Lingyu and Yun Zimo set off towards the outskirts of the city, to Nanshui River. Upon arrival, the banks of the river were aglow with lights. As throngs of people packed the area, while vendors shouted their wares from either side of the road. "What a lively scene!" exclaimed Xiao Yu, who was trailing behind them. "Indeed, Xiao Yu, it's the Flower Boat Festival today. Feel free to explore. You need not accompany us. With 2 bodyguards in our company, we shall be fine," Su Lingyu said. Xiao Yu understood that the young lady did not wish for her to be a third wheel, and with a pout, she replied, "All right then, enjoy yourselves, Miss and young master." Without giving them a chance to respond, she swiftly vanished into the crowd. "Ah, daring to tease me. I shall remember this for tomorrow at the office," Su Lingyu mused silently. "You two may discreetly protect yourselves." "Indeed," the bodyguard responded, subsequently vanishing from the sight of the two. "Let us proceed." Before Yun Zimo could retort, Su Lingyu grasped his hand and plunged into the throng. Crack! At that moment, the sky began to intermittently illuminate with fireworks, heralding the imminent commencement of the Flower Boat Festival, where an array of flower boats would soon emerge from upstream. Following the crowd along the path, the two found themselves quite far from the riverbank, while seasoned residents of Nanchang had already crowded the shoreline. Su Lingyu made an attempt to maneuver through the crowd, only to discover that she could not budge the throng, which was as immovable as a barrel. Just as she began to fret over what to do, Yun Zimo discerned her distress. With one hand shielding Su Lingyu, He skillfully inserted the other into the gaps of the crowd, exerting force to carve out a passageway through the mass. Naturally, Yun Zimo's actions elicited discontent from the crowd. However, he continually murmured apologies and expressions of gratitude, guiding Su Lunyu through the throng as if they were nimble fish wriggling through water. When they finally reached the riverbank, the absence of the bustling crowd unveiled a vast vista, allowing her to breathe freely. Gazing at the expansive river, Su Lingyu could not help but exclaim, seemingly wishing to release all the burdens she had been carrying through her voice. "Thank you, Zimo," she expressed. "It is no trouble. It is my duty," he replied. With a sense of fulfillment, Yun Zimo stood tall like a proud rooster, for receiving such a substantial sum from his benefactor each month made him feel compelled to contribute. After all, his own martial arts opportunities were also afforded by the benefactor, so he felt it only natural to ensure her satisfaction with such minor tasks. Puffed. Su Lingyu couldn't suppress her laughter at Yun Zimo, who appeared oblivious and dazed. Chapter 38. Midnight Crisis. A fleet of flower boats glided past the duo along the river. Some were adorned with various wild animals. Others displayed an array of fantastical creatures, while a few featured designs reminiscent of spacecraft, showcasing a splendid diversity. Most of the flower boats were seasoned participants in the festival, having taken part year after year, their surfaces bearing the marks of time. The sight of these boats stirred memories of Su Lungyu's past experiences at the festival, prompting her to chatter excitedly to Yun Zimo about them. Having grown up as an orphan, Yun Zimo found the festival's traditions utterly novel and listened with rapt attention. After an indeterminate amount of time, the entire procession of flower boats had passed, anchoring alongside the banks. Following the parade, the crowds on both sides began to thin, with some departing while others commenced browsing the stalls lining the shores. Su Lingyu, still unsated, urged Yun Zimo to explore the vendors on the bank. There were stalls selling stir-fried cold noodles, clothing, phone screen protectors, and books. When she stumbled upon a booth selling trinkets, she found herself captivated, perusing this and that. Holding a delicate metal necklace up to herself, she turned to Yun Zimo and asked, "Does this look nice?" Before Yun Zimo could respond, the vendor interjected with persuasive charm. "Ah, dear lady, this necklace would look absolutely stunning on you. Why not ask your boyfriend to purchase it for you? The young man is fortunate to have such a beautiful girlfriend. He must cherish her dearly." In a short while, the vendor began to extol their virtues. Su Lingyu's delicate face flushed with embarrassment, yet she did not refute the praise. Instead, she inquired about the price. "How much is this?" 88. "You won't regret it." The vendor quickly replied upon sensing her interest in purchasing. It was indeed quite a bargain. She was eager to pay. Su Lingyu's admiration for the necklace stemmed not from the vendor's flattery, but from its sheer beauty. Yun Zimo intended to haggle over the price. But as soon as the patron spoke, he promptly transferred the funds. The vendor, upon receiving the payment, beamed and exclaimed, "I wish you both a blissful union and many children." Startled, the couple fled in haste. As midnight approached, the once bustling crowd had largely dispersed, leaving only a few vendors packing up their stalls and some flower boats sailing away. At this moment, Su Lingyu felt a modicum of enjoyment and prepared to return with Yun Zimo. Suddenly, two bloodied bodyguards appeared at their side. "Miss, we must hurry. A group of thugs armed with knives is searching for you," one of the bodyguards urged. "What?" Su Lingyu was taken aback that someone would dare to target her. In the distance, a cacophony of voices could be heard. "Quickly, find those individuals. Not one must escape." A throng of shadowy figures approached from that direction, while on the other side of the street, many others were converging, wielding various weapons. Vendors along the path faced their own share of brutality at the hands of these assailants. Yun Zimo surveyed the surroundings and noticed a side street nearby. He immediately signaled for everyone to flee in that direction. However, they had not run far when Su Lingyu sensed something amiss. Although the path was rather secluded, it seemed unlikely that no one would be waiting to ambush them. It felt as though they were being deliberately herded. "No, we must go back," Su Lingyu insisted. Yet, shortly after retracing their steps, they were met with an imposing wall of bodies blocking their way. With no other option, they continued to sprint down the side street until they reached a dead end, confronted by a wall that obstructed their escape. At the end of this cul-de-sac, two figures awaited them, poised to ensnare Yun Zimo and his companions. Upon hearing their approach, the two figures rose. The dim light from a street lamp illuminated them. One was clad in a somewhat tight-fitting suit, while the other sported strikingly bright yellow hair. "It's you." Su Lingyu recognized them immediately as the ones who had drugged her. The scar-faced man did not rush to speak. Instead, he drew a cigarette, which the yellow-haired accomplice lit for him. After inhaling deeply and exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, he crushed the cigarette, but underfoot, and finally said, "When you dismantled my Black Dragon gang, you should have anticipated this day would come. Let them go. This matter does not concern them." Su Lingyu interjected, acutely aware that her life was likely forfeit today. "Oh, that's fine, but before you die, we would like to have our fun." The yellow-haired thug leered at the beautiful girl. "Indeed, huh?" echoed his henchman who had gathered behind them. Slap, observing the yellow-haired youth, who could not distinguish between the minor and major threats. The scarred-faced man coldly declared, "None of you shall escape today," as he effortlessly knocked aside the yellow-haired youth blocking his path. The two bodyguards exchanged glances and charged at the scarred man, adhering to the time-honored principle of capturing the leader first. However, they had clearly underestimated their opponent. The scarred man extended his hands, effortlessly intercepting the powerful punches from both bodyguards. Their full-force strikes failed to budge him in the slightest, merely causing a couple of tears in the fabric of his suit at the shoulders. "What?" the bodyguard exclaimed in shock, attempting to withdraw, only to find their hands firmly ensnared by the scarred man's grip, no matter how hard they struggled. With a swift motion, he twisted their fists backward, forcing the two men to kneel in pain. Yet, he did not relent. With a sudden surge of strength, he completely dislocated their hands. A cry of agony escaped one bodyguard as he clutched his now limp fist, feeling that the duo's cries were too disruptive. The scar man lifted them with his foot and sent them crashing to the side, where they promptly lost consciousness from the impact. "It seems that the bodyguards you've hired are rather unimpressive. They hardly put up a fight," he remarked, flexing his wrists, observing the brutal beating of the bodyguards. Su Lingyu tugged at Yun Zimo's sleeve and whispered, "I'll run left, you run right. They will surely pursue me first. Once you escape, find Xiaoya and seek vengeance for me." The yellow-haired youth, who had just risen from the ground, overheard their hushed conversation and interjected, "What are you two whispering about?" Yun Zimo instinctively shielded Su Lingyu, replying, "We were discussing how your ragtag group is destined for demise." As Su Lingyu gazed at the familiar figure standing protectively before her, tears welled in her eyes. "You must flee. Do not worry about me." Upon recognizing Yun Zimo's face, the yellow-haired youth erupted in laughter. "Isn't this the coward who always takes the easy way out? It seems your courage has grown significantly in just a few days. You needn't worry about my brother. I alone could beat you to the point where your parents wouldn't recognize you." Mentioning Yun Zimo's parents struck a nerve. Before the yellow-haired youth could continue his boastful tirade, Yun Zimo, with a slight activation of his skills, covered several meters and sent the youth flying with a powerful kick. "Now, do I have the qualifications to face your brother?" Yun Zimo asked, his brow furrowed. The yellow-haired youth felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his abdomen. He opened his mouth to speak, but could only gasp in pain, blood spilling forth. "It seems you have become a martial artist in my absence. The Su family must not have invested much in you. However, a novice martial artist is not enough to contend with me," the scarred man declared, advancing steadily toward Yun Zimo. Chapter 39. Confrontation with the scarred man. "No wonder this kid appears so composed," one thug remarked. "But he may not realize that our boss has previously torn apart a seasoned martial artist, one who had trained for years, yet was still defeated by our boss's powerful punches," another thug added. "Witness how the elder brother decisively dismantles this scoundrel, daring to provoke Brother Huang Mao. Truly a fate sealed." Surrounded by ruffians, they appeared as mere spectators. The two stood resolutely in the center, their heights surprisingly comparable. However, the burly figure of the scarred face nearly surpassed that of Yun Zimo twice over, which filled Su Lingyu's heart with trepidation, as they commenced a contest of wills. No matter how fierce the aura of the scarred face, it felt to Yun Zimo like a gentle breeze. Realizing he could not elicit a flaw from Yun Zimo, the scarred face, amidst the watchful eyes of his underlings, could not maintain his composure. He raised his fist, the size of a cooking pot, and struck forcefully towards Yun Zimo's head. Aware of Yun Zimo's martial prowess, the scarred man did not dare to underestimate him, unleashing his full strength from the outset. The punch had not yet reached its target, yet the gust from it ruffled Yun Zimo's short hair. "This kid won't be scared stiff, will he?" A ruffian laughed. This remark incited laughter among the gathered gang members. The scarred face, now feeling assured, increased the force behind his strike. Boom! A sound resonated like a bell, and as the crowd beheld the scene, they were astonished to find the scarred man's fist halted mere centimeters from Yun Zimo's face, blocked by an unexpectedly raised hand. Blocked? How could this be? The laughter of the surrounding gang members abruptly ceased, as if their throats had been constricted. Most terrifyingly, the full force of the scar man's punch failed to make Yun Zimo retreat even a step. "If this is all your strength, then your fate today will be no different from that of the fallen Huang Mao," Yun Zimo remarked coldly. At that moment, without employing any internal energy, his martial prowess had already surpassed several hundred pounds. Should he unleash his inner strength, his power would multiply tenfold or more. Finding himself incapable of overcoming Yun Zimo, the scarred man resorted to a kick, using the recoil to create distance with his hefty frame, performing an aerial somersault. "Bang! I concede. You are the most formidable opponent I have encountered. However, I shall now unleash my full power," the scarred man declared, shedding his suit and casting it to the ground with a heavy thud, while also discarding several heavy metal rods from his trousers. At this juncture, the scarred man's physique appeared slightly diminished, yet his aura surged exponentially. To maintain his martial prowess, the scarred man had seamlessly integrated training into every moment of his existence. After freeing himself from the constraints of his attire, he shook off his body and charged towards Yun Zimo at a speed that appeared remarkably swift to an ordinary observer. This velocity indeed caught Yun Zimo's attention, albeit only momentarily. In response to the scarred man's onslaught, Yun Zimo assumed a relaxed stance, prepared to counter. Yet, he underestimated the scarred man. This time, the force of the punch had doubled, forcing Yun Zimo back several steps. "Not bad," Yun Zimo acknowledged. Hearing the still defiant Yun Zimo, the scarred man retaliated with a flurry of blows, his robust arms creating afterimages in their wake. Bang! 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 However, this speed was still too slow for Yun Zimo at present. He effortlessly countered all of the scar man's attacks with corresponding punches. The fierce exchange persisted for several minutes until Scarface, with a swift movement, created distance between himself and Yun Zimo. The powerful strikes had left their fists battered and bloodied, with crimson droplets tremblingly falling from their hands. It was evident that both had sustained injuries during their clash. However, upon observing Yun Zimo's hands, one would notice only a slight redness, a result of Scarface's own blood. The martial arts practiced by warriors continuously fortify their bodies. Although Yun Zimo had not reached the realm of skin refinement, his skin was far superior to that of an ordinary person like Scarface. "I haven't even begun to exert myself. Why stop now?" Yun Zimo taunted, relishing the chance to confront a challenging opponent after his long training in martial arts. Hearing this, Scarface roared and charged at Yun Zimo, attempting to overpower him with sheer force and employ some grappling techniques. Yet as he neared, Yun Zimo unleashed a lightning-fast whip kick that struck Scarface squarely on the head, sending him hurtling backward at an even greater speed than he had approached. "Where's that ferocity you had just moments ago?" Yun Zimo would not let the opportunity to vanquish his adversary slip away. His kick nearly rendered Scarface unconscious, but the relentless surge of adrenaline barely kept him awake. As he struggled to regain his footing, blood gushed from the wound on his forehead, mingling with sweat and trickling into one of his eyes, forcing him to blink and shake his head to regain focus on the distant figure of Yun Zimo. At this moment, the yellow-haired henchman, having finally caught his breath, glanced at his beleaguered leader and quickly exclaimed, "Capture that wretched girl." The minions, responding to the command, advanced menacingly. "Stay back. I can fight too," Su Lingyu declared, brandishing her fists, not wishing to become Yun Zimo's vulnerability. Her words momentarily instilled hesitation among the henchmen. To Scarface, Yun Zimo remarked, "It appears I can no longer indulge you." With that, Yun Zimo executed the cloud-soaring step, appearing instantaneously beside Scarface. The yellow-haired lackey's words had become a death knell. Scarface had no time to scold him, his full attention on the now-closed Yun Zimo. With a mighty shout, he swung his right fist with all his might. However, having discerned his opponent's strength, Yun Zimo merely employed a slight amount of internal energy to deliver a wave-peak fist, colliding with Scarface's punch. The sound of bones cracking echoed from Scarface's right arm, the intense pain eliciting a muffled groan from him. Yun Zimo followed up with a kick that sent Scarface flying several meters away. Seeing that his opponent could not rise, Yun Zimo swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of Su Lingyu. "Who else dares to challenge?" he proclaimed. "No matter how skilled, one fears the blade. Brothers, stand shoulder to shoulder and avenge our leader." The yellow-haired henchman shouted. The remaining members of the Black Dragon Gang, fiercely loyal to Scarface, rallied together, emboldened by the yellow-haired man's encouragement, and charged at Yun Zimo with weapons drawn. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, observing those who dared to attack him. Yun Zimo was unyielding. He delivered a fierce kick to the foremost assailant, sending him soaring through the air, the sound of cracking bones causing those nearby to tense in fear. Seizing the ankle of the hapless thug suspended before him, he wielded it as a weapon, striking fiercely at every challenger who dared to approach. The cacophony of impacts echoed throughout the space. As the makeshift weapon began to falter, Yun Zimo would select the closest henchman as his next unfortunate target. Within less than a minute, amidst the chorus of wails, not a single member of the Black Dragon Gang remained standing. Chapter 40. Injured yet victorious Su Lingyu, witnessing the carnage wrought by Yun Zimo, suddenly realized that the incompetent she had long perceived him to be was, in fact, a formidable force in the realm of martial arts. Approaching him with concern, she inquired, "Are you all right?" as she examined him for any injuries. "I'm fine. These worthless scoundrels are no match for me," Yun Zimo replied, casually flexing his muscles to demonstrate his well-being in response to her concern. "Oomph. Why didn't you mention your prowess earlier? I was genuinely worried about you," Su Lingyu exclaimed, her small fists playfully nudging him. "Did you not inquire about my martial arts level?" "I did mention I am at the blood refining stage," Yun Zimo responded. Su Lingyu, unwilling to admit her ignorance of martial arts, retorted with a hint of pride. "Who knew the blood refining stage was so powerful? I thought you would be as weak as before." Just as the two exchanged playful banter, several explosive sounds erupted, startling them. "Watch out!" Yun Zimo caught a glimpse of the source of the disturbance and instinctively pushed Su Lingyu aside, but he was unable to evade in time. Unbeknownst to them, Scarface had crept up to his suit and produced a handgun, firing 3 shots at the pair with his still-functioning left hand, dark smoke curling from the weapon's muzzle. 3 crimson blossoms erupted upon Yun Zimo's body, the searing pain igniting a fierce resolve within him. Without waiting for another shot, he executed the shocking cloud step, charging toward Scarface. Scarface fired several more rounds, all of which missed. Within 7 steps, Yun Zimo's pace quickened, and within the same distance, his fist struck with both speed and ferocity. For one who had nearly cost him his life, Yun Zimo held nothing back. In less than 2 breaths, he closed the distance and unleashed the full force of his tsunami fist against Scarface's chest. Crack! Scarface felt as if he had been struck by a speeding locomotive, his ribs shattering upon impact. He was sent hurtling backward, the gun slipping from his grasp, his shoes flying several meters away, and he crashed against the far wall with a resounding thud. A cloud of dust erupted from the impact, and, as the smoke cleared, Scarface was found embedded in the stone, blood trickling down the wall, pooling upon the ground in a crimson puddle. Having completed these actions, Yun Zimo could no longer stand, the 3 wounds on his body relentlessly bleeding. It is worth noting that the circulation of vital energy within him took merely 20 to 30 seconds, and having exerted himself to the fullest, the flow accelerated even further. In a matter of mere seconds, he had lost nearly half of his vital energy, the significant loss rendering his head heavy and clouded. As he teetered on the brink of collapse, Su Lungyu erupted with an extraordinary speed, one that ordinary individuals display only in critical moments, and caught him before he fell. "No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine," she whispered. At that moment, she realized just how profoundly Yun Zimo had come to occupy a significant place in her heart, and without her realizing it, tears streamed down her face. This was a sensation that she could hardly perceive when Yun Zimo was merely present before her. Yet, the feeling of being tightly embraced by Su Lungyu was transmitted unerringly to his mind, the surrounding sounds clear in his ears, though his eyelids felt unbearably heavy. At that moment, shouts echoed from a distance. Miss. The calls from Xiaoya and a group of bodyguards grew closer. Hearing the voices, Su Lingyu quickly called out, "We are here." Upon hearing the response, Xiaoya hurriedly led the bodyguards to the vicinity, and upon witnessing the scene that resembled a hellish nightmare, she stifled the urge to retch and said, "Miss, are you all right?" When I heard that the remnants of the Black Dragon Gang were searching for a woman, I knew they were up to no good, so I quickly gathered the bodyguards to come. "Well done," Su Lingyu replied, wiping the tears from her face and forcing herself to remain calm. "Quickly, have someone bring a car to take Zimo to the hospital." "Understood." Xiaoya then took in the grim state of her master and promptly called for a vehicle. Before long, a black car arrived at the scene, and several individuals carefully lifted Yun Zimo into the vehicle. Su Lingyu also climbed in, resting Yun Zimo's head on her lap, and addressed Xiaoya. "Who remain by the car door. You stay here and notify the police. I will take Zimo to the hospital." "Yes, miss," Xiaoya responded, helping to close the car door. "Drive faster," Su Lingyu urged, glancing at Yun Zimo, whose pallor was alarming. Right away, the driver replied, understanding the urgency of the situation. Fortunately, at this late hour, the roads were nearly deserted, allowing the vehicle carrying Yun Zimo to accelerate dramatically, even running through a few red lights when the path appeared clear. Faster. Although Su Lingyu knew the speed was already quite rapid, she could not restrain her insistence, her gaze fixed on Yun Zimo, whose breath grew increasingly faint. "Zimo, I forbid you to be harmed. Do you understand? When we were children, you wished to protect me just like this, shielding me from harm. Being by your side always brings me a sense of security and warmth. Well, I do if you die." As she spoke, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Su Lingyu continued to express her heartfelt sentiments, and even in his half-conscious state, Yun Zimo listened intently to every word. It turns out that she is indeed the chubby little girl from his childhood, and she can be considered the first person to confess her feelings to Yun Zimo, leaving a lasting impression on him. However, he cruelly rejected her at that time, and it was not long before she transferred schools. He believed that her departure was due to the heartache he caused her, but according to Su Lingyu's account, it was her parents who forcibly took her away upon discovering the situation, leading her to go on a hunger strike for several days. It seemed like a moment of clarity. Yun Zimo suddenly felt he could open his eyes. He gazed at the weeping beauty before him. "You're awake," Su Lingyu said. Sniffling, Yun Zimo remained silent, managing only to wipe away a few tears before his hand uncontrollably fell, and he succumbed to unconsciousness once more, this time unable to hear the sounds of the world around him. "Zimo." Upon seeing this, Su Lingyu cried even louder. Finally, the vehicle arrived at the nearest hospital, and with the assistance of the driver and Su Lingyu, they rushed into the emergency room. "Doctor, please hurry." The hospital, sensing the urgency, quickly had personnel carry Yun Zimo on a stretcher towards the operating room. "You must save him, I beg you," Su Lingyu cried, helping to push the stretcher. "Rest assured, we will do everything we can," a nurse reassured her. As they reached the operating room, the nurse stopped Su Lingyu from entering. After experiencing such a tumultuous, emotional ride, she finally relaxed but fainted. "Miss, are you all right?" The driver, noticing her condition, quickly called for a nurse to take Su Lingyu to a room to rest. Chapter 41. Awakening Zimo. Su Lingyu murmured his name before abruptly waking up. She opened her eyes to see a white ceiling and, inhaling the distinctive scent of antiseptics typical of hospitals, realized where she was. She attempted to sit up to check on Yun Zimo's condition. A pair of hands gently pressed her back down onto the bed. "Miss, the young master is fine. You should focus on recovering." Upon hearing that Yun Zimo was alive, Su Lingyu reluctantly agreed to lie back down and inquired, "What is his current condition?" The doctor said that the 3 bullets did not hit any vital areas, but he lost a significant amount of blood. After stitching up the wounds, he is expected to awaken this afternoon. That's good to hear. Only then did Su Lingyu feel a sense of relief, knowing that Xiaoya would not jest about such matters. However, just as she was about to settle down, Su Lingyu felt compelled to rise again. "No, I must stay by his side. Oh, dear lady, you should really lie down and rest. If you collapse before the young master wakes up, what will you do? The doctor has mentioned that your health has suffered due to prolonged work. You need to recuperate," Xiaoya insisted, pressing her back onto the bed. "You wouldn't want to concern the young master, would you?" Though Su Lingyu initially resisted, the thought of Yun Zimo worrying about her diminished her will to fight, and she obediently lay down. "Don't worry. Master Wu and the old lady are keeping the young master company." Su Lingyu had not paid much attention to this, but the realization that she was in a hospital bed too stirred feelings of imbalance within her. Observing Su Lingyu's jealousy, Xiaoyu offered words of comfort, saying, "Miss, your fiancé has sustained a gunshot wound. Do not dwell on Master Wu and the old lady's presence around him." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's explanation, Su Lingyu crossed her arms and haughtily retorted, "I am not. Do not utter such nonsense. Now that you are awake, I shall fetch the old lady and Master Wu to see you." Before Su Lingyu could decline, Xiaoyu swiftly exited the ward to find Yun Zimo. Before long, Master Wu and old lady Su arrived at Su Lingyu's room. "Where are you all right? The doctor mentioned that you fainted due to prolonged fatigue and mental strain. How do you feel now?" inquired old lady Su with genuine concern. "Grandmother, I'm fine now," Su Lingyu replied obediently. "That is good to hear. I never imagined that such a small faction as the Black Dragon Gang would dare to provoke our Su family. It seems we have been underestimated during our years of silence." Old lady Su's dragon-headed cane struck the ground forcefully. "Housekeeper Wang," old lady Su called out loudly. Hearing his name, Housekeeper Wang quickly entered, bowing as he asked, "What is your command, old lady?" "Secure the finest lawyer for the members of the Black Dragon Gang apprehended by the police yesterday. Ensure they remain in prison for life. Furthermore, investigate any connections to the Black Dragon Gang in Nancheng. Leave no stone unturned. Also, notify the Zhou family to take action, as Zimo is their patriarch savior. I trust they will respond to this crisis." "Yes, old lady," Housekeeper Wang acknowledged before promptly exiting the ward to carry out her orders. "Fortunately, my disciple's strength has improved rapidly. Otherwise, you would have faced grave danger yesterday," Master Wu remarked. "Enough of that. Do not frighten my granddaughter," old lady Su retorted protectively. At that moment, Su Lingyu's stomach growled, causing her to blush deeply. "Xiaoyu, please fetch some food," old lady Su instructed. "Certainly, old lady," Xiaoyu replied before leaving the room. "You must rest well over the next few days. The doctor has informed me of your condition. You have overexerted yourself, and your body cannot endure such strain. I have arranged for others to manage the affairs of the company." "Of course, grandmother," Su Lingyu replied, fully obedient to her only elder. "That is how it should be. Take care of your health, and spend more time with Zimo. I look forward to seeing you expand the Su family's lineage," old lady Su expressed. "Grandmother," Su Lingyu said, her face flushed with shyness. "Let the young ones decide their own matters," Master Wu interjected. "What would you know, you old bachelor?" old lady Su countered. Stung by the remark, Master Wu fell silent. Lying in bed, Su Lingyu could not help but chuckle at the exchange. Noticing her amusement, Master Wu decided he could not stay any longer, muttering, "I shall check on my disciple to see if he has awakened," and made his exit. "It is essential to heed your grandmother's advice. You must bear a child with Zimo soon, so that our Su family may continue," old lady Su said, holding her granddaughter's hand. Feeling the rough, loose, and veined hand of her grandmother, Su Lingyu felt she could not refuse, softly replying, "All right, grandmother." Upon hearing Su Lingyu's response, Elder Su gently patted her small hand and said, "I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I will go check on Zimo." Su Lingyu replied. Elder Su left the room, and shortly thereafter, Xiaoyu entered the ward bearing a breakfast tray. In the afternoon, Yun Zimo gradually regained consciousness, the sounds of the television filling the room. The report stated that last night, during a crackdown on organized crime, the police apprehended a group of self-proclaimed members of the Black Dragon Gang, notorious for their long-standing reign of terror along the Nanshui River, seizing a significant cache of weapons. The police declared that they would impose sentences based on the various illegal activities in which the gang members had engaged, urging viewers to await further updates from their station. As he listened to the report, Yun Zimo slowly opened his eyes. "Xiao and Mo, you finally awakened." Elder Su inquired with concern. "Finally awake. Once you've healed, you must diligently practice the Jingyan step. You took half the bullets from just 6 shots. If word got out, people would think our Jintao disciples are mere targets." Master Wu admonished, though his eyes reflected heartfelt concern. "Enough. Xiao and Mo has only just regained consciousness. There is no need to speak of such things. If it weren't for that person wielding a gun, I believe Xiao and Mo could have effortlessly dispatched them," Elder Su interjected. Master Wu huffed, falling silent. He was a straightforward man, not skilled in offering comfort. Yun Zimo surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Where is Lingyu? Where is she?" "Ah, she's in another ward," Elder Su replied. "What happened to her?" Upon hearing this, Yun Zimo grew anxious, attempting to rise. But the effects of the anesthetic had worn off, and any movement sent sharp pain coursing through his wounds. "She is fine, merely exhausted from overexertion and the recent chase. She needs rest," Elder Su reassured him. With a sigh of relief, Yun Zimo settled back down. "Thank you for yesterday, Xiao Mo. If it weren't for you, Lingyu might have met with dire consequences, and our Su family would have been finished," Elder Su said, her voice trembling as tears welled up. "Grandmother, please don't say that. Lingyu is my wife. Protecting her is my duty," Yun Zimo replied hastily. "Indeed, dear lady. The fact that both are relatively unharmed is a blessing amidst misfortune. There is no need for sorrow. We should celebrate," Master Wu added from the side. "Yes, I should be grateful. With such a fine grandson-in-law like Xiao Mo, our Su family has a reliable support for the future." Elder Su gradually ceased her tears. Observing Master Wu's success in comforting his grandmother, Yun Zimo felt a significant weight lift from his heart. After all, seeing one's elders weep was never a pleasant sight. Chapter 42. Confiding in each other. Zimo. Su Lingyu's voice approached the ward, growing closer. Upon hearing news of Yun Zimo's awakening, she rushed over in her hospital gown with utmost speed. Upon seeing him awake, Su Lingyu leaped into his embrace. The soft fragrance enveloped him, and Yun Zimo stifled the pain caused by their collision, awkwardly placing his hand gently on Su Lingyu. Witnessing the tender moment, Elder Su and Master Wu decided to withdraw, leaving the couple to their solace. As Madame Su approached the entrance, she addressed the bodyguard stationed outside, instructing them to diligently protect Zimo and the young lady, warning that any mishap would be their responsibility. "Yes, madam," the fully armed bodyguards replied in unison, their suits reinforced with bulletproof vests. Satisfied with their response, Madame Su, accompanied by Master Wu, prepared to return to the Su residence. In the hospital room, Yun Zimo remarked, "So, you were that chubby little girl from my childhood. It's remarkable how much you've transformed." Startled by his words, Su Lingyu quickly sat up and whispered, "You heard that?" "Of course," he continued, "your name indeed awakened fond memories. However, your appearance has changed so drastically since childhood that I scarcely recognized you. You still dare to mention it. I confessed my feelings to you back then, and you rejected me." Reminiscing about their past, Su Lingyu couldn't resist pinching the injured man before her. "Ow, everything hurts." Yun Zimo, faced with her playful aggression, feigned a grimace of pain. "Are you all right?" Seeing the pained expression on his face, Su Lingyu anxiously inquired. "Nothing to worry about. I was just teasing you." With a smirk, Yun Zimo admitted, as he observed her frantic demeanor. "How audacious! You dare to deceive me now?" Su Lingyu's icy demeanor returned. "Although you know I have developed feelings for you. We have only known each other for less than a month. What are your feelings toward me?" She pressed, launching into a provocative exchange. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Yun Zimo's playful demeanor faded, and his expression turned serious. "To be honest, I have merely seen you as a benefactor for my sister and me during these days. I had not entertained any romantic thoughts. Really? Su Lingyu's response was accompanied by a threatening gesture toward him. Yun Zimo quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Continuing, "That's because I am acutely aware of the disparity between us. I feel unworthy of you. However, now that I am aware of your feelings, I cannot ignore them. I am quite traditional, and given the circumstances, I naturally wish to take responsibility." "Who needs your responsibility?" Su Lingyu retorted, her pride evident. Yet her cheeks flushed with color at his earnest words. Noticing her shyness, Yun Zimo seized the moment, saying, "The beautiful, kind, gentle, and generous Miss Su, might you grant me the opportunity to pursue you, allowing us to know each other better?" Seeing his outstretched hand, Su Lingyu extended her own in response, saying, "In light of your multiple rescues, I shall reluctantly grant you this chance." Their hands clasped firmly, and they exchanged smiles. Meanwhile, at the Su family's annex, the sounds of objects being smashed echoed through the residence, as Su Shui vented her frustration. Incompetent fools. They couldn't even handle Su Lingyu and ended up being completely annihilated. "Schwerer, please stop destroying things. It's simply a matter of luck for Su Lingyu, using that useless son-in-law as a shield. I've heard he took several bullets for her," Wei Hitao observed, her heart aching at the sight of the scattered debris. "Cursed be this setback. It seems I shall have to arrange for even greater defenses. It is likely to become exceedingly difficult to act against Su Lingyu again." Su Shui clenched her right hand, her nails piercing her flesh, yet she felt nothing. Ever since her reputation was shattered by Su Lingyu, their relationship has been one of relentless enmity. Moreover, even the Sun family of the 8 great clans could not inflict the slightest harm on Su Lingyu, and were instead obliterated by an alliance with the Zhou family. Coupled with our numerous miscalculations, no one dares confront Su Lingyu alongside us any longer. Wei Tsuetao lamented with a look of helplessness. While we cannot act against Su Lingyu for the moment, we may begin with that old crone," Su Shui declared. "What shall we do?" Wei Tsuetao inquired. "As for the old crone, I had always thought she had little time left and could not bring myself to act against her. Yet, I am of the Su family bloodline, and she offers me not a shred of fair competition." Upon Su Lingyu's return, she reinstated her control over the Su group. "What is it that makes her superior to me, apart from being the legitimate daughter of the Su family?" As she spoke, Su Shui ascended to the second floor. After a few minutes, she descended, clutching a small emerald-green porcelain vial. This was a colorless and odorless poison originating from the western regions. Its ingestion would lead to death by vascular rupture, undetectable by ordinary means. "I procured this at great expense, originally intending to use it on Su Lingyu," Su Shui said, twisting the vial in her hand with a malevolent expression. "However, the Su family estate is currently sealed tighter than a drum. Any hint of questionable identity would result in rejection. Our carefully placed informant was recently incarcerated, so how can we compel the old matriarch to consume this?" Wei Tsuetao asked. We shall frequent the Su family estate during this time. Su Lingyu cannot possibly remain at home forever," Su Shui replied. "When that old crone meets her demise, we will hire the finest lawyers to divide her shares in the Su family. Yes, ha ha. After that, we will eliminate Su Lingyu, and the entire Su family will be ours." Wei Tsuetao chuckled. Their avarice knew no bounds. A life of luxury within the Su family could not satiate their ravenous ambitions. Without further ado, the two women gathered their belongings and made their way to the Su family estate. Upon arriving at the entrance, they seized a servant to inquire, "Is Su Lingyu at home?" "She is not." "Is there something the second young lady requires?" "Should I notify the eldest young lady?" The servant asked. "No need. We have come to visit the old matriarch." However, their clandestine movements could not escape Su Lingyu's notice. As soon as they entered the Su residence, those tasked with monitoring them relayed the information to Su Lingyu. Upon receiving the call in her hospital room, Su Lingyu's expression instantly turned grave. "What is it?" Yun Zimo asked. "It is nothing, merely that Su Shui has come to the house," Su Lingyu replied. "Su Shui? Is she not the one who conspired with Sun Kai to poison you last time? How dare she return?" Yun Zimo exclaimed in astonishment. "I must return and see for myself. They surely harbor ill intentions," Su Lingyu stated, anxiety gnawing at her. Very well, go. You need not worry about me. I am aware of the importance of the old matriarch's safety, Yun Zimo hastily assured her. Upon receiving Yun Zimo's consent, Su Lengyu, accompanied by her bodyguards, set off for the Su family's estate. Chapter 43. The perils of betrayal. Su Shui had previously hesitated to visit the Su family estate. Particularly after her attempt to drug Su Lengyu had resulted in her own disgrace. However, as days passed without any repercussions from old Madame Su, it became clear to her that Su Lengyu had chosen not to expose her, especially since her plan had failed. This understanding bolstered her confidence as she sat in the living room. Before long, old Madame Su entered the room, and upon seeing the two, she did not offer them a warm welcome. This is not a festive occasion. What brings you here? Grandmother, I haven't seen you in so long. I missed you. So sweetie Blaith, you dare to come before me after what you did? How could you disgrace our family by crawling into the bed of a member of the Sun family? Old Madame Su had not lost her faculties entirely. She was still aware of the events surrounding them. Noting that her grandmother had not mentioned the drugging incident, Su Shui felt relieved and quickly launched into her lament. Grandmother, it wasn't my fault. Someone knocked me unconscious in the corridor, and when I awoke, I was surrounded by reporters, ruining my reputation. Is that so? Old Madame Su questioned skeptically. Grandmother, how could I willingly engage in such disgraceful acts? The presence of those reporters proves I was set up. Su Shui insisted fervently, her half-truths casting doubt. Indeed, had Su Shui been the architect of her own scandal, it would have been illogical to summon reporters. Yet, old Madame Su was unaware that the reporters had come to witness Su Lengyu's humiliation, a scheme thwarted by Su Lengyu and Yun Zimo. It seems someone wishes to disrupt the peace of our family. Once I discover who is behind this, they shall not escape unscathed, old Madame Su muttered, reluctantly accepting Su Shui's narrative. Observing the ire of her grandmother, Su Shui felt a chill run down her spine, acutely aware of her role as the instigator. Grandmother, let's speak of happier things, she suggested. Indeed, Wei Tsuetao chimed in supportively. Unless you have business here, you may leave. My health is adequate, and I require no concern from you, old Madame Su stated, effectively dismissing them. Although Su Shui had managed to deceive her, old Madame Su remained unsympathetic towards them. Seeing Su Lengyu return and refusing to even acknowledge her presence, Su Shui's indignation boiled within her. This wretched old woman, may she not have many days left? Su Lengyu recognized that today was not opportune for confrontation and spoke up. Then we shall take our leave and visit again soon. With that, she set down the gifts and departed with her mother. Watching the two leave in such an unceremonious manner, old Madame Su found herself puzzled, though she could only surmise their ill intentions. Over the past 3 years, their sole aim had been the power of the Su group, unaware that their ambitions had evolved into thoughts of her demise. Not long after, Su Lengyu returned home, relieved to find her grandmother unharmed. Why have you returned? Shouldn't you be spending more time with Yun Zimo? Old Madame Su inquired, perplexed. I heard those two have arrived. Where do they go? Solinyu and Kuwayev. They dropped off their gifts and left. Not that I know what they intend to do, replied old lady Su. Well, I suppose they are quite swift in their departure. Solinyu remarked. Subsequently, Su Shui began to visit more frequently. Observing this, Su Lengyu felt compelled to assign additional bodyguards to ensure her grandmother's safety. Initially, old lady Su was willing to see Su Shui, but soon lost interest in meeting her altogether. Days slipped by, and Yun Zimo had recovered for his hospital stay, returning to the Su family estate. Meanwhile, Su Shui and her accomplice had made little progress and were currently deliberating in the sitting room of their villa. Continuing like this is not a viable option. The security at the Su family estate has evidently increased, and old lady Su no longer wishes to see us. It seems our chances of poisoning her are dwindling, Wei Tsuetao expressed. Patience is key, although we have not encountered that old crone these past few days. The servants have evidently grown accustomed to our presence at the Su family estate. Moreover, I have begun employing private investigators to look into the household staff, she added. The demise of the scar-faced man has undoubtedly saved Su Shui a considerable sum, allowing her to spend it elsewhere at her leisure. Finding someone among the Su family's meticulously chosen servants to assist us is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, Wei Zitao lamented. Do not fret. There will surely be someone, Su Shui assured confidently. Wei Zitao, however, remained skeptical, yet found herself unable to contradict her daughter. Noticing her mother's skepticism, Su Shui spoke up. Are you aware of the Song family, one of the 8 prominent families in Nanxing? Of course. They seem to have amassed wealth through information trading. Whenever something occurs, one can obtain first-hand accounts from the Song family. Our knowledge of Su Lingyu's whereabouts was also acquired from them, Wei Zitao responded, before suddenly realizing. So you mean to say that since the Song family is so well-informed, there must be an insider among the various families in Nanxing? Su Shui nodded silently. Thinking to herself, at last, you've grasped it. At that moment, the steward of the villa entered and announced, there is someone outside wishing to see Miss Su. He claims to be a private investigator. Please let him in. Certainly. Shortly thereafter, a figure entered the sitting room. Miss Su, I have results regarding the matter you asked me to investigate. He began. Do tell. The private investigator retrieved a document from his pocket and handed it over. As Su Shui opened it, he continued, this is a maid from the Su household, although she typically stays within the estate. Our investigation revealed that she has been selling information about the Su family to the Song family through her brother, with the payments deposited into her brother's account. Hence, the Su family has been unable to discern her true identity. The document includes her contact details. Well done, Su Shui praised, examining the detailed contents in her hands. And the balance? She produced a card from her designer handbag and stated, remember, this matter must remain confidential. Rest assured, Miss Su, we adhere to strict protocols in our line of work, the private investigator assured as he took the card, confidently patting his chest. You may leave now. Then I shall take my leave. Should any similar matters arise, please feel free to reach out. The private detective spoke and then departed from the scene. Wei Zitao remarked, the Song family has indeed infiltrated the Su family. What should our next step be? No need to rush. Since this person can serve as an informant for the Song family, they can also become our ally, Su Shui replied, indicating for silence. Su Shui directly dialed the number listed in the documents. Hello. A cautious voice emanated from the phone. If you wish to keep your role as an informant for the Song family a secret, meet me tomorrow. I will send you the location, Su Shui stated. And without waiting for a response, she hung up. Chapter 44. A crisis looms. The following morning, Su Shui arrived early at a CEF. Restlessly stirring her spoon and glancing around, she failed to spot the person she was waiting for. Is he too afraid to come? Just as impatience was beginning to take hold, a man suddenly sat down beside her. Are you waiting for someone? He inquired. What's the matter? Did your sister not dare to come, so she sent you instead? Su Shui deduced that this man was likely the brother of a maid from the Su family. Acknowledging his identity had been uncovered, the man remained unfazed. After all, if she could ascertain his sister's role as an informant, she could surely uncover the means they used to communicate. You must understand that entering the Su family is easy, but exiting is quite difficult, he remarked. You summoned us here for a reason. Speak quickly. Given that you are the informants placed within the Su family by the Song family, I too require intelligence, especially during times of vulnerability within the Su family, when timely information must be relayed to me, Su Shui said, handing him a bank card. The password is 6 zeros. Should the information meet my satisfaction, funds will be deposited into this account. Of course, if you're unwilling to cooperate, I shall not force you. However, the fact that you are informants for the Song family might inadvertently reach the ears of the Su family. Can you imagine what might ensue then? Wait while I message my sister, the man said, picking up his phone and typing rapidly. Sister, this woman wants us to sell her information, and she insists we relay messages to her during times of weakness within the Su family. If we refuse, our identities may be exposed. Beep, beep, beep. A maid's phone rang within the Su family courtyard. Upon reading the message, she contemplated briefly and recognized the pros and cons. Refusing would mean losing her job and facing the wrath of the Su family along with potential legal repercussions. Thus, she replied, let's agree to her terms. What are you doing? A voice suddenly boomed from behind the maid. Recognizing the voice of Butler Wong, she quickly concealed her phone and explained, Butler Wong. I haven't been home in a while. and my family was concerned. So they sent me a message to check on me. Next time, be mindful and refrain from calling during work hours, Butler Wong admonished. Yes, the maid replied promptly. Once satisfied that the maid had acquiesced, Butler Wong left the vicinity. As she watched him walk away, a sigh of relief escaped her, though she was unaware that her back had become damp with perspiration. Within the confines of the coffee shop, the maid's brother received news and spoke. My sister has already agreed, and the Su family will notify you of any matters that arise. Satisfied that the arrangements had been finalized, Su Shui chose not to linger and departed from SAF. Meanwhile, at a train station, 2 disciples of the 8 Desolations sect disembarked, having arrived in the southern city. The location of the 8 Desolations sect lay deep within the mountains, an elusive sanctuary that was not easily discovered. Consequently, it took the 2 of them several days to emerge from their secluded abode. Upon exiting the train station, they spotted the Sun family's father and son awaiting their arrival. Shinner, you have finally returned. Sun Nanping immediately recognized the pair. Sun Xian, gazing at her father, whose hair was now streaked with gray, and her elder brother, whose complexion bore signs of hardship, felt an overwhelming surge of familial affection, and tears glistened in her eyes as she said, "Father, brother, I have returned." The 3 embraced tightly, encapsulating their emotions in that moment. After an undetermined period, the leader of the 8 Desolations sect grew slightly impatient and interjected, "Master Sun, perhaps we should find a more suitable location for our discussion." Hearing this, Sun Nanping wiped away his tears and responded, "Yes, the leader is correct. Let's return." They climbed into a taxi and arrived at a dilapidated neighborhood. "Father, why have you brought us to this wretched place?" Sun Xian exclaimed, pinching her nose in distaste. "The Zhuo and Su families have eradicated our Sun family's enterprises in the southern city. Our Sun group has gone bankrupt. Many of our former partners have turned against us, pursuing penalties for breach contracts, and all our bank accounts have been frozen. For the past few days, we have survived by scavenging for scraps to exchange for a meager living." Sun Nanping's eyes were filled with resentment as he recalled their recent misfortunes. "Master Sun, I still have considerable savings. Shall we find a hotel to stay?" suggested the leader of the 8 Desolations sect, unable to endure such dire conditions. "Then it would be wise to comply," Sun Nanping replied, having long since been unable to tolerate their plight, yet lacking the means to escape it. However, the leader of the 8 Desolations sect continued, "Now that I have arrived in the southern city, I shall certainly fulfill the task entrusted to me by Master Sunday. The only question that remains is when shall the remuneration be delivered?" Understanding that one cannot evade obligations indefinitely, Sun Nanping conceded, "Fear not, leader. I shall retrieve my family's ancestral martial arts manuscript." The Sun family, once a lineage of martial artists several centuries ago, had gradually transformed into a commercial dynasty due to the rise of firearms. Coupled with the loss of key stages in their martial arts training during the transmission of their secrets, Sun Nanping entered the neighborhood, returning to his rented room, where he unearthed the martial arts manuscript from a corner, its cover inscribed with the characters Xiang Li Ju. Without making the leader of the 8 Desolations sect wait long, Sun Nanping swiftly approached, manuscript in hand. "Leader, this is the martial arts manuscript passed down through our family, though regrettably, it lacks the initial stages." He presented the manuscript with both hands. "Not to worry." The leader of the 8 Desolations sect casually browsed through a few pages, making a preliminary assessment of its authenticity. However, recognizing that this was not the appropriate setting for discussion, the leader guided the group to a hotel for their accommodations. The group convened in one of the rooms. "I have already committed to taking action, but you must seize the opportune moment. It is essential to resolve matters before the arrival of the police. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the success of our endeavor," declared the leader of the 8 Desolations sect. The leader, whose prowess matched that of Master Wu, both being of the bone refinement realm, found themselves somewhat inadequate against modern weaponry, unable to withstand the barrage of bullets. "Leader, we will identify the right opportunity. After your arduous journey, please take some rest," Sun Nanping assured. Pleased by Sun's perceptiveness, the leader nodded in satisfaction and retreated to his hotel room, closing the door eagerly to peruse the newly acquired secret manual. "Father, When shall we strike? Sun Xian, eager to eliminate the perpetrator who had wreaked havoc upon their family, inquired. Patience is required. This matter necessitates careful planning. After we eliminate our adversary, we must ensure a safe retreat, Sun Namping replied. However, I have devised a preliminary plan. In a month's time, it will be the mayor's birthday banquet, an event attended by several prominent families. We need only to ambush them along the way. And once the deed is done, we shall vanish without a trace. Even if suspicions arise, there will be no evidence to implicate us, and naturally, there will be those from the Su family who would willingly align themselves with us once the Su clan is no more. Father, I wish to capture that Su Lengyu and torment her first, interjected Sun Kai, who had remained silent until now. Furious at Sun Kai's audacity, Sun Nanping struck him across the face, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? Such thoughts are inappropriate at this juncture." Sun Kai immediately fell silent, cowed into submission. Sun Xian quickly interjected, "Eldest brother only seeks revenge against the Su family." Seeing Sun Xian's attempt to mediate, Sun Nanping begrudgingly calmed his ire. "Let us conclude our discussions for today. Xin'er, you must be weary from your travels. Go and rest." Upon hearing Sun Nanping's directive, the group returned to their respective rooms to recuperate. Chapter 45. An inevitable encounter. Time passed swiftly, and Yun Zimo had been discharged from the hospital, returning to the Su family, where he resumed his previous habit of lingering on the terrace. Faced with this situation, Su Lingyu could only smile wryly. He dared to tease her in the hospital, yet now that they were home, he resembled a meditating monk. Did she need to invite him to engage with her? Yun Zimo, however, had his own considerations. He dared not overstep boundaries with his esteemed wife and benefactor. This routine persisted for several days until Su Lingyu could no longer contain herself. "Let us dine out together today. I will have the driver take you," she suggested as she prepared for work. "Very well," Yun Zimo replied, having no grounds for dissent. This marked Yun Zimo's first outing to dine with Su Lingyu. Their dining destination was the renowned five-star establishment in South City, the Longting Hotel. As noon approached, luxury vehicles congregated outside the restaurant, with elegantly dressed patrons occasionally entering. At that moment, Yun Zimo had already alighted from the vehicle and was waiting for Su Lengyu in a shaded corner by the entrance. He stood in the shadow, seeking refuge from the sun while avoiding the gazes of passers-by. Yet, the more he wished to avoid trouble, the more it seemed to seek him out. Well, if it isn't my old classmate. A figure that Yun Zimo had no desire to encounter appeared before him. "Jing Bingquan, what brings you here?" Yun Zimo inquired. "Shouldn't that question be directed at me? This place is hardly one you should frequent," Jing Bingquan retorted, irritation flaring within him as he regarded Yun Zimo, who spoke with disdain. Jing Bingquan, clad in designer attire and possessing a stout build, was accompanied by a strikingly glamorous companion. He was a former university classmate of Yun Zimo, who had consistently outperformed him academically. However, upon discovering that Yun Zimo was an orphan, Jing Bingquan had made it his mission to belittle Yun Zimo to assert his own status. Yun Zimo never anticipated that his first date would be marred by this unwelcome presence, his mood shifting from sunny to overcast. "Who is this person?" the alluring woman inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Jing Bingquan, now a high-ranking executive at a publicly listed company in the southern city, was far eclipsed in attractiveness by Yun Zimo, whose physique, honed through martial arts training, boasted an almost divine proportion, with muscle contours subtly visible beneath his attire. As Yun Zimo gazed at the heavily made-up woman, her face layered with a thick coat of foundation that was unsettlingly pale, he felt a shiver at her piercing gaze, which seemed to devour him with desire. Noticing his companioness' interest in this handsome figure, Jing Bingquan quickly interjected, "Darling, this fellow is merely a powerless orphan. He is likely here to apply for a position as a waiter. Is that so?" The woman immediately lost interest. Having assumed that someone in a five-star hotel would be either wealthy or influential. "If there is nothing else, you should leave," Yun Zimo said dismissively. "You, Jing Bingquan," harboring a long-standing disdain for Yun Zimo's demeanor during their university days, felt irritation rise within him. In class, Everyone else referred to him as young Master Jing. Yet Yun Zimo had never shown him an ounce of respect. To his surprise, the harsh realities of life after graduation had not dulled Yun Zimo's edge. In fact, it seemed to have sharpened it. "Waiter, call your lobby manager over. How can a beggar be allowed to linger at the entrance of a five-star hotel?" Jing Bingquan bellowed. Hearing the commotion, a man resembling a manager hurried over. "What seems to be the problem?" The lobby manager inquired. "How does your five-star hotel operate, allowing a beggar to stand at the entrance?" Jing Bingquan shouted. The lobby manager scrutinized Yun Zimo and replied to Jing Bingquan, "I don't believe this gentleman appears to be a beggar." "Not all beggars look the part," Jing Bingquan insisted, producing a black card from his pocket. "I am a client of your five-star hotel. This man loitering at your entrance is clearly here to beg." The lobby manager, confronted by Jing Bingquan's aggressive demeanor, turned to Yun Zimo and asked, "Sir, may I inquire what you are doing at the entrance?" Feeling that the lobby manager's attitude was somewhat reasonable, Yun Zimo replied, "I am waiting for someone." The lobby manager, upon hearing Yun Zimo's response, wore an expression of helplessness as he glanced toward Jing Bingquan. Jing Bingquan cast a cold glance at the ball-kicking lobby manager and said, "Hurry up and remove this fellow, or I shall file a complaint against you." Before the lobby manager could respond, Yun Zimo interjected, "I mentioned I'm awaiting someone. Do you not comprehend human speech? It has been quite some time, and not a single shadow of the person I am expecting has appeared. Where, pray tell, is your guest?" Jing Bingquan found it utterly implausible that Yun Zimo could be dining in this five-star hotel. The person he awaited was none other than me. A crisp, cool voice approached from afar. "I apologize for my tardiness." Su Lingyu linked her arm with Yun Zimo, speaking in a tone slightly tinged with playfulness. Jing Bingquan gazed at the ethereal beauty beside Yun Zimo, instantly feeling diminished in comparison. Next to Su Lingyu, the woman he affectionately called Baby Daily seemed but a mere commoner. Jing Bingquan adopted a pose he deemed quite charming and inquired, "May I have the honor of knowing your name, Miss?" Su Lingyu paid him no heed, but instead turned to Yun Zimo and asked, "Zimo, who is this person?" Yun Zimo succinctly introduced her to Jing Bingquan and elucidated their relationship. Hearing Yun Zimo tarnish his reputation with every word, Jing Bingquan could not help but interject, "Dear lady, do not be deceived by this man. He is but an unwanted orphan. Dining here would likely deplete his entire month as salary. I am at a loss as to how he has managed to charm you, but I assure you he is incapable of affording such luxury." Su Lingyu perceived the animosity between this man and her beloved and offered him a frosty demeanor, stating, "Then perhaps you should inquire with the lobby manager whether we are permitted to dine here." The lobby manager, having recognized Su Lingyu, stood in awe. As the manager of a five-star establishment, he was well aware of the influential families, and the woman before him was none other than the heiress of the Su family, who had recently stirred significant waves in Nanqing. Upon hearing her name, his legs weakened. Meanwhile, Jing Bingquan, merely a corporate executive, remained oblivious to the presence of such powerful families, continuing to insist, "Manager, I am a patron of your esteemed establishment. Kindly remove them at once." The lobby manager, feeling utterly despondent at being caught in this predicament, quickly bowed and said, "Miss Su, it is an honor to have you both gracing our humble establishment." Jing Bingquan, visibly stunned, exclaimed, "Surely there has been a mistake. I frequent your establishment regularly. These two are an unwanted orphan and a foolish woman I have never encountered. Why should we treat them with such reverence?" Indeed, Su Lingyu typically did not dine at five-star hotels. Had it not been for her desire to meet Yun Zimo, she would not have found herself there. Within the Su family estate, Michelin-starred chefs prepared their meals. "So, you are quite wealthy then?" Su Lingyu suppressed her rising ire. For this man was blissfully unaware of the depths of her patience, having provoked her repeatedly. Finally, he struck the right chord. "I am currently an executive at Yuan Wei Group, earning a six-figure salary. I have no idea how this Yun Zimo has managed to deceive you, but he certainly cannot afford to dine here. Why not join me instead, my dear?" The alluring woman beside him, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger within her. However, as Jing Bingquan was her long-term source of support, she could only endure temporarily and feign indifference. Chapter 46. Disturbing the Earth above the Tai Sui Yuanhui group? So then you felt somewhat bewildered. Apart from the major families that controlled the conglomerates, other groups hardly capture her attention. The manager of the hall quickly interjected, Miss Su, in fact, Yuanhui Group was initially a small enterprise controlled by the Sun family, but it has recently come under the majority ownership of the Su family. What was there to explain? Could he possibly comprehend the Su family's influence? Jing Bingquan remarked, if you seek death, do not involve me. The manager was left speechless. He had already addressed her as Miss Su, yet the man displayed no discernment. No wonder the group nurtured by the Sun family mirrored its origins. It seemed necessary to find an opportunity for a thorough cleanup, Su Lengyu mused, her brow furrowed. Upon hearing this, Jing Bingquan could not help but laugh aloud. Is that so? You truly are a source of amusement. He turned to the manager. Why haven't you escorted these two miscreants away? Am I not a guest of your establishment? Is it beyond your capability to handle such trivial matters? Jing Bingquan, unwilling to prolong the dispute, issued a final ultimatum. Su Lingyu regarded the persistent provocateur before her, having already sentenced him to an inevitable downfall. This was her first date with Yun Zimo, and in such an important context. Encountering this arrogant individual, who flaunted his wealth, was utterly unexpected. However, before Su Lingyu could utter a word, the manager preempted her, having angered this esteemed individual. You may find it difficult to maintain your standing in Nanxing. What do you get off? I am merely a high-ranking executive, Jing Bingquan laughed, mistakenly believing he was being praised. Only Su Lengyu recognized that the comment was directed at her, acknowledging the manager's perceptiveness. Thus, Su Lengyu instructed from now on, individuals of such dubious character should not be permitted to dine in this hotel. Otherwise, you may inadvertently incur unnecessary losses. Miss Su is correct, the manager replied. Bowing in deference, Jing Bingquan stood by, utterly dumbfounded, incredulously questioning, why are you showing such deference to this unknown fool? Clearly, Jing Bingquan had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. In his view, the woman accompanying Yun Zimo could hardly possess a notable status. Disrespecting our esteemed guests in this hotel will result in a permanent ban for you, the manager retorted fiercely, now devoid of any courtesy towards someone threatening the hotel's interests. Very well, you all seem to be in collusion. I shall file a complaint against you, manager. Is this how a five-star hotel operates? Perhaps you and this foolish woman have some sort of affair. Jing Bingquan dismissed the possibilities that came to mind, landing on absurd conclusion that was far from reality. On the other side, Yun Zimo could no longer tolerate the scene before him. However, as this was a society governed by law, he opted for a more discreet approach. A hand stealthily emerged from his pocket, retrieving a small stone typically used for practicing his skills. With his hand positioned behind his back, he skillfully controlled the force and struck a small stone against a nearby metal pillar. A resounding clang echoed as the stone ricocheted back with remarkable speed, hurtling towards Jing Bingquan. Before he could discern the source of the sound, a sharp blow struck his head. Ouch! Jing Bingquan felt as if his skull might shatter. Fortunately, his sturdy cranium held firm, though the pain compelled him to howl in distress. Before long, a massive bump began to swell on his forehead. What's wrong? Are you all right? The enchanting woman beside Jing Bingquan offered to check his injury, but the moment her hand brushed against the swollen area, he yelped in agony. Ah, don't touch it. Jing Bingquan felt fortunate that he wasn't rolling on the ground in pain. It seems even the heavens disapprove of your actions, Yun Zimo remarked nonchalantly. Hiss, this must be your doing. I will review the surveillance footage. Jing Bingquan clutched his throbbing head, drawing in a sharp breath as he shouted. Observing Jing Bingquan's inability to grasp the gravity of his predicament, the lobby manager seized the opportunity to interject, Security, come quickly. Escort these disruptive guests out. The security personnel at the entrance swiftly approached, surrounding Jing Bingquan and his companion, signaling them to leave. Seeing this, Jing Bingquan shouted defiantly, You, lobby manager, dare to wield your trivial authority over me? I'll inform my father, the president of Yuanhui Group, who has substantial connections with the owner of your five-star establishment. Just you wait. The lobby manager's face paled at Jing Bingquan's words, knowing he alone could not withstand the repercussions of such a threat. Su Lingyu, sensing the lobby manager's unease, reassured him, "Do not worry. He will not cause any significant trouble." With the air of the Su family speaking, the lobby manager visibly relaxed, plastering a smile on his face. "Please, gentlemen, come inside." Jing Bingquan, realizing they had no way out as the two security guards firmly blocked their path, reluctantly decided to leave and seek another dining venue. The alluring woman remarked, "Young Master Jing, it seems they are not intimidated by you or your father. They cannot be significant figures, can they?" Jing Bingquan scoffed. "That Yun Zimo is merely an orphan from an orphanage. He possesses no background. They are merely putting on a fade. We have dined at this five-star hotel countless times and have never encountered them before. I suspect the lobby manager is familiar with them." Relieved by Jing Bingquan's analysis, the enchanting woman giggled. "You are indeed clever, young Master Jing. I was quite frightened." "Fear not, darling. I shall comfort you well tonight," he said, his hands wandering. "How rude." The enchanting woman feigned resistance, yet pointed at Jing Bingquan's head. "Young Master Jing, it appears your bump is growing larger. Should we visit a hospital?" Her reminder shifted Jing Bingquan's focus to his forehead, and a sudden wave of intense pain surged through him. "Ouch, ouch! Let us go to the hospital, quickly," he exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. "All right." The enchanting woman swiftly made her way to the parking area. Meanwhile, Su Lingyu successfully connected the call. "Xiao Yu, direct your attention to the president of the Yuan Hui group that we acquired, as well as a person named Su Lingyu," she instructed the lobby manager. The manager promptly replied. Jing Bingquan, dismiss the executives under Jing Bingquan and replace them with two new individuals, Su Lingyu continued. Upon hearing this, she added, "Indeed, miss. I shall take care of it immediately," came Xiao Yu's response from the other end. "By the way, there's one more matter. Please extend my regards to the owner of the five-star hotel I visited today, and mention that the lobby manager provided an excellent reception." "Understood, Mississippi." After Su Lingyu ended the call, the lobby manager, visibly relieved, expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Su. It is nothing. Such individuals should experience the taste of losing their status." Su Lingyu remarked. The lobby manager, having assisted in maintaining decorum, certainly could not let anyone lose their job. Under the manager's guidance, they entered a private dining room. He graciously accepted the menu from the waiter and presented it to them with utmost respect. Chapter 47. 3 requests having never dined in such an upscale restaurant before. Yun Zimo, despite having spent considerable time at the Su residence, could not help but glance around in awe. Outside the grand floor-to-ceiling windows lay the Nanshui River, with an extensive area adjacent to the river transformed into a luxurious beach where some individuals were relaxing or frolicking in the sand. This scene, reminiscent of a television drama, evoked an almost surreal sensation, as if one were floating upon water. Across from Yun Zimo, Su Lingyu, having placed her order, observed Yun Zimo lost in thought while gazing outside. Unable to resist, she called out, "Yun Zimo, it's time to order." The sound of her voice jolted him back to reality, akin to a drowning person seizing a lifeline as he grasped onto the sole, tangible element amidst his disorientation. "Oh!" he exclaimed, hastily flipping through the gilded menu, densely filled with unfamiliar dishes. Yet, the exorbitant prices caught his attention, with the illustrations depicting even more lavish offerings that escalated in cost. Yun Zimo found himself in a quandary. The illustrated dishes appeared delectable yet pricey, while the more affordable options, lacking visuals, left him uncertain about their taste. After watching Yun Zimo struggle for a considerable time without making a choice, Su Lingyu, feeling somewhat exasperated, addressed the attentive manager. "Please bring another portion of the dishes I ordered for him." "Certainly," the manager replied with deference. The menu, adorned with outrageously high prices, posed a challenge even for Yun Zimo, who typically did not suffer from indecision. Hearing Su Lingyu's words, he inwardly exhaled in relief and set the menu aside. Despite having confirmed their relationship during their days at the hospital, when Yun Zimo was vulnerable due to his injury, the prospect of publicly dating Su Lingyu still made him somewhat anxious as he felt the weight of scrutinizing gazes from all around. You've been avoiding me these past few days. What is it? Are all men the same, unable to cherish what they have once they possess it? Su Lingyu spoke candidly, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. How could this be? Yun Zimo exclaimed in a flurry. But what? Su Lingyu interjected. No matter the reason, it cannot serve as an excuse for your indifference towards me. She understood that exerting pressure would only backfire, so she shifted her tone. Yun Zimo, I have already decided on you for this lifetime. At first, I thought my feelings stemmed from your childhood kindness towards me, compelling me to assist you. However, during times of crisis, it has always been you, only you. You are the singular man who has pierced my heart. Observing the distress in Su Lungyu's eyes, almost to the point of tears, Yun Zimo promptly replied, I was wrong. I should have cherished you rather than allowing you sorrow from the judgments of others. Upon hearing his response, Su Lingyu's expression brightened, though she retained a hint of aloofness as she remarked, Well, at least you are somewhat perceptive, but gaining my forgiveness will not be so simple. What must I do? Yun Zimo realized that this challenge would not be easily surmounted. You must fulfill 3 demands of mine in the future. Whatever I ask, you must comply, and should you fail, well. Su Lingyu gestured with her right hand, forming a scissor shape, and menacingly snapped her fingers. Yun Zimo felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily shivered, swallowing hard as he declared, All right, I will do as you say. When one pursues love, the most vital element is the attitude of the beloved. Observing Yun Zimo's acquiescence, Su Lingyu let out a satisfied hum. That is more like it. If you hesitate for even a second, Yun Zimo, relieved, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, he mused, aware that a single misstep could spell disaster. At that moment, a small food cart was slowly wheeled over. The manager personally served the dishes, announcing each one as he presented it. Pan-seared wagyu steak, creamy foie gras with caramel pudding, black truffle lobster bisque, chocolate lava cake, and baked mashed potatoes paired with Lafite red wine. After arranging the dishes before them and pouring the wine, the manager discreetly retreated. Enjoy. See if it suits your palate. If not, we can order something else, Su Lingyu said, slicing a piece of steak and placing it in her mouth. Yun Zimo responded, picking up his knife and fork to join her. Though he had never tasted steak before, he mimicked her actions, cutting a piece and savoring it. How is it? He eagerly asked, giving a thumbs up as he chewed. It's exquisite, just as you selected. Flattery will get you nowhere, Su Lingyu replied, though the smile tugging at her lips was hard to suppress. No matter how many layers one wears, compliments always shine through. At that moment, Yun Zimo felt the coolness surrounding him gradually dissipate. Seeing her goal achieved, Su Lingyu decided to cease her teasing of the Na'vi Yun Zimo. On the other side, Jing Hui, the father of Jing Bingquan, was dining as usual at an upscale restaurant near the corporation when a sudden phone call interrupted him. Glancing at the caller ID, Jing Hui inquired, Bingquan, what is the matter? Dad, I've been bullied, Jing Bingquan replied, having just emerged from the hospital with bandaged wounds. By whom? Jing Hui, not one to act impulsively, sought to understand the situation before responding. It's the lobby manager of that 5-star hotel. He looked down on me and Wu Ti let me in when I went there to eat today, Jing Bingquan explained. The lobby manager? Jing Hui was somewhat perplexed. He claimed I had offended a distinguished guest and adamantly refused me entry. Jing Bingquan continued. What mischief did you get into this time? Jing Hui, familiar with his son's character, questioned. It's that impoverished fellow from university, Yun Zimo. The manager insists he is a distinguished guest, but I suspect he is merely a relative of his, trying to act important, Jing Bingquan retorted. Ah, him. Jing Hui recalled the name, having heard his son lament about losing his title of campus heartthrob to this individual. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of relief and assured, very well, in a few days. You will no longer see that lobby manager. Thank you, Dad. I shall hang up now. All right. Once Jing Hui ended the call, he noticed a figure had appeared beside him without his realization. Secretary General, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the visitor, Jing Hui promptly stood. The board has requested your presence at an urgent meeting. An urgent meeting? Jing Hui expressed confusion but obediently followed, entering a conference room within the Yuanhui group. The directors were seated in a state of alarm, suggesting something significant had occurred. "Xiao Jing, you have arrived," the chairman addressed him. "Yes," Jing Hui responded, straightening his posture. "Please, take a seat." "All right." Jing Hui then settled into the last seat, realizing that as the president of the company, he was merely a high-ranking employee. "Today, this urgent meeting is convened for one matter. The headquarters has issued an order requiring me to resolve this issue by noon, or else the Yuan Hui Group may no longer need to exist." The chairman paused before continuing. "As you all know, the situation in Nanchang has been tumultuous, and it is a remarkable feat for our Yuan Hui Group to remain standing amidst it all." "Chairman, please tell us what the issue is," one director urged anxiously. "Indeed," echoed the others in agreement. "All right, I will be direct. The headquarters has commanded that I must terminate 2 individuals and ensure they are never rehired." The room erupted in confusion. Jing Hui wore a puzzled expression as well. "Let me not beat around the bush, Xiao Jing," the chairman began. Jing Hui's heart sank, but he nonetheless obediently rose. "You have devoted your life to the group, and now I ask you to perform one last duty. In light of your son's leave of absence, gather your belongings and resign." Jing Hui felt a torrent of emotions. Anger and resentment surged within him. Yet all that escaped his lips was a reluctant "all right." Meanwhile, Jing Bingquan's phone rang once more. "Who is it?" Jing Bingquan asked. "Is this Jing Bingquan? You are to immediately return to Yuan Hui Group and collect your belongings. The company has terminated your employment. Please complete this by noon, or your remaining items will be discarded." A voice resonated through the phone. "Who are you? Don't you know my father is the president of Yuan Hui Group?" Jing Bingquan chuckled at the absurdity of the call. "Your father has also been dismissed from Yuan Hui Group. This must be a scam call." Jing Bingquan hung up abruptly. "Seems like it might be true," a striking woman remarked, as she checked her phone. "Here it is, on the official website of Yuan Hui Group. There's an announcement stating that Jing Hui and his son have been terminated and will never be rehired. This is impossible. How could this happen? Everything was fine just moments ago." Jing Bingquan's face contorted in disbelief. "I need to call my father." He quickly dialed his father's number. "Dad, have we been dismissed from the company?" "Yes." "What is going on?" Jing Bingquan was still unaware of the reasons behind this decision. "I don't know. This is an order from headquarters." Jing Hui was equally puzzled. Could it be that his embezzlement had been exposed? If he were to discover that it was his son's actions that led to this downfall, he would surely be furious, as it would mean the ruin of the legacy that the Jing family had built over 3 generations. After Jing Bingquan ended the call, the alluring woman spoke again. "It seems your family is on the verge of decline. You little gourd have wasted my time. Let us conclude this matter." With that, she turned on her heels and departed, her heels clicking against the floor. "Who?" Jing Bingquan could only glare furiously at her retreating figure. "Who is targeting the Jing family? I hope I don't find out. Have you forgotten who you offended at the 5-star hotel?" A woman's voice suddenly emerged beside him. "Who are you?" Jing Bingquan looked suspiciously at the woman, who wore sunglasses and a mask, seemingly wishing to remain incognito. "You don't need to know my identity. I will reveal to you who is behind your troubles." The woman disclosed the identity of Su Lingyu to Jing Bingquan. "Are you saying that the woman beside Yun Zimo is actually the head of the Su Group?" Jing Bingquan felt as if struck by lightning, disbelief washing over him. Otherwise, how could the Jing family be so swiftly dismantled? The woman replied coolly, "Damn, how could Yun Zimo be acquainted with someone of such stature?" Jing Bingquan seemed resigned, clearly feeling outmatched. "Yun Zimo is merely fortunate," the woman continued, explaining the relationship between Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu, characterizing it as a contractual marriage for the sake of stock prices. "So, the head of the Su Group is nothing more than a shameless woman." Jing Bingquan clenched his fists in anger. "Indeed," the woman nodded in satisfaction at his words. "Why are you telling me all of this?" A spark of realization flickered in Jing Bingquan's mind. "An enemy's enemy is a friend, and I have my own deep-seated grievances against them," the woman admitted. "It seems we have no means to confront them," Jing Bingquan lamented. "I have a plan, and that is precisely why I sought you out," the woman declared. "Do tell me," Jing Bingquan inquired impatiently, for he was eager to seize the opportunity to exact retribution upon Yun Zimo, akin to the severity of a life-threatening betrayal. The woman unfolded her scheme in detail. Upon hearing it, Jing Bingquan clapped his hands in approval. Just wait, Yun Zimo, your days of revelry are numbered. Once you fall into my grasp, I shall ensure you experience the agony I have endured, multiplied manifold. He then hastened to put the woman's plan into motion. As Jing Bingquan departed, the woman regarded him with a fleeting glimmer of sympathy, quickly supplanted by a steely resolve. A sudden gust of wind swept through, dislodging her mask and revealing her true identity as Su Shui, the second miss of the Su family. Should her plan succeed, it would shatter the bond between Yun Zimo and Su Lunyu, while Jing Bingquan would be torn asunder by the wrath of the Zhou family. As for herself, regardless of the outcome, she would remain unscathed. Replacing her mask, Su Shui swiftly exited the scene. Meanwhile, Jing Bingquan perused his contact list for an appropriate accomplice. After considerable searching, he finally settled on a suitable candidate. He dialed the number, and it was not long before it connected. Hello, is this the old class monitor? Ah, young Master Jing, what brings you to call me? It has been years since our classmates gathered. I wish to organize a reunion, but I would like it to be under your name. Very well, young Master Jing. This is a trivial matter. I shall gather everyone shortly. By the way, do make sure to invite Yun Zimo, but ensure he remains unaware that it was my invitation. Although the old class monitor was somewhat perplexed, he assured Jing Bingquan with a pat on his chest. Pleased with the progress, Jing Bingquan ended the call. Yun Zimo, I hope you will find joy in the reunion I have arranged for you. His fists clenched tightly, making a creaking sound, as if he envisioned crushing Yun Zimo piece by piece. On another front, outside a five-star hotel, Su Lingyu planted a fervent kiss on Yun Zimo before hastily boarding a company vehicle. Yun Zimo, left to ponder the lingering imprint of her kiss, took some time before he too departed in a luxury car back to the Su residence. Chapter 49. The invitation to the reunion upon returning to the Su estate. Yun Zimo retreated to his bedroom to resume his cultivation. Without the aid of elixirs, progress was slow, yet each increment of strength was irresistibly compelling. However, the tranquility of his solitude was soon disrupted by a phone call. Amok, what have you been up to lately? A familiar voice emanated from the receiver. Shuize, what prompts you to call me? Yun Zimo queried, puzzled, for Shuize was a university classmate he had not seen in many years. Amok, you've changed. You used to call me Xiao Z's, Shuize lamented wistfully. All right, A's. That's enough, Yun Zimo replied. In the intimacy of their university dormitory, they had often addressed one another with affectionate diminutives. Let us not dwell on that. The old class monitor mentioned wanting to gather everyone after all these years. Shuize conveyed the purpose of his call. Indeed, it has been many years since we last met. While Yun Zimo may not particularly desire to reunite with others from the class, he holds a genuine curiosity about the well-being of those few individuals from his dormitory over the years. Very well, please inform me of the time and place. In Nancheng, at Tianyu Building. For those not in Nancheng, the old class monitor has already reserved rooms at Tianyu Building. One can check in directly upon arrival. With the gathering commencing no later than the evening after tomorrow, Shuize replied. Surprisingly, the location in Nancheng struck Yun Zimo as quite fortuitous. Yet he did not dwell on it. As his strength grew, he became increasingly confident in navigating various situations. All right, I'll be in Nancheng. I'll just head over then, he responded. Upon hearing this affirmation, Shuize jokingly remarked, I thought I would have to plead earnestly to sway you. Alas, my efforts have been in vain. Haha, save your pleading for the next person, Yun Zimo chuckled. All right then, I shall continue reaching out to the others. I'll hang up now. Let us discuss in person. Yes, let us meet and talk. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Shuize busied himself for quite some time before successfully contacting the remaining 3 members of their dormitory, subsequently reporting to the old class monitor that all from room 501 would attend. Upon receiving this news, the old class monitor immediately contacted Jing Bingquan to inform him of Yun Zimo's impending arrival. As soon as he sensed the opportunity, Jing Bingquan began to implement his subsequent strategies. Unbeknownst to Yun Zimo, who had just ended the call, a plan was unfolding against him. However, even if he were aware of it, he would likely regard it with indifference for having stepped in the realm of martial arts. Such petty schemes posed no real threat to him. He then returned to his training. By evening, when Su Lung-yu returned home, Yun Zimo informed her of the class reunion scheduled for the day after tomorrow. "I want to go too," was her immediate response. Seemingly eager to assert her claim within Yun Zimo's social circle. "It's best if you don't attend," Yun Zimo replied, feeling overwhelmed by her insistence. "Why not? Are you trying to hide our relationship from others?" Su Lingyu quickly shifted into an interrogative mode. "This is a class reunion. Why would you meddle in it?" Yun Zimo responded, exasperated. "Then you must honestly tell me, did you have someone you liked during university?" Su Lingyu, aware of the chaotic nature of such reunions, pressed on. Not wanting to lie or conceal the truth, Yun Zimo candidly admitted there were some, but it was merely to hold hands. "Pure love? Then I definitely cannot allow you to go alone." Su Lingyu was taken aback, realizing that the seemingly honest Yun Zimo might still wish to meet an old flame. Yun Zimo, his face flushed with embarrassment, stammered, "We held hands and then pretty much broke up. I'm actually quite afraid of dating. Perhaps it's due to some insecurities." "Then I must help you overcome this issue." Su Lingyu seemed to hear only what was conducive to her attending Yun Zimo's class reunion. Yun Zimo, exasperated, rubbed his forehead in silence, realizing he could not win this battle of wills. He finally proposed a modest request. "Could you perhaps dress a bit more simply? You're simply too radiant." "Given your flattery, I shall accommodate this small request." Su Lingyu agreed, satisfied with Yun Zimo's response. As Su Lingyu gazed at the upcoming class reunion with anticipation, Yun Zimo was consumed by a sense of despondency, foreseeing the relentless inquiries from his old friends at the dining table. Sensing Yun Zimo's gloomy demeanor, Su Lingyu crossed her arms and questioned, "I am trying to give you face, and yet you display such a countenance. Shouldn't I be thanked?" Naturally, Yun Zimo dared not reveal his thoughts, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, I shall go practice." He quickly made his escape. Observing that Yun Zimo preferred to linger on the terrace rather than accompany her, Su Lingyu could only pout in discontent, wondering if it really fell to her, as a girl, to suggest they take a nap together. 2 days passed in tranquil silence. Meanwhile, Shueze incessantly called to confirm Yun Zimo's return. Although Yun Zimo found the inquiries somewhat vexing, he understood that Shueze's intentions were rooted in the need for the old class monitor to count attendees, fearing that someone might cancel last minute and waste a reserve spot. Given the circumstances, Yun Zimo could hardly blame his roommate and dutifully reported back each time. Evening descended, and Su Lingyu returned home early from work. "You go ahead to the entrance. I'll finish my makeup," she instructed, picking up her makeup remover. She began to wipe away the meticulously crafted look of the day. "All right," Yun Zimo acknowledged, knowing Su Lingyu was a master of time management and would not take long. Yun Zimo made his way to the entrance alone, where a white sedan awaited. Not being a driver himself, he took the passenger seat. Although he lacked knowledge of automobiles, he noticed that this car resembled many others on the road, lacking extravagant features like a starry ceiling or champagne cabinet, appearing rather unadorned. After waiting for roughly half an hour, Su Lingyu emerged from the entrance. The saying light makeup suits all was perfectly applicable to her, compared to her polished office look. She had opted this time for a foundation that closely matched her skin tone, preserving her natural texture and adding a touch of innate beauty, making her even more serene and captivating. She wore no extravagant jewelry, save for a delicate silver pendant that provided a refreshing touch. On her upper half, she donned a light gray chiffon blouse, its airy fabric softening her commanding presence and rendering her more gentle and graceful. Below, she paired it with simple blue straight-leg trousers that concealed some of her alluring curves while accentuating her tall, slender silhouette, achieving a more perfect proportion. "How do I look?" Su Lingyu asked, circling around the passenger side. "Absolutely perfect," Yun Zimo replied, giving a thumbs up. "That's more like it." "My 2 days of preparation were not in vain," Su Lingyu said, her eyes narrowing in delight, resembling a contented kitten, having received the praise she sought. Su Lingyu took her place in the driver's seat. Let's go. Chapter 50. The emergence of a conspiracy in the parking lot outside Tianyu Tower. A car arrived with a jolt, finally settling into a parking space. Su Lingyu, unable to withstand the motion any longer, stepped out and began to retch. Meanwhile, Yun Zimo, seated in the passenger seat, struggled against dizziness with his warrior's resilience, alighting from the car to gently pat Su Lingyu's back in a bid to alleviate her discomfort. Though reluctant, Yun Zimo could not help but voice his thoughts. Your driving skills leave much to be desired. Su Lingyu retched. I've hardly driven a few times in my life. It's all your fault. Indeed, it was ill-advised to speak, as the metaphorical gun was now pointed at him, and Yun Zimo could only bear it in silence. Nevertheless, deep within, he relished the banter with Su Lingyu, although he had never emerged victorious. It afforded him the sensation that their distance was gradually diminishing. After several minutes, Su Lingyu composed herself and made a phone call. Xiaoyu, gather a few people and come to Tianyu Building. Wait for us to finish attending Zimo's class reunion before you take us back. Understood, miss. Came the response from Xiaoyu on the other end of the line. Yun Zimo exhaled in relief. If Su Lingyu were taken back, the food he consumed that evening would likely go to waste. Let us go, Su Lingyu said, having completed her instructions as she linked her arm with Yun Zimo's. All right, he replied, though a tinge of nervousness lingered within him. After all, it had been years since they last met, and he was bringing a companion, which felt rather ostentatious. Yet, having arrived, he could only muster the courage to proceed. With a deep breath and a resolute gaze, he led Su Lingyu into the Tianyu Building. Good day to you both. May I inquire if you have a reservation? A waiter approached them. Shuxiang Pavilion. Yun Zimo recollected the name of their reserved private room. Very well, please follow me, the waiter said respectfully as he guided them further into the establishment. Upon reaching the third floor via the elevator, the waiter brought them to the door of a room. Here we are. If you have no further requests, I will not intrude any longer. Wishing you a pleasant dining experience, the waiter stated with professionalism and grace. Thank you. Yun Zimo nodded in acknowledgement. As he pushed the door open, a cacophony of voices greeted them, with 5 or 6 tables occupied inside. However, upon their entrance, a sudden hush fell over the room. All eyes were transfixed upon the pair. The woman shone like the bright moon, while the man radiated like the blazing sun, their brilliance causing everyone to hold their breath involuntarily. Who are these two? One person pondered. Could they have entered the wrong place? Another suggested, seeking a plausible explanation. At that moment, a voice tinged with uncertainty rang out. Is Zimo? Following the source of the voice, Yun Zimo turned to see 3 familiar faces at a table, his former dorm mates, with the speaker being his roommate, Shui Zhe, who had shared a bed with him. The other 2 were Xie Yao and Zhou Yujia. Shui Zhe appeared much as before, his physique a balance between the slim and the stout. Xie Yao shared a similar height and build with Yun Zimo, though he was slightly less attractive. He was the only one in their dorm who had successfully won a girlfriend during their university years. Zhou Yujia, on the other hand, was somewhat more slender. Aze, Yun Zimo replied, making his way to their table. No way, it's really you, Shui Zhe said, somewhat incredulous. The crowd's gaze began to disperse only after Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu had taken their seats beside Shui Zhe. The noise gradually resumed, albeit now laced with discussions about the pair. What's the matter? Have you really forgotten us after just a few years? You sounded so familiar over the phone. Yun Zimo teased. And who is this? Shui Zhe inquired, shifting the topic. This is my wife, Su Lingyu, Yun Zimo introduced. Greetings, sister-in-law. I am Shui Zhe. This is Xie Yao, and this is Zhou Yujia. We are all roommates of AMO. Shui Zhe has become noticeably courteous, introducing each person in turn. Hello. Su Lingyu's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this. Yet she maintained her composure, saying, Pray tell, how did you manage to win such a beautiful sister-in-law? Shui Zhe inquired with envy. It's a long story. Yun Zimo clearly did not wish to elaborate. Recognizing this, Shui Zhe refrained from pressing further, raising his glass and declaring, Very well, I shall spare you for now. Let's celebrate our reunion. Glasses were raised in unison, though reluctant to discuss their individual journeys over the years. The conversation inevitably veered in that direction. Shui Zhe had become a government official, Xie Hui worked in a corporation, and Zhou Yujia had attained a doctoral degree. Each had carved out his own path. In contrast, before encountering Su Lingyu, Yun Zimo could be regarded as the least successful among them. Thus, during the discourse regarding their respective careers, Yun Zimo remained somewhat reticent, taking on the role of a listener. However, this topic was unavoidable, as Zhou Yuji inquired, "How have you been?" Yun Zimo felt a twinge of awkwardness, unsure of how to respond. He certainly could not admit to being a kept man. Sigh, he lamented. If AMO does not wish to speak, let us not pry. With such a beautiful girlfriend, he must be faring well. Shueze interjected to ease the tension. At that moment, an idea struck Yun Zimo, and he said, "I suppose I could be considered a martial arts apprentice, learning from a master." "I suspected as much. Given your impressive physique. Let me see if you have abs," Shueze exclaimed, boldly reaching out. Yun Zimo, unable to refuse, allowed him to explore. "Indeed, you do have them," Shueze exclaimed in astonishment, feeling the solid muscles beneath his fingers. "I can't believe how much you've changed in these years. What prompted you to pursue martial arts?" Shueze questioned. "It was a serendipitous turn of events, marking the beginning of a new chapter in my life," Yun Zimo replied. Meanwhile, while the group was engaged in their revelry, the old class monitor discreetly slipped away from the Shuxiang Pavilion, retreating into a nearby private room. "Jing Xiao, that Yun Zimo has arrived," the old class monitor reported obsequiously. "Very well, let us proceed as planned," Jing Bingquan replied darkly. However, he brought along a remarkably beautiful girlfriend. The old class monitor revealed a twist in the situation. "Haha, even better. Let that wretched woman witness firsthand how her pampered boy toy betrays her," Jing Bingquan sneered. The old class monitor was taken aback by the gravity of the revelation. Yun Zimo was indeed a different sort of person. Afterward, he returned to the Shuxiang Pavilion. "Everyone, may I have your attention for a moment?" The old class monitor announced as he stood among the crowd. "What is it?" someone inquired. "Since we have all gathered here today, shall we partake in a game?" the old class monitor suggested, sensing the atmosphere was ripe for it. "Yes, absolutely," came the enthusiastic responses. "The rules are quite simple. One gentleman from one dormitory will join forces with a lady from another, and they will engage in a drinking contest. For every drink the lady consumes, the gentleman must drink twice as much. The last duo standing at each table will receive a reward of 1,000. Today, I shall treat you all. Let us not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated." The old class leader, generous and unyielding, remained steadfast in his revelry. As the festivities commenced, an abundance of beer adorned each table, and a group of 4 men and 1 woman approached Yun Zimo's table, evidently accompanied by family members. Though it seemed the woman had brought her husband merely to flaunt her fortunate marriage. "Are you brave enough to compete with us in drinking?" inquired a plump lady with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Do you think a bunch of men would fear you?" Shusha retorted defiantly. "After all these years, still resorting to nicknames? Let us have a drink first." The lady poured a glass and challenged Shueze, who promptly matched her spirit, pouring himself a drink in return. Thus, the 2 factions settled at the table. "I am Qian Yaojia, the husband of Xiaorou. I have come uninvited, so I shall drink to my own accord," he declared, filling his glass. "Xiaorou, ISNT that IMO." Shueze, clearly under the influence, spoke without a filter. "Cough," Xiehui quickly interjected. "Is this the pure-hearted girlfriend from Yun Zimo's university?" Su Lingyu seemed to have finally found a rival. "Yun Zimo, are you doing well?" A soft voice floated through the crowd, and a petite figure caught everyone's attention. "Humph, a green tea." Su Lingyu's hostility was palpable. "She's asking you a question. Shouldn't he respond?" Su Lingyu hissed as she reached beneath the table, targeting Yun Zimo's waist with a swift jab. Even with his significant martial prowess, Yun Zimo struggled to withstand such a lethal strike and managed a forced smile, replying, "I'm all right." Lu Ro, the one whom Yun Zimo cherished during his university days, stood before him. Yet, as they approached the moment of holding hands, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He feared that as an orphan, he could not provide her with the life she deserved, dreading the thought of Lu Ro enduring a lifetime of worries over mundane necessities alongside him. After graduation, he opted against pursuing further studies, yearning instead to carve a niche for himself in society. "You lack work experience." Time and again, he encountered obstacles and faced the same dismissive remarks, eventually surrendering and wishing to retreat to a solitary corner. Stripped of pretense, He found himself devoid of status in the real world, with aspirations of reaching the pinnacle of life feeling utterly hollow. Observing Lu Ro now as the wife of another, Yun Zimo experienced a sense of relief. Had they united back then, it would have meant a lifetime of hardship together. Perhaps it was better for both to find solace in their respective paths. My Lu Ro has already had her self-imposed drink. Shouldn't some people follow suit? A sardonic voice chimed in. Indeed, another echoed. These two were the last remaining members of Lu Ro's dormitory, Tao Xiaoqian and Li Yi, whose experiences in society had rendered them increasingly sharp-tongued. I'll help her drink. I'll take 3 for myself, Yun Zimo quickly offered upon witnessing the unfolding drama. He winked at Su Longyu, as if to say, see, this is why I didn't want you to come. No need, I could drink on my own. Su Longyu seemed to grasp Yun Zimo's intent, glaring at him with indignation, as if to declare, had I not come, you might have rekindled old flames. Under the intense gaze of Su Longyu, Yun Zimo succumbed, his eyes cast downward as if in a plea for mercy. Throughout their time spent together, an unspoken understanding had developed between them. Upon witnessing Yun Zimo's capitulation, Su Longyu seized a glass of beer and downed it in one swift motion. Well done, sister-in-law, Shusha exclaimed exuberantly. Naturally, Su Longyu replied, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks as her voice inadvertently grew louder. Thus, the entire table engaged in a spirited contest of drinking, with Tao Xiaoqian and Li Yi frequently challenging Yun Zimo to partake. What's the deal with you two? Why do you keep seeking out IMO for drinks? Speak up. What's your intention? Be honest. Xue Zhe, though inebriated, still managed to discern the underlying tension and slurred his inquiry. Confronted by Xue Zhe's probing, the two women stiffened, as though their secrets had been laid bare. Tao Xiaoqian, with a crafty glint in her eye, remarked, it's one thing that Yun Zimo is handsome, but to bring such a stunning girlfriend along? We simply must deflate his ego. Indeed, Li Yi echoed in agreement. That makes sense. I hadn't noticed before, but you're quite the show-off, Xue Zhe momentarily sobered, utterly convinced by their argument. In an instant, the collective attention of the table shifted towards Yun Zimo. Don't misunderstand my Zimo. It's I who insisted on coming to drink with you all, Su Longyu interjected fiercely, clearly a bit tipsy. Realizing he could not intervene, Yun Zimo chose to acquiesce. In truth, he could easily consume alcohol without consequence, as a slight manipulation of his inner energy would render the alcohol inert. He had hoped for an evening of indulgence. But with Su Longyu already intoxicated, he had to remain vigilant. The drinking games escalated, and after Su Longyu had bested Tao Xiaoqian and held her own against Li Yi, she slumped against Yun Zimo, utterly spent. How impressive is my drinking capacity? Su Longyu breathed, the scent of alcohol lingering in the air. Impressive indeed, Yun Zimo replied. You're just humoring me. I'm not even drunk, Su Longyu asserted suddenly, sitting upright. Yet almost immediately, she collapsed like a soft cloud against him once more. Most of the women at the table had succumbed to intoxication, leaving only the men to continue their contest of fortitude. The old class monitor glanced over and noted that Yun Zimo remained unfazed amidst the drinking competition, and a sense of dread washed over him. Once again, he slipped out of the private room to report to Jing Bingquan. Upon hearing the old class monitor's update, Jing Bingquan's face contorted with anger. Useless. You can't even handle this trivial matter. However, the old class monitor hesitated, regret creeping in as he spoke. What is it? Jing Bingquan pressed, prompting the old class monitor to reveal Yun Zimo's companion has become quite intoxicated. At this revelation, Jing Bingquan's mind raced. He leaned in to whisper a directive to the old class monitor. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The old class monitor questioned, a look of dismay crossing his face. Do as I say, Jing Bingquan insisted. Otherwise, don't expect to see a dime. The old class monitor had endured tough times, with his mother gravely ill. He had accrued significant debt. If he could secure the funds from Jing Bingquan, it would liberate him from the oppressive weight of financial burden. The old squad leader ultimately succumbed to temptation, nodding in agreement. Upon returning to the private room in the book fragrance pavilion, he instructed his subordinates to carry the inebriated individuals upstairs to the reserved rooms for rest. Before long, it was the turn of Yun Zimo's table. I refuse. I cannot allow Zimo to be alone with another woman, especially her. Solenio protested vehemently. The old squad leader had no choice but to first escort the other ladies away before finally approaching Su Lingyu's side. Everyone else has been taken care of, he remarked. This is much better. Although inebriated, Su Lingyu still shook her head, observing the situation at the table. Perhaps I should help her to rest, Yun Zimo suggested, glancing at the dazed Su Lingyu. Chapter 52. Timely rain that is out of the question. Those who are pitiable often harbor their own faults. The old squad leader repeatedly apologized to Yun Zimo in his heart, yet spoke the harshest words. This drinking game must determine who falters first, and it is slightly easier for the ladies. The squad leader is right. You cannot use this as an excuse to escape, Shuizhe chimed in, burping from the alcohol. Very well. It seems we must continue drinking until you are all incapacitated, Yun Zimo conceded, realizing the situation was unavoidable. Take this lady to room 601. The old squad leader instructed quietly. The two ladies supporting Su Lingyu nodded, using the excuse that they had driven and therefore remained sober. Despite the squad leader's hushed tone, Yun Zimo, empowered by martial arts, heard every word clearly. Watching Su Lingyu being assisted away, he recalled their first encounter in a bar, a tightening sensation in his chest. However, reminding himself that this was merely a class reunion, he suppressed his doubts and continued to drink with those daring to challenge him. The two ladies tossed Su Lingyu onto the bed and then exited the room. With a resounding thud, the door closed, and, as the sounds outside faded, the bathroom light suddenly illuminated. A figure emerged from the restroom, locking the door behind them and advancing towards Su Lingyu's bedside. Hey, hey, hey! Jing Bingquan chuckled at the sight of Su Lingyu lying on the bed, vulnerable. Hearing the commotion, Su Lingyu struggled to open her eyes. But the figure by her bedside startled her half awake. Who are you? Don't come any closer. If you do, I will scream. Su Lingyu shouted. Who am I? You forget so easily. Don't worry. You will remember everything shortly, Jing Bingquan taunted, loosening his belt as he approached Su Lingyu menacingly. Help! Help! Su Lingyu cried out, kicking her legs in desperation. Go ahead and scream. No one will come, no matter how loud you shout, he snarled, lunging towards her. Once I've had my fun, I'll fetch a few thugs to deal with you properly. This is the price you pay for ruining me and our Jing family. By tomorrow, the headlines will feature you, the head of the Su group, entangled with thugs. Ha! Jing Bingquan laughed maniacally, tearing at Su Lingyu's pants, attempting to pull them down. I will not allow you to succeed. Su Lingyu fought back with all her might. On the other hand, Yun Zimo's heart was shrouded in a cloud of foreboding, a sense of impending doom that he could not articulate. Meanwhile, Shuizhe and Lu Ro's husband, Jian Yaojia, were still stubbornly holding on, struggling to drink but remaining steadfast. Jian Yaojia's determination was somewhat understandable. He wished to prove that he was not inferior to Yun Zimo in any aspect. Drink up, or you might as well concede, Yun Zimo said impatiently, eager to defeat the two and ascertain Su Lingyu's condition. What is the rush? Shuizhe slurred, swaying slightly. I see you're the one who can't take it anymore, Jian Yaojia retorted, his words barely coherent. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Xiao Yu burst in, guided by a waiter. Young master, where is the miss? She asked anxiously, noticing only Yun Zimo in the room. She quickly produced a distress alarm, indicating that the one worn by the miss was continuously signaling. At Xiao Yu's words, Yun Zimo felt as if struck by lightning, immediately rising to his feet. Right? Room 601. He recalled the room number, realizing it was on the 6th floor. If anything happens to Su Lingyu, I swear those responsible will pay dearly, he shouted, channeling his internal energy as he dashed out of the private room. Am I seeing things? Did AMO just shoot out of here? Shuizhe rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Beside him, the sober old-class monitor wished to respond. Yes, you are not mistaken. What have I done to deserve this? The old-class monitor was so astonished he could hardly speak. With no time to wait for the elevator, Yun Zimo sprinted into the emergency stairwell, taking 2 steps at a time as he ascended rapidly. Within mere seconds, he reached the door of room 601 on the 3rd floor. Bang! Hearing a faint cry for help from within, Yun Zimo kicked open the door. What he witnessed made his heart race with rage. Su Lingyu's clothing was torn to strips, revealing her form, while Jing Bingquan was attempting to violate her. Seeking death, Yun Zimo exerted his strength, causing a resounding crash that echoed throughout the building. He leaped into action, delivering a swift kick that sent Jing Bingquan flying before following up with a punch that pinned him against the wall. Jing Bingquan, horrified, wondered how he had found this place so quickly, but the excruciating pain rendered him incapable of thought. Blood gushed from his mouth, clearly a result of Yun Zimo's relentless assault. Yet, Yun Zimo was far from finished. He delivered a fierce slap to this audacious assailant. With each strike, Jing Bingquan's countenance transformed into a grotesque visage, bloodied fragments of teeth spilling forth from his lips. Ha ha ha! He suddenly laughed, as if experiencing a moment of clarity. His words stumbling out, "You force my hand. If you have the guts, kill me. Do you really think I'm afraid?" To lay a finger on Su Lingyu. "I care not for my life. I want you dead." In a fit of rage, Yun Zimo could no longer restrain himself. If he could not protect the woman he cherished, then life in this world held no meaning whatsoever. Summoning all his inner strength, he aimed to deliver a devastating blow to Jing Bingquan, the short and stout figure before him. "My lord, allow us to handle this. Do not dirty your hands. For the young lady still needs your care," Xiao Yu urged, hastily ascending the stairs, panting as she spoke at the entrance. "Zimo," Su Lingyu's voice, tinged with a hint of sorrow, echoed in his ear. Yun Zimo, with his immense fist glowing red from the exertion of his inner energy, halted just short of striking Jing Bingquan's forehead. Yet, he was not inclined to let Jing Bingquan off so easily. He seized him by the throat, pinning him against the wall, then delivered a brutal knee strike. A sickening crack resounded, blood gushed forth, and Jing Bingquan would forever be deprived of certain ambitions. "You all, take this scoundrel away," Xiao Yu commanded the bodyguards who had followed them, having witnessed the Lord's wrath. "Understood." The two bodyguards complied, acting as mere porters as they hoisted Jing Bingquan from Yun Zimo's grasp. Meanwhile, Su Lingyu, trembling, attempted to embrace Yun Zimo from behind. He turned to face her, and upon seeing her exposed form, promptly shed his outer garment to wrap around her, cradling her gently in his arms as he made his way toward the exit, intent on removing her from his perilous place. Upon reaching the doorway, Yun Zimo cast a stern glance at Xiao Yu and commanded, "Investigate this matter thoroughly. Spare not a single participant." "Yes," Xiao Yu replied dutifully. Chapter 53. Heightened emotions in the Su residence. Within Su Lingyu's bedroom, Yun Zimo carefully laid her upon the bed. After tucking her in, he contemplated retreating to the terrace to grant her a semblance of tranquility. Just then, a hand emerged from the covers, grasping at Yun Zimo's arm. "May I hold you while I sleep?" Observing the unease etched on Su Lingyu's face, Yun Zimo acquiesced softly, of course. Cursed be the night. As he nestled beneath the covers, Yun Zimo realized that Su Lingyu's body still trembled slightly. It seemed the night's harrowing ordeal had yet to leave her. He gingerly cradled her, much like a wounded kitten, in his embrace. As she inhaled his warmth and scent, her physiological responses began to ease. Watching Su Lingyu gradually succumb to slumber, yet holding onto him tightly as if it were her only source of solace, he thought, "The only thing I can do for Lingyu is to protect her, yet I have failed miserably." Guilt and remorse washed over him, plunging Yun Zimo into an abyss of heartache he could scarcely contain. Sensing his distress, Su Lingyu tightened her hold, as if to convey that he was doing well enough. As dawn broke, soft sunlight flooded the room. Stretching luxuriously, Su Lingyu opened her eyes to find a pair of steadfast ones fixed upon her. "Why are you staring at me so intently?" she asked, fidgeting with her fingers, feeling bashful. "I wish to etch you permanently upon my heart," Yun Zimo replied earnestly, though the deeper sentiment remained unspoken within him. Fear gripped him, the fear of losing her inadvertently. Thus he sought to etch her visage into his very being, something no one could ever take away. Speaking sweet nothings so early in the morning, she remarked, teasingly. Su Lingyu's face flushed suddenly, and she hurriedly sat up. However, she let out a cry of pain. What's wrong? Yun Zimo anxiously followed suit and sat up. Su Lingyu touched Hadidist, revealing some unmistakable bruises, evidently the result of an injury from the previous day. I'll fetch a first aid kit, Yun Zimo said, quickly rushing out of the bedroom. After receiving the kit from a maid, he hurried back, almost breathless. Opening the medical box, he poured some ointment for bruises into his palm, gently taking Su Lungyu's injured arm and applying the medication, massaging it softly. Is the pressure acceptable? Yun Zimo inquired. MHM, it's fine. Su Lingyu replied in a voice barely louder than a whisper. In that moment, their proximity was more intimate than ever before. Previously, the vast chasm created by their respective statuses had kept them at a distance. However, after the events of yesterday, Yun Zimo seemed to have crossed an internal threshold, no longer hesitant, wishing to protect her at all times. Seeing the man before her, whose every action conveyed his concern, Su Lingyu felt an irresistible urge to kiss him. The kiss produced a loud sound, causing her to blush deeply, akin to a ripe persimmon, as she averted her gaze and stammered, "This is a reward for you." Yun Zimo's movements halted instinctively as they locked eyes, the room filled solely with the sound of their heartbeats and breaths, enveloped in a palpable atmosphere of intimacy. Before either could react further, a figure burst into the room. "Miss, it's time to go to the company," Xiaoyu's voice interrupted. Upon witnessing the closeness of the two, Xiaoyu froze, her hand suspended mid-air, quickly exclaiming, "You two carry on, I'll just leave." With that, she turned to make her escape. Caught in the act, Su Lingyu and Yun Zimo hastily separated. Su Lingyu composed herself and called out to Xiaoyu, who had reached the door. "Come here." Oh, Xiaoyu, who had inadvertently intruded on their moment, turned back with her head lowered. Meanwhile, Yun Zimo returned the items to the first aid kit. Although Xiaoyu had disrupted their private world, he bore no ill will towards her, stating, thanks to Xiaoyu's timely arrival upstairs, "Who knows when we would have managed to put the person at the table to rest. Is that so?" Su Lingyu questioned. Xiaoyu, feeling grateful, quickly added, "Yes. I saw the alert on Mrs. Device was ringing incessantly, so I rushed upstairs to find you. Then you've done a great service. Doesn't tea that warrant a reward?" Su Lingyu teased. "Hee, anything will do, Miss," Xiaoyu replied, bubbling with excitement. "However, since you interrupted a significant moment, it all balances out," Su Lingyu declared, shattering Xiaoyu's dreams with a wave of her hand. How can you do this, miss? You can't say that and not give anything." Xiaoyu's expression turned pitiful in an instant. "All right, I was just joking. Your salary will be double from now on," Su Lingyu affirmed. "Yay!" Xiaoyu exclaimed, jumping with joy. The happiness of a working individual is indeed quite simple. There is nothing more exhilarating than a doubled salary. If there were, it would be a quadrupled one. By the way, how did yesterday's matters resolve? Transitioning back to business, Su Lingyu resumed her demeanor as the stoic female CEO. Naturally, the rewarded Xiaoya spoke with great fervor, emphasizing her contributions. Jing Bingquan had been rendered nearly incapacitated, destined to spend the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair. His father had uncovered evidence of his embezzlement at the Yuan Hui Group, which would soon lead him to a lengthy imprisonment. It was also revealed that the former squad leader and his companions, Tao Xiaoqian and Li Yi, were participants in the scheme. They initially intended to intoxicate Yun Zimo and slander him for misbehaving at a class reunion. However, they were taken aback when it was Su Lingyu who had accompanied him. That became inebriated instead. Subsequently, they altered their plans, targeting Su Lingyu. These three were not spared either. All dispatched to prison to prevent them from seeking retribution like Jing Bingquan. "Well done," remarked Su Lingyu with a slight nod of satisfaction. Su Lingyu then ushered Yun Zimo out to the terrace, preparing to change her attire. Although their relationship had grown quite intimate, it would still be somewhat embarrassing for Su Lingyu to change clothes in front of him, especially with Xiaoya present. After approximately 10 minutes, Su Lingyu's voice called from inside. "Gomin, Zimo." Yun Zimo re-entered the room to find Su Lingyu adorned in an elegant, expensive professional outfit. "I'm heading to the company," Su Lingyu announced. "Shall I drive you to and from work?" Yun Zimo offered, having come to understand his feelings and wishing to safeguard her. "All right," Su Lingyu replied, aware of Yun Zimo's concern for her. Xiaoya was instructed to have the driver pick up Zimo first after work before coming for her. Understood, Xiaoya responded respectfully. Transitioning into work mode, Su Lingyu linked her arm with Yun Zimo, resting her head on his shoulder. Let us go. Xiaoya observed the affectionate pair, realizing that she would likely be inundated with their sweetness in the future, and discreetly trail behind them. Chapter 54. Return to the orphanage. The scheme devised by the Sun family had yet to unfold, while Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu enjoyed a few days of tranquility. Their relationship blossomed rapidly, often spending evenings watching movies and shopping together. Yun Zimo gradually grew accustomed to the envious glances of passersby. One afternoon, as was customary, Yun Zimo was practicing his moves on the terrace when suddenly his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he immediately understood the nature of the call. Oh dear, so many things have been happening lately, one after another, that I completely forgot about this. He slapped his forehead and answered the call. Brother Zimo, it's your call. Hello. Brother Zimo. A chorus of young voices, somewhat noisy, echoed through the receiver. Quiet. A venerable yet authoritative voice emerged from the other end, commanding silence among the children. Zimo, you haven't visited the orphanage this year. They've been crying and clamoring to speak with you, so I had no choice but to call you. They want to chat with you, explained the old director, revealing the reason for the call. It's nothing. Indeed, I've been occupied recently and completely forgot. However, I happen to have some time now. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I will go visit them, Yun Zimo remarked. Brother Zimo said he would come to see us tomorrow. A little boy echoed upon hearing the voice on the phone. Yay, there'll be snacks. Wow, they're new toys. The children cheered, and before long, they scattered from the orphanage director's office, rushing outside to play joyfully. Once the surroundings fell silent, the elderly director resumed speaking on the phone. Zimo, if you truly lack time, you need not come. It's fine, I have time. I genuinely forgot because I was so busy recently. Otherwise, I would have visited long ago. Yun Zimo replied earnestly. That's good to hear, very good. The director acknowledged, knowing Zimo's character. If there were any concerns, he would candidly express them. Yun Zimo inquired about several familiar children, and upon learning they were all well, he ended the call. Since Yun Zimo began earning an income, he had established a tradition of visiting the orphanage once a year, bringing snacks and toys for the children. In the evening, while picking up Su Lingyu, he mentioned his plan. I want to go see the little ones at the orphanage too, Su Lingyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Not giving Yun Zimo a chance to respond, as she continued, let us first head to the mall to buy some toys and snacks. Oh, I have a brilliant idea. Su Lingyu suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Shall you? Check the ages of the children in the orphanage and prepare a complete set of little scholar training books for each grade. Yun Zimo, listening nearby, was momentarily taken aback. Miss, that might not be the best idea. Xiaoyu hesitantly countered Su Lingyu's suggestion. Teaching them to fish is far more valuable than merely giving them fish. Bringing them snacks will only provide fleeting joy. While these books can help them lead happier lives in the future, Su Lingyu argued, insisting they proceed with her plan. Seeing that Yun Zimo offered no objections, Xiaoyu relented, saying, all right then. Caught in a moment of contemplation, they reached a consensus, but Yun Zimo mustered the courage to interject. Perhaps we should refrain from making such purchases. The children's happiness should take precedence. Without hard work in youth, one may only lament in old age. Look how the ancients understood the significance of learning far better than you do, Su Lingyu quoted, leaving Yun Zimo speechless. He could only shake his head in resignation, already envisioning the dismal scene of the children wailing the following day. After tomorrow, he feared there would be no children to greet him at the orphanage. Instead, he might be met with cries of the great demon king is here. Everyone run. Noticing Yun Zimo's despondent demeanor, Su Lingyu exclaimed in annoyance, hey, think long term. When they grow up, they will surely be grateful. That is quite a long term, Yun Zimo responded, his mood remaining unchanged. Oh, you can't go wrong listening to me, Su Lingyu insisted, shaking him playfully. Feeling thoroughly rattled, Yun Zimo finally conceded, you are correct. Yet, he mourned the thought that he would no longer see the children's eager eyes, fearing that his image would crumble in a single day. Within, Yun Zimo felt a profound sorrow, as if he were on the verge of tears without the ability to cry. Having received the answer she sought, Su Lingyu finally released Yun Zimo. However, to ensure Yun Zimo's peace of mind, she took him to the mall to purchase an abundance of toys and snacks. As Yun Zimo gazed at the multitude of packages in his hands, he hoped these treasures might soothe the wounded hearts of the little ones. The following day, bright and early, Su Lingyu was fully prepared for her visit to the orphanage, displaying even greater enthusiasm than Yun Zimo himself. Inside the orphanage, several small figures pressed their faces against the bars of the fence, eagerly peering outside. Xiaofeng, when do you think Brother Zimo will arrive? One child inquired. He mentioned over the phone that he would definitely come today. If not in the morning, then surely in the afternoon, another replied. I doubt your Brother Zimo will show up. A group of children, led by a slightly older boy, scoffed as they approached. Wang Chang, you're talking nonsense. Our Brother Zimo will definitely come back, shouted a figure near the fence. Wang Chang had been sent to the orphanage earlier this year due to an accident that befell his parents, so he had never met Yun Zimo. I think this Brother Zimo is either a figment of your imagination or he simply doesn't like you anymore. Just recently you all claimed he would come, yet not a single shadow has appeared. With that, Wang Chang and a few other children erupted into laughter. Brother Zimo doesn't he like us anymore? A little girl, upon hearing Wang Chang's words, could no longer hold back her tears. Wang Chang apologized to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng stepped forward, raising his voice in defense of the weeping girl. Why would I? Not a chance, Wang Chang retorted, sticking out his tongue and shaking his head defiantly. You, Xiaofeng, don't cry. Brother Zimo will definitely come. Don't believe what Wang Chang says, another child comforted her. Apologize. No. Apologize. No. Wang Chang and Xiaofeng began to tussle. Suddenly, a screeching sound pierced the air, halting their scuffle as they both turned to listen. Outside the wall, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan had come to a stop in front of the orphanage. This was the largest vehicle Su Lingyu had found at her garage, intended to transport gifts for the children of the orphanage. As for the little champion training manual, it was still on its way. Yun Zimo and his companions emerged from the car, each carrying several bags from the trunk as they made their way toward the entrance of the orphanage. Chapter 55. Trouble approaches. One child, observing the newcomers from a distance, voiced a question. What are those people here for? That person looks like Brother Zimo, another child remarked. Impossible. People who drive such a lavish vehicle must be wealthy. I bet they're here to adopt a child stated with conviction. Indeed, Brother Zimo usually arrives on a little electric scooter. He wouldn't drive such an extravagant car, nor would he have a dedicated chauffeur. Uncle Wang, open the door. Yun Zimo called out. You are Zimo? An elderly man at the gate, peering through his reading glasses, scrutinized Yun Zimo for a moment before finally recognizing him. With a gentle push, the small door of the orphanage swung open, allowing Yun Zimo and his companions to enter. You've changed so much in just a year. And you even arrived in a car, exclaimed Uncle Wang, laughter bubbling from his lips. Here, Yun Zimo said, presenting a bag of fruits. Oh, you spoil me each time you visit, Uncle Wang replied, accepting the offering without hesitation. Now let me go see Xiaofeng and the others. Sure, they've been clamoring to see you, Uncle Wang said as he retreated to his little pavilion by the gate. As they ventured inside, they were greeted by a modest courtyard, flanked by a two-story building. The ground floor housed the director's office and a spacious archive, while the upper level served as the children's dormitory. Laughter and merriment filled the air as the children played. Upon spotting the newcomers, they turned their curious gazes towards Yun Zimo and his group. Noticing the unfamiliar faces among the children, Yun Zimo felt a pang of nostalgia. At that moment, Su Lingyu nudged Yun Zimo with her elbow and whispered, Didn't you say the kids all know you? Why isn't anyone calling your name? Under the scrutiny of Su Lingyu's questioning eyes, Yun Zimo quickly responded, How could that be? Immediately, he scanned the courtyard and spotted his closest friends, Xiaofeng and a few others, gathered by the wall. He made his way towards them. As he approached, Xiaofeng and the others stared at the figure who bore a striking resemblance to their brother Zimo. Yet they struggled to reconcile this image with their memories. Over a year had passed since their last meeting, and Yun Zimo's physical transformation from martial arts training, coupled with the imposing presence of his companions, made them hesitant to believe that this was indeed their beloved brother. Xiao Feng, Yun Zimo said, observing their hesitant expressions, tilting his head in a mix of disappointment and jest. Have you forgotten me after just over a year? Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Feng gasped and dashed forward. Wow, it really is Brother Zimo. Brother Zimo. Xiao Feng, wiping her tears, joyfully ran toward him. I told you it was Brother Zimo, chimed in the first child to recognize him, eager for acknowledgement. Placing the bag on the ground, Yun Zimo scooped up Xiao Feng in his arms. The other children who recognized him quickly gathered around, bouncing with excitement. Surrounded by the innocent joy of the children, Yun Zimo felt warmth enveloping him. And Su Lingyu and the others couldn't help but smile at the heartwarming scene. Brother Zimo, that Wang Chong bullied Xiao Feng and made her cry, Xiao Feng exclaimed, as if he had found an ally in Yun Zimo. Noticing the tear-streaked face of Xiao Feng, Yun Zimo set the two down and approached the timid Wang Chong, who had not anticipated such a formidable brother for Xiao Feng. Having spent several days at the orphanage, he assumed the threats were mere fabrications and was taken aback by the reality of Yun Zimo's arrival. As Yun Zimo approached, Wang Chong felt a wave of unease wash over him, fearing that Yun Zimo might retaliate. Yun Zimo's large hand reached out toward him. Wang Chong shut his eyes in fear, yet the anticipated pain did not materialize. Instead, he felt a warm and powerful hand gently caressing his head, evoking an instinctive sense of attachment. How could a boy bully a little girl? An apology is in order. Yun Zimo believed that children, by their very nature, are not inherently malicious. They merely lack proper guidance and education. I'm sorry, Wang Chong muttered, lowering his gaze. No, he must not be let off so easily. Xiao Feng insisted, relentlessly pursuing the matter. He constantly bullies other children. Indeed, several children who had been bullied chimed in. Seeing so many report Wang Chong, Yun Zimo found himself in a dilemma, for mere punishment would not resolve the issue. At that moment, Su Lingyu approached, seeming to discern Yun Zimo's predicament. Why not have him promise not to bully others in the future? Everyone can act as a witness, and if he does bully again, the dean can be called, and your brother Zimo will come to teach him a lesson. How does that sound? Good. Xiao Feng was the first to agree. Realizing Xiao Feng's consent, Xiao Feng reluctantly conceded. Then let him make that promise. Upon hearing he wouldn't be punished, Wang Chong quickly declared, I promise I will not bully them again. Zimo, you've managed to tame the troublemaker of the orphanage upon your arrival. You've truly helped me immensely, remarked a figure who had been standing at the entrance of the archive room on the first floor. He was an elderly man with graying hair, holding a wooden stick carved from a willow branch, for which he occasionally took a hearty puff. This was the dean of the orphanage, Dean Du, affectionately dubbed Wooden Dean by the children due to his constant chewing of a wooden stick. According to him, this place made him feel alive. This dean, who might be mistaken for a scavenger if seen on the street, covered all expenses for the children at the orphanage from elementary through junior high. Wooden Dean. Yun Zimo almost referred to him by his nickname. You've changed quite a lot after a year, Dean Du remarked, circling Yun Zimo, embarrassed by the compliment. Yun Zimo scratched his head. In front of the dean, he forever remained a child. Before they could reminisce further, a sudden series of knocks echoed from the entrance of the orphanage. Bang, 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 Dalai come out, shouted a fearsome-looking man covered in tattoos, who was striking the heavy iron gate of the orphanage with a wooden stick. Behind him, several henchmen accompanied him, each wielding their own weapon. What was he doing here? Upon recognizing the visitor, Dean Du ceased his chewing and hurriedly approached. Miao Yong, wasn't he said you wouldn't come today? He inquired. Miao Yong, clearly uninterested in explaining that he had been urged by higher-ups, impatiently replied, You think I want come? Enough with the chatter. Return the money, or, today, I'll smash your orphanage. Do not act recklessly, Dean Du warned sternly. Uncle Wang, what is going on? Yun Zimo asked the gatekeeper, Uncle Wang. With a sigh, Uncle Wang prepared to explain the situation. Xiao Imo, do not concern yourself. I can handle this matter on my own. Dean Du interrupted Uncle Wang's words, seemingly for the sake of his own dignity, and perhaps out of a desire to spare Yun Zimo any further trouble. Chapter 56. Miao Yong's debt collection. Old Du Yua. Seeing the situation, Uncle Wang could only let out a sigh, sensing it was best not to involve Yun Zimo, and thus he relented. "Stop your incessant chatter and return the money at once," Miao Yong declared menacingly, signaling his subordinates to advance. A group began to pound relentlessly on the orphanage's door, the sound reverberating like a painful cry of distress. "If you continue like this, I will call the police," Dean Du warned, reaching for his phonodial for help. The mere mention of the police momentarily halted Miao Yong and his gang. However, it wasn't too long before Miao Yong threatened viciously. "Call the police? You'd better stay inside for the rest of your lives. In a few days, who dares to attend school? They'll all be sent back to you lying down." His cruel words sent many of the small children into tears, their cries echoing throughout the yard. Miao Yong laughed heartily, seemingly pleased with the chaos he had incited. Dean Du's hand froze mid-call, trembling with anger as he said, "If you have an issue, direct it at me. What do you truly want?" Miao Yong, fully aware that Dean Du could not pay and was still pursuing him for debts, had ulterior motives. "Let's make a deal. You sign this land transfer agreement, and we'll consider our debts settled," Miao Yong said, pulling out a crumpled contract from his pocket. "Impossible," Dean Du replied firmly. The orphanage was his life's work. He could never abandon it so easily. "Then I will resort to force," Miao Yong declared, escalating the situation. The dilapidated door swayed precariously. Seeing this, Dean Du dashed back to his office. Nearby, Su Lingyu tugged at Yun Zimo, casting a glance towards the group at the door. Understanding her cue, Yun Zimo clenched his fists, turned his head toward the entrance, and said, "I advise you to cease your actions before I intervene." "Who's this wild brat?" "This is none of your business. Step aside," Miao Yong sneered, disregarding Yun Zimo entirely as he continued his assault on the door. Before Yun Zimo could act, Dean Du burst forth from the office once more, wielding a gleaming kitchen knife. "Do not push me. If I die, you shall gain nothing," he shouted at Miao Yong and his men, the blade poised against his neck. "Do you think we are easily intimidated? Keep going." "This old fool would never take his own life," Miao Yong taunted. "Old Wang, I leave the children in your care. Debts are absolved with death." "I am leaving," Dean Du said to Old Wang, as if delivering his last words. "Stop your nonsense. These little rascals are your responsibility," Old Wang replied, nearly ensnared in the gravity of the moment, panic flickering in his eyes. "Please, do not take such drastic measures." "Dean, Uncle Dean," the children cried out in alarm. With his eyes closed and resolve hardening, Dean Du exerted force, prepared to end his own life. Outside, Miao Yong began to panic. He had no desire for bloodshed. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Director Du felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand as the kitchen knife clattered to the ground, leaving a bloody gash across his neck. Yun Zimo let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, ever since he mastered the technique of the surging tide finger, he always kept a few rounded stones in his pocket, crafted by his own hands. The old director had shown him immense kindness, and Yun Zimo could not stand by idly in a moment of crisis. He hurriedly approached, urging, "Director, please do not despair. If you were to leave us, think of how heartbroken these children would be." The children rushed forward, surrounding the old director with tearful pleas. "Uncle Director, you cannot die. If you leave, who will cook for us?" Their innocent and straightforward words pierced the heart. The old director, realizing his earlier impulsiveness, understood that while his death might offer a means of atonement, it would devastate the fragile hearts of the children. With tears in his eyes, he replied, "All right, children, I will not do that." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Miao Yong and his gang dismantled the orphanage's front gate, sending dust swirling into the air. Emerging from the cloud of dust, Miao Yong declared, "If they refuse to sign the contract, brothers, let us smash it." The audacity of youth knows no fear. The little ones from the orphanage charged forward, arms outstretched, attempting to obstruct Miao Yong's advance. "You bad people, don't come in," shouted Xiao Feng, leading the charge. "Yes, that's right," the other children echoed, standing in a determined line. Miao Yong glanced at the innocent children, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by disdain and cruelty. At that moment, Su Lingyu's eyes sparkled with cunning as she called out, "Children, run. If the bad guys catch you, they will threaten Director due to sign the contract. Ha! How did I not think of that? Quickly, go after them. Miao Yong slapped his forehead and commanded his men to chase after the children. Run. Xiao Feng realized that this was not the time for heroics and urged everyone to flee. Director Du was bewildered. He pondered which side Yun Zimo's companions were on. Not only did they not assist him, but they also seemed to complicate matters further. However, Yun Zimo discerned Su Lingyu's intentions. His presence would make it easy to deal with Miao Yong and his gang, yet it would only be a temporary solution. Thus, Su Lingyu led Miao Yong into a trap. Yun Zimo and his group remained passive, understanding that merely relying on the elderly director Du and Uncle Wang would not suffice to thwart Miao Yong's actions. Let me go. Two captured children struggled desperately, but their efforts were in vain. Behave yourselves. Seeing that he had caught two, Miao Yong threatened Director Du again. You wouldn't want anything to happen to these children, would you? Hurry up and sign the contract, or I'll start chopping off their fingers. Before Director Du could respond, Su Lingyu interjected, Xiao Yu, is the recording ready? Yes, miss, it's recorded. We can charge them with kidnapping, extortion, and burglary. At least 30 years in prison before they can even think of getting out, Xiao Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Miao Yong and his gang grew anxious and barked. You filthy woman, how dare you scheme against me? Delete that video immediately. Don't waste your breath. Xiao Yu, call the police, Su Lingyu ordered. All right, Mississippi. Xiao Yu saved the video and dialed the police, reporting the location and the unfolding situation. Miao Yong, infuriated by their blatant disregard, commanded his subordinates. Seize that wretched woman's phone. Hearing the order, one of the lackeys advanced toward Xiao Yu and Su Lingyu. In an instant, Yun Zimo positioned himself protectively in front of them. If you wish to lay hands on them, you must first contend with me. Yun Zimo assumed a defensive stance. Ha! Who is this fool? Step aside, or I shall shatter your skull. Miao Yong and his companions chuckled at Yun Zimo, who stood there empty-handed, viewing him merely as a jester attempting to block their way. Yun Zimo remained silent, merely beckoning with his finger. Chapter 57. Yun Zimo strikes, seeking death. One lackey, unable to withstand Yun Zimo's provocation, rushed forward, swinging a wooden club toward him. Yun Zimo lightly touched the ground with his toes, executing a flying kick. Oh! E.M. Aderborn. The lackey, still bewildered, was propelled backward at a speed surpassing his advance, flailing his arms uselessly in the air before crashing to his knees, leaving 2 white skid marks on the ground. Before he could utter any taunts, blood involuntarily erupted from his mouth, and he crumpled to the floor. Who dares to strike my brother? The scene before them did not deter the others. Another lackey roared and charged at Yun Zimo. Observing the sluggish, feeble opponent, Yun Zimo delivered another kick, and soon another figure lay, crumpled on the ground. Still a skilled fighter? You two, come at me together, Miao Yong bellowed. Upon hearing their leader's command, the 2 lackeys exchanged glances and gulped nervously, mustering courage as they shouted and charged at Yun Zimo. We won't give up easily. Yun Zimo exerted force with his toes, momentarily suspending himself in midair, before lightly alighting on both of them like a dragonfly touching water. For an ordinary person, such an action might merely tickle. However, to the 2 lackeys, it felt as though they had been struck by a missile, sending them flying several meters away. No one could withstand even a single round against Yun Zimo, and this was him holding back. Otherwise, these men would have perished on the spot. Release the 2 children quickly, lest they suffer unnecessary harm, Yun Zimo said, calmly approaching Miao Yong and his cohorts, a hint of boredom in his voice. Stay back, or I will strangle him. A flustered thug holding a child exclaimed, evidently shaken by Yun Zimo's display of power. Another thug mimicked him, tightening his grip on the other child, threatening, come any closer and we will act. The cries of the 2 abducted children grew louder. Yun Zimo stood before the last 3, issuing one final warning. Release them at once. Miao Yong, observing Yun Zimo's hesitation, mistakenly believed he had gained the upper hand, and his earlier tension dissipated. He chuckled. Boy, you would do well to let me beat you. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of these 2 children. Indeed, the 2 thugs chimed in agreement. Miao Yong brandished the wooden stick in his hand, grinning menacingly as he approached Yun Zimo. Frowning deeply, Yun Zimo felt a flash of anger in his eyes, and the flicker of compassion within him was extinguished by their actions. Whoosh! Before Miao Yong's stick could strike, Yun Zimo swiftly unleashed two pebbles that whistled through the air, forcefully striking the hands of the thugs holding the children. A piercing scream erupted. The pebbles embedded themselves in their wrists, blood gushing from the wounds, and the two children seized the opportunity to escape, darting towards Yun Zimo. Miao Yong was completely oblivious to Yun Zimo's actions, his attention fixated on Yun's somewhat enviable countenance. The cries of his subordinates had long since filled the air, yet he remained unaware that the children had slipped from his grasp. Still brimming with arrogance, Miao Yong stepped closer to Yun Zimo, raising his wooden stick menacingly to strike at Yun's head, intent on causing him harm. Thud! A dull thud resonated as Yun Zimo effortlessly caught what appeared to be a fierce blow with one hand. Let go! Miao Yong strained to pull the stick from Yun Zimo's grip, but no matter how hard he tried, the stick remained immovable. Break the arms of those two children. Miao Yong barked at his two subordinates upon noticing Yun Zimo's resistance. However, when he turned back, he was startled to find that the two men trailing behind him were already writhing on the ground in agony. Upon hearing Miao Yong's malicious command, Yun Zimo surged forward, gripping both of Miao Yong's wrists. Before Miao Yong could react further, a series of ominous cracks echoed as Yun Zimo forcefully twisted his hands backward. Is this how it is? Yun Zimo gritted his teeth, showing no mercy toward someone who had harmed children. The intense pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Miao Yong. Like discarding refuse, Yun Zimo tossed him to the ground, allowing him to writhe and struggle. Brother Zimo, you are so handsome, exclaimed Xiaofeng, unable to contain his admiration as he watched Yun Zimo bravely dispatch the villains one by one. Brother Zimo is so handsome. The children began to cheer, their tears replaced by laughter. Director Du and Uncle Wong stood frozen in place, astonished by the transformation in Yun Zimo after a year apart. Yun Zimo felt that he had been somewhat lenient with these villains. However, considering the presence of so many children in the orphanage, excessive brutality was inappropriate, prompting him to restrain himself. Approaching Director Du, Yun Zimo inquired, Director, what exactly happened? Why did they come to the orphanage to collect debts? Directeur du Sigid, realizing there was no longer any need for concealment. Once the initial impulse had passed, he understood that while his own demise may bring him peace, the fate of the children was of greater concern. Would there be anyone like him to diligently care for them in the future? With a heavy heart, Director Du retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket and extracted a unique wooden stick, preparing to explain, this matter dates back several months. In the orphanage, besides the children who lost their parents due to unfortunate circumstances, there were also some like Yun Zimo, abandoned at the gates of the institution. Some of these children were left behind, not only because their families could not afford to care for them, but also due to congenital illnesses. A few months ago, the hospital was pressuring Director Du for payment, while the orphanage's subsidies had yet to arrive. Director Du, feeling utterly trapped and desperate, found a glimmer of hope in a small advertisement on a telephone pole, offering loans with an interest rate of merely 5% per month. He thought that by collecting some scrap, he could manage to repay the interest. Consequently, he approached Miao Yong and his lending company for a loan to cover the expenses. To his dismay, the contract contained a hidden trap. Although the interest was indeed 5% for 1 month, the terms stipulated repayment over 10 months, meaning that borrowing $10,000 would require repayment of $15,000. It was only when the repayment time came that Director Du realized the deceit. But by then it was too late. With no other options, he gritted his teeth and endeavored to repay the loan. However, as his savings dwindled, he found himself unable to keep up with the payments, and soon the lenders began to come knocking. Initially, they were willing to wait for the children in the orphanage to attend school before collecting, but this time they adopted a more aggressive approach, demanding that he surrender the land of the orphanage. Usurious loans. Such practices drive individuals to the brink of despair. Listening to Director Du's plight, Yun Zimo and the others felt a surge of indignation. Those who profited from such unscrupulous means truly deserved condemnation. Chapter 58. establishing the Orphanage Foundation Director Du. Their usurious practices are illegal. You need not repay such a hefty sum. Xiaoya interjected, well-versed in law as Su Lingyu's personal assistant. I have no choice. They could stir up trouble at any moment, Director Du replied, resigned. Do not worry. After today, no one will dare to act in such a manner. Su Lingyu asserted decisively. With her family's influence and status in Nansheng, dismantling a petty loan shark operation would be effortless. Xiaoya promptly grasped the implication and moved aside to make a phone call, relaying the young lady's orders. Within minutes, Director Du's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he was greeted by a fawning voice. Hello, is this Director Du? Yes. How may I assist you? Director Du inquired. We have resolved your loan issue. It has been annulled. If you wish, you may verify this information. This call is merely to inform you. Do you mind if I hang up now? The voice on the other end became increasingly deferential after confirming his identity. Director Du felt momentarily disoriented, as if caught in a dream. His mind racing with thoughts of his burdensome debts. May I hang up now? The voice reiterated. Oh, yes, Director Du responded, eager to end the call and check whether his repayment account indicated that the debt had indeed vanished. He opened the repayment interface on his phone, and to his astonishment, the loan status displayed as settled. What is happening? Director Du was still processing who had come to his aid when Yun Zimo opened his mouth to explain. Su Lingyu continued to instruct Xiaoya, establish an orphanage foundation with utmost urgency, dedicated to managing all expenditures related to the orphanage. Let us provisionally allocate 100 million as the initial funding. Understood, Miss, Xiaoya replied. Dean Du felt the words of the woman before him were overly ambitious. Even the wealthiest individual in the nation would consider 100 million a modest sum. So how could it be so effortlessly dispensed? Xiaoma this. Dean Du found himself at a loss for words, unable to disparage Yun Zimo's associates. Rest assured, Dean, you will understand shortly, Yun Zimo remarked, aware that explanations would be futile and that it was better to let reality speak for itself. Beep, beep. Amid their conversation, several blue and white police cars arrived outside the orphanage, their lights flashing. Upon witnessing that the orphanage's gate had been dismantled, the officers emerged, hands resting on their holsters as they advanced towards the premises. Observing this, Xiaoya promptly issued commands into her phone and approached the officers at the entrance. As she reached the police, she had just finished her instructions regarding the foundation. What is the situation here? The leading officer inquired. Officer, I made the report. The video will clarify everything, Xiaoya replied, as she opened the recorded footage. The officers quickly grasped the circumstances through the video and proceeded to apprehend Miao Yong and his associates. Despite recognizing the nefarious actions of these individuals, they remained professional, stating, First, let us take them to the hospital for treatment of their injuries. The officers escorted the ruffians into the police vehicle. The leading officer then approached Yun Zimo and the others, casting a glance at the multitude of children in the garden before thoughtfully speaking. We would like you to take some time today to provide your statements. Certainly, officer, everyone responded in unison, satisfied that the matter had been sufficiently addressed. The police returned to their vehicle. Once the police car departed, Dean Du's phone rang again. Hello, we are from the Su Orphanage Foundation. May I speak with Dean Du? This is he, Dean Du replied. Our foundation will deposit funds into the established public account quarterly to support the education, medical care, and infrastructure for the children at the orphanage. Additionally, we will expedite integration into the medical system to ensure prompt financial assistance for the children in hospitals and, if necessary, invite specialists for consultations. Oh, very well, Dean Du thought. As long as they did not ask him for money, he would comply with whatever they said. Having recently encountered predatory lending, Dean Du could not help but feel a sense of suspicion. The first batch of funds will be deposited into the public account within 1 hour. If you have any additional accounts, feel free to submit a request. We will address it within a day. The funds, once reviewed, will be transferred to your account as swiftly as possible. All right, Dean Du responded, increasingly convinced that this sounded like a scam call, and he replied curtly. Observing Dean Du's demeanor, Yun Zimo understood that he remained skeptical, yet she was uncertain how to clarify the situation. After hanging up, Dean Du turned to Yun Zimo, saying, Xiaomao, I know you wish to assist me. But while I can believe in amounts of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, the notion of 100 million is far-fetched. One would need to win several lotteries to achieve that. Last year, you mentioned that you worked as a bartender, earning only a few thousand yuan a month. Director Du's words were entirely reasonable, leaving Yun Zimo momentarily speechless, unable to find a counterargument. He wished to explain, but was at a loss for words. Just as he appeared troubled, Director Du's phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, Director Du promptly answered, his tone transforming to one of sincerity. Director Kong, what brings you to call? Is it that the hospitalization fees are still insufficient? I will do my utmost to gather the funds. Typically, reminders for payment from the orphanage would come from the pediatric department's attending physician. However, the caller, Director Kong, was the head of a large hospital in Nanjing. In terms of status, he was akin to the bright moon, while Director Du was but a speck of dust in comparison. Initially, Director Kong showed enthusiasm upon learning of Director Du's position, eager to foster a connection. Yet, upon realizing that the orphanage was merely a rundown establishment, he ceased communication. It was unexpected that he would personally reach out today. Old Du, this was the first time Director Kong addressed him so warmly. What are you saying? You managed to secure investment from the Su Group's foundation. How could I possibly continue to ask you for hospitalization fees? Director Kong appeared to think that Director Du was still holding a grudge about previous matters. Foundation? Director Du felt momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend how the head of a major hospital could deceive him. Old Du, with the support of the Su Group, your orphanage cannot overlook our hospital. We are most familiar with the children's conditions, and it is best for them to receive treatment here. Director Kang's call served to strengthen their relationship, but also to inform him that the foundation had confirmed that all treatments for the children would be of the highest standard, meaning money was no object. Previously, these children might have been seen as burdens, but now they were highly sought after, with several large hospitals eager to partake. Oh, understood. Director Du, listening to Director Kang's voice, could faintly detect a hint of flattery. Then it is settled. We will arrange the finest wards and the most professional attending physicians to provide round-the-clock care, Director Kong declared, as if fearful that Director Du might reconsider. He hung up immediately after a brief acknowledgement tone. Chapter 59. The eve of the City Lord's birthday banquet. Director Du was momentarily stunned, realizing that Yun Zimo's claims were indeed true. Overcome with emotion, he nearly knelt before Su Lingyu. On behalf of the children of the orphanage, I thank you. Tears glistened in Director Du's eyes, his voice tinged with emotion. Both Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu, unable to bear such a display, quickly supported the kneeling Director Du, one on each side. Old Director, there is no need for such gestures. This is but a trifling matter for me. You have dedicated your life to this orphanage, and since this is also Zimo's home, it is only right that I lend my support, Su Lingyu stated. Lingyu is correct, Yun Zimo added hastily. Uncle Wang, witnessing the scene, also chimed in. Since this is Zimo's heartfelt intention, there is no need for such reluctance. Observing the comforting gestures of those around him, Director Du realized he had been rather overly sentimental. Upon crossing that threshold within his heart, he felt the immense burdens that had weighed him down in the past dissipate like mist, leaving him considerably lighter in spirit. Children, quickly express your gratitude to Sister Lingyu, he urged, aware that the orphanage had little to offer that would catch Su Lingyu's eye, and thus could only rely on the innocent thanks of the children. Thank you, Sister Lingyu. The chorus of gratitude rang out from the children in the orphanage, as she looked at the gathering of tender and adorable little ones. Su Lingyu felt her heart melt, gently patting their small heads. Suddenly, the sound of screeching brakes pierced the air outside the orphanage. Several black vehicles arrived, and a group of bodyguards clad in dark attire emerged in an orderly fashion. One bodyguard stepped forward, bowing slightly in respect as he addressed Su Lingyu. Miss, the gift you requested have arrived. Excellent, replied Su Lingyu, gesturing to her sides, only to realize that the children who had once surrounded her had retreated, as if fleeing from a great shark, hiding behind Zimo, evidently frightened by the imposing presence of the bodyguards. Zimo, please have the children prepare to receive the carefully selected gifts I have for each of them, she said, a smile inadvertently gracing her lips. Gifts. Yun Zimo suddenly recalled the surprise Su Lingyu had prepared. Hearing the mention of gifts, the children surged forward like fish lured by bait, eager to reach the parked vehicles outside, fearful that they might miss out. Slow down, everyone will get their share, Su Lingyu called out. As the bodyguards began to call out names and distribute the presents, several newcomers, including Wang Chong, exchanged whispers, apprehensive that their names would not be called. Wang Chong, one bodyguard announced, holding aloft a gift box. Me, Wang Chong exclaimed, raising his hands in excitement to catch the gift that was handed to him. I can't believe even Wang Chong received one, Xiao Feng muttered, disdainful of this individual who had slandered Zimo. Before long, all the children had received gifts marked with their names. This gift feels rather heavy, Xiao Feng remarked as she weighed in her hands. Have all the children received their gifts? Sulinyu inquired. Yes, they chorused in unison. Then let us open them and see. I chose each one with care. I hope mine is a toy, Xiao Feng stated as he began to unwrap his gift. I wish for a doll, Xiao Feng quietly added. Each child expressed their hopes while eagerly unboxing their presents. Oh my heavens! Exclaimed one swift, unwrapping child, who upon seeing the contents, fell back in shock onto the ground. He received a pile of little scholar training books. Ha ha ha! A sharp-eyed child immediately announced, prompting peals of laughter from the others. However, the laughter soon faded as the excitement dwindled with each gift unwrapped. The children's eyes, which had gleamed with anticipation, now appeared vacant as they discovered the contents of their boxes, each filled with training books tailored to their respective grade levels. At that moment, Su Lingyu broke the oppressive silence, saying, whoever completes the little genius training book we distributed during the holiday will earn an opportunity to shop at the supermarket, where they can buy many desired items. What do you think? Sister Lingyu is so wonderful. The children cheered in delight. Yun Zimo also breathed a sigh of relief. Zimo, where did you invite this remarkable person from? Dean Du inquired, finally finding the time to ask. Before Yun Zimo could respond, Su Lingyu interjected, I am Zimo's wife. Su Lingyu. You may call me Lingyu. I am here to accompany Zimo on this visit. The revelation of Yun Zimo's wife astonished Dean Du. For just last year, Yun Zimo had merely been a waiter. Meanwhile, Uncle Wang, who stood not far away, discreetly gave Yun Zimo a thumbs up. Afterward, Jun Thimo, Su Lingyu, and the children played together for quite some time. Yun Zimo primarily engaged them in a marble game, while Su Lingyu and Xiaoyu enjoyed jumping rope and playing hopscotch, filling the courtyard with laughter and joy. The two also took numerous photos with the children. However, joyful moments are fleeting, and as noon approached, amidst the reluctant farewells from the dean and the children, Yun Zimo and his companions departed. On the way, Xiaoyu, who sat in the passenger seat, spoke up, Miss. In a few days, it will be the city lord's birthday banquet. Lord Ren Taihong of Nansheng has held the position for over a decade, owing to the powerful Run family behind him. In the Xia Kingdom, regions are divided into 4 territories: East, West, South, and North, with the imperial capital located in the north, thus hosting the most prestigious families. Nevertheless, the other 3 territories are not to be underestimated, each having their leading figures. Although the Ren family is not the most elite, it ranks among the top 10 in the Southern Territory, where Nansheng is located. It is crucial to note that Nansheng is one of the Ren family's strongholds, making them an almost imperial presence there. However, Nansheng is not the most prosperous center of the Southern Territory, so Ren Taihong's standing within the family is not particularly high. While the major families of Nansheng may not regard him highly, he represents the Ren family's reputation, so attendance at this banquet is essential. I've heard that the city lord has a fondness for jewels. Let us select a luminous pearl from the Su family's treasury as a gift, Su Lingyu suggested. Yes, Miss, Xiaoyu replied. I will accompany you, Yun Zimo stated, as he naturally would not miss the event with Su Lingyu attending. All right, Su Lingyu softly responded, leaning against him, her eyes filled with affection. Observing this, the driver discreetly raised the vehicle's partition. They then proceeded to the police station to finalize their statements before returning to the Su residence. Time flew by, and soon the day of the city lord's banquet arrived. Meanwhile, the Sun family was meticulously arranging their plans. The leader of the Eight Desolate sect was stationed at the Su estate, waiting to intercept Master Wu as soon as Yun Zimo and the others set off. Sun Xian was lying in ambush along a crucial route, while Sun Nanping and Sun Kai awaited favorable news at the City Lord's banquet. Chapter 60. The Unwelcome Visitor at the Entrance of the Su Residence. Yun Zimo and his companions boarded their carriage, preparing to attend the City Lord's birthday banquet. Moments after the carriage set off, the figure of Mo Feng, the leader of the Eight Desolations sect, gradually emerged from a nearby garden. Confirming that Su Longyu and the others had departed, Mo Feng stood at the entrance and proclaimed, Mo Feng of the Eight Desolations sect, here to pay a visit to the Su family. His voice resonated through the air, soon rousing the Su family from their repose. Old Madame Su and Master Wu, accompanied by a throng of bodyguards, emerged in succession. Old Madame Su inquired, "What brings you to my Su family, sect leader Mo?" Without further ado, Mo Feng replied, "It has been many years since we last met. I have come today merely to reminisce with Master Wu." Years prior, Mo Feng and Master Wu had engaged in a friendly contest at a banquet hosted by the Su and Sun families. Mo Feng had narrowly lost, but such demonstrations of skill, while impressive, should not be mistaken for life-and-death confrontations. His intentions were not benign. It was evident that he had come concerning matters related to the Sun family. However, the exact purpose of his visit remained unclear, making it premature to draw conclusions. "Since you have come with intentions directed at me, dear old Madame Su, you should return to rest." "I shall handle this," Master Wu murmured. "Please, let us converse in my separate residence," he added, extending his hand. "Then let someone guide us," Mo Feng replied with a disdainful countenance. Recognizing that his invitation had been accepted, a female attendant led them toward the guest quarters. Old Madame Su understood that should a confrontation arise, her presence would be but a hindrance. With the assistance of Steward Wang, she returned to her study. Meanwhile, Master Wu and Mo Feng sat in the guest lounge of the separate residence. "You have quite a grand abode here at the Su family," Mo Feng remarked. Yet he refrained from disclosing the purpose of his visit. After several rounds of tea, with the pot being replaced multiple times, Master Wu could no longer contain himself, and said, "If sect leader Mo has no further business, perhaps you should take your leave." Mo Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, after gauging the passage of time, he began to speak again. "I wonder if Master Wu remembers?" His statement, split into two parts, made Master Wu acutely aware that Mo Feng was stalling for time. Yet the purpose behind this became increasingly elusive. He could only respond, "Remember what? Years ago, the Sun family had a child named Sun Xian. I have heard that this person has long since passed. Why bring this up now?" Master Wu felt a headache coming on, wishing for a straightforward confrontation rather than this roundabout exchange. "Actually, he is not dead. He has been training under my guidance," Mo Feng declared. "What?" Master Wu stood abruptly, ready to rush outside. "It is likely too late for you to go now. My disciple Sun Xian has been waiting along the way. By now, you will only reach him to collect his remains," Mo Feng said calmly, continuing to sip his tea without hindrance. Master Wu clenched his fists. Having reached the door, he paused in place, then slowly turned back. He had resolved that if Zimo were truly in peril, the Eight Desolations sect would not enjoy peace ever again. Outside, the attendant, having overheard this alarming news, hastened to relay the message to old Madame Su. Recognizing the futility of impatience, Master Wu suppressed the murderous intent within him and spoke, "By your account, Sun Xian has been with you for 4 to 5 years. Surely, he has undergone substantial training. Given that the enmity is already established, Mo Feng, you need not fear my probing inquiries." He continued, 4 to 5 years of rigorous training is a boast few martial arts families would dare to make. However, I shall not hesitate to inform you that my disciple has now reached the realm of meridian opening, having successfully unblocked 100 acupoints. In a year or two, he shall be on the threshold of blood refinement. Dealing with 2 ordinary individuals is merely a matter of moments. Meridian opening? Ordinary individuals? Master Wu's imposing aura suddenly receded, returning to the confines of the tea table. Before Mo Feng could express his astonishment, Wu remarked, "Ah, The plans of the Mo sect are indeed meticulous. Alas, I lament my inability to protect the Su family. Mo Feng, observing this, smiled faintly, presuming Master Wu had relinquished hope. He replied, Master Wu, I understand that the Su family has treated you well, but if they cannot be saved, it is merely a sign that their fortunes have run their course. We might as well enjoy some tea together. Indeed, Wu replied, feigning resentment. Yet, I cannot protect the Su family. If there comes a day when you cannot safeguard your disciple from the Sun family, will you be as nonchalant? That is to be expected, Mo Feng stated. It is the law of nature. The weak are devoured by the strong, and survival of the fittest prevails at all times. Should the Sun family encounter misfortune beyond my capacity to intervene, I shall naturally refrain from stepping in. However, if you wish to take action, I remain confident in my ability to protect. Shall we make a wager, then? Master Wu proposed, as he sought to buy time. It was known that Yun Zimo had already transcended the meridian opening realm and attained blood refinement. The disparity in combat power between these realms was at least tenfold. What shall we wager? Montag Feng in Kvilet. Let us wager that your disciple will not survive today, Wu declared. You're welcome to try. Mo Feng believed that Master Wu was eager to take action. Ah, you misunderstand. We shall simply enjoy our tea here. The news will inevitably arrive, Wu replied calmly. I doubt you. What shall we wager? Mo Feng observed the earlier urgency of Master Wu to rush out and provide aid, now feigning indifference while proposing a bet. To him, it seemed a mere smokescreen. He suspected Wu was already burning with anxiety and wished to send him a check on Sun Xian, so he could accompany him. I have heard that your 8 Desolate sect possesses a pill for enhancing blood refinement, known as the Red Fire Pill. Should I win the wager, a vial will suffice. Wu stated, and if you lose? Montag Feng in Kvilet. Then I shall willingly present the Jingtao decision from the Golden Tide sect for your perusal, Wu offered, fully aware of what the other party coveted most. In truth, the 8 Desolate sect's legacy could only be cultivated up to the bone-forging stage, leaving their leader, Mo Feng, trapped in the early stages of bone forging, unable to progress further. It was akin to someone capable of scoring 100 on an exam that was only worth 100, while another had a 200-point exam but could only achieve 100. Are you saying that if my disciple survives today, you will present the Jingtao decision? Mo Feng asked, somewhat bewildered, struggling to believe his ears. Indeed, Master Wu affirmed with resolute certainty. Ha ha ha, splendid. Master Wu, you are forthright. I accept this wager. The leader of the 8 Desolation sect did not anticipate that his descent from the mountain would yield 2 martial arts manuscripts simultaneously, which filled him with great delight. In his view, this was merely a manifestation of Master Wu's desire to avoid enmity, fearing that in a few years, when the 2 formidable bone-forging practitioners of the 8 Desolation sect sought retribution, he would have to confront them. However, it remained uncertain whether Master Mo had brought the Crimson Fire Pill. Master Wu inquired. Naturally, such a precious elixir, Mo Feng would certainly carry with him. Assuming the other party merely wished to appreciate it, he produced an antique vial, still warm to the touch. This single vial is sufficient for 5 individuals at the blood refining realm. Excellent, excellent. Upon hearing that it contained enough for 5 people, Master Wu nodded in satisfaction. Considering the absorption capacity of Yun Zimo, 5 portions would indeed suffice. Chapter 61. The Peril of the Matriarch in the Su family estate, within the study. The matriarch nearly fainted upon receiving news of the assassination attempt. Regaining her composure with great effort, she promptly ordered her steward, Wang, to gather personnel to investigate the whereabouts of Yue and Zimo, assuring him that with Master Wu's presence, there would be no cause for concern. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Steward Wang responded swiftly. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately. He exited the study and summoned nearly all the bodyguards, commencing their search along the route to the city lord's birthday banquet for any sign of the young lady. Such a significant commotion naturally caught the attention of the spies deployed by Miss Su Air. After some contemplation, this dual agent alerted her brother, sending identical intelligence reports to both Miss Su Shui and the Song family. Shortly thereafter, Su Shui received news of the extensive mobilization within the Su family. Seizing the opportunity, She took along a meticulously prepared contract and, accompanied by Wei Tsutao, made her way to the Su family estate. Having frequently visited the Su residence, the maids dared not impede her passage. Remarkably, the two encountered no obstacles and arrived directly at the threshold of the matriarch's study. Without knocking, they boldly entered and locked the door behind them. The commotion startled the matriarch, who was already preoccupied with concerns regarding Su Longyu. Upon seeing the pair, she snapped irately. "What do you want this time?" Little did she realize that these two blood relatives had come with malicious intent, seeking her life. "Sign this," Su Shui demanded, producing a share transfer agreement. Since Su Lingyu had not claimed any shares from the matriarch, the stakes of the Su group remained in her possession. Unexpectedly, this share became a death warrant, drawing the mother-daughter duo towards her. The matriarch glanced at the document before dismissively tossing it onto the table. "A share transfer agreement? I will not sign it. What makes Su Lingyu worthy of such privilege? I, Su Shui, am equally your granddaughter, yet you deny me even a fair chance at competition," she bellowed, tearing away years of pretense. Observing Su Shui's true nature laid bare, the matriarch realized that calamity was imminent. Known for her composure, she abruptly slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "How could I not know your character? You are worth less than even a single toe of viewer." In moments of rage, one can find humor. With a twisted smile born of fury, Su Shui coldly commanded, "Subdue her." Upon hearing her daughter's command, Wei Tsutao pressed Old Lady Su down onto the chair. Struggling, Old Lady Su exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" In silence, Su Shui produced a vial of exotic poison from her bosom and poured it into Old Lady Su's mouth. Only after witnessing the poison being administered did Wei Tsutao release her grip. After a bout of coughing, Old Lady Su managed to ask, "What have you made me drink? Need you even inquire? It is poison. If you wish for the antidote, you must sign this contract. Otherwise, in no time, you shall perish from the effects." Su Shui replied with a cold smirk. Old Lady Su was rendered speechless by rage. Hearing Su Shui's death sentence, she began to comprehend the preciousness of life. "Sign or not, even if you refuse, a mere fingerprint will suffice," Su Shui stated. "I will sign." Old Lady Su realized that her adversary was indeed capable of anything. Trembling, she picked up the pen and inscribed her name upon the share transfer contract. Su Shui reviewed the document, nodding in satisfaction. "Now we're getting somewhere." "The antidote, please." Unable to contain herself, Old Lady Su demanded, "Antidote? What antidote?" Su Shui and Wei Tsutao exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. You wretched beings." Old Lady Su trembled with indignation. "Fear not. Shortly, I shall send Su Lingyu to accompany you," Su Shui remarked. The poison began to take effect, and Old Lady Su felt dizzy, collapsing onto the table, thereafter becoming motionless. "Let us depart quickly," Wei Tsutao suggested. "Indeed," Su Shui agreed. The mother-daughter duo now possessed the share transfer contract, likely to stir turmoil within the Su Corporation. Meanwhile, Su Lingyu, still en route, remained unaware that her only kin had met with such a tragic fate. The Lord's banquet was not held in the city, but rather in a remote area outside, where an opulent residence had been constructed for the Lord. Traveling along a desolate highway, Yun Zimo and his companions encountered a minibus that disregarded the traffic signals and barreled towards them. "This is bad." Yun Zimo instinctively sensed the danger. Clasping Su Lungyu's slim waist, he pressed against the left side door, using the force to shatter the bulletproof glass on the right, and leapt with Su Lungyu to the roadside. The vehicle, however, was not as fortunate, careening off the road and tumbling down a steep slope, ultimately culminating in a catastrophic explosion. The occupants of the minibus, witnessing Yun Zimo and Su Lungyu's narrow escape, had no choice but to disembark. Observing a man who bore striking resemblance to Sun Kai, but exuded an entirely different aura, imbued with a menacing presence, Yun Zimo felt perplexed. Su Lingyu gasped, "You are Sun Xian. After all these years, I did not expect you to remember me. Shall I leave your corpse intact today?" Sun Xian, having been recognized, remained unfazed, for he believed that both Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu were destined to perish here. "Weren't you supposed to be dead?" Solenyo Incoayeth. That is merely a facade. Having cultivated for many years within the Eight Desolation sect, I am now a master of the Meridian Realm. You too shall meet your demise. The term Meridian Realm was unfamiliar to Su Lingyu. She recalled that Yun Zimo was merely at the blood refinement realm, and instinctively believed that his cultivation should correspond to the initial stage of martial arts. Realizing that the opponent's realm surpassed Yun Zimo's, Su Lingyu frantically pressed the alarm device she carried and whispered, "Zimo, if you have the chance, flee first. Do not worry. A waste who has only attained the Meridian Realm after so many years of training can be easily dealt with by me with a single hand," Yun Zimo reassured her, gently stroking Su Lingyu's hair. "Oh dear, what time is it?" "This is not the moment for heroics." Su Lingyu expressed her lingering doubts. "Trust me. Well, have I ever boasted? Soon, I shall throw this fellow into the flames below to apologize to the driver," Yun Zimo assured her with a confident glance. Indeed, he had never let her down before. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Su Lingyu reluctantly set her worries aside. Such brazen words. Yun Zimo's remarks successfully provoked the opponent, prompting Sun Xian to charge at him swiftly. With a powerful punch, Sun Xian aimed to obliterate this audacious fool, but to his surprise, Yun Zimo managed to block the blow. Sun Xian quickly retreated, astonished that this individual possessed martial prowess. However, he soon noticed that Yun Zimo's hand, which had just clashed with his, was hidden behind his back and trembled slightly. This fellow was merely putting on a brave front. Yet, unbeknownst to Sun Xian, Yun Zimo's concealed right hand was merely gesturing to convey a message to Su Lingyu. "Rest assured, Lingyu, I can easily handle this guy. He is perfect for practice," Yun Zimo signaled. Although Su Lingyu remained somewhat apprehensive, she recognized her inability to assist and took a few steps back to avoid becoming a burden. "You cannot withstand even a punch from me without channeling my internal energy. What do you have to contend with me?" Sun Xian boasted, oblivious to the fact that he was merely a fish on the chopping block. "Enough with the prattle. Come at me," Yun Zimo responded with disdain. "Boldness indeed," Sun Xian shouted angrily, advancing towards Yun Zimo once more. This time, he would not hold back, unleashing the internal energy techniques of the Eight Desolation sect. Eight Desolation's Breaking Heaven Fist. Channeling his internal energy through a unique meridian pathway, Sun Xian's fist, empowered by his internal force, struck fiercely towards Yun Zimo. In contrast, Yun Zimo relied solely on his physical strength, executing a technique that appeared unimpressive on the terrace but struck hard against Sun Xian. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Sun Xian held the upper hand, having fought countless beasts in the wild over the years, making his techniques far more formidable than those of Yun Zimo, who had only trained for a few months. Before long, Yun Zimo had endured several heavy punches. However, Sun Xian's formidable punches could only inflict a modicum of pain upon Yun Zimo. The disparity in their martial arts realms was not something that could be easily bridged. "Kid, you can take a hit. Let's see how many punches you can endure," he taunted, sensing the naivety in Yun Zimo's techniques, convinced that victory was already secured. Yet, the situation did not unfold as he anticipated. Under Sun Xian's relentless barrage, Yun Zimo, leveraging his superior martial prowess, gradually acclimated to his opponent's onslaught. Sun Xian soon found the fight increasingly strenuous. Initially, he could strike freely at Yun Zimo, but it soon evolved into a back-and-forth exchange, with Yun Zimo even gaining the upper hand. After a fierce clash with Yun Zimo, Sun Xian pulled back, disheartened by his inability to subdue him. Yet, upon observing Yun Zimo's pitiful state, he felt a surge of confidence. Blood had soaked through Yun Zimo's chest, staining his white shirt a dark crimson. "Ha! Even in such a dire condition, you still persist," Sun Xian scoffed, believing Yun Zimo to be at his last gasp, convinced that his earlier strikes had already severely wounded him. Following Sun Xian's gaze, Yun Zimo finally became aware of his own condition. It seems Sun Xian's strikes had reopened an old gunshot wound, a vulnerable area on his body. The adrenaline coursing through him had masked the pain until now. "Zimo, are you all right?" Su Lingyu, noticing the situation, asked with concern. Aware that he could no longer play the role of mouse in a cat-and-mouse game, Yun Zimo replied, "Ie me fine." Just watch me defeat him within 3 moves. Bold words for someone on the brink of defeat. Sun Xian, having shed any hesitation, was convinced that Yun Zimo was merely putting on a brave front. He aimed a punch toward Yun Zimo's chin, seemingly intent on silencing him for good. Waves of fury. With his declaration to end the fight in 3 moves, Yun Zimo unleashed his full power, clashing fiercely against Sun Xian's fist. Sun Xian was taken aback as he felt a tenfold increase in Yun Zimo's strength, the latter's inner force crashing against him like an unrelenting torrent. His own power offered no resistance, and he was pushed back with overwhelming force. Sun Xian let out a heart-wrenching scream, his right arm hanging limply at his side. The tendons and bones within shattered by Yun Zimo's might. It seems 3 moves were overly ambitious. You can't even withstand one. Yun Zimo advanced slowly toward the retreating Sun Xian. Stay back. If you kill me, my master will not let you go, Sun Xian said, his bravado faltering. Yun Zimo couldn't help but laugh at his words, as if sparing your life would prevent your master from coming after me. I swear, if you let me go today, I will never set foot in South City again, nor will I seek revenge against my master, Sun Xian pleaded. Recognizing the slim chance of survival, yet unable to resist the urge to negotiate, convinced that once he reached the bone-forging realm, he would avenge this humiliation. However, Yun Zimo swiftly shattered Sun Xian's illusions, stating, I suggest you go to the underworld and apologize to our driver. Sun Xian shouted in anger, seemingly prepared to engage Yun Zimo in a desperate struggle, yet he swiftly turned and attempted to flee. Yun Zimo executed the surprising cloud step, rapidly catching up to him, wrapping his arms around Sun Xian's head from behind. Rest assured, soon your father and brothers will join you. Yun Zimo's voice, reminiscent of a demonic whisper, penetrated Sun Xian's ears. In the midst of Sun Xian's terror-stricken expression, he exerted force, twisting his head a full 180 degrees, and upon releasing his grip, Sun Xian collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Subsequently, Yun Zimo surveyed the direction of the flames and accurately kicked Sun Xian's body into the blazing vehicle, the robust corpse fueling the fire further. Once Yun Zimo had dealt with the matter, Su Lingyu hurriedly approached him, meticulously examining his injuries. Upon confirming there were no serious issues, she felt a sense of relief. Seeing you bleed nearly frightened me to death, Su Lingyu chided. This fellow inadvertently struck the gunshot wound. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been able to harm me in the slightest, Yun Zimo explained. You mustn't do this again, Su Lingyu insisted without a hint of doubt. Yun Zimo recognized that reasoning with a woman was a futile endeavor and quickly nodded. Yes, I shall not do so again. Observing Yun Zimo's somewhat sincere demeanor, Su Lingyu remarked, That's more like it. At that moment, Su Lingyu's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from Xiaoya. After answering, Xiaoya's anxious voice came through. Miss, we are heading to the signal location. Are you and the young master safe? It has been resolved, Su Lingyu replied. The king covers the earth tiger. Xiaoya expressed her lingering disbelief, especially after the earlier urgent alarm, prompting her to initiate a code. The Pagoda Town Moon, Su Lingyu responded. Phew, Xiaoya sighed in relief. By the way, Xiaoya sent a car and some gifts, and arranged for someone to handle the driver's aftermath. She added, glancing at Yun Zimo, still stained with blood, and bring Zimo a change of clothes. Understood, Miss, Xiaoya replied. Chapter 63. The City Lord's Birthday Banquet. Are we still going to the City Lord's Birthday Banquet? Yun Zimo inquired, feeling that, given the circumstances, they should return. If my guess is correct, the Sun Father and Son are likely at the banquet, eager to reclaim their status among the 8 great families, Su Lingyu speculated. This presents a prime opportunity to capture them. Very well, Yun Zimo could only nod in agreement. As Su Lingyu had anticipated, the Sun Father and Son were indeed present at the birthday banquet. How dare they show their faces here? Murmured a guest who recognized the two. If it were me, I would have fled from South City long ago. Coming here is nothing short of disgraceful, another guest mocked. Despite the derisive comments, the Sun Father and Son did not retaliate, as if the words were not directed at them. They believed that soon news of the Su family's downfall would arrive, allowing the Sun family to reclaim their position atop South City. As the two individuals exhibited such audacity, the guests gradually lost interest and ceased their commentary. The city lord has arrived. A corpulent, balding, middle-aged man appeared at the banquet hall's entrance, accompanied by a retinue of guards. This was Run Tai Hong, the lord of the southern city. Greetings, Lord Run. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea and your longevity akin to the southern mountains. The passing guests bowed and offered their well wishes, to which Rin Tai Hong responded with a smiling nod. However, before he could reach the central dais, he was intercepted by the father and son of the Sun family. As the lord of the city, Rin Tai Hong was well aware of the destruction of the Sun family. Seeing them at his banquet, he scolded his subordinates. What is the purpose of your security if you allow anyone to enter? Do not blame them, Lord Run. The invitation was delivered to Sun's hands at the beginning of the year, and they were merely adhering to protocol. Sun Nanping interjected. Oh, so it is my fault then? Rin Tai Hong replied, narrowing his eyes. Perceiving the tension, Sun Nanping quickly urged his son to kneel before Rin Tai Hong. What is the meaning of this? Rin Tai Hong feigned surprise. We have come to your birthday banquet with a singular request. Dear Lord, we implore you to intervene. Today, the Sun family seeks vengeance against the Su family, and we hope it remains a duel solely between our two families, with no other clans, especially the Zhuo family. Intervening, Sun Nanping declared. Should we succeed, the Sun family will offer all of the Su family's assets and half of our familial profits for generations to come. Oh, Rin Tai Hong responded with a nonchalant expression. It appears the Sun family intends to engage in a feudal endeavor, remarked one guest. Indeed, what can the Sun family possibly use to contend with the Su family? Mere words from their mouths? Another guest chimed in. These remarks resonated with Rin Tai Hong. The Sun father and son were but two defeated hounds, incapable of toppling the Su family. Observing the skepticism in the crowd, Sun Nanping snorted and continued. The leader of the Eight Desolation sect has already gone to the Su family. I am well aware of the Sun family's association with the Eight Desolation sect. Yet the Su family is also protected by the head of the Jintao sect. Rin Tai Hong replied with familiarity, having been well acquainted with the dynamics of various families in the southern city for many years. His assertion underscored that he was not easily deceived. Lord Ren, please allow me to finish my statement. Do you recall my second son, Sun Xian? You refer to your second son? Has he not been deceased for many years? Rin Tai Hong responded. In truth, he possesses martial talent. He feigned his death years ago and has since joined the Eight Desolation sect, where he has attained the Meridian opening stage. Sun Nanping announced, pride evident in his demeanor. Is he not merely in his 20s? Achieving the Meridian opening stage at such a young age, he must possess innate potential, remarked a knowledgeable guest. Rin Tai Hong was somewhat astonished, realizing that the Sun family had kept such information concealed, perhaps intending to leverage it to transform their standing in the southern city. Now forced to reveal it prematurely due to the pressure from the Su family. Do you not think it peculiar that fewer prominent families have come to pay their respects today, Lord Rin? Sun Nanping pressed. Rin Tai Hong immediately grasped the implication. Yet he sought clarification. You are referring to the Su family? Indeed, the Su family will not be attending today, Sun Nanping replied, aware that certain truths could not be overtly stated. Yet the insinuation was unmistakably clear. Rin Tai Hong discerned his intention, realizing that it would place a significant weapon in his hands. If the Sun family were of no further use, they could easily be sent to prison at this moment. It was rumored that the current head of the Su family, Su Longyu, had attended the banquet alongside that son-in-law, and according to the head of the Sun family, their fate seemed grim. Some individuals caught the undertone and exchanged hushed whispers with those beside them. Indeed, since Sun Nanping had boasted of his second son being a master of the Meridian realm, the Su family was surely in dire straits. Yet, this son-in-law from the Su family was the savior of old Master Zhuo from the Zhuo family. One could only wonder how the Zhuo family would react. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the city lord of Nanxing spoke. The Zhuo family is indeed present. Zhuo Weilin stepped forward from among the guests, bowing respectfully. Greetings, city lord. Today, we shall not interfere with the Sun family's affairs, Rin Tai Hong declared. The city lord replied, isn't this time frame rather short? Before Zhuo Weilin could respond, Sun Kai from the Sun family grew increasingly restless. as he hoped the city lord would assist in fending off the Zhuo family's aggression against them. What? Do you have any objections? To Ren Taihong. The Sun family was merely a dog barely held in hand, yet they dared to bark with such audacity. Sun Nanping struck Sun Kai across the face with a resounding slap, viciously proclaiming, "This is no place for you to speak." He then turned to Ren Taihong with a sycophantic smile, saying, "Everything is at the discretion of the city lord. One day's time is ample to extinguish the entire Su family." "And what is Zhuo family?" Ren Taihong continued. Zhuo Weilin pondered for a moment. The banquet was already underway, yet the Su family had yet to arrive. Their benefactor might have already met with misfortune, and acting now would yield no benefits. The city lord's request for a mere day was already a considerable concession to the Zhuo family. The Zhuo family will adhere to the city lord arrangements, Zhuo Weilin affirmed. Good. Ren Taihong clapped his hands and laughed. With just a few words today, he had amassed a wealth of assets, and his spirits were high. Perhaps his position within the Ren family could even be elevated. As for whether the Zhuo family would take action against the Sun family afterward, that was no concern of his. In fact, he welcomed such developments, for it would ensure the Sun family remained tightly bound to him, serving loyally to avoid being discarded. Having concluded this matter, Ren Taihong moved to the center of the banquet. I hereby declare the birthday banquet officially commenced. The Wang family of Nansheng presented a pair of deep-sea pearl earrings. The Song family of Nansheng offered a sculpture of agate coral. Guests began to present their gifts in earnest. At that moment, a distinctly different voice called out from the entrance of the banquet. The Su family of Nansheng has arrived. Su Lingyu and Yun Zimo appeared at the entrance. Not long ago, many had believed the members of the Su family to be beyond reach. Yet here they stood at the banquet. The entire banquet hall seemed to have pressed the mute button, with only the sound of Su Lingyu's high heels echoing through the air as she walked. Upon reaching the designated spot to receive gifts, Su Lingyu's cold voice rang out. The Su family of Nansheng presents a luminous pearl. Yun Zimo handed over the item he held and then took his place beside Su Lingyu. Chapter 64. The Fall of the Sun Family. Didn't it say that these two were doomed? A guest, recovering from their shock, remarked. Given the Sun family's fervent declarations and the threat posed by a master of the Meridian Realm, it was only logical to presume that the two should have met their demise by now. I perceive that the two scions of the Sun family have lost their senses to dare to create a disturbance at this banquet. Another guest, wearing an expression of apparent certainty, observed the unfolding chaos. Director Tai Hong of the southern city wore a grim countenance, for he had just engaged in a confrontation with the Zhuo family on behalf of these two worthless individuals. Fortunately, he had not entirely alienated himself as per Sun Nanping's directives, thus leaving him with a sliver of leeway. Otherwise, the situation could have spiraled out of control. Sun Nanping, incredulous, pointed at Yun Zimo and his companion, exclaiming, "How is it possible for you to be alive and here? Are you surprised that we could attend?" Yun Zimo retorted, disdain glimmering in his eyes. "My brother is a martial arts expert," Sun Kai interjected, unable to fathom how a mere pulse realm cultivator had failed to subdue the two before him. "You speak of Sun Xian, who has been deceased for many years. Yet you wish to ambush us now. It seems he is destined for the river of oblivion," Su Lingyu scoffed. "This cannot be. It is impossible. My Xianer is a pulse realm cultivator. You must be deceiving me." Sun Nanping shook his head in disbelief, his eyes vacant. "If you doubt my words, you may inquire with him shortly," Su Lingyu declared, determined to ensure the downfall of those who sought her demise, publicly announcing their fate before all present. Sun Nanping collapsed to the ground, pallid as death. However, upon catching sight of director Tai Hong on the stage, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. He crawled desperately to the director's side, clutching the hem of his trousers and imploring, "Lord Mayor, I beseech you to spare my life. I, Sun Nanping, shall dedicate my utmost loyalty henceforth." Sun Kai mimicked his father's demeanor, fervently pleading with the mayor. Though Su Lingyu had spoken little since her arrival at the banquet, Director Tai Hong had already deduced that not only had they encountered Sun Xian, but they had also succeeded in eliminating him. According to Sun Nanping, the Su family member was reportedly cornered by the leader of the Eight Desolation sect at their residence. Thus, It was evident that either the Su family possessed some means to slay Sun Xian, such as firearms, or they were harboring at least one martial artist of considerable prowess beyond the Pulse realm. However, in Xia country, acquiring firearms was exceedingly challenging and tantamount to handing over incriminating evidence. Should such an act be reported, no one could bear the consequences. Therefore, it was highly probable that the Su family had at least one formidable expert exceeding the Pulse realm. As expected of a city lord, Rin Taihong's conjecture was remarkably astute. Observing the two kneeling beside him, pleading for mercy, Rin Taihong's expression darkened as if he had stepped into excrement. He commanded, "Guards, take these two worthless individuals to prison and charge them with an attempt on my life." "Yes." The guards responded in unison, dragging the two away. "Please no," Sun Kai cried out, unable to contain his fear. Sun Nanping still clung to a glimmer of hope, mistakenly believing that the mayor sought to preserve their lives through this method. However, the ensuing conversation shattered his illusions completely. Surely, the Lord Mayor does not intend to protect them? Su Lingyu had already sentenced the Sun family to death in her heart, determined to ensure they became lifeless bodies that would no longer cause disturbances. Not even divine intervention could save them now. The Su family need not worry. Once these two are imprisoned, they will inevitably succumb to despair, Rin Taihong remarked, adopting a conciliatory tone, as he was not inclined to provoke the Su family over two utterly worthless individuals. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Lord Mayor." As Rin Taihong expressed his sentiments, Su Lingyu clasped his hands in reverence, proclaiming the lord of the city to be most sagacious. The guests echoed his sentiments in unison. In a fit of despair, Sun Nanping, dragged away, cursed vehemently, vowing vengeance even in death, yet his voice was drowned out by the praises surrounding him, falling on deaf ears. Rin Taihong waved his hand towards the audience, declaring, "I announce that the banquet shall resume." Laughter and jovial conversation filled the air, as if the preceding turmoil had never transpired. A figure approached Yun Zimo and his companion. "Young friend Yun, I am relieved to see you unharmed. Otherwise, I would be at a loss on how to explain to my esteemed elder upon my return." "I shall drink to that," said Zhuo Weilin, draining his cup. "Brother Zhuo, you exaggerate. The Sun family schemes hold no sway over me," replied Yun Zimo. "Hold no sway over you?" Zhuo Weilin detected an underlying tone in his words and probed further. Could it be? Just as Yun Zimo was about to boast of his accomplishments, Su Lingyu interjected, "Master Zhuo, let us focus on celebrating the Lord of the City's birthday." With his wife having spoken, Yun Zimo refrained from further elaboration. Although Su Lingyu lacked understanding of martial arts, she recognized the prowess displayed by Yun Zimo, realizing that even the boastful Sun Xian, claiming to be a master of the Meridian realm, could not contend with him. It was noteworthy that Sun Xian had trained for many years, while Yun Zimo had only recently begun his journey into the martial world, revealing the latter's extraordinary talent. Moreover, witnessing her grandmother's change in demeanor towards Yun Zimo before and after his training suggested that she had long recognized his exceptional aptitude, leaving Su Lingyu in the dark. Observing Yun Zimo's strained expression, Zhuo Weilin increasingly confirmed his suspicions. If his conjectures were accurate, this young friend Yun was no mere son-in-law, but a dragon among men. A truly fortunate match. After all, the guests had extolled the now reincarnated Sun Xian to the heights of innate talent. Thus, Yun Zimo must possess a gift surpassing even that. Suddenly, Zhuo Weilin found himself regretting that his father had not provided him with a sister in his youth. Even if it were to serve as a concubine for Yun Zimo, he would harbor no complaints as the elder brother-in-law. Regaining his composure, Zhuo Weilin humbly stated, "Miss Su speaks wisely. I hope you will offer guidance to the Zhuo family in the future." "Brother Zhuo, there is no need for such formality," Yun Zimo replied, unaware that he had become the most sought-after individual in their eyes. Meanwhile, within the Su family's estate, a servant hurriedly approached the courtyard, announcing in a loud voice, "Master Wu, a person claiming to be Sun Xian ambushed the young lady, but has already been dealt with." "Ha ha, excellent." Master Wu responded with satisfaction. "This is impossible. I am fully aware of my disciple's son, Xian's strength. How could he have been slain?" Mo Feng, the leader of the Eight Desolations sect, immediately refuted the claim. Is this a ruse to deceive me regarding the wager? Whether true or false, let us go and see for ourselves. Master Wu maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Mo Feng calculated the passage of time and reasoned that nearly an hour had elapsed. If no unforeseen circumstances had arisen, his disciple's ambush should have succeeded long ago. Very well. What tricks can you conjure? Mo Feng believed that Master Wu's abilities were merely on par with his own, and it was impossible for him to harm his disciple under his very nose. Thus, he decided to investigate further. Chapter 65. The pain of losing a disciple shortly after Master Wu and the leader of the Eight Desolates sect departed. A maid responsible for delivering tea opened the door to old Madame Su's study, only to find the elderly lady collapsed within. The sound of shattered porcelain echoed as the maid dropped the tea, panicking as she rushed outside, exclaiming, "It's terrible. The old lady has fainted." Upon hearing this distressing news, Butler Wang hurried back and immediately arranged for personnel to transport old Madame Su to the hospital. Meanwhile, Master Wu and the leader of the Eight Desolates sect arrived at the location where Yun Zimo had been ambushed. The car at the bottom of the slope was nearly extinguished, but atop it lay a charred corpse, still emitting wisps of black smoke. Mo sect leader, you should go and identify the body, Master Wu urged. It is merely a disfigured corpse. Mo Feng, however, remained unconvinced, suspecting an attempt to deceive him regarding the elixir in his possession. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the wrist of the charred body, he was instantly shaken. He stomped his foot, propelling himself forward to the corpse. Even a fierce man like him, accustomed to tearing through foes without flinching, could not help but tremble as he reached out to lift the wrist of the charred figure. A bone bracelet, deeply embedded in the flesh from the inferno, came into view. Mo Feng's eyes closed, as if unwilling to accept the reality before him. A solitary tear, shimmering with memories, escaped the corner of his eye. In the depths of the mountains, within a cave, Mo Feng had presented this very bone bracelet to his youthful disciple, Sun Xian. "Xian, you have now completed the trials of the Eight Desolates sect. This bracelet, crafted from the teeth of the ferocious beasts you have vanquished, symbolizes our sect's identity. Take it with you." "Thank you, Master," Sun Xian replied, cherishing the gift. Once adorned, the bracelet never left her wrist. Now, the bracelet on the charred corpse glimmered with a painful radiance, piercing Mo Feng's eyes and declaring that this burnt body belonged to his disciple. Struggling against the anguish swelling within him, Mo Feng reopened his eyes, scrutinizing the charred remains in search of any discrepancies to prove that this was not his beloved Xian. Once a teacher, always a father. In Mo Feng's heart, she was akin to a child of his own. As he meticulously compared each detail, he found a resemblance to his memories of his disciple to be uncanny. No, Mo Feng could no longer contain the raging fury within him and let out a howl to the heavens. After venting his wrath, he turned his cold gaze towards Master Wu, recalling their wager, and spoke with a steely tone, "Wu Zhan, whether you anticipated all of this or not, I cannot say. But from the scars on my disciple's arms, it appears that the injuries were inflicted by your Jintao sect's wave fist. It has been years since we last met, and I did not expect you to take on a disciple, especially one so new to the blood training realm. As for his appearance, he must be the young man who boarded the carriage with Su Lengyu en route to the Lord's birthday banquet." As Mo Feng contemplated the wager and the injuries sustained by Sun Xian's corpse, his thoughts rapidly shifted, leading him to a remarkably accurate analysis of Yun Zimo's circumstances. The only detail he failed to anticipate was that Yun Zimo had only recently become a disciple under Wu Zhan's tutelage. Indeed, Master Wu proclaimed with commendable integrity, "Today, I shall take his life to honor the spirit of my fallen disciple." With that, Mo Feng proceeded toward the direction of the city lord's banquet. Master Wu swiftly positioned himself in front of Mo Feng, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "I suggest you swiftly find a place to bury your disciple while his remains are still fresh. This predicament, in essence, is of your own making. Considering the individual who dared to harm Yun Zimo in his presence, even a figure of stoic demeanor like Wu could not suppress his ire." Both men understood that a confrontation was inevitable. They unleashed the thunderous sounds of their martial prowess, akin to the roaring of tigers and leopards, as a single leaf fell to the ground, and they clashed ferociously. Boom, boom, boom. With each collision, the reverberations echoed like explosions, the aftermath of their battle ravaging the surroundings. They unleashed their martial techniques with unbridled ferocity, striking at one another with relentless vigor. Time became indistinct as they eventually separated, revealing a battleground marred by deep craters reminiscent of a landscape bombarded by missiles. Blood flowed from their pant legs onto the ground, the brutal struggle leaving both men battered and disfigured. "I shall avenge my fallen disciple," Emo Fong vowed, fully aware that the battle's outcome was uncertain, and even a victory would come at a heavy cost. This matter would require further contemplation upon his return. As Wu Zhan prepared to depart, he replied, "I'm always ready for a rematch. However, you wouldn't dare renege on the wager we made, would you? Such news could tarnish the reputation of your 8 Desolation sect." "It is merely a vial of elixir," Emo Fong retorted, though internally he felt a pang of regret. With a decisive motion, he hurled the vial toward Wu Zhan. He had his own intentions. This was merely a temporary deposit with Wu Zhan, and upon his return, he would seek allies to ensure that Wu Zhan would have to pay dearly to utilize it for his disciple. However, Emo Feng's calculations might prove flawed. Given Yun Zimo's formidable cultivation demands, that vial of Qihua pill would be akin to a wasted effort, achieving nothing. Wu Zhan felt a surge of elation, realizing that this confrontation had not been in vain, as he caught the vial with one steady hand. Meanwhile, Emo Feng returned to the charred remains of his disciple, tearing the soot-blackened roof from the carriage to place Sun Xian's body upon it. "Disciple, I will take you home," he declared, lifting the roof with one hand and leaping into the thicket by the roadside. Wu Zhan recognized that he could not detain his adversary and could only watch him depart. With a sudden sigh, Wu Zhan reflected that the 8 Desolation sect's leader was, at his core, a true martial artist. Regrettably, due to the entanglements of fate, the two had found themselves on opposing sides. The die had been cast. Wu Zhan collected his thoughts, understanding that the next time they crossed paths, it would undoubtedly be a matter of life and death. At the City Lord's banquet, Su Lengyu raised her wine glass, engaging effortlessly with the various noble families around her, while Yun Zimo lingered a short distance away. Suddenly, her phone rang, prompting her to apologize to those in conversation before answering the call. However, she received a thunderous piece of bad news. "What did you say?" Su Lengyu, who had earlier exuded an air of grace and composure, now exclaimed without regard for the occasion. "Lengyu, what is wrong?" Yun Zimo hurried to her side. "Let us go. We must return at once." Su Lengyu did not elaborate on the matter, her only desire being to leave this place in haste. "All right," Yun Zimo replied, understanding that Su Lengyu had her reasons for her silence. Suppressing the panic within her, Su Lengyu approached the city lord and said, "My lord, there has been an incident in the Su family that requires my attention." "No problem. You may go," Lord Ren responded, considering the recent events. The departure of the Su family would indeed be less jarring. "Thank you, my lord." Su Lengyu quickly left the banquet hall with Yun Zimo. As they watched her leave, Ren Taihong remarked, "Investigate what has happened with the Su family." "Understood," replied the secretary accompanying him. Chapter 66. A dire announcement. Once they were in the car, Su Lengyu anxiously said, "Hurry, get to the Su family's private hospital as quickly as possible." "Yes, miss," the driver replied, swiftly starting the vehicle. "What has happened?" Yun Zimo grasped Su Lengyu's hand and inquired. "I don't know why, but when we left, Grandma was perfectly fine. Just now, Butler Wong called to say that she is." Su Lengyu's voice trembled with emotion. "What? How could this be?" Yun Zimo's expression was one of disbelief. They had just shared breakfast with Grandma Su, and there had been no signs of distress. How could she suddenly be unwell? "Don't worry, she should be fine," Yun Zimo reassured her, holding her hand tightly. "You're right. My grandmother is usually so robust. There's no way she could just collapse, especially with so many experts from the Su family attending to her." Su Lengyu consoled herself. Thus, the two of them made their way to the Su family's private hospital, their hearts heavy yet hopeful. Upon arrival, They were greeted by bodyguards waiting at the entrance, who swiftly led them inside, where Butler Wong was pacing anxiously. Butler Wong, my grandmother was just fine this morning. How could this happen? Solin Yu questioned. This is a long story. When old Madame Su heard that someone was attempting to harm you, she instructed me to take the bodyguards and rush to assist. However, midway, I learned that you had resolved the trouble, and we returned home. Just as I reached the entrance, I heard the servants say that the old lady had fainted. So I immediately brought her here, and the doctors examined her before she was taken inside. Butler Wong explained as succinctly as possible. At that moment, a nurse appeared at the designated window, her expression grave yet mustering courage. She announced, Mr. Su, old Madame Su has just suffered cardiac arrest, but the doctors are still working diligently to resuscitate her. Upon hearing the nurse's harrowing news, Su Lingyu was instantly overwhelmed with tears, her voice quivering as she cried. How could this be? Zimuo, tell me this is a lie, that you and Grandma are playing a trick on me, right? Upon finishing her words, she appeared to lose all strength, as if she might collapse to the ground. Yun Zimo, quick-witted, reached out to support the grief-stricken Su Lingyu, guiding her to a chair situated against the corridor wall. Lingyu, we must place our trust in the doctors. They will undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts, Yun Zimo reassured her. Yet, he understood that the cessation of the old matriarch's heartbeat indicated she had reached a critical juncture between life and death, and whether she would endure depended solely on her will to survive. Time stretched painfully, with those outside anxiously anticipating any news from within. The longer the wait, the dimmer their hopes became. After what felt like an eternity, a nurse finally reappeared at the small window, delivering a message that, while tenuous, could be deemed somewhat encouraging. The old matriarch's heart had resumed beating, though her condition remained dire, and the doctors requested their presence. Very well. The gathered individuals nodded in agreement. The doors opened slowly, revealing a small chamber where, with the assistance of several nurses, they underwent disinfection and donned protective clothing and masks. Once prepared, the inner door swung open, and they were led to the bed where the old matriarch lay. Tubes were inserted into her mouth, connected to a ventilator, and it appeared she had been sedated, showing no signs of struggle against the intrusion. Grandmother! Su Lingyu choked back tears. Rushing to the bedside and grasping the old matriarch's somewhat cold hand, as if attempting to transfer her own vitality to the one person she cherished most. Yet, despite Su Lingyu's desperate calls, the old matriarch remained unresponsive. Yun Zimo, reflecting on the vibrant matriarch he had seen that morning, now felt a profound sorrow as he observed her pallid state, lost in unconsciousness. Doctor, how is the old lady? Steward Wong inquired. Though she was revived, her condition is far from optimistic, the attending physician replied. Upon testing her blood, we discovered a particular substance, and given the old matriarch's condition, we suspect this substance is the cause. We immediately performed dialysis. She briefly regained consciousness and recorded a message for us, but soon after, her vital signs sharply declined, leading to her current state. You imply that someone has poisoned my grandmother. Su Lingyu discerned the implication in the doctor's words. At present, that appears to be the case. The attending physician confirmed. Let us review the video. There may be clues to the perpetrator, Yun Zimo suggested. Doctor, please play the video promptly, Steward Wong urged. Certainly. The attending physician responded, hastily retrieving his phone to play the recorded footage. In the video, the old matriarch lay on the hospital bed, the ventilator not yet affixed to her mouth, while a dialysis machine hummed beside her. The sound of her voice emerged. Doctor, is the recording on? It is, came the attending physician's voice from the video. With labored breaths, the old matriarch spoke. Zimo, by the time you see this video, I may have already departed. However, do not grieve excessively. I am well aware of my own body, and this is merely an early departure by a few years. Madame Su paused momentarily, seemingly taking a breath. Before continuing, you need not seek out who has harmed me. Simply retrieve the 5th book from the 3rd shelf in my study, and you shall understand. Aware that her time was limited, Madame Su did not dwell on the identity of her assailant. You have always been headstrong. In the absence of your grandmother, you must temper your disposition. My only regret is that I will not witness the children you and Zimo will have. Grandmother, Su Lingyu cried out, her voice thick with emotion. As for Zimo, I hope you will take good care of my Yuer and ensure she suffers no grievances. Despite her frail condition, a fierce glint appeared in Madame Su's eyes, but she quickly shifted her tone. Moreover, you must strive diligently to ensure the continuation of the Su lineage. Rest assured, grandmother, I will look after Lingyu, Yun Zimo promised, addressing the ailing matriarch. Indifferent to whether she could hear him. In the video, Madame Su seemed to have a myriad of words she wished to convey, yearning to catch a glimpse of the two through the lens. However, a sudden fit of coughing interrupted, blood spilling from her lips, prompting the attending physician to rush to her side, leading to the abrupt termination of the video. Grandmother, you must hold on. If they cannot save you, I will seek out a more formidable expert, Su Lingyu exclaimed tearfully after viewing the video. Yet, just when she believed that the grandmother whose heart had ceased to beat would soon awaken, the once rhythmic fluctuations on the nearby monitor abruptly ceased. Chapter 67. The Death of Madame Su Beep. The respirator emitted a piercing alarm. The attending physician hurried to assess the situation, while a nurse ushered everyone outside to avoid disrupting the emergency efforts. Grandmother, you must endure, Su Lingyu silently prayed. However, fate did not align with her wishes. After an agonizing wait, a weary doctor finally emerged from within. Doctor, how is my grandmother? Su Lingyu inquired urgently. The physician, despite feeling sympathy for her hopeful gaze, responded in accordance with the grim reality. It is the same as before. The dialysis is no longer effective, indicating that the toxin has spread to her organ tissues. We have tested the conventional antidotes, yet none have been found capable of neutralizing this substance. At this rate, it is likely that Madame Su will not survive the night. Impossible. This cannot be. You brought her back when her heart stopped. How can you not save her now? Su Lingyu protested, clutching the doctor's coat in desperation. Xiaoyu, do not press him further. A somewhat aged figure approached. It was Xue Ming, the director of the Su family's private hospital, a renowned medical authority hired at great expense by the Su family. Director Xue, you have arrived. Please, save my grandmother, Su Lingyu implored, as if grasping at a lifeline. Upon hearing Su Lingyu's heartfelt plea, Xue Ming let out a sigh and replied, Xiaoyu, when the old Madame Su arrived. I immediately conducted an investigation in the National Medical Archives based on her condition. Indeed, there have been several similar cases. However, but what? Su Lingyu interruptive. Unable to contain herself at the moment, Xue Lao paused at a critical juncture. However, in these cases, none survived. According to the records, it is a poison from the western regions. Xue Lao began to recount the situation. None survived. These words rendered Su Lingyu incapable of grasping the rest of Xue Lao's narration, plunging her into a silent abyss of despair and anguish. Yun Zimo, sensing su langues distress, quickly patted her back, saying, Lingyu, you must regain your composure. Yet before Yun Zimo could offer further comfort, a nurse rushed out from within. It's bad. The old Madame Su has ceased all brainwave activity. She attempted to soften the blow of the old lady's death in front of the distinguished guests gathered outside. Upon hearing this news, Su Lingyu could no longer hold herself together. Her head tilted, and she fainted. Lingyu! Lingyu! Yun Zimo hastily cradled her in his arms. Quickly, take Xiaoyu to the ward to rest, Xue Lao instructed. With the assistance of two nurses, Su Lingyu was placed in a hospital room. It was not until evening that she gradually awoke. Lingyu, how are you? Yun Zimo, who had been vigilantly by her side, inquired upon noticing her stirring. Realizing that she had not awakened from a dream, Su Lingyu understood the gravity of her experiences. Zimo, you said Grandma was just fine when we left. How could this happen? She could not help but sob. Yun Zimo recognized the necessity of pulling Lingyu from her sorrowful reverie and pointed to a book on the opposite bed. Butler Wong has brought the book from the shelf. It appears to be a recording device that may contain evidence. Everything is prepared. We were just waiting for you to awaken to view it. Su Lingyu exhaled deeply, aware that she could not afford to wallow in grief any longer, for such sorrow would only serve to delight their enemies. Let's take a look, she urged. Yun Zimo promptly activated the recording. The video revealed Su Shui and her mother, followed by their maniacal laughter as they forced the old Madam Su to ingest poison. It was them. Damn it. It's all my fault for being so concerned about Grandma's health that I failed to act against them. I never imagined they would ultimately cause her demise. Su Lingyu's fists struck the railing beside the bed in frustration. Meanwhile, outside the door, Xiaoyu entered to report, "Miss, the Su Group is holding a meeting tomorrow to discuss the dismissal of your position as president. Moreover, on the official website, Su Shui is now the largest shareholder of Su Group. Choosing not to flee, but to march towards death, then I shall grant them that." Su Lingyu gripped the railing beside her, which buckled under the pressure, creaking ominously as it began to bend. Su Shui and her mother remained blissfully unaware of the impending disaster, lost in their dreams. Little did they know that their criminal actions had been meticulously recorded by old Madame Su. In the study, old Madame Su's forceful bang on the table was but a ruse to mask the sound of her other hand discreetly pressing the recording button. They were oblivious to the fact that the colorless, odorless poison they had acquired was merely an ancient notion. With modern medical technology, it could soon be confirmed as a case of poisoning. "The Su Group is finally in our hands," Wei Zuitao remarked. As they emerged from the business administration office after completing various formalities, now the de facto shareholders of the Su Group. "Tomorrow, we shall ensure Su Lingyu leaves with nothing," Su Sui declared fiercely. At that moment, they were unaware that their incriminating evidence had already reached Su Lingyu, or else they would have hastened to book a flight and escape. "Isn't it unwise to keep her around? She remains a potential threat," Wei Zuitao voiced her concern. "Mother, rest assured, I shall find some individuals to thoroughly torment her before sending her on her way," Su Shui replied. Wei Zuitao nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Butler Wong learned of Su Lingyu's awakening and entered her hospital room to report, "Miss, we have transferred old Madam's remains back to the Su residence and engaged the most professional funeral team to oversee her burial." "Good," Su Lingyu responded, having regained some strength under Yun Zimo's care. After ensuring she had eaten dinner, Yun Zimo escorted her back to the somewhat desolate Su family estate. As Su Lingyu gazed at the entrance, memories flooded back of how old Madame Su often awaited her return for dinner. Each corner of the house brought forth recollections of their time together. Yun Zimo, too, felt a similar sentiment, despite their brief acquaintance. He had come to regard her as his own grandmother, having been orphaned himself. Under the guidance of a maid, they arrived at the prepared mourning hall, where a crystal coffin held old Madame Su's body. According to the traditions of Xia country, the deceased are honored with a 7-day vigil. They donned the white mourning attire offered by the attendants and knelt beside the coffin. In hushed tones, Su Lingyu recounted her cherished memories with her grandmother, reminiscing about their moments together. She also spoke of how she and Yun Zimo had met, and how she had carefully chosen her words to prevent him from worrying, while lamenting Su Shui's persecution and regretting that she had not dealt with her sooner. As the day wore on, fatigue began to weigh heavily on Su Lingyu, and she gradually succumbed to sleep, her head drooping intermittently. Yun Zimo quickly shifted closer, offering his shoulder for her to rest upon. Su Lingyu leaned against him and fell asleep peacefully. Outside the mourning hall, Master Wu, bandaged and with patches on his face, hurriedly wrapped his injuries before arriving at the scene. Ashamed for not having protected old Madame Su adequately, he respectfully addressed the entrance, saying, "May old Madame Su rest in peace." He then quietly retreated to the courtyard to recuperate. Chapter 68. The Rise of the Underdog. The following morning, Su Lingyu awoke with bleary eyes, only to discover that she had been resting against Yun Zimo, with drool staining his shoulder, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. However, she quickly became aware of her discomfort. Having slept in a kneeling position the previous night, any movement caused her shoulders and back to feel as if they might dislocate. "You're awake. Let me help you with a massage," Yun Zimo said, his gaze revealing faint dark circles under his eyes. "You must be more exhausted than I am." "Having stayed up all night," Su Lingyu replied. "It's nothing. As a martial artist, my physical constitution is quite robust," Yun Zimo assured her. "Well, all right then," Su Lingyu conceded, struggling to straighten her back. With great care, Yun Zimo controlled the pressure of his hands as he began to knead her sore muscles. Su Lingyu could not help but emit soft sounds of comfort during the process. To the left a bit, higher, yes, just like that. She occasionally corrected him when his hands strayed from the right spots. After Yun Zimo's massage, Su Lingyu felt significantly lighter. Gazing into his tender eyes, she shifted to rest her head on the other shoulder, wrapping her arms around his waist and whispering, "Zimo, you're the only person I truly care about in this world now. You must not come to any harm." Having endured her trials, Su Lingyu understood the importance of cherishing those before her, for no one could predict which unforeseen event or tomorrow might arrive first. "Rest assured, even if a truck were to hit me, I would remain unscathed," Yun Zimo replied, flexing his bicep playfully. Su Lingyu could not help but chuckle at his endearing demeanor. Just as they were basking in their warmth, Xiao Yu burst into the room. "Miss," Xiao Yu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. Upon hearing her voice, the two quickly separated and seated themselves properly. Su Lingyu regained her commanding presence and spoke coldly. "Speak. What is it?" "Su Shui and her mother have arrived at the Su Corporation and are urging us to join them," Xiao Yu reported, impatient to seize their moment. "Are they? Then let us oblige them." Su Lingyu's eyes gleamed with determination. "Also, instruct Butler Wang to thoroughly investigate." Su Shui's precise timing amidst the Su family's vulnerabilities suggests an insider's assistance. "I want the traitor exposed." With her composure restored, Su Lingyu immediately recognized the oddities of the situation and issued her orders. "Yes, miss," Xiao Yu responded. The two discarded their mourning attire and set off in a vehicle, believing that avenging the late matriarch by dismantling the perpetrators would be the truest form of filial piety. On their journey, Su Lingyu meticulously arranged her strategy for dealing with Su Shui and her mother. The scene shifted to the dismissal conference, where Su Shui sat prominently at the head of the table, with her mother occupying the adjacent position. Below, whispers circulated among the attendees. How could the matriarch have transferred her shares to her? One shareholder questioned. "Transferring them to her is neither rightful nor just. Our stock prices are bound to plummet." Another shareholder remarked. Silence. Su Shui snapped, noticing the discontent among the shareholders regarding her ascension. At the last shareholders' meeting, Su Lingyu had effectively eliminated all shareholders connected to her. Now, those present were either unfamiliar or inclined towards Su Lingyu. Anticipating the situation, Su Shui remained composed and continued. "There is no other choice. My grandmother wished for the Su family legacy to endure. Thus, she decided to entrust the company to me for a period, to observe who among Su Lingyu and myself would be more suitable as the heir of the Su clan. Regrettably, my grandmother passed away unexpectedly. However, with the stock rights now in my possession, I am undoubtedly the rightful heir of the Su group. But we have received news that the matriarch of the Su family was poisoned," a shareholder interjected. "What?" Both Su Shui and the other individual trembled in shock, though they quickly regained their composure. Even if it were revealed that she had succumbed to poisoning, there was no evidence implicating them. "What? My grandmother was poisoned?" Su Shui exclaimed with feigned astonishment, as if this revelation were entirely new to her. "Miss Su, the matriarch passed away from poisoning yesterday, and you have obtained the stock transfer agreement. Could this mean?" A shareholder began. "Umph. Are you insinuating that I would harm my grandmother for the sake of shares?" "Su interjective. That is not out of the realm of possibility," another shareholder remarked. Seeing the doubt etched on the faces of the shareholders, Su Shui burst into laughter. "Such is merely your conjecture. I am now the controlling shareholder of the Su group. Should you wish to jeopardize your profits, I could simply dissolve the company, and then you would have no opportunity to reap any rewards." The shareholders fell silent, realizing the gravity of her threat. After all, the Su group was akin to a golden goose. During Su Lingyu's management, after acquiring the recipe for the Sun family's Jiulong banquet, the hotel quickly captured significant market share, while securing numerous overseas orders from the colossal Balala group. Thus, they were loath to be ousted. "President Su, how could we ever doubt you?" One shareholder quickly flattered. The smaller shareholders echoed his sentiment. "That is more like it," Su Shui scoffed, reclining comfortably in her position. "What are your thoughts on the proposal to remove Su Lingyu from her presidential role?" "I agree. So do I." The shareholders clamored to express their support, eager to appease Su Shui. Before Su Shui could indulge in triumphant laughter, the door to the conference room was flung open with a resounding bang. Su Lingyu appeared in all black at the entrance, surveying the assembly with a penetrating gaze. "What are you all agreeing to?" Without waiting for a response, she took her seat at the opposite end of the table alongside Yun Zimo and others. The shareholders instinctively gravitated towards Su Lingyu, as if her position were the rightful head of the table. Su Shui recognized that these individuals were fickle, and she retorted coldly, "Sister, our grandmother has just departed. I was merely concerned for your well-being, suggesting a temporary withdrawal from your position to allow you to rest until this period of mourning passes." Yet in her heart, she had already sentenced Su Lingyu to an irrevocable fate, ensuring that such a day of return would never come to pass. Ignoring Su Shui's words, Su Lingyu addressed the shareholders. "Do you share this sentiment? Miss Su, we do not wish for this either, but presently, Su Shui holds the controlling rights, leaving us with no alternatives," a suave shareholder remarked, expressing a desire to kick the ball out. Indeed, Su Lingyu discerned that this group of shareholders had become quite astute and thus ceased to trouble them further. Turning to Su Shui, she inquired, "How did you acquire this equity transfer agreement?" "Naturally, it was handed to me by my grandmother herself. She wished to assess my capabilities," Su Shui replied, her demeanor unwavering. "Is it not true that you too coerced her into consuming poison, only to subsequently demand her signature under the pretense of providing the antidote?" Su Lingyu glared at the two murderers before her, her teeth clenched in indignation. Upon hearing this, the pair's faces blanched. Su Lingyu's words echoed with an unsettling accuracy, as if she had been an eyewitness to their heinous act. "What nonsense are you uttering? How could I possibly do such a thing? I am her beloved granddaughter." Su Shui protested, desperately clinging to the belief that without direct evidence, Su Lingyu could not harm her. "I suspect this is merely a fabrication you devised in pursuit of the Su family conglomerate's inheritance," Su Lingyu retorted, nearly finding amusement in the audacity of her opponent. Choosing not to squander further time in conversation with the deceased, Su Lingyu clapped her hands, summoning two bodyguards who wheeled in a monitor and pressed the play button. Before the assembly, the footage revealing Su Shui and her mother plotting the murder of the elderly matriarch materialized in shocking clarity. How could these two have managed to seize control of the corporation's shares? One shareholder murmured in disbelief. "My heavens, they even resorted to harming their own grandmother. How ruthless!" exclaimed another. "Impossible. There are no cameras in the study." Su Shui and her mother exchanged alarmed glances as they beheld the incriminating video. Feigning innocence, Wei Tao lamented, "Oh dear, this is utterly unjust. This video must be a forgery concocted for the sake of the inheritance." Su Shui chimed in, "Indeed, my mother is correct. This footage is fabricated. Just consider, had we committed such an atrocity, we would have fled with the money immediately. I shall report this to the police and request their intervention." Her fervent claims swayed several shareholders present. "Yes, let us proceed to the police station right away," Wei Tao declared, seizing Su Shui by the arm and leading her toward the exit. Their intention, however, was not to file a report, but rather to liquidate their shares while they still could, planning to escape abroad. Yet, as they neared the door, they found themselves retreating slowly back inside. Two detectives had blocked their path. "We have received a report linking you to a murder case. You will accompany us for further questioning," one detective stated. "Officer, we are innocent," Wei Tao cried, appealing for mercy. "Any grievances will be addressed at the station. Now, come along," the detective replied, unwavering. How infuriating. We were so close. The two women were taken away by the police, filled with regret. Once Su Lingyu had seen the situation resolved, she departed with Yun Zimo amidst the shareholders' flattery. Back in the car, Xiaoye reported, "Miss, as you suspected, there is indeed a traitor among us. They have been confined to the basement. Let us return and uncover who possesses such audacity." Su Lingyu's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination. The group returned to the Su family mansion, and before they could enter the basement, they were met with heart-wrenching cries. "Please, stop. Do not strike me again." Upon entering the room, two figures were bound to a pillar. A bodyguard was mercilessly beating one of the men, leaving him bloodied and battered, with only the anguished cries during the assaults proving that he was still alive. What else remains unspoken? Please continue. Steward Wong was interrogating the maid, who was also tied to another pillar. I have divulged all that I know. I beg you, do not continue the beating, or someone will surely die, the maid pleaded tearfully. Noticing Su Lingyu and the others enter, Steward Wong quickly approached to report. Listening to his account, Su Lingyu pieced together the events that had transpired. You are quite adept at relaying information to so many while earning a mere pittance working for the Su family. Miss, I was wrong. I implore you to spare us, the maid begged. Spare you? Will my grandmother, if she were aware, ever consent to that? Su Lingyu seethed, wishing to rend her limb from limb. Miss, I never anticipated that Su Erkshu would act so ruthlessly. Otherwise, I would not have dared to mention this to her. Even at the cost of my life, the maid attempted to absolve herself. Steward Wong, find a place to bury them, Su Lingyu declared, unwilling to listen to further excuses. Understood. Steward Wong commanded the bodyguards to prepare to escort the two away. Miss, I beg you, whatever demands you have, I will comply. Please spare us. The maid writhed in desperation, akin to a fish on a chopping board. Take them away, Wong commanded. What? Su Lingyu interjected. A more favorable idea suddenly emerging in her mind upon hearing the maid's words. She approached the maid and stated, I have just thought of a possibility. If you are willing to comply, there may be a glimmer of hope. Miss, please, speak freely, the maid replied, her excitement palpable at the prospect of survival. I want you to confess and await the court's verdict. If Su Shui is sentenced to death, then you must stab Wei Tsuetao 10 times. If she is not sentenced to death, then stab her 5 times, Su Lingyu instructed. The maid was taken aback by Su Lingyu's demands. What? Are you unwilling? If you can accomplish this, I will seek a professional team to defend you. There may even be a chance for life imprisonment or a suspended death sentence. Su Lingyu added. The maid appeared conflicted. Take her away, Su Lingyu decided, not wanting to waste further time. I will do it. I will do it. The maid understood that enduring a miserable life was preferable to certain death. She quickly agreed. That is more like it. Remember, 10 stabs. I will leave a finger for your brother for each stab you fail to deliver. If you do not kill her, then your brother will be the one to die. Understood. Terrified, the maid was now willing to comply with any demand Su Lingyu made. Take her to the police station, Su Lingyu instructed Steward Wong. Satisfied that the matter was settled. Yes, miss, he replied. Subsequently, Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu returned to the morning hall to keep vigil for the late matriarch. By noon the next day, Steward Wong brought news to the morning hall. Miss, Su Shui has been sentenced to death. Wei Tsuetao attempted to take the blame upon herself, but only ended up extending her own sentence by several years. Steward Wong recounted the information he had received. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. With utmost respect. Butler Wong exited the morning hall. Grandmother, did you hear that? I will hold each of those who wronged you accountable, Su Lingyu declared, her grandmother's death igniting within her a fierce wrath. Yun Zimo felt no surprise at Su Lingyu's transformation. Rather, he was filled with sorrow and compassion. He understood that the loss of one's only blood relative could indeed drive a person to madness. Following the court's ruling, Su Shui was taken to face execution, while Wei Tsuetao and her female attendant were placed in a prison transport bound for the women's penitentiary. Throughout the journey, Wei Tsuetao incessantly cursed Su Lingyu, wishing her a miserable fate, while simultaneously wailing for her daughter, who was about to meet her demise. In stark contrast to Wei Tsuetao's lamentations, the female attendant sat silently across from her. Before long, they arrived at their destination. After undergoing a series of health checks and having their personal belongings confiscated, they were dressed in prison uniforms and confined to separate small cells for initial observation. Chapter 70. Evil meets its match in the women's prison. Night fell. The prison staff released them to partake in dinner. Upon entering the cafeteria, it was evident that none of the women present were kind-hearted. Upon sighting the two newcomers, their expressions turned hostile. As they were served, a burly woman bumped into the female attendant and discreetly slipped an object into her pocket. The plan initiated by Miss Su can commence. I will create opportunities for you, the robust woman whispered. What are you doing? A nearby female officer, suspecting an impending altercation, quickly intervened to separate them. Satisfied that her task was accomplished, the burly woman swaggered away. The female attendant, having filled her plate, chose a seat where Wei Tsuetao, unfamiliar with the surroundings, opted to sit opposite her. "Damn Su Lingyu, if you have the guts, come in here and kill me," Wei Tsuetao muttered through clenched teeth, unable to silence her contempt even during dinner. "Ah, your sentence is short. Make sure Su Lingyu does not have an easy time when the opportunity arises," Wei Tsuetao remarked, mistakenly believing the other shared her disdain. At that moment, the burly woman toppled another inmate's meal, seemingly signaling chaos. Before long, a brawl erupted, and the vigilant female officers rushed to quell the disturbance. Indifferent to the fray, Wei Tsuetao merely cast a glance in their direction before continuing her meal. She had yet to realize that the sprawling cafeteria was devoid of conflict on her side. Exhausted from the day's events, she simply wished to eat her fill and retire for the night. The female attendant retrieved the object the burly woman had given her from the floor. It was a sharpened stone knife. With purpose, she recalled the events leading to this moment. Had it not been for the murderous insanity of Su Shui and her daughter, she might have remained undetected for a lifetime. They deserved their fate. Channeling her inner resolve, the female attendant accurately targeted her strike, plunging the stone knife forcefully into Wei Tsuetao's neck from the right side. One strike, the female attendant silently counted. Cough, cough. Wei Tsuetao, struck gravely, could not help but spit out blood mixed with rice grains. As the female attendant took action, she was resolute in ensuring that Wei Tsuetao would perish utterly. Otherwise, it would be her own brother who would meet a grim fate. Drawing out a stone knife, she rose from her seat and stealthily approached Wei Tsuetao, who was clutching her wound, and plunged the blade into the opposite side of her neck. With a swift motion, she withdrew the knife, only to thrust it into her throat once more. 3 strikes. Wei Tsuetao's neck was punctured like a leaky water tank, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, cascading from her chair to the ground. The female attendant, driven by a relentless desire to fulfill her quota of strikes, did not relent. Gripping the stone knife with both hands, she repeatedly stabbed and withdrew, stabbing and withdrawing. 8 strikes, 9 strikes, 10 strikes. Once she had met her quota, she cast the knife aside and laughed maniacally towards the heavens. "I have succeeded. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded." At that moment, the female prison guard, sensing something amiss, hurried over to restrain the attendant. "Quickly, fetch a stretcher." Initially, Wei Tsuetao's body twitched a few times, but as blood gushed forth and spread across the floor, she gradually fell silent. By the time the stretcher arrived, her body had already begun to cool. Before reaching the infirmary of the prison, she was declared dead. Meanwhile, the female attendant was confined, awaiting her judgment. It was not long before the news of Wei Tsuetao's demise reached Su Lingyu. "Go and ensure the basement is taken care of. Leave no trace," she commanded. Butler Wong responded, "Rest assured, miss, I shall handle it." Upon returning to the basement, the attendant's brother, upon seeing someone arrive, eagerly inquired, "Did my sister succeed? Are you here to release me?" Without a word, Butler Wong merely gestured. 2 bodyguards stepped forward and loosened the ropes binding him. "Ha ha ha, so it is true," the attendant's brother joyfully remarked, flexing his wrists, which had grown weak from being tied for days. However, before he could revel in his joy, the 2 bodyguards restrained him. "What are you doing?" he protested, struggling. Unfortunately, no one engaged in conversation with him. His cries and curses echoed through the basement for a considerable time, and when silence finally fell, Butler Wong emerged, carrying a small box and a suitcase. The following day, the female attendant's act of murder in prison was met with a death sentence. In contemporary times, capital punishment is more humane, typically administered via lethal injection. The attendant was escorted into the execution chamber, where, under the direction of the judicial officers, she lay upon the execution table, secure by restraints. A medical professional responsible for the injection entered, gazing at the female attendant on the table, and inquired, "Do you have any final words? We will convey them to your family." "Tell my brother to live well," the attendant replied. "Very well." The medical professional recorded her words. "Now we shall commence." The medical professional began administering the anesthetic into the attendant's body. "By the way, it seems your family insisted that I show you something, and they advised that I should do so after you are sedated. fearing you might become too agitated. The medical professional remarked, "What is it?" The female attendant managed to ask, her voice barely audible as the anesthetic took effect. "It is this." The medical personnel placed a photograph before the maid, revealing a box filled with severed fingers. Upon recognizing the horrific contents, the maid's eyes widened in horror. Alas, the effects of the anesthetic surged through her, rendering her unable to move, her face contorted in anguish. "Let me convey a message," the medical personnel stated. "My promise has been fulfilled. Rest assured, he awaits you in the afterlife." At these words, tears streamed from the corners of the maid's eyes, her gaze brimming with fury, despair, and regret. If only she had not succumbed to the lure of money and become a spy. In her final moments, she regretted her misdeeds, yet time could not be rewound. With the administration of muscle relaxants and a high concentration of potassium chloride, her life came to an abrupt end. Subsequently, her remains were cremated into ashes. Her ashes were collected by an envoy sent by Su Lungyu to be interred alongside those of her brother and the mother-daughter duo, Wei Tsutao. Upon receiving the news, Su Lingyu, having captured all those who conspired against her grandmother, felt a sense of clarity and instructed Butler Wang to inform the prominent families that they could come to pay their respects. In response, these families arrived in droves, filling the funeral hall with wreaths. After the 7 days of mourning concluded, Su Lingyu and Yun Zimo escorted the coffin of the late matriarch to the ancestral grave of the Su family for burial. In stark contrast, the ashes of the conspirators were scattered into a designated pit beside the ancestral grave, symbolizing their eternal disgrace. Standing before her grandmother's grave, Su Lingyu silently expressed, "Grandmother, may your journey be peaceful. I have dealt with all who harmed you. You may now rest." The following day, after attending to the affairs of the late matriarch, Yun Zimo had just seen Su Lingyu off to the company when a servant intercepted him at the entrance of the Su estate. "Young master, Master Wu requests your presence," the servant announced. "What does my master require of me?" Yun Zimo inquired, following the servant to the Su family's villa. Upon entering, he was greeted by the potent aroma of herbal medicine and antiseptics. Master Wu reclined in a chair, the scent emanating from him. Although his bandaged wounds were concealed by clothing, the gauze and adhesive bandage on his face were unmistakable. "Master, what has happened to you?" Yun Zimo rushed forward with concern. Following the unexpected demise of the matriarch, Master Wu refrained from disclosing the details of his injuries, having only received assistance from the servants at the villa to tend to them. "It's nothing serious, merely some superficial wounds," Master Wu replied. "But who did this?" Yun Zimo, aware that anyone capable of injuring his master must be formidable, could not help but inquire further. Seeing the urgency in Yun Zimo's eyes, Master Wu reluctantly recounted the events that transpired after Yun Zimo's attendance at the city lord's birthday banquet. It was then that Yun Zimo learned that the leader of the Eight Desolations sect had engaged in a fierce confrontation with his master on the street. "You killed his disciple that day, and he retaliated against me," Master Wu remarked nonchalantly, though the underlying danger was evident. "Master," as Yun Zimo listened to the description, tears welled up in his eyes, for the wounds he bore were indeed for his own sake. "Ah, my dear disciple, I'm still very much alive. So do not mourn," Master Wu remarked with an air of disdain. "I did not summon you here to lament." Yun Zimo, puzzled, was uncertain of the purpose of his master's summons. Master Wu swiftly alleviated his confusion by retrieving a medicinal vial from his robes and sitting upright from his reclined position. "On that day, I wagered with the leader of the Eight Desolations sect, betting on the life of his disciple. This vial of crimson fire pills serves as the stake. And you did not disappoint me by vanquishing him." He paused briefly before continuing. "These crimson fire pills are a unique secret recipe of the Eight Desolations sect, conferring tremendous benefits for cultivating the blood refinement stage. I chanced upon the knowledge of their existence during a banquet at the Su and Sun families. With these pills, the necessary substances for your blood refinement cultivation are nearly complete. Today, I shall assist you in elevating your prowess." "Thank you, Master," Yun Zimo replied earnestly. Master Wu waved his hand dismissively, signaling that such formalities were unnecessary as he led Yun Zimo into the inner chamber. In the center stood a large wooden tub filled with a medicinal bath, attended by several servants on standby. "Step inside," he instructed. Upon hearing this, Yun Zimo discarded his clothing, handing it to a nearby servant, leaving only his undergarments as he leaped into the medicinal bath. With the crimson fire pills at hand, only his vitality remained lacking. Thus, the medicinal bath was predominantly composed of blood-replenishing herbs, exuding a crimson hue and carrying a faint metallic scent. Observing that everything was in readiness, Master Wu opened the vial and extracted a pill the size of a soybean, its surface a vibrant red. Noting that the vial still contained several hundred pills, with a flick of his finger, he sent the pill into Yun Zimo's awaiting mouth. Though seemingly small, the moment the pill entered, its potency surged forth, causing Yun Zimo to feel an intense warmth enveloping him, as his vitality instinctively sought to refine itself. Sensing this, Yun Zimo promptly activated his cultivation techniques, channeling his internal energy to refine the turbulent vitality within him, just as he had before. As time passed, an hour later, the potency of the crimson fire pill was gradually absorbed, and his vitality ceased its boiling state. He opened his eyes and turned to Master Wu, who had been vigilantly watching over him, aware of his exceptional talent. Upon seeing him awake, Master Wu placed another crimson fire pill into his mouth. If the leader of the 8 Desolation sect were present, he would likely be astounded, for the potency of such a pill typically required a full day and night to absorb completely, and each consumption necessitated a 10-day recovery period before another could be taken. This meant Yun Zimo's cultivation efficiency was over 400 times that of others. Seeing Yun Zimo once again entering a state of cultivation, Master Wu handed the vial to a nearby servant, instructing, "Keep a close watch. If the color of the medicinal bath changes, add more liquid. If Zimo opens his eyes, administer another pill as I did." "Yes, Master Wu," the servant replied respectfully, accepting the vial. After ensuring everything was in order, Master Wu donned a wide-brimmed hat to conceal his injured face before departing from the Su family's estate. At present, Yun Zimo is engrossed in his cultivation, while Su Lingyu finds herself in a vulnerable state, devoid of protection. The imminent threat from the 8 Desolation sect looms, and the death of the matriarch has already burdened him with guilt. Should anything happen to Su Lingyu, the presence of the Jintao sect in Su's domain would become a mere farce. Thus, he takes a carriage to the group, intending to discreetly guard Su Lingyu until Yun Zimo completes his training and they can switch roles. Meanwhile, the leader of the 8 Desolation sect, having endured the trials of travel, arrives at their secluded mountain stronghold carrying a coffin that contains the remains of his disciple. He swiftly digs a large pit, places the coffin within, and covers it with earth. Nearby, he retrieves a sizable stone, skillfully carves it into a rectangular tombstone, and inscribes it with the words "Grave of Sun Xian." After erecting the tombstone at the grave's head, Mo Feng, the sect leader, stands before the grave, tears welling in his fierce eyes as he mourns. "My disciple, your death is unjust. I never anticipated that the man from Jintao sect would take on a disciple who surpasses your level. His talent is formidable, but fret not. Within half a month, I shall take his life as a tribute to you." Sun Xian had accompanied him in these mountains for 4 to 5 years, their bond transcending that of master and disciple, resembling a father-son relationship. Now, with Yun Zimo having slain him, Mo Feng's desire for vengeance swells like a tempest within him. However, on that fateful day, he was thwarted by Master Wu from Jintao sect, forcing him to return with his fallen disciple for burial. Now that Sun Xian has been laid to rest, Mo Feng feels liberated to pursue Yun Zimo's life. Yet, he realizes that he cannot accomplish this alone. Mo Feng delves into memories, contemplating potential allies from among his acquaintances. Soon, he recalls a suitable individual. With his choice made, he wastes no time. He channels his energy and soars into the sky, swiftly traversing the dense forest toward his destination. On the other hand, after work, Su Lingyu discovers that Yun Zimo has not come to escort her home. Upon inquiring, she learns that he is engaged in his training. Not wishing to intrude, she feels an unsettling sensation of being followed, though she finds no evidence to substantiate her fears and concludes it must be a figment of her imagination. A day and a half later, after Yun Zimo has consumed a year's worth of Chihua pills meant for ordinary warriors, the impact of the internal energy burning through his vital essence becomes negligible. Thus, he achieves a significant milestone in his blood refinement. Chapter 72. Uncommon Intelligence. Sensing that there is nothing more to cultivate, Yun Zimo leaps from the medicinal bath. After cleansing himself in the bathhouse and donning the attire provided by a servant, he steps into the courtyard. "Where's my master?" he inquires of a nearby attendant. "I do not know. Master Wu has been leaving early and returning late these past few days, and his whereabouts remain a mystery," the servant replies. "Very well." Yun Zimo concedes, unable to extract further information. It is now the afternoon of the second day. While Su Lingyu remains at the group, Yun Zimo, feeling aimless, returns to his chamber. Barely settling down, he is suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. "Young master, Miss Yunwan insists on seeing you." "All right, I understand." Indeed, in the wake of the matriarch's passing, he has neglected to visit Yunwan for several days. After traversing several corridors, Yun Zimo arrived at the door of Yunwan's room. Voices were emanating from within. "Why hasn't my brother arrived yet?" Yunwan's voice drifted out. "Rest assured, Wan, I saw your brother return just a while ago, and I have already informed him. He will be here shortly to take care of you," replied Aunt Wang. "Very well," Yunwan responded. "Knock, knock, knock." Hearing the sound of knocking, Aunt Wang hurried to open the door. "Wan, your brother has arrived," Aunt Wang announced upon seeing Yun Zimo at the threshold. However, upon realizing her brother's presence, Yunwan did not rush to greet him. Instead, she sat on the edge of the bed, her back turned to the door, resembling a sulking child. Noticing this, Yun Zimo spoke gently. "Wan, I have come to see you." "Humph, you're late." "I'm already angry," Yunwan replied, tilting her head defiantly. "Then I shall have to eat this chicken cutlet all by myself," said Yun Zimo. Yunwan swallowed hard, unfazed. "It's just a chicken cutlet. I am no longer a child. But it's 2 whole pieces. Since you don't want them, I will devour them all," Yun Zimo teased, making exaggerated swallowing sounds. No, they're all mine," Yunwan exclaimed, turning around in a panic, only to find that Yun Zimo held nothing in his hands. Instantly, Yunwan burst into tears. "Bad brother, you tricked me." Yet, both Yun Zimo and Aunt Wang could not help but laugh at her reaction. "You are all villains." "Mocking me?" pouted Yunwan. "All right, I promise to bring you some tomorrow," Yun Zimo consoled her. Upon hearing that there would be chicken cutlets tomorrow, Yunwan's expression brightened. 2 pieces. You cannot go back on your word." "I assure you, I will bring them," Yun Zimo vowed, thumping his chest. "By the way, Wan, how have you been feeling lately?" he inquired. Listening to Yun Zimo's question, Yunwan pondered for a moment before responding. "Well, Aunt Wang gives me delicious food every day. I'm doing very well." "All you think about is food," Yun Zimo said, shaking his head in exasperation. "Aunt Wang also teaches me knowledge. It's called mathematics. I could do 11 minus 2. Yunwan proudly nodded her head. "And what about 22? Yun Zimo asked. 4. Yunwan replied without hesitation. "Ah, there is some progress," Yun Zimo remarked, surprised. It seemed the recent treatment was effective, as Yunwan's intellect was evidently improving. "Now, let us increase the difficulty," Yun Zimo declared. "Bring it on." Yunwan was unafraid. Observing her confident demeanor, Yun Zimo decided to raise the stakes, stating, "What is 11? Unable to answer, Yunwan simply extended a finger. This astonished Yun Zimo, who promptly turned to Aunt Wang and asked, "Has Yunwan even learned multiplication?" Aunt Wang, equally astonished, replied, "No, I just taught her the numbers 1 through 10. Yunwan chimed in, "I don't know. My mind just tells me the answer to your question is 1. Unfazed, Yun Zimo presented the ultimate challenge. "What is 99 times 81? Without hesitation, Yunwan immediately stated the answer. "Amazing," Yun Zimo murmured in awe. Aunt Wang suddenly realized and spoke. "The doctor mentioned some time ago that Miss Yunwan's cerebral hemorrhage has been almost entirely resolved. He also suggested that there's a possibility of her regaining some memories, perhaps those from her elementary school days." "Yunwan, do you remember how you learned multiplication?" Yun Zimo asked. "Multiplication? What is multiplication?" Yunwan replied, perplexed. Is the question I just asked you 11? Yun Zimo responded. I don't know. As soon as you asked, the answer appeared in my mind. Yin Wan candidly admitted. It seems that the 9-year compulsory education in Xia country has taken deep root. With the multiplication table firmly embedded in her mind, thought Yun Zimo to himself. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment. If Yin Wan could recover some memories, it would aid in finding her family. Brother, quickly give me a problem. I want to answer. Yin Wan said anxiously, seemingly eager to see Yun Zimo struggle. In that case, you cannot blame me. Listen carefully, Yun Zimo said with a mischievous smile. 74239828291. Yun Zimo recited a string of numbers. Unsure of what he had just said. 6. Oh dear, my head feels a bit dizzy. Yin Wan exclaimed after voicing a number, feeling slightly lightheaded. Whether Yin Wan was genuinely dizzy or feigning it, Yun Zimo decided to give her a break, saying, Then you should rest well. I will come to see you tomorrow. All right, but remember my large chicken steak. Yin Wan insisted, fearing Yun Zimo would forget. Understood. Yun Zimo replied as he exited the room. Unbeknownst to anyone, if the numbers Yun Zimo had just uttered were inputted into a computer, the first digit of the result would unmistakably be 6. Having settled matters concerning Yin Wan, Yun Zimo returned to his bedroom. The steward Wang, responsible for the operation of the entire Su family estate, was well aware of Yun Zimo's whereabouts and dispatched someone to inquire whether he would be picking up the young lady today. Naturally, Yun Zimo did not decline. The steward Wang promptly made the necessary arrangements upon receiving the order. As evening approached, Yun Zimo set off in the waiting vehicle to fetch Su Longyu. Upon seeing Yun Zimo, Su Longyu's face lit up with surprise. Zimo, you finished your training so quickly. Of course it was that fast. Yun Zimo replied. He had now reached the pinnacle of the blood refinement realm, with his ordinary punch strength nearing 1,000 pounds. Should he unleash his internal strength to the fullest, it could potentially exceed 10,000 pounds. Once he advances to the next realm, the bone refinement realm, he would be on par with his master. Yun Zimo was acutely aware of his extraordinary talent. After all, this was the culmination of his master's lifelong efforts, and he was nearing that level in just a few months. Meanwhile, Master Wu, lurking in the shadows, had grown accustomed to his disciples boasting about his rapid progress. Even if Yun Zimo were to achieve innate mastery tomorrow, it would not stir any emotions within him, seeing that Yun Zimo had arrived to escort her. Master Wu naturally departed first, as he had no habit of eavesdropping. Chapter 73. The Candle of Shadows, a day apart, felt like 3 autumns. The two in the vehicle leaned against each other, sharing tender moments. Zimo, do you remember you promised to fulfill 3 of my requests? Su Longyu suddenly asked. I remember. What is it? Yun Zimo had not forgotten the unequal agreement he had reluctantly signed to placate her. Thus, I shall present my first request. Henceforth, you must refrain from vanishing without notice. Please inform me in advance. A phone call will suffice. Su Longyu articulated her initial demand. Do you know? Yesterday, when you did not come to fetch me, my heart raced incessantly. Had I not returned home to learn of your cultivation, I might have lost my sanity. I promise you, I will ensure to notify you of my actions henceforth, Yun Zimo assured, understanding that Su Longyu had yet to emerge from the shadow of her grandmother's passing, and his sudden absence had profoundly affected her. That is more like it, Su Longyu replied, leaning against Yun Zimo's shoulder, her hands tightly gripping his arm, before she closed her eyes like a sleepy kitten. During the day and a half of Yun Zimo's absence, she had neither eaten nor slept well. Now, after a long day of work, exhaustion had settled in. Yun Zimo remained still, fearing to disturb her rest. Upon arriving at the Su family residence, he carried Su Longyu into the bedroom and gently laid her down, tucking her in with a blanket. He considered checking to see if his master had returned, but recalling his recent promise to Su Longyu, he obediently slipped under the covers. He cherished every moment with her far more than any martial pursuit, and the art of combat posed no challenge for him. It was merely a night without practice. Meanwhile, the leader of the 8 Desolation sect halted before a martial arts hall, the sign emblazoned with the words Zhen Tian Martial Arts Hall. If you wish to learn martial arts, Please return tomorrow, an elder closing up for the night remarked. It was unexpected that the once dominant Zhu, a legendary figure, would now reside in a martial arts hall as a mere gatekeeper, Mo Feng observed. What are you saying? I do not comprehend. The elder feigned ignorance. Hastening the closure of the door, Mo Feng quickly stepped forward to grasp the heavy iron gate, preventing the elder from shutting it. Signorine, I have come today to discuss a matter of great importance, Mo Feng stated directly. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. And noting the elder's demeanor did not suggest a quest for vengeance, Zhu ceased his insistence on closing the door and instead relaxed, stepping inside. Mo Feng followed him into the hall, where upon entry, he found a training arena filled with various martial arts equipment. Surrounding the arena were antiquated stone tables and benches, where Zhu ambled over and slowly seated himself. Speak, what is it? Zhu inquired, sitting upright. Mo Feng immediately recounted the incident where his disciple had been harmed. After laying out the entire story, he respectfully implored, I beseech you, Signorine, to lend your assistance. You must remember that you once swept through the entire southern city with your mastery of the bow and refinement realm. Montauk Feng. I've had the privilege of witnessing your prowess alongside my master. Upon hearing Mo Feng's account, Zhu waved his hand in refusal, saying, seek someone more capable. I no longer involve myself in the conflicts of the martial world. Furthermore, if you possess the discerning eye to observe, you would know that I, an old man, have diminished significantly, my strength barely a fraction of what it once was. Assisting you would likely be beyond my capabilities. As Mo Feng raised his gaze, he found, as expected, that Zhu's face was already marred with age spots. Furthermore, the man's aura was feeble, his waist bent, completely devoid of the commanding presence one would expect from a martial artist of the bow and refinement realm. He appeared utterly lifeless. Unwilling to yield, Mo Feng resolved to test the waters with the other man. Then I shall have to bestow the longevity herb, which has been cherished by the Eight Desolations sect for many years, upon someone else. The mention of the longevity herb made Zhu spring to attention, his astonishment palpable. For one whose lifespan was dwindling, the allure of such a life-extending item was irresistible. However, he soon returned to his seat, responding, this longevity herb only bears efficacy if it reaches a potency of 100 years, with golden threads sprouting from the grass. Moreover, once uprooted, it ceases to grow. I fear you might be attempting to deceive me into aiding you. Seeing that the other man doubted him, Mo Feng retrieved his phone and presented a photograph, stating, this is a picture I took on my way here. Take a look. Zhu quickly accepted the phone, and the image revealed a verdant valley with a singular green grass standing tall at its center, entwined with a faint golden thread. Noticing Zhu engrossed in the photograph, Mo Feng continued, this longevity herb was discovered by my esteemed master. At the time, it had not yet reached 100 years of potency, so he noted the coordinates to return once it matured. Regrettably, he passed away before he could witness its ripening. Mo Feng then reclaimed his phone and said, since you, Elderine, are enjoying your twilight years, I shall seek my fortune elsewhere. With that, he made to exit. Hold on, Zhu called out. Elderine, is there something else you require? Mo Feng feigned ignorance. I am willing to take action, Zhu declared. However, Elderine, your vitality appears to be waning. I fear that should I request your assistance, you might inadvertently fall victim to that man surnamed Wu, Mo Feng replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Understanding that this fellow would not act without tangible motivation, Zhu took a deep breath and gathered his strength. A series of explosive sounds erupted as Zhu, whose form had been hunched, suddenly sprang several inches taller. He thrust his hands into the stone table with ferocity, lifting it overhead before bellowing, now what do you say? With an aura akin to a raging tempest, Zhu addressed Mo Feng. I must express my gratitude for your willingness to assist. Elderine, Mo Feng bowed, recognizing that the elder's prowess had not yet diminished. However, I must first lay eyes on this longevity herb before proceeding. Zhu, once again adopting a hunched posture, replied, very well, but I require assurance of its existence first. Humph, given Elder Yin's demeanor, I think it best I take my leave, Mo Feng remarked. Well aware of Inju's past inclination towards violence and deceit, which made it unlikely he would reveal the herb's location first. Caught in his own machinations, Inju's face flushed, yet he quickly adopted a smile reminiscent of a blossoming flower. Do not be hasty, sect Master Mo. I merely worry that the longevity herb might be taken by another, rendering my efforts futile. Rest assured, Elder Een, should the longevity herb be lost, I shall leave your fate in your hands, Mo Fong assured, thumping his chest in promise. Sigh, sect Master Mo, your strength is formidable. How could I possibly contend with my waning vitality? Inju waved his hand dismissively. What then do you propose, Elder Een? Mo Fong inquired. I possess a lethal powder known as the 10-day death powder, acquired in my earlier years. Consuming it under the heavens guarantees demise within 10 days. If Master Mo is indeed fervent in his quest for vengeance, he ought to ingest this concoction. Once Master Mo delivers the longevity herb into my hands, I shall certainly provide the antidote in return. Inju, with a swift motion, tore open a compartment in his trousers and produced a pouch of powdered medicine. Mo Feng's expression wavered between uncertainty and resolve, unsure of how to proceed. I am but an old relic, should Master Mo refuse to take this medicine. I shall not accompany him. Inju appeared impatient. Mo Feng, recalling the tragic fate of his deceased disciple, clenched his jaw and seized the poison from Inju's grasp, consuming it without hesitation. I hope you uphold your promise, Senior Een. Excellent. Master Mo is decisive. Inju clapped his hands in delight. We must not delay. Let us depart tonight to purchase tickets to the South City. In our old age, we must conserve our vitality. Very well, Mo Feng managed to utter, though he began to doubt the wisdom of his recent decision as he listened to Inju, who still needed to travel by vehicle to reach South City. Chapter 74. Pursuit and Assassination on Yet Another Morning. Yun Zimo extricated himself from the embrace of Su Lingyu and rose from the bed. Residing with Su Lingyu was agreeable, save for the necessity of enduring several cold showers each day. Legally, they had obtained a marriage certificate, thus recognized as a legitimate couple. However, Yun Zimo grappled with a personal hurdle, the absence of a formal proposal to Su Lingyu. Aside from this step, they had fulfilled all other expectations of a couple. Yun Zimo resolved that after dropping Su Lingyu off at the group in the morning, he would visit a jewelry store to procure a ring. With this thought, he gently extracted Su Lingyu's left hand from the covers while she slept, gesturing towards the ring finger, memorizing its size before returning it to its resting place. Meanwhile, bolstered by the advanced transportation of the Xian Nation, Mo Feng and Inju had arrived outside the Su family estate after a night journey. The previous delay Mo Feng experienced was due to the 8 Desolation sect being situated deep within the mountains, consuming much time in the ascent, compounded by the need to accommodate his disciple Sun Xian, who was merely at the meridian opening stage. Let us proceed, declared Mo Feng, taking decisive strides forward, ready to force his way in. However, Inju swiftly grasped him, pulling him back into the greenery. Have you truly assessed your capabilities? We are merely in the bone refinement stage, not innate warriors, Inju said earnestly. If there are firearms within the Su household, we risk being shot at if we approach carelessly. I managed to enter last time under the pretense of tea. It should be fine, Mo Feng retorted, though internally he recognized the validity of Inju's caution. Your previous entrance was under the guise of civility. Otherwise, even without firearms, should the authorities be alerted, you would be overwhelmed, Inju thought to himself, bemused by Mo Feng's stubbornness. He continued, recalling how Mo Feng had narrated the events leading to his entrance into the Su residence. What do you suggest we do then? Montauk Feng inquired. Wait. Mo Feng pondered, feeling a sense of urgency. You're not anxious, but I am. I am currently poisoned and wish to remedy it as soon as possible. The individual who killed your disciple was merely a bodyguard. Should not he accompany you? If you were to intercept him midway, you could avenge your disciple's death. I shall remain stationed outside the Su family estate, ready to confront that man from the Jintao sect the moment he emerges. Inju swiftly organized everything. Very well, Mo Feng replied. As the two conversed, A vehicle halted at the entrance of the Su family estate, and Yun Zimo, along with Su Lingyu, entered the car. "It is them. I shall proceed," Mo Feng declared, his eyes glinting with vengeful intent as he spoke to Inju. "Go ahead. I shall keep watch from here," Inju instructed. Mo Feng deftly leaped away, making his way to the entrance of the villa complex to await their arrival. Unbeknownst to Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu, danger lurked nearby. The driver followed the usual route toward the Su Corporation, navigating traffic lights and speed limits, allowing Mo Feng to easily trail behind them. Though Su Lingyu's workplace was situated in the city center, urban areas inevitably contained pockets of village-like neighborhoods. After several intersections without opportunity, Mo Feng grew impatient when the driver turned onto a tree-lined lane. His spirits lifted, he quickened his pace, swiftly overtaking Su Lingyu's vehicle and positioning himself in the road to block their path. The driver, startled by the sudden obstruction, slammed on the brakes, leaving 2 long skid marks on the asphalt. Inside the car, Yun Zimo shielded Su Lingyu, and they remained unharmed. The shaken driver yelled at Mo Feng, who stood resolutely in the middle of the road. "Have you lost your mind? Get out of the way." Ignoring the driver's pleas, Mo Feng remained immobile. Seeing this, the driver exited the vehicle and approached, saying, "You've chosen the wrong person to harass. If you don't clear off, I'll call the police." He advanced, intending to shove Mo Feng aside. Bang! Before the driver could make contact, Mo Feng casually delivered a kick. The driver felt himself lifted off the ground, crashing violently against the windshield, losing consciousness before the pain could register, his fate hanging in the balance. Master of the 8 Desolations sect, Mo Feng, has come for vengeance. You shall swiftly descend and meet your demise. The name of the 8 Desolations sect struck fear in the hearts of the two, unprepared for such rapid retribution. Yun Zimo turned to Su Lingyu. "Quickly inform my master. I will confront him." "All right, but be careful," Su Lingyu urged, recognizing the urgency. She promptly retrieved her phone and dialed Butler Wang. Meanwhile, Yun Zimo stepped outside to face the master of the 8 Desolations sect. Su Lingyu hurriedly relayed the unfolding events to Butler Wang. Upon receiving the news, Wang immediately contacted Master Wu. "What?" Master Wu exclaimed in shock. Though his injuries had nearly healed, he hurriedly set off at a swift pace toward the location where Yun Zimo and the others had encountered trouble. However, as he exited the Su family estate, his gaze caught sight of an elderly man seated by the roadside, causing his previously rapid steps to slow unexpectedly. As the elderly man spotted Master Wu, he slowly rose to his feet and approached him. The two were on the verge of passing each other like casual strollers. However, in that moment, both individuals simultaneously launched into action, exchanging dozens of blows in mere seconds. They then distanced themselves from one another. The legendary wave fist of the Jin Tao sect truly lived up to its reputation, with strikes resembling surging tides. Once mastered, one could almost hear the echo of a tsunami with each punch. The old man chuckled heartily. The soul capture claw of the Xianyin sect was notorious throughout the southern city, unleashing wails that resembled the cries of tormented spirits. Its fingers, akin to ethereal chains, rendered the victim helpless and severed their meridians. Master Wu clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "To think that after all these years, you still recognize me," he remarked. Inju's expression was one of regret. Had his opponent been caught off guard, he might have had a better chance in their encounter. The only perfected bone-tempering practitioner from years past certainly left a lasting impression. "I wonder why you, Signorine, are blocking my path. If it is regarding the Ba Huang sect's Mo Feng, no matter the price he offers, I am willing to pay tenfold," Master Wu declared, hoping to persuade his adversary, even though their earlier confrontation had not yielded any advantage for him. "Oh, do you possess the life-extending herb?" Inju inquired. "The life-extending herb? Such a treasure is elusive and rare. Who would have thought the Ba Huang sect would have it?" Nevertheless, Master Wu remained undeterred and replied, "If you are willing to step aside today, I shall ensure that the Su family scours the nation for the herb to present to you." "Then it seems there is none," Inju bluntly stated. "So, you refuse to let us pass?" Master Wu asked one last time, his urgency to save his disciple leaving little room for wordplay. Inju remained steadfast, indicating his resolute stance. Master Wu knew that if he could not defeat him, passage would be impossible. Thus he let out a fierce shout and charged with all his might. Chapter 75. The Great Battle with Mo Feng. As Master Wu became entangled in his struggle, the situation for Yun Zimo was equally grim. Gazing at the middle-aged man, radiating the aura of a ferocious beast, Yun Zimo inquired, "Who are you, and why do you obstruct our path?" He had not encountered this individual before. Mo Feng, filled with rage, laughed mockingly and replied, "I am Mo Feng, the leader of the Bahuang sect." It was he. This man had fought against his master just days prior, and now he reappeared so soon. Moreover, being a bone-tempering practitioner, Yun Zimo knew he was no match for him. Observing Yun Zimo's silence, Mo Feng continued, "Today, I have come to exact my revenge. Speak your last words quickly. Before the police arrive, I shall relish in torturing you, making you aware that there are realms beyond your comprehension. Leader Mo, my master is on his way. I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, my master and I together might just manage to take you down," Yun Zimo threatened. For Mo Feng, the desire to see Yun Zimo perish in endless agony and despair was insatiable. He could not quell his hatred otherwise. Thus, he did not hold back, stating plainly, "I fear your master will not arrive. Even if he does, all he will find is your lifeless body." Yun Zimo descend Montag Feng's implication, his expression darkening as he realized there were others on his master's side. However, if he were to face Mo Feng alone, he would likely be defeated in mere moments. The only viable course of action left was a single word: flee. Yun Zimo executed the thunder's cloud step, swiftly making his escape towards a park adjacent to the shaded pathway. Mo Feng, however, would not allow him to succeed. With a powerful stomp that shattered the ground, he surged forward with the ferocity of a thunderbolt, rapidly closing the distance to Yun Zimo. "Leave it," Mo Feng commanded decisively, delivering a kick to Yun Zimo's rear. Struck, Yun Zimo lost control and was sent hurtling into a rock formation within the park, followed by a resounding crash. Emerging from the rubble, Yun Zimo glanced back at the approaching Mo Feng, feeling a sense of relief. The latter was oblivious to his connection with Su Longyu. Otherwise, capturing her from the car would leave him with no choice but to yield. "Keep running," Mo Feng urged. Yet, Yun Zimo remained steadfast, facing his adversary without flinching. He had realized that his speed was insufficient to evade him. Retreating would leave him defenseless, so he resolved to fight back, perhaps finding a glimmer of hope. The commotion had drawn the attention of a few scattered parkgoers, one of whom promptly dialed the police. "Hello, is this the police? There's a fight here at South City People's Park, and they've damaged the rock formation. Please send more officers." Being martial artists, both men were keenly aware of the call for help. A flicker of hope ignited within Yun Zimo, only to be swiftly extinguished by Mo Feng's taunting words. "Kid, it seems you have only a few minutes left to live." 8 desolations breaking heaven fist. Mo Feng summoned his internal energy, his fist slicing through the air with a menacing crack as he launched a fierce assault on Yun Zimo. Realizing evasion was futile, Yun Zimo unleashed the wave's fist with all his might. The fists collided, and Yun Zimo was once again sent crashing back into the rock formation. However, it was not long before he emerged anew, his trembling hands revealing the toll of their encounter, flesh torn from the force of the clash. Despite his injuries, Mo Feng appeared astonished. "You could withstand 50 of my strength? It seems you possess the prowess of a perfected blood realm practitioner. You must not be allowed to live." Mo Feng had held back earlier, fearing he might kill Yun Zimo in one blow, which would only serve to benefit him. He intended to prolong the torment until death. Faced with an overwhelmingly superior opponent, Yun Zimo felt an unprecedented pressure. What was he to do? Mo Feng would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. Launching an onslaught with a thunderous roar, the barrage struck Yun Zimo like a tempest. Raising his left hand, he clumsily shielded his upper body, yet he was relentlessly pushed back by the bullet-like strikes. Mo Feng's heavy punches were not easily received. Each impact elicited involuntary grunts from Yun Zimo. The area struck bore marks ranging from lacerations to fractures. Realizing that he could not afford to remain passive any longer, Yun Zimo began to discern the rhythm of Mo Feng's attacks. Seizing an opportunity as Mo Feng's left hand advanced, he deflected it to the side with his own left hand, exploiting the opening that left his opponent vulnerable. Wave's fist. His right hand struck fiercely against Mo Feng's face. The force of his attack barely causing Mo Feng to tilt his head back, though it did open a gash on his lip. Mo Feng licked the blood trickling from his lips, seething with rage, and seized Yun Zimo's right hand, which he attempted to retract. Yun Zimo struggled desperately, but against Mo Feng's overwhelming strength, he was utterly powerless. Realizing his predicament, Yun Zimo resorted to leveraging his own strength, delivering a kick to Mo Feng's abdomen in an attempt to break free. However, it felt as though he had struck a steel plate, rendering his effort futile. Mo Feng raised Yun Zimo's right hand and, with a motion reminiscent of a battering ram, struck his forearm with tremendous force. A sickening crack echoed as Yun Zimo's forearm shattered into two pieces. A piercing scream erupted from him, the excruciating pain eliciting a wail of despair. To Mo Feng, Yun Zimo's cries were akin to the most exquisite melody, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Yet, the pain in his own lips stirred a hint of irritation within him. Fueled by renewed fury, Mo Feng gripped Yun Zimo's right hand, akin to tearing a frayed strap, and smashed it violently against the ground. The impact created a deep crater in the earth. Blood gushed from Yun Zimo's mouth, and he had lost the strength to scream further. Mo Feng released Yun Zimo's hand and approached his side, declaring, "First, I'll shatter your dantian, and then we shall see if you possess the strength to retaliate." With that, he unleashed a brutal blow to Yun Zimo's abdomen, producing a resounding crash. Oddly enough, Mo Feng had intended to pierce through his belly, yet something akin to a stone obstructed his attack. Before he could assess the obstruction, he suddenly felt a whip strike his back. "Please stop," a trembling voice pleaded. Mo Feng frowned and turned around, encountering a young man clad in athletic wear, wielding a jump rope with a few onlookers nearby. This strike was a profound insult to Mo Feng, akin to being bitten by an insignificant ant while strolling down the street, with the ant's only consequence being its own obliteration. The youth, blissfully unaware of the calamity he had invited, continued, "The police are on their way. You'd best refrain from further violence." Mo Feng remained silent, simply stepping closer and snatching the jump rope from his grasp. Sensing imminent danger, the young man attempted to flee. With a swift crack, accompanied by the sound of the rope slicing through the air, the young man's head was severed, leaving him bewildered as to how he had met his demise. Chapter 76. Seeking the Errant Needle? The Dragon Needle. The Wave Fist. After dealing with the youth, Mo Feng heard Yun Zimo's voice behind him. Noticing the commotion, Mo Feng turned to investigate, which played into Yun Zimo's hands. Utilizing his still functional left fist, he aimed a strike towards Mo Feng's eye. Fully aware that he was no match for him, Yun Zimo hoped to impart a profound lesson with his life, intending to shatter Mo Feng's eye. However, as Mo Feng turned, his peripheral vision caught sight of Yun Zimo's impending attack. With a dismissive scoff, Mo Feng turned his head slightly back. Yun Zimo instinctively sensed the movements of his opponent and felt a surge of dread. However, retreat was no longer an option. He could only brace himself and unleash his attack. Unable to bear the thought of failure, Yun Zimo closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. With a soft thud, he wondered where his punch had landed. The sensation that returned to him left him momentarily dazed, akin to striking a block of soft tofu, yielding and crumbling upon contact. Conversely, Mo Feng felt as if he had been struck by an armor-piercing projectile. His head warped from the impact, and he was propelled backward, skidding across the ground for hundreds of meters, leaving a trail of blood before finally coming to a halt. How could this be possible? How could he deliver such a terrifying blow? Mo Feng, filled with confusion, convulsed a couple of times before falling still. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. A murder had been committed. Only then did those around them react, frantically scattering in all directions. Yun Zimo slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Mo Feng's lifeless body sprawled hundreds of meters away in a gruesome state, he was struck dumb. What was happening? Did I strike his vital point? Unbeknownst to Yun Zimo, his attack on Mo Feng's Dantian had not been effective. Rather, it had awakened the slumbering cloud dragon coiled within Mo Feng's Dantian. If he were capable of internal observation, he might have noticed that a small scale was missing from the first claw of the dragon's right paw. Yet, without the innate ability to perceive his Dantian, Yun Zimo remained oblivious to the situation within. In the northern region of the Xia Kingdom, within the residence of the 4 prominent families in the capital, attendants concurrently reported to the family heads. Report: the Seeking Dragon Needle has shown signs of activity, but it has quickly returned to stillness. Before long, several family heads gathered in one place. Esteemed colleagues, how do you interpret the movement of the Seeking Dragon Needle? One head inquired as everyone assembled. I speculate that either a remnant of the Yun family has been slain, triggering the needle, or a breakthrough to the innate level has failed, resulting in death. I am inclined to believe it is the latter. Another head, shrewd and calculating, offered. Haha, I would not discount the possibility that the needle, having lain dormant for years, is on the verge of malfunction, remarked a third head. That is unlikely. I believe it is indeed a failed breakthrough. This might be the remnant of the Yun family with the most abysmal potential. Haha, the final head concluded, bursting into laughter. The other family heads echoed this speculation, joining in the laughter, and thus the gathering dispersed. On the other side of the Xia Kingdom, in a village of the eastern region, a seemingly middle-aged man held a bronze compass, upon which a white jade dragon-shaped needle pointed. Beside him stood a young man, who remarked, "Master, why did the Seeking Dragon Needle briefly point southwest before returning to stillness? Should it not continuously indicate a direction?" The middle-aged man, his gaze fixed intently on the needle, felt a sense of relief as it remained motionless for a while. When a Seeking Dragon Needle stirs, the true dragon awakens. If the needle shatters, the true dragon perishes. This was a secret saying passed down through the generations of the Yunwei leaders. Disciple, I must embark on a journey. For the time being, you will oversee the Cloud Guard. There is a dragon-seeking needle in the room. Should it become damaged one day, disband the Cloud Guard and seek me in the south. Yes, master, the young man replied. The figure of the middle-aged man gradually faded, his essence having already traveled 1,000 meters away. Unbeknownst to Yun Zimo, his earlier strike had stirred a multitude of forces. At that moment, he lay motionless on the ground, his injuries causing excruciating pain with even the slightest movement. Suddenly, a thought crossed Yun Zimo's mind. There were matters concerning his master that required attention. He propped himself up, determined to return to the Su family. Enduring the agony that coursed through him, he managed to stand, only to hear the urgent calls of Su Lengyu and Master Wu. "Yun Zimo, where are you?" "I am here," he called back. Upon hearing his response, the two hastened to the rockery, where they discovered Yun Zimo alongside the lifeless body of Mo Feng. "Zimo, how are you?" Su Lengyu inquired with concern. She had remained hidden in the vehicle until she spotted Master Wu, but had Yun Zimo perished, she would have summoned all armed guards from overseas to avenge him. "Disciple, how did you kill him? And who is this corpse?" Master Wu asked, staring incredulously at the body on the ground. "Master, your arm." Yun Zimo could not help but inquire, noticing the empty sleeve of Master Wu's right side. "First, tell me what transpired here," Master Wu insisted. Thus, Yun Zimo recounted the events that had unfolded. "Are you saying you unleashed the Wave Peak Fist, and he slid across the ground to his death?" Master Wu gestured with his remaining left hand, disbelief etched across his face. "I do not know. I felt that my end was near, so I closed my eyes and struck out," Yun Zimo explained, mimicking the motion. Master Wu scratched his head. Puzzled but relieved that Yun Zimo was unharmed, he decided not to dwell on the mystery further. Moreover, given Yun Zimo's extraordinary martial talent, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he could slay an opponent stronger than himself. "What happened to your arm, Master?" Yun Zimo inquired once more. Master Wu began to narrate his encounter with Yin Zhu. Just minutes prior, they had engaged in combat, although Yin Zhu was at the pinnacle of the bone refinement stage. The influence of the 5 declines of heaven rendered their combat abilities evenly matched. However, Yin Zhu, weakened by declining vitality, could not sustain the intensity of the battle for long. During the skirmish, Master Wu sensed his opponent's waning strength and, after a fierce exchange, remarked, Signorine, it would be wise to concede. Under the 5 declines, you are no match for me. Inju, who despised being labeled as aged, retorted angrily, Humph. Once your disciple is dead, the leader of the 8 desolate sect, and I shall escort you to meet him. Old fool, if you wish to die, I shall oblige you. Master Wu thought as they continued their fierce struggle. After 50 exchanges, he managed to incapacitate Inju with a powerful kick. Noticing Inju's state, Master Wu disregarded the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow and swiftly turned to rescue Yun Zimo, unaware that Inju possessed a boiling blood elixir, capable of temporarily suppressing his injuries. Master Wu, caught off guard, was ensnared by the soul-seizing claw of the shadowy candle that erupted from the ground, gripping his right arm. Now that I have you, prepare to meet your demise, the shadowy candle declared, blood seeping from the corners of its mouth. Master Wu struggled in vain for a long while, unable to break free. Do you truly believe I am powerless? He growled, enduring the pain as he forcefully tore his arm free. With a swift and powerful kick, he struck the shadowy candle in the neck, killing it instantly. Chapter 77. After the battle, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air. Several officers emerged from their vehicle, confronted by a scene reminiscent of a bomb explosion, with several bodies in a gruesome state. Instantly, they drew their firearms. Don't move, one officer commanded upon spotting Yun Zimo and the others at the scene. Su Lingyu raised her hands, exclaiming, Officer, please call an ambulance. They are gravely injured. The officer, noticing the dire condition of Yun Zimo and Master Wu, observed that Yun Zimo's right arm resembled a broken twig, barely hanging on by a shred of skin. His upper body was almost entirely battered, with a gaping hole in his abdomen revealing the writhing of his intestines. Master Wu, though missing his right arm, appeared to be in a slightly better condition. The lead officer gestured to a teammate who understood the cue and, after retracting his weapon a safe distance away, began contacting the medical services for an ambulance. Approach slowly. The commanding officer instructed Su Lingyu, the only one among them uninjured and capable of communication. Obediently, she complied, only to be handcuffed by a female officer, who proceeded to check her for weapons. After a thorough search, the female officer shook her head at the lead officer. Shifting his focus to Yun Zimo and Master Wu, the officer instructed, if you can still walk, make your way over to that horizontal bar. Understood, Yun Zimo replied earnestly. Thus, the two of them were handcuffed by their relatively intact left hands to the bar and subjected to a search. Once the individuals at the crime scene were secured, the officers holstered their weapons. The team leader commanded, establish a perimeter and notify the Criminal Investigation Department to come for an examination of the scene. Yes, sir. A police officer responded. Su Lingyu was taken aside for questioning. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived on the scene. Under police escort, Yun Zimo and Master Wu boarded the vehicle. The medical personnel, noticing the empty sleeve of Master Wu, inquired, Where is your arm? Why bring that up? Master Wu, now a one-armed hero, replied curtly. Just hurry and take us to the hospital. Yun Zimo quickly added, Master, the doctor means that if we find your hand, they might be able to reattach it. Reattach it? Master Wu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the medical personnel confirmed. Excellent. It's south on the road leading out of the Su family's villa area. Master Wu exclaimed joyfully. Yun Zimo, exasperated, thought to himself that Master Wu had not ventured out for years. Who would understand the mention of the Su family estate? Allow me to direct. He offered, having become well acquainted with the routes while shuttling Su Lingyu between the Su family and the corporation in recent days. Thus, the ambulance arrived at Master Wu's severed arm with its siren blaring. Upon disembarking, the expressions of the two accompanying police officers instantly shifted. One officer immediately made a phone call. Captain, we have discovered another corpse, clutching the severed arm of the suspect. Understood. Send over the location and keep a close watch on the individual with the severed arm, came the curt reply. Upon arrival, the medical personnel attempted to detach the arm from the corpse, but it proved impossible to budge. Could you lend a hand? One officer inquired. Stepping forward, he exerted all his strength but found the corpse firmly grasping the severed arm with its bloodied fingers. Allow me to try, Master Wu interjected. Be cautious, cautioned another officer. Let him give a shot. The severed arm may not be reattachable if left too long, suggested the medical staff. Very well, but no unnecessary movements, the officer conceded. Master Wu approached and, with considerable effort, began to extract the fingers embedded in the flesh of the severed arm, one by one. Afterward, he handed the arm to the medical personnel and, seemingly indifferent, boarded the ambulance. The vehicle resumed its journey, transporting Yun Zimo and his companion to the hospital. They were not kept waiting long before being ushered into the operating room. Meanwhile, in the police station within the chief's office, a robust man clad in attire resembling that of the police but distinctively marked, held up an identification badge and spoke with an undeniable authority. The Special Investigation Unit has taken over this case. Withdraw your personnel. Understood. I will make the arrangements. The police chief promptly replied, fully aware of the existence of such specialized units. At both crime scenes, numerous personnel in distinctive uniforms replaced the on-site officers, erasing evidence before swiftly withdrawing. Bystanders who had witnessed the events were approached and instructed not to disseminate information regarding the incident. Several hours later, as dusk approached, Yun Zimo awoke from anesthesia. His various injuries had been treated. The gaping wound on his abdomen was stitched, and his right forearm was encased in a cast. You are awake, a deep voice announced. Yun Zimo focused and noticed a stout man seated beside him. Who are you? He inquired. I am with the Special Investigation Unit. My name is Zhuang Jinyu, and I am specifically tasked with handling cases involving martial artists. The man responded in a gruff voice. Hello. Your master and your wife have already provided their accounts of the events. Now, we require you to recount your version. We will compare your statements. So please ensure your honesty, Zhuang Jinyu stated, retrieving paper and a pen from a nearby briefcase. All right, Yun Zimo replied, sincerely narrating the incidents involving himself and Mo Feng, the leader of the 8 Desolation sect. You claim that you killed Mo Feng, who was at the bone-tempering stage, with a single punch while in the blood realm? Zhuang Jinyu asked, jotting down notes, his expression one of skepticism. Yes, I'm uncertain myself. My eyes were closed at the time, Yun Zimo replied innocently. Very well, Zhuang Jinyu said, closing his notebook. Thank you for your cooperation. The weight of the word cooperation was not lost on him, aware that the officer might doubt him. Yun Zimo felt helpless, knowing that he was merely stating the truth. Zhuang Jinyu had completed his statement and departed. Thus, Yun Zimo was confined to the hospital room for an entire night. Early the next morning, Zhuang Jinyu returned to announce the verdict. According to our investigation, although there are still some uncertainties in this case, you and Wu Zhan are the victims of the attack. Given the circumstances surrounding martial practitioners, we shall not pursue the matter of homicide against you. However, you must remain vigilant and refrain from violating regulations regarding martial arts. Thank you, officer, Yun Zimo replied. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Zhuang Jinyu departed with 2 special investigation team members stationed at the door. Outside, Su Lungyu, who had spent the night waiting, finally had the opportunity to enter. Zimo, how are you? They didn't give you any trouble, did they? She inquired, concern etched on her face as she approached him. No, they only had me record a statement yesterday, Yun Zimo responded. How is your injury? Su Lingyu gently touched the cast on his right arm. It's nothing serious. I should be fine in a few days, Yun Zimo said, a smile gracing his face despite the dull ache coursing through him. By the way, how is our master? Upon hearing Yun Zimo's inquiry, Su Lingyu replied, I inquired with the doctor regarding Uncle Wu's condition. His arm has been successfully reattached, and the other wounds have been stitched up. That's good to hear, Yun Zimo sighed in relief, grateful that his master had managed to retain his arm amidst the misfortune. Chapter 78. The resurgence of memory. Yun Zimo and Master Wu had spent over half a month in the hospital. As martial artists, their recovery was significantly swifter than that of ordinary individuals. Yun Zimo was nearing full recovery, while Master Wu, having had his arm reattached, could only manage to move his finger slightly. During this time, Su Lingyu delegated her work to her subordinates and devoted herself entirely to caring for Yun Zimo, while the affairs concerning Master Wu were handled by attendants. It was a clear afternoon when Yun Zimo rose from his hospital bed, tightly clutching a small red gift box. The previous night, while Su Lingyu had dozed beside him. He had secretly ventured to a jewelry store to purchase a ring. At that moment, Su Lingyu entered the room, carrying a basin of water for Yun Zimo. Upon seeing him moving about the room, she admonished, "Zimo, return to bed and rest. The doctor instructed you to take it easy." Feeling anxious, Yun Zimo's toes dug into the floor as he faced Su Lingyu's reprimand, responding with a soft Su Lingyu set the basin on the bedside table, and as she turned back, she was met with a sight that made her eyes widen in astonishment. Yun Zimo knelt on one knee, his left hand raised, holding the ring within the gift box, and with unwavering resolve, he declared, "During our time together, I have felt that I owe you a proposal. Though we have faced numerous trials and tribulations, I believe that nothing can hinder us in the future. I promise to bring you happiness. Please accept me." Surprise flickered in Su Lingyu's eyes, yet she playfully retorted, "What? You no longer wish to take a cold shower?" Confronted by Su Lingyu's teasing, Yun Zimo made a concerted effort to maintain his composure. Observing his earnestness, Su Lingyu relented. "Very well. Seeing your sincerity, I shall reluctantly accept. However, you must promise not to provoke my anger henceforth." With that, she extended her hand. Yun Zimo's face immediately lit up with joy as he gently retrieved the ring from its box and slipped it on his Su Lingyu's middle finger. The two were then unable to resist the urge to embrace and share a passionate kiss. Meanwhile, within the Su family estate, Yun Wan sat alone in her room, idly counting her fingers out of boredom. "My brother hasn't visited me in days. What could be the reason?" As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a sudden wave of excruciating pain engulfed her head, causing her to writhe on the bed. After what felt like an eternity, she ceased her tumultuous movements and abruptly sat up. "Where am I? How did I end up here?" A buzzing noise filled the air. Frowning, she gradually recalled the events of the past 3 years as the cacophony in her mind began to dissipate. "I, the esteemed eldest daughter of the first family in the southern region, Lin Yuding, have inexplicably become someone's sister, and they have named me Yun Wan." Lin Yuding began to mentally retrace the occurrences of the past 3 years. Remarkably, he had treated her as if she were his own sister, with not a single slight against her. A flicker of emotion stirred within Lin Yuding. Such a man is rare in this world, and he possesses an undeniably handsome visage. Recently, she had even insisted on bearing his child, as the landlord's grandmother had whimsically suggested. Lin Yuding covered her forehead with one hand, attempting to erase this memory from her mind, yet an involuntary smile betrayed her. Perhaps it isn't so unthinkable. Continuing to delve into her memories, Lin Yuding encountered the moment when Su Lingyu intruded into their home to sign a contract. The scene froze as another version of Lin Yuding emerged from her recollections. Scrutinizing the contract. "Trial husband? Quite the arrangement, allowing my brother to serve as a shield." She disdainfully gave the memory of Su Lingyu a mental reprimand. However, during this time, they had been residing in the same bedroom. Could they have taken their act too far? A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Yuding's heart. Yet, in the next moment, she shook her head. What does it matter if he does? Yet, the more she feigned indifference, the more her heart cared. Unbeknownst to her, Yun Zimo had already secured an unassailable position in Lin Yuding's heart. "Ah, how could I have neglected my brother? Who was it that plotted against me back then? I must investigate thoroughly." Lin Yuding pulled her memories back to the day of her incident. It was a stormy night, and she found herself bound in the trunk of a car, racing wildly down a muddy road. 2 kidnappers occupied the front seats, and the one in the passenger seat struggled to make a phone call. "Didn't we agree not to make random calls? Do you wish to get me killed?" A voice emerged from the phone. Lin Yuding paused her recollection once more. Impossible. How could it be this voice? She stared in disbelief at her memory's self, who mirrored her shock. It seemed that even she had found the situation unfathomable. If we were to consider probabilities, then the person on the other end of the line has a 997 chance of being her stepfather, who has treated her with unwavering devotion as if she were his own daughter. The remaining 03 represents her disbelief. How could this be? Lin Yuding could not restrain her tears. In her heart, she regarded him as a father figure, yet it was he who plotted to abduct and murder her. "The entire southern region is now on high alert for us, which starkly contrasts with what you previously claimed," remarked the kidnapper in the passenger seat. "Fear not. As long as you follow the route I provided, you will be safe, the voice on the phone assured. It better be so, or I'll make sure you pay for this, the passenger kidnapper retorted. I have to go. Something urgent has come up. The call was abruptly terminated. Damn it. I should have never taken this job, the kidnapper lamented. Ahead lay a treacherous mountain road, where a single miscalculation could send them plummeting off a cliff. Suddenly, the driver, trembling, uttered, "Brother, something's wrong." "What is it?" the passenger kidnapper asked impatiently. The brakes seemed to be failing. What? Panic surged as there was no time for emergency measures. A sharp turn lay ahead. The driver desperately wrestled with the steering wheel, but the vehicle, moving at breakneck speed, collided with the guardrail and rolled down the slope. During the tumultuous descent, the rear compartment crumpled, the back door burst open, and Lin Yuding was flung out, landing violently on the rocky ground. Her head struck by a stone, causing a torrent of crimson blood to flow. When she regained consciousness, she found herself transformed into the naive Yun Wan, walking toward the brightly lit southern city at the foot of the mountain. My stepfather is ruthless, Lin Yuding thought, sifting through her memories. Realizing the two kidnappers had switched to a vehicle likely arranged by her stepfather. Little did they know, it would become their final resting place. As she reflected on these memories, a sudden, overwhelming pain surged in her head. Oh no, I fear I cannot endure the weight of this recollection so soon after awakening. Desperation clawed at her. She hadn't been able to contact her family. Who knows when she would emerge again? With a heavy heart filled with reluctance, Lin Yuding fainted. Chapter 79. Stealing into my embrace after Yun Zimo's successful proposal, the Su family's wedding preparations were in full swing. Within the confines of the Su estate, Yun Wan remained in her room, remnants of Lin Yuding's memories still lingering in her mind. How infuriating! She dares to compete for my brother's affection, Yun Wan exclaimed, shaking her fists in frustration. No, I must have a child with my brother first. A resolute goal formed within her heart. At that moment, Yun Zimo had just been discharged from the hospital, the cast on his arm removed. Su Lingyu finally found time to address the mounting issues within the corporation. Given Yun Zimo's recent recovery from illness, Su Lingyu felt it inappropriate to trouble him with her transportation needs. Thus, that afternoon, Yun Zimo returned to the master bedroom, the lingering pain from his illness leaving him devoid of energy for any activity. He collapsed onto the soft bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure stealthily appeared at the bedroom door. Sneaking quietly, she nestled into Yun Zimo's embrace. "You're back so early?" Although her movements were subtle, they still stirred Yun Zimo from his slumber. Yet, he did not open his eyes. Instead, he drew her closer and resumed his deep sleep. In his careless state, he failed to notice that the figure in his arms was not Su Lingyu. Is this what it feels like to be in my brother's warm embrace? Yun Wan thought, gently wrapping her arms around Yun Zimo. The two remained entwined in slumber until the evening. After a long day of work, Su Lingyu entered the bedroom, weary and fatigued. Yun Zimo. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she nearly lost her composure. Hearing Su Lingyu's voice, Yun Zimo rubbed his sleepy eyes and inquired, "What is the matter, Lingyu?" However, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. If the person at the edge of the bed was Su Lingyu, then who was resting against his arm? Alarmed, Yun Zimo sat up abruptly. They both turned to look at the person on the bed. Yun Wan stretched languidly and said, "Brother, go back to sleep. Wan will give you a child." Su Lingyu's expression twisted in disbelief at her words. She moved to Yun Zimo's side, tugging at his ear and pulling him down from the bed. "Quickly explain, what on earth is happening here?" Listening to Yun Wan's declaration, Yun Zimo felt a surge of panic, but the tugging at his ear brought him back to reality, and he quickly replied, "Lingyu, I assure you, nothing happened between Wan and me." Yun Wan, displeased, began to fuss on the bed, saying, "We've already slept together, and soon I will have a child. Then we can be together forever." As Su Lingyu heard this, she twisted Yun Zimo's ear a few more times. "Wan, don't say such things." Yun Zimo admonished immediately. "Oh, brother is scolding me." Wah. Yun Wan, untrained in the art of manipulation, resorted to her initial tactics of crying and making a scene. "Lingyu, look, Wan is just like a child. How could I engage in such activities?" Yun Zimo seized the opportunity to clarify. Noticing this, Su Lingyu's grip relaxed slightly, though doubts still lingered. Then why is she here? I came on my own. It has nothing to do with my brother. Let go of him. Before Yun Zimo could respond, Yun Wan interjected, having ceased her tears upon realizing they were ineffective. Oh, I remember now. This afternoon, someone suddenly crawled into the bed, and I thought it was you returning. Yun Zimo recalled. Listening to his explanation, Su Lingyu tightened her grip once more. So what you're saying is, regardless of who crawls into the bed, you would react this way? Yun Zimo found himself in a comical predicament, feeling increasingly trapped by his own words. No, I would never allow anyone but my dearest Lingyu to enter here or snuggle under my covers, which is why I didn't open my eyes. So Lingyu scoffed, clearly unsatisfied with such an explanation. Don't bully my brother. Yun Wan eagerly chimed in, attempting to assist. Yun Wan grasped one of Yun Zimo's hands and said, I'm also a young lady, brother. Let us leave this place where we suffer and go to my home. I'll take care of you. Upon hearing this, Yun Zimo's eyes brightened, thinking that Yun Wan's memory had returned, and immediately inquired, Which young lady are you? Su Lingyu cast a cold glance. She had not heard of any noble family in Nansheng losing their daughter. Yun Wan's expression became conflicted. The remnants of her memories were fragmented and increasingly blurry with each attempt to recall. She could only assert haughtily, in any case, I am the young lady. Yun Zimo felt overwhelmed. All right, you're the young lady. Su Lingyu was amused by Yun Wan's naivety, and her irritation towards Yun Zimo for sleeping beside her dissipated. She understood that someone as straightforward and honest as Yun Zimo would not take advantage of her. What are you laughing at? My house is even bigger, Yun Wan declared fiercely. Unfazed by her provocation, Su Lingyu feigned ignorance and signaled to Yun Zimo to take this little brat away. Yun Zimo nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and said, Wan, why don't you go back to your room and sleep? No, I want to sleep with my brother, Yun Wan insisted, raising her chin defiantly. How about a large chicken steak? Yun Zimo proposed. Yun Wan visibly swallowed, but remained resolute. No. 2. Yun Zimo held up 2 fingers. Hiss. Yun Wan appeared torn. On one hand, there was delicious food, and on the other, sleeping with her brother. 3. And if you ask for more, you'll sleep here alone while we go elsewhere. Yun Zimo feigned readiness to leave. Observing his actions, Yun Wan begrudgingly agreed. I want to eat when I go back. All right, I will buy it for you right away. Yun Zimo replied with a sigh of relief. Back in Yun Wan's bedroom, after receiving her favorite large chicken steak, she finally released Yun Zimo's hand. Just as he was about to leave, Yun Wan, munching on the chicken steak, murmured, I can't sleep with my brother today, but I will tomorrow. Yun Zimo sighed deeply and sat beside her, saying, Wan, what do you call me? Brother. Yun Zimo clapped his hands and exclaimed, Exactly. Therefore we are siblings. And siblings cannot sleep together. Yun Wan retorted, Then we won't be siblings anymore. I want to sleep with you. No, siblings share the closest bond. If you sleep with me, that bond will deteriorate. Is that so? Yun Wan scratched her oily head in confusion. You still do not trust your brother? Yun Zimo feigned a sorrowful expression. Yun Wan set aside her chicken steak. Brother, do not be sad. Wan believes in you. I will not sleep with you. Yun Zimo gave her a thumbs up. That's right. This is my good Wan. Now, I shall take my leave. All right. Yun Wan resumed her attack on the chicken steak. Chapter 80. Wedding dress photo shoot. As soon as Yun Zimo stepped outside, he saw Su Lingyu leaning against the wall, arms crossed and a cold tone in her voice as she remarked, So the closest relationship is that of siblings. Yun Zimo, somewhat taken aback, quickly replied in a hushed tone, That was just to coax a child. How did you take that in? Su Lingyu clicked her heels and walked towards the bedroom. Yun Zimo felt a twinge of exhaustion in his heart as he had to console one after another. He followed closely behind, returning to their shared bedroom. Su Lingyu sat before the vanity, beginning to remove her meticulously applied makeup. Yun Zimo dared not make a sound, stealthily creeping onto the bed, covering himself with the quilt, and remaining utterly still, hoping to evade a looming predicament. After cleansing her face with a wet wipe, Su Lingyu's reflection in the mirror, stripped of cosmetics, resembled exquisite, smooth porcelain. Her eyes, devoid of eyeliner, lost a touch of allure yet gained an air of elegance, while her lips, displaying a natural blush, appeared even more enticing. Turning her head, Su Lingyu cast a glance at Yun Zimo, who was hidden beneath the covers, yet she said nothing, seemingly allowing him to relish the final tranquility before the impending storm. She then took a set of sleepwear and proceeded to the bathroom. Upon the sound of water ceasing, Su Lingyu, clad in her nightclothes, approached the bedside. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Yun Zimo, sensing the absence of noise outside, cautiously peeked out, yearning for a breath of fresh air. However, as soon as he emerged, he was startled. Su Lingyu, with a ghastly white mask adorning her face, awaited him by the bed. "Oh dear," Yun Zimo couldn't help but exclaim. Su Lingyu chuckled triumphantly behind a mask. "Scared you, you naughty man." "Ouch, ouch." Yun Zimo clutched his stomach, feigning agony. Naturally, Su Lingyu was not easily deceived, but upon hearing his continuous exclamations, she couldn't resist asking, "What's wrong?" "It seems like the wound on my stomach has reopened," Yun Zimo replied with a serious demeanor. "What? Let me see," Su Lingyu gasped, leaning in to inspect. "Don't," Yun Zimo insisted stubbornly. "Only if you forgive me. At this moment, let me see." "Absolutely not." "Then I forgive you. Is that sufficient?" Only then did Yun Zimo relent and remove his hand from his stomach. Su Lingyu quickly examined him, discovering that the wound was merely a delicate healing line, and realized she had been tricked. Before she could express her annoyance, Yun Zimo pulled her into his embrace. "My dear wife, please don't be angry." "Who is your dear wife?" Su Lingyu's cheeks flushed. It was the first time Yun Zimo had uttered such sentimental words. "My esteemed wife, this incident was entirely unintentional. And you know me well. I have remained chaste for you. My heart is pure and unwavering." "Umph. Does every man learn to be so smooth-tongued?" Su Lingyu pinched the soft flesh at Yun Zimo's waist. After a playful bout of teasing, they finally settled together to rest. The following day, they rose early. It was their day off, and they had planned to take their wedding photos, after which they would choose an auspicious date for their wedding. They traveled to the largest wedding photography studio in South City. A servant opened the door, took the appointment letter from Su Lingyu, glanced at it, and immediately said with utmost respect, "Ms. Su, Mr. Yun, please come in." Yun Zimo followed the servant, while Su Lingyu linked her arm with his, and they entered together. Inside, they were greeted by a wall adorned with photographs of newlyweds who had previously captured their moments there, alongside some models. The attendant guided them into an exclusive VIP room, where a variety of delicate pastries adorned the table. "Please take a moment to rest. A professional photographer will soon arrive to discuss the details with you." "All right," Su Lingyu responded. The attendant, upon receiving her reply, gradually exited the room. Before long, a man in his 30s entered, donning a multi-pocketed photography vest and dark tapered trousers, holding a substantial folder in his hands. Upon seeing him, Yun Zimo was struck by two words: professionalism. "Hello, Mr. Yun and Ms. Su. I am the photographer responsible for this shoot. My name is Lu Jia, but you may call me Teacher Lu or Lu Shi," he introduced himself. "Very well, Teacher Lu," Su Lingyu replied, with Yun Zimo echoing her sentiment. Lu Jia placed the folder on the table, opened it, and pushed it towards the two of them. Inside, you will find various photography styles along with corresponding effect images. Feel free to browse and select your preferences. As they perused the contents, Su Lingyu was astonished by the multitude of styles available. There are so many options. The European styles even include ancient, modern, and contemporary categories. Incredible. They even have Korean-inspired styles. Yun Zimo exclaimed in surprise. "You have booked the top-tier photography package, so you may explore all the styles and themes in this folder. Moreover, for each one, we have prepared at least 50 sets of handcrafted, high-end custom garments for you to choose from, featuring the latest designs from each quarter," Lu Jia elaborated. "Shall we start with the wedding dresses? We could decide on the other themes based on time," Yun Zimo proposed. "All right, let's try on the wedding dresses from your collection," Su Lingyu agreed. "Please follow me," Lu Jia said, pleased with their consensus. They arrived at the bridal section, where the majority of the gowns were white, with a few vintage red options. "I'll go try some on," Su Lingyu said, her eyes captivated by the exquisite garments. "Go ahead," Yun Zimo encouraged. Choosing a dress, Su Lingyu was led to the fitting room by a female staff member. Soon after, She emerged, adorned in a flowing white wedding gown. Absolutely beautiful. Yun Zimo was momentarily rendered speechless. The cascading layers of the skirt resembled clouds, and Su Lingyu appeared like a celestial fairy descending from the heavens. The sparkling rhinestones on her gown accentuated her radiance, while a crystal-clear crown atop her head exuded an air of nobility and elegance. With her flawless hands delicately lifting the skirt, she twirled gracefully, embodying the essence of a lively sprite. "What do you think? Simply exquisite," Yun Zimo exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "You are a vision of beauty," he added, as Su Lingyu's shy smile illuminated the entire room. "Then I shall choose this one," she declared. Yun Zimo proceeded to the men's attire section, where, assisted by a stylist, he applied some subtle grooming and donned a formal suit. The upper half featured a white Gallic-style shirt paired with a black morning coat, exuding an air of aristocracy. A pure red tie complemented the custom black trousers, and he completed the ensemble with polished leather shoes, adorned with accessories such as cufflinks and a wristwatch. The individual appeared much like a Tang sword sheathed, exuding a touch of opulence while losing some of its sharpness. The profound depths of his eyes revealed a heartfelt tenderness, and the faint smile gracing his lips was utterly captivating. Chapter 81. Logging in again, groom. Look at the camera. Yes, splendid, directed Liu Jia, the photographer, as he guided Yun Zimo. You two move a bit closer. Excellent. Click. The session concluded. Su Lingyu and Yun Zimo had spent the entire day capturing images, not only in wedding attire, but also amidst the backdrop of a European castle and various themes of ancient weddings. The scene shifted back to the Su residence, where Yun Wan observed Aunt Wang affixing the joyous characters on the door. Curiously, she inquired, "Aunt Wang, what are you doing?" "Your brother is about to celebrate a wedding with our young lady," Aunt Wang replied cheerfully. "I'm decorating now, so you stay put in your room while I hang things elsewhere." "All right," Yun Wan replied, turning back to her room and sitting at the edge of her bed. Logically, this should be a day of celebration. However, a profound sadness enveloped her heart, tears welling in her eyes. "What is happening? Why do I feel like crying?" It seemed as though she were on the verge of losing something immensely significant. Suddenly, her eyelids felt heavy, and she collapsed onto the bed. In the next moment, she sat up again, her expression and demeanor transformed as if she were an entirely different person. "This time, it doesn't hurt," Lin Yuding murmured. "How could I, after just a day away, find myself in someone else's bed? What a disgrace," Lin Yuding exclaimed as she rifled through her memories. Yet, with this figure, this face, and those 8-pack abs, my goodness. Immersed in the sensations of her memories, she couldn't help but swallow hard. In the end, I was tricked by a large fried chicken. Truly, I am a top-tier technical talent in this nation, she sighed, exasperated. However, that Yun Zimo is marrying someone with the surname Su, for reasons she could not fathom. Lin Yuding felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. What does this marriage have to do with me? She reassured herself. Yet countless memories of her interactions with Yun Zimo flashed through her mind. Nonetheless, as his sister, I must oversee his choice of bride. That Su Lingyu must go first. Lin Yuding was left with nothing but bravado, oblivious to the jealousy brewing within her towards Su Lingyu. This Su Lingyu is merely in a contractual marriage with my brother. Now that I have regained my memories, this wedding cannot proceed. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Yuding picked up a smartphone from the table, filled with various puzzle games. Though devoid of a SIM card, she was undeterred. She recalled a contact from her family's home, saw the Butler S number on her phone, and initiated a green bubble for adding a friend. "Who are you?" The butler's message inquired within the green bubble. Without further ado, Lin Yuding initiated a video call. As the video connected, the butler's face lit up with a mix of familiarity and surprise. "You are," he exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. "Mr. Liu, it's been years. Do you not recognize me?" Lin Yuding feigned annoyance. "It is the young lady's voice." The steward, filled with excitement, responded with tears streaming down his face. "Miss, why are you dressed like this?" Lin Yuding glanced at her attire, which made her resemble an underage princess, courtesy of Aunt Wang. It felt rather juvenile. Upon hearing the steward's remark, Lin Yuding too felt a sense of discomfort. I shall change into a purple outfit shortly." She then addressed the steward in the video. This is none of your concern. Then, Miss, where are you currently? The steward inquired hastily. I am at. Lin Yuding hesitated. Steward, I can disclose my location to you, but you must not inform my stepfather. Huh? The steward appeared somewhat bewildered. Just remember what I told you for now. Lin Yuding said with a furrowed brow. Understood, the steward replied, not daring to refute. I am currently at the Su residence in South City, Lin Yuding informed him. You may send a group of people over to await my orders. I shall return once I have resolved matters here. Very well, miss, the steward replied, displaying his readiness to comply. I shall hang up now, Lin Yuding stated, seeing that everything was in order. All right, the steward responded. Lin Yuding ended the call and navigated to a web browsing interface, where she entered a special URL. Upon entering the web page, she found only a single input box. The password was designed by Lin Yuding herself, requiring the ancient Chinese heavenly stems and earthly branches combined with a special codebook for verification to derive today as password. While an ordinary member might need to calculate slowly on a computer, Lin Yuding, after glancing at the date on the calendar, entered the password into the input box in under 5 seconds. Password correct. Accompanied by a notification sound, a software named Star Spirit began to download. A multi-platform application that would automatically initiate based on the device. Before long, an icon depicting a flickering star appeared on her phone. Lin Yuding opened the software and skillfully entered her account credentials. Please blink your eyes for facial recognition, an electronic voice prompted. After completing a series of verification procedures, she successfully accessed the software. Welcome, one of the great founders, Ling Yu. Before her was a landscape mode interface, with a small chat room on the left and a vast project list on the right, showcasing various research projects and their respective progress. Lin Yuding's arrival naturally attracted the attention of those in the chat room. Who is this person? Why does their symbol resemble that of President Xing? A bewildered newcomer remarked. No way, the goddess Yu is actually logged in, exclaimed a seasoned individual. Who is the goddess Yu? The newcomer continued to inquire. Do you recall the breakthrough in high-performance materials for our aerospace engines 3 years ago? Of course, that's on the first page of the onboarding manual S-Merit Wall. To comprehend the significance of advanced materials, one must recognize that it is a specialized interdisciplinary technology. Yu Shun, after dedicating 3 days and nights to solitary research, successfully formulated a method that, upon rigorous testing in the laboratory, yielded results that aligned perfectly with his predictions. I am astounded. Could it truly be so remarkable? The newcomer was evidently taken aback by the stark disparities between individuals. It is nothing extraordinary. I merely stand upon the shoulders of giants, he humbly remarked. Lin Yuding, too, felt a blush of embarrassment from the accolades. At that moment, a private chat request flickered on the screen, and the avatar unmistakably belonged to the illustrious Xing Zong, who had been the subject of much discussion. Aware that evasion was futile, Lin Yuding promptly accepted the call. Who are you? Xing Zong inquired, her tone laced with skepticism. For Lin Yuding had been inactive for 3 years, raising doubts about the identity behind the account. Sister Xing, it's me, Ling Yu, Lin Yuding quickly typed in response. The familiar address alleviated some of Xing Zong's concerns, yet given the sensitive nature of their national-level research, caution was paramount. What have you been doing all these years? Why did it take you so long to log back in? Xing Zong questioned. Lin Yuding hesitated, pondering her response. What? Are you afraid to speak? Or are you unable to? Xing Zong seemed to sense a pivotal moment. Neither of those options appears to be correct. Lin Yuding felt a chill run down her spine. Ahem, it's just that you've been absent for 3 years. Even if you're still the same person, one cannot guarantee that your ideological stance has remained unchanged. Xing Zong delicately articulated her concern, hinting at the fear that Lin Yuding might act in ways detrimental to the nation. Choosing not to elaborate, Lin Yuding accessed the backend system. After a flurry of keystrokes, an announcement appeared. Account Ling Yu's permissions have been downgraded to that of a tourist, with login rights only and the ability to accept projects voluntarily offered. Backend and founder permissions have been entirely revoked. Alas, Yushin's privileges have been stripped down to my level, exclaimed the earlier newcomer in disbelief. No, Yushin, I still wanted you to assist me with the challenges in my project. Another voice cried out in despair within the chat channel. Indeed, you have no idea how I managed these past 3 years without you, Sean. Do you know? Lamented yet another participant, expressing his frustration. Sigh, during Yushin's tenure, projects were consistently completed ahead of schedule, but in her absence, we struggled to meet deadlines, even with my relentless 18-hour workdays. Another side. Everyone, focus on your projects. During Ling Yu's absence, we have also achieved significant progress. If we spent less time chatting, our projects would have been completed long ago. Xing Zong commanded in the chat channel. With the boss's frustration palpable, the participants quickly distanced themselves. Ling Yu, thank you, Xing Zong expressed privately. It is nothing. You are responsible for liaising with the state. Exercising caution is imperative, Lin Yuding replied. I know it may seem inconvenient to thrust work upon you upon your return, but look at these equations. The results have consistently been accurate through numerous calculations, yet the actual outcomes continue to fall short of expectations. Xing sent several lengthy calculation screenshots, yet the project name and the purpose of the results were deliberately withheld from Lin Yuding, suggesting an air of scrutiny surrounding the matter. Each calculation sprawled across the screen as if it could fill a blackboard. Please give me a few minutes, Lin Yuding requested, scanning the formulas before closing her eyes in deep contemplation for 5 minutes, her mind racing with activity. Upon opening her eyes, she began to articulate the issues in writing. The third formula involves 502 calculations, 5 of which utilize approximations. The other formulas employing approximations are relatively unproblematic. But this particular formula results in a discrepancy of approximately 1067. Without seeing the specific project, this may be the crux of the issue. Ah, I see, Xing replied. This has been pending in Xingling for 2 years, yet an urgent project like this was resolved in mere minutes. Ling Yu, you remain as formidable as ever, if not stronger than before. Xing sent a thumbs-up emoji. Lin Yuding responded with a smiley face. For 3 years, you were out of touch. Most of us older members thought you were gone for good. Woe is me, Xing admitted, finally expressing her genuine feelings. Sister Xing, am I not back now? Lin Yuding reassured her. Yes, it's good to have you back, Xing continued typing. Regarding my proposal from 3 years ago, can you agree to it now? Rest assured, your identity will be protected in a classified file, only to be disclosed 50 years after your passing. Alternatively, in case of an emergency, the state can facilitate your rescue. All right. Lin Yuding pondered for a moment before acquiescing, realizing that if the state apparatus were to activate, she might very well regain her memories. She then sent her identity information to Sister Xing. I'm logging off now, she stated, feeling a slight dizziness, likely a remnant of her earlier calculations. All right, Xing replied. Lin Yuding closed the software and immediately felt the world spinning, collapsing onto her bed in a faint. Not long after, she opened her eyes again. Yinwan is online, she mused, her thoughts drifting to a purple outfit. Rising, she rummaged through her wardrobe and soon found a purple garment. Meanwhile, in the southern region's center, home to the illustrious first family of the South, the famed fog-laden mountain city, a castle nestled halfway up a hill confirmed Lin Yuding's assertion. Her family estate indeed surpassed that of Su Lin U.S. The entire mountain belonged to the Lin family. Taking advantage of Lin Yuding's stepfather's absence, Butler Liu informed the contemporary head of the Lin family, Lin Yuding's mother, Tang Kai-Xian, of the news that Lin Yuding was alive. What did you say? Tingting is still alive. Upon hearing this, Tang Kai-Xian could not remain seated and hurried upstairs. Madam, Butler Liu called out several times, but Tang Kai-Xian paid no heed. Watching her rush away, Butler Liu felt a twinge of concern. Miss, it's not that this old servant wishes to conceal the truth, he thought remorsefully, quickening his pace to follow her. Tang Kai-Xian entered a study where a well-dressed, middle-aged man sat elegantly in a chair, exuding an air of maturity rather than age. The gold-rimmed glasses lent him an intellectual charm, yet concealed his inner emotions. He was engrossed in a classic literary work. This man was Fu Zhanbua, the stepfather of Lin Yuding. Zhanbua, I have news about Tingting, Tang Kai-Xian exclaimed, rushing to his side, her heart brimming with excitement. Fu Zhanhua set down his book and replied with a hint of resignation. I hope it's not another scam. Over the years, countless individuals have attempted to usurp identities. If someone truly claims to be the Lin family's young lady, it would be a meteoric rise, attracting all sorts of reckless souls willing to take the risk. Yet, such attempts often end in dire consequences. This is no trivial matter. I spoke directly with Butler Liu, and he managed to reach his private phone and even had a video call, Tang Kaixian insisted. Really? Fu Zhanhua lifted a glass of red wine, skepticism creeping into his voice. Who could remember a phone number from 3 years ago? Quickly tell me, where is Ting Ting now? Tang Kaixian urged. Butler Liu cast a glance at Fu Zhanhua, unaware that this subtle gesture had not escaped Fu Zhanhua's keen observation, causing him to tighten his grip on the wine glass. It was peculiar. Butler Liu, who usually treated him with utmost respect, seemed to be on guard today. Speak freely. There are no outsiders here, Tang Kaixian encouraged. With a deep breath, Butler Liu finally revealed, the young lady said she is in the South City at the Su residence. Crack. Fu Zhanhua's wine glass shattered in his grip. South City. ISNT, that near where I plan to eliminate Lin Yuding? The sudden noise startled the other two individuals in the room. Tang Kaixian, puzzled, asked, What's wrong, Zhanhua? It's nothing, just surprised by the news. How could Ting Ting be in that small place, South City? Fu Zhanhua explained, though he was troubled by the passage of 3 years without her return. Indeed, Tang Kaixian nodded in agreement. Behind his golden glasses, Fu Zhanhua's cold gaze glimmered, yet his tone remained unexpectedly gentle. Shinner, perhaps I should investigate. If she proves to be an impostor, she will face severe repercussions. Ah, yes, many have tried to impersonate my daughter over the years. Tang Saishuan's initial excitement waned as she realized she had not seen Lin Yuding's likeness in the video. Fu Zhanhua's reminder ignited doubt within her. Butler Liu observed how swiftly the lady's attitude shifted, even prompting Fu Zhanhua to take personal action, already labeling the stranger as a fraud. A sense of dread washed over him. Had it not been for his young lady's instructions to keep her stepfather uninformed, Butler Liu would have failed to perceive the underlying tension. However, combining Lin Yuding's words with Fu Zhanhua's every utterance seemed to suggest a sinister intent towards the young lady's life. Butler Liu. Tang Kaixian called out several times before he finally regained his composure, fear evident in his voice. Madam, how may I assist you? Quickly prepare for Fu Zhanhua to investigate this individual claiming to be my daughter in South City, Tang Kaixian commanded. Fu Zhanhua rose, placing his hands gently on Tang Saishuan's shoulders. There is no need to rush. I can go tomorrow. Very well, Tang Kaixian acquiesced with a nod. Madam, I take my leave, said Butler Liu. Go ahead. Tang Kaixian waved her hand dismissively. Once Butler Liu exited the study, he immediately took out his phone to contact the young lady, but the call failed to connect after several attempts. He could only send a text to inform her. Young lady, I am incompetent. The young master has discovered your whereabouts. Unfortunately, Lin Yuding had set her phone to receive messages only, without notifications, and now that she had reverted to her guise as Yun Wan, she was oblivious to the impending crisis. At that moment, Yun Wan had climbed back onto Yun Zimo's bed, adorned in a purple princess dress. Upon returning from the bridal shop, Yun Zimo and Su Lengyu discovered Yun Wan sleeping soundly in the bedroom. Wan, why are you sleeping here again? Yun Zimo inquired, glancing at Su Lengyu's disapproving expression, his heart sinking. He quickly shook Yun Wan awake. In her groggy state, Yun Wan opened her eyes, and upon seeing Yun Zimo, instantly perked up and embraced his waist. Brother, you're finally back. I want to sleep with you. Su Lengyu could no longer contain her irritation. Although Yun Wan's intellect was lacking, her beauty and figure were only slightly inferior to her own, making it difficult to bear such a stunning girl clinging to Yun Zimo. Yun Zimo. Su Lengyu's voice was icy, laced with an undercurrent of jealousy. Yun Zimo shivered at her tone. Jealousy again. However, he could not forcibly break free, lest Yun Wan burst into tears and cause a scene. Wan, let go of your brother. No. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Yun Zimo resorted to feigning illness. Upon hearing his exclamation, Yun Wan finally released her grip. Brother, what's wrong? Quite the adept performer. Su Lengyu rolled her eyes. Yun Zimo felt trapped. as if caught between a rock and a hard place. It's nothing. Wan just hugged a bit too tightly. I'm fine now, he reassured her. All right then, Wan replied, lowering her head like a child who had misbehaved. Wan, didn't we agree yesterday that you would sleep alone? Why are you here again? Yun Zimo was perplexed. It was better that he and Team mentioned it. For the moment he did, Wan pouted defiantly. I don't care. I want to sleep with my brother. I'll give you 2 chicken fillets, no 3. What do you say? Can you go back now? Yun Zimo resorted to his tried-and-true tactic. Wan swallowed hard and replied straightforwardly, no, not even 1. Yun Zimo was prepared to increase the offer, but unexpectedly, Wan firmly blocked the door. Deprived of his most effective weapon, Yun Zimo found himself at a loss. Sometimes, love manifests in such a way that any promise seems powerless against its tide, much like how Wan, despite her previous words, still sought refuge in Yun Zimo's embrace. It was her way of expressing her desire to be with him forever, never to part. Yun Zimo had yet to realize that Wan's feelings had transcended mere sibling affection. He thought she was merely sulking due to his neglect in caring for her lately. Little brat, hurry back to your room, or I shall spank you. Su Lingyu sensed the adversarial atmosphere and spoke decisively. Brother, this wicked person is bullying me. Wan hid behind Yun Zimo. Yun Zimo remarked, this sister is not a bad person. She is the one who is helping you treat your little head. Quickly apologize. Wan pouted, and despite her reluctance, she finally spoke, I'm sorry. Upon hearing these words, Su Lingyu's earlier anger dissipated significantly. She was a typical person who preferred gentleness over harshness. All right, this is where your sister rests. Shouldn't you return to your room to sleep? Yun Zimo suggested. Then brother, come with me to my room to sleep. Wan insisted, seemingly unwilling to relent until she had her way. All right, Yun Zimo signaled to Su Lingyu, who appeared quite discontent with this arrangement. Thus, they returned to Wan's room. Brother, let's sleep now. Wait a moment. Brother will tell you a bedtime story before we sleep. How does that sound? Good. Yun Zimo narrated a story familiar to ordinary people, and soon, after a day of excitement, Wan drifted off to sleep. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Zimo quietly slipped out of the room. Doing this every day is unbearable, expressed Su Lingyu outside the door, revealing her dissatisfaction. Alas, she is quite pitiable. It seems her family abandoned her on the streets due to her intelligence issues. Yun Zimo recounted Wan's situation. Su Lingyu listened with tears in her eyes, knowing that Wan was taken in by Yun Zimo, and was shocked to learn that she had nearly been harmed by a villain. Fortunately, Yun Zimo had come to her rescue in time. Forget it for your sake. I want to hold it against her, Su Lingyu said, her harsh words softened by her heart. My dear wife is the best. Yun Zimo praised as Su Lingyu ceased her inquiries. Su Lingyu had developed a degree of immunity to such flattery, yet the corners of her mouth still lifted slightly. Meanwhile, in the Lin family, Fu Zhanbo waited until Tang Kaixian had fallen asleep before quietly emerging from the covers. He made his way to the study, retrieving a mobile phone from the highest shelf. He then stepped outside to a secluded pavilion before turning on the phone and dialing a number. Boss, what commands do you have? A sycophantic voice greeted him upon connection. Right now, head to the Su family in Nansheng and falsely claim to be here to pick up Lin Yuding. After that, the conversation contained details that could not be articulated too clearly. Understood, boss. I will ensure this task is executed flawlessly, the voice on the other end replied. Chapter 84. Picking someone up the following morning, several luxury cars stopped at the gate of the Su family's courtyard. A man resembling a bodyguard emerged from one of the vehicles and rang the doorbell. Shortly after, Butler Wang appeared from within. This bodyguard bore various tattoos, though his uniform somewhat concealed his rough appearance. Upon seeing someone emerge, he got straight to the point. Hello? I am here to pick up the young lady of the Lin family. Which young lady of the Lin family? Butler Wang inquired, puzzled. Is this not the Su family of Nansheng? The bodyguard asked. Yes, Butler Wang replied from behind the door. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, the bodyguard scratched his head in frustration. Damn it, the instructions clearly stated to be swift, yet I can't even figure out where the Su family is located. The bodyguard could only produce a single photograph from his pocket, and with a hint of despair he inquired, Do you recognize the person in this photograph? Sighing, The housekeeper Wang pondered. Let me think. I seem to recall having seen this individual somewhere. Although he found the face somewhat familiar, his encounters with Yun Wan had been few and far between, and he could not immediately recall her name. Where? The bodyguard pressed. Wang, who was preoccupied, was interrupted by Su Longyu and Yun Zimo, who emerged together after having just finished their breakfast upon hearing the doorbell. He claims to be searching for the young lady of the Lin family, Wang replied. We have no such young lady here from the Lin family, Su Longyu stated, her expression one of confusion. Tell him to look elsewhere. Very well, Wang decided, dismissing the matter as he approached the iron gate to direct the bodyguard to seek his answers elsewhere. Wait. Yun Zimo, possessing the keen senses of a martial artist, spotted the photograph in the bodyguard's hand from a distance. Where did you acquire that photograph? He inquired of the man outside the gate. Naturally, it was given to us by our master. The bodyguard nearly failed to conceal his rough demeanor. Upon closer inspection, Su Longyu exclaimed in surprise, Isn't that your half-sister? Yin Wan? You recognize the person in the photograph? The bodyguard's eyes lit up with hope as he immediately asked, How did you come to find us here? Yun Zimo questioned, puzzled, for Yun Wan had been residing at the Su household without making an appearance. It was young Lady Lin who notified us, saying she was at the Su family in the South City. What? Both Yun Zimo and Su Longyu exclaimed in unison. That is impossible. Yun Zimo was the first to assert. Could it be that she has regained her memory? Su Longyu speculative. Indeed, the photograph features Miss Yun Wan. No wonder it felt so familiar, Wang suddenly realized. What do you mean by Miss Yun Wan? What do you mean by regaining memory? The bodyguard stood at the entrance, bewildered. Wang, let them in, Su Longyu urged, then invited Yun Wan to the hall, seeming to grasp the situation. Su Longyu thought to herself how Yun Wan had been gravitating towards Yun Zimo these past few days, even dressing in purple, perhaps intending to compete with her for Yun Zimo's affection. Lost in thought, she tightened her grip on Yun Zimo's arm. The group made their way into the hall. Your sister is quite the actress. I almost fell for it. Today, it seems, we must confront the truth, Su Longyu remarked sharply, casting a discerning gaze at Yun Zimo. Surely not. Yun Wan cannot be as you suspect. She fell asleep right after I told her a bedtime story yesterday. Yun Zimo remained skeptical. I believe it is all an act to maintain her fade. Once her family arrives, she will no longer pretend, Su Longyu declared with an air of certainty. Yun Zimo chose not to engage in further debate with her. At that moment, Yun Wan, guided by Aunt Wang, appeared at the edge of the hall. Brother, were you looking for me? Yun Wan hurried over, wrapping her arms around his remaining one. The bodyguard repeatedly compared the photograph to the young lady before him, and, upon realizing they were nearly identical, immediately knelt before her, saying, Young lady, I am here to escort you home. What is this person doing? Yun Wan asked, instinctively shrinking back behind Yun Zimo at the sight of the bodyguard's actions. Yun Zimo turned his face towards Yun Wan and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Wan, has your memory returned? Have you contacted home? Yun Wan scratched her head in confusion, replying, Brother, what are you talking about? Wan doesn't he understand? Su Lingyu's expression darkened as she gazed at Yun Wan, who stood beside Yun Zimo. Don't understand? With your family searching for you, what pretense is left? Yun Wan burst into tears, exclaiming, Brother, she is being mean to me. All right, Wan, please don't cry. Yun Zimo hurriedly consoled her. However, a thought struck the bodyguard, who was filled with suspicion. This young lady from the Lin family should have indeed contacted her family. How could she have turned up here appearing so bewildered? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he reasoned, never mind, this girl bears a striking resemblance. Sending a photograph of her body would suffice for the task. It is better than failing to find her altogether. The bodyguard, who appeared somewhat reluctant to complete his mission, recalled the stern orders from his superior. Failure was not an option. Is this young lady not your kin? My young mistress has been missing for years, and we have been searching far and wide. The bodyguard inquired. This is someone I saved by the roadside 3 years ago, Yun Zimo replied candidly. 3 years. The bodyguard's eyes flickered with recognition. Could it be that I have inadvertently found the Lin family's missing heiress? A radiant smile illuminated his face as he exclaimed, Indeed, my young mistress went missing 3 years ago, but that doesn't add up. Didn't you just say your young mistress contacted you to come and fetch her? Yun Zimo frowned, sensing the peculiarity surrounding the situation. Moreover, the bodyguard's smile seemed to betray a sinister intent. Oh well, I merely received instructions to come to the Sioux residence to retrieve the young lady. I presumed she had already been in touch with her family. The bodyguard feigned embarrassment, attempting to evade scrutiny. How did you know she was at the Sioux residence? Yun Zimo remained skeptical. I have no idea. I'm just a messenger. The bodyguard resorted to evasion, suggesting, why not let this young lady accompany us for a visit? If a paternity test reveals she is not our young mistress, we shall promptly return her to you. What do you think? That sounds good. Su Lingyu interjected, eager for Yun Wan to leave the Su household. The latter's recent behavior had instilled a sense of threat in her, a feeling she could not ignore. Yun Zimo pondered for a moment before addressing Yun Wan. Wan, would you like to accompany him? It might lead you to your home. Home? No. Wan wants to stay with brother. Yun Wan clung tightly to Yun Zimo's arm, refusing to let go regardless of who approached. Yun Zimo, feeling somewhat helpless, suddenly conceived a clever idea. Why don't I accompany you as well? I'm a bit uneasy about leaving you alone. Not a problem. The bodyguard readily agreed. You're also a benefactor to our young mistress. Though heaven has its pathways, you choose to tread the realm of the damned. The bodyguard's eyes glinted with malice as he secretly condemned Yun Zimo to a grim fate. I shall join as well, Su Lingyu declared, unwilling to allow Yun Zimo to be alone with Yun Wan, uncertain of what might transpire. Before Yun Zimo could respond, the bodyguard's gaze took on a lascivious glint as he said, very well. Yun Zimo could only say, then let us go and take a look together. The three of them exited and boarded the so-called welcoming fleet of the Lin family. Upon seeing several individuals getting into the vehicle, the bodyguard promptly followed suit. With a command, the convoy set off, departing from the Su family estate and vanishing into the distance. As they traveled, Su Lingyu sensed something was amiss. The scenery outside grew increasingly desolate. Where are we headed? She could not help but inquire. Is the Lin family located in such a remote area? Do not worry. We are following the navigation, the driver reassured her. Proceed straight ahead, an electronic voice chimed in. Listen, the driver seized the opportunity to speak. Not wanting to say more, Su Lingyu closed her eyes to rest in her seat. Meanwhile, Yun Wan, carefree and oblivious, leaned against Yun Zimo and fell asleep. After more than 3 hours since departing from the Su family, the navigation system emitted a sound. You have arrived at your destination. Navigation has concluded. All right, let us disembark, the driver announced as he brought the vehicle to a stop. Noticing this, Yun Zimo gently roused Yun Wan, saying, Wan, wake up, we've arrived home. Su Lingyu opened her eyes and glanced outside. Yun Zimo, something feels off. It appears we're on a mountainside. Hearing her warning, Yun Zimo turned to look outside, realizing that the convoy had halted on a lonely dirt road, far from any village or shop. Driver, what is this place? Yun Zimo inquired. Before the driver could respond, a group of people emerged from the vehicles, each wielding bladed weapons. The doors on either side were flung open. Get out, commanded the bodyguard, brandishing his weapon. Brother Biao wants you out, hurry, shouted a lackey, banging on the roof of the car. Come down, echoed the chorus of lackeys. What do we do now? Su Lingyu asked. Brother, Wan is scared. Yun Wan trembled in fear. We should exit the vehicle. There isn't much room to maneuver inside. Yun Zimo realized that this group likely intended to harm Yun Wan. Fortunately, he had come along. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. With the doors flung wide open and the sight of so many weapons, Yun Zimo feared that a moment's negligence could lead to harm for his two beloved companions. Thus, he decided to exit first, shielding them behind him for safety. All right. Su Lingyu understood his intentions and agreed. Quite perceptive, Brother Biao observed the trio obediently stepping out, nodding in satisfaction. Brother Biao, what should we do now? One lackey inquired, hesitant to act without orders. The men will chop and discard, while the women will be stripped and tossed in a vehicle. Once I'm satisfied, I'll treat my brothers and send them on their way. Understood, the lackeys cheered, their eyes gleaming with desire for the two young women. Where are you people? Why are you doing this? Yun Zimo demanded. seeking to understand the motives of these assailants who sought to claim the life of his beloved younger sister. A dead man has no need for explanations, Brother Biao retorted, clearly uninterested in wasting words on Yun Zimo. Attack! Surrounded by lackeys clad in black and brandishing knives, they advanced towards Yun Zimo, intent on turning him into a mere heap of flesh. The glint of a sharp blade flickered in midair. Bang! 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 If they refuse to speak, then let us force them to do so. In an instant, Yun Zimo unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending the half-circle of assailants, along with those behind them, flying through the air. The cries of agony echoed, as those struck by Yun Zimo collapsed, their chests concaving, barely managing to lift their heads before succumbing to unconsciousness, while the unfortunate few who were collateral damage writhed in pain on the ground. This restraint was a courtesy to Yun Wan, as Yun Zimo sought to avoid excessive bloodshed. Had he chosen otherwise, he could have easily reduced his foes to mere dismembered remains in moments. How could this be? Am I seeing things? Brother Biao rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the cinematic scene unfolding before him. His underlings, who had just charged in, were now scattered like petals in a storm. Yun Wan gaped in astonishment. It was her first glimpse of Yun Zimo's formidable prowess. My brother is incredible. One of the underlings, struck by inspiration, decided to test their luck with a ranged attack. He hurled a knife towards Yun Zimo with all his might. The faint whoosh of the blade slicing through the air reached Yun Zimo's ears. Clang! He deftly picked up a fallen blade from the ground and, with a swift motion, deflected the incoming knife. Brother Biao, sensing a glimmer of hope, bellowed fiercely, "Everyone, throw your knives! Stab him!" The underlings, hesitant to approach Yun Zimo, obeyed the command and hurled their weapons. A mere parlor trick. A flicker of disdain crossed Yun Zimo's eyes. Although he had not wielded a knife before, all he needed to do was dance with his weapon, creating an impenetrable barrier. The sound of clashing metal resounded as the knives, propelled towards him, were expertly deflected, akin to errant missiles in Brownian motion, resulting in a few unfortunate souls meeting their fate while others lay wounded. Is this truly human? Brother Biao slumped to the ground in disbelief, realizing he had provoked a formidable adversary. As Yun Zimo observed that the assailants had exhausted their weaponry, he executed a series of agile movements, resembling a dragon weaving through the remaining foes. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh reverberated, and within moments, these individuals were dispatched to the underworld. Having dealt with the majority, Yun Zimo approached Brother Biao, who sat bewildered on the ground, preparing to interrogate him. Suddenly, the growl of a car engine interrupted the moment. A line of luxury vehicles, previously in the right lane, veered into the left lane where Yun Zimo and his companions stood, accelerating wildly towards them. The driver shouted. Yun Wan and Su Lingyu could only raise their arms to shield their heads, a futile gesture against the oncoming vehicle. Yun Wan closed her eyes. Is this how it ends? Memories flashed through her mind, recalling everything since Yun Zimo had rescued her. Just as the recollections began to unfold, she felt a warm arm wrap tightly around her waist, lifting her off the ground. Would being struck by a car not hurt? Confused, Yun Wan reopened her eyes to see Yun Zimo's concerned face, and she was momentarily entranced. Yun Zimo gently cradled each of them in his arms as the three descended slowly from the sky. Are you all right? He inquired immediately upon landing. We're fine. Su Lingyu's voice was tinged with jealousy. It was not her fault, for a woman's sixth sense had persistently warned her that Yun Wan was enveloped in a crimson glow. I'm okay, brother, Yun Wan responded, regaining her composure at Yun Zimo's inquiry. Chapter 86. Shadows of the Fog City. Yun Wan had not witnessed the events, but Su Lingyu had observed everything unfold. Just before the car collided with them, Yun Zimo had dashed forward at lightning speed, enveloping both women in his embrace. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he created a small crater in the ground, and through the force of the rebound, the trio soared into the air, narrowly escaping the vehicle's impact. The car, failing to strike them, attempted to reverse for another go. Yun Zimo could not stand idly by. He seized a nearby blade and, with a swift kick, sent it soaring like an arrow, shattering the rear window and pinning the driver to his seat. The only one left capable of action was Biao. "Don't come any closer," he stammered, eyeing Yun Zimuo's approach with trepidation. "Were you not just unwilling to converse with a dead man?" Yun Zimuo raised an eyebrow. "Quickly, divulge what you know." Though Yun Zimuo had already condemned the man who coveted his wife and sister to death in his mind, he refrained from revealing this intent, hoping to extract some valuable information from Biao before his demise. To Yun Zimuo's surprise, Biao, once he recovered from the shock of his formidable strength, had already resigned himself to death. He realized that failing his mission would lead to his own demise, regardless of Yun Zimuo's mercy. Before Yun Zimuo could press further, Biao snarled, "Someone will avenge me." With that, he spat blood and succumbed. Had this man truly taken poison to end his life? Su Lingyu was taken aback by his sudden resolve, despite his earlier appearance of cowardice. Biao Ji's determination stemmed from the formidable organization behind him. He knew that if he divulged any secrets, his family would not survive for long. Therefore, rather than face torment at the hands of Yun Zimuo and his companions, he chose the swift release of death. Otherwise, shall we take a car back? Su Lingyu said yes, Steve. No, you should call Xiaoya to come pick us up. Yun Zimuo fervently shook his head. He had experienced Su Lingyu's driving firsthand. "I'm not afraid. Why should you be?" Su Lingyu shot him a glare before retrieving her phone and dialing Xiaoya's number. "Xiaoya, based on my location, brings some people over to handle the situation." "Understood, Mississippi." Before long, several black vehicles arrived at the scene, with Xiaoya stepping out accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards. She dispatched a portion of her guards to ensure Yun Zimuo and the others' safe return to the Su family estate, while she remained behind to manage the aftermath. Once Su Lingyu and the others arrived outside the Su family estate, Su Lingyu received a message on her phone. She quickly shared the information with Yun Zimuo. "Zimuo, the few survivors you left behind have been interrogated by Xiaoya. Although we didn't obtain much, we did learn about their origins." "Where are they from?" Yun Zimuo inquired urgently. "They are for the south border, Fog City, and are affiliated with the Shadow Society." Su Lingyu unveiled their origins. "I shall dispatch someone to investigate in the Fog City. Perhaps we can uncover the truth regarding your sister's background. Now, let us rewind to the morning 6 or 7 hours prior, within the Lin residence in Fog City." "What do you mean, you cannot reach her?" "Dan Kai Susan et Go Lim." Butler Liu, drenched in sweat, replied, "Madam, I am equally perplexed." Tang Kai-Xian snatched Butler Liu's phone, startling him momentarily before he regained his composure. Fortunately, he had deleted the few messages he had sent earlier. Otherwise, the consequences of letting the young master see them could have been dire. Tang Kai-Xian initiated a video call, but the line merely rang without answer. Fu Zhanghua, standing nearby, discreetly scanned the chat history, noting nothing amiss. It seemed he had been overly suspicious. Butler Liu likely knew nothing. Fu Zhanghua pondered if his sensitivity regarding Lin Yuding's matter was unwarranted. After several futile attempts, Tang Kai-Xian grew frustrated as no one picked up. Fu Zhanghua couldn't help but smile slightly. It appeared the operation was proceeding smoothly, and it was quite probable that Lin Yuding's accomplice had vanished from this world. However, maintaining his composure, Fu Zhanghua remarked to Tang Kai-Xian, "Xianer, I suspect it is merely someone impersonating Ting, fearful of answering your call. Consider this. If she cannot recount her experiences with you, would she not be immediately exposed?" He continued, "Perhaps she has realized the ramifications of deceiving the Lin family and has fled." Tang Kai-Xian found merit in Fu Zhanghua's words. Otherwise, why would the call remain unanswered? In a huff, she tossed the phone back to Butler Liu, stating, "Butler, ensure you investigate such matters thoroughly before reporting next time." "Of course," Butler Liu quickly replied. "Now, do not be upset. So many years have passed. Xianer, you must find the strength to let go." Fu Zhanghua consoled her. "I need to see her alive or dead. The absence of Tingting's body makes me believe she may still be alive. Zhanghua, such a wonderful child. How could she? Tang Saishuan's sorrow overtook her, and she broke into tears. Fu Zhanghua gently patted her back, saying, "Do not weep. Believe that whether she is alive or not, she would not wish to see you in such pain." "You are right." Tang Kai-Xian managed to suppress her grief, forcing herself to adopt a resolute demeanor. With no means of contact, Fu Zhanghua deemed it unnecessary to venture to South City. Instead, He accompanied Tang Kai-Xian on a stroll through the various gardens of the Lin estate to alleviate her spirits. As night fell, Fu Zhanbo retrieved that phone from his study once more. "You have performed admirably," he commended. "Huh?" The president of the Shadow Society looked bewildered, having braced himself for reprimand. Just moments prior, he had received word that his dispatched operatives had met with total failure. What has transpired? Fu Zhanbo had detected the president's unease. The president of the Shadow Society, fully aware of the consequences of deceiving Master Bo, recounted the situation in detail. Total annihilation, Fu Zhanbo exclaimed in shock. "Indeed, I was unable to reach them until the afternoon, prompting me to send someone to search for them. However, they have completely vanished. Yet, I suspect the Su family from the southern city is not unrelated to this matter," the president of the Shadow Society remarked. "Nevertheless, the individual suspected to be Lin Yuding has become unreachable, indicating that your people have succeeded," Fu Zhanbo noted. If only he knew that Butler Liu had lost contact just after his departure yesterday, he would not be so misguided, as he mistakenly believes the disconnection occurred only this morning. Is that so? That is splendid news. At least it does not betray Master Bo's expectations. The president of the Shadow Society flattered. "However, given the complete failure of your operatives, it is imperative that you investigate further." "Master Bo, you are correct. I must ascertain who in the southern region dares to stir trouble beneath the Shadow Society's nose," the president of the Shadow Society seethed. "Very well. Let's conclude this conversation for now." Fu Zhanbo expressed his disinterest in the Shadow Society's next steps, viewing them merely as instruments for his purposes. Without waiting for the president's response, he abruptly severed the call. Chapter 87. Infatuation and resolve as dusk settled over the Su residence in the southern city. Within Yun Wan's bedroom, she declared, "Aunt Wang, I must go find my brother." Having just satisfied her hunger, Yun Wan was eager to embark on her daily venture. "Miss Wan, I advise against it today. The eldest young lady has issued a strict order for me to keep a watchful eye on you, or I risk being dismissed. Please do not put me in a difficult position," Aunt Wang replied, her expression tinged with helplessness. "What?" Yun Wan's anger flared. Although she had only known Aunt Wang for a few months, she had become the person she spent the most time with aside from her brother. How could that wicked woman resort to such threats? Feeling as though she were bound by an invisible constraint, Yun Wan sat on the edge of the bed, sulking. "Miss Wan, please do not be upset. Once the eldest young lady goes to work tomorrow, I will arrange for your fiancé to visit you," Aunt Wang comforted. Just as Yun Wan was about to respond, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed her as she collapsed onto the bed. Before Aunt Wang could utter a gasp, she quickly sat back up. "Wan, what is wrong?" Aunt Wang inquired with concern. "I am fine," Lin Yuding replied, having once again activated her memories. "Shall I fetch a doctor?" Aunt Wang offered, recognizing that Yun Wan's sudden fall was indeed unusual. "Aunt Wang, I assure you, I am truly fine." Lin Yuding softened her tone, acknowledging that this individual had been caring for her during this time. "Very well then," Aunt Wang relented. "Please step outside for a moment," Lin Yuding requested. "Ah, certainly." Aunt Wang bowed slightly and turned to leave, but suddenly felt an odd compulsion to comply. There seemed to be an air of newfound nobility and grace surrounding Yun Wan. Observing Aunt Wang's sudden stillness, Lin Yuding reassured, "Do not worry. I will not venture into that bedroom." After saying this, she felt her cheeks flush. It felt quite shameful for a young lady of her standing to be so eager to burrow under the covers. Indeed, Aunt Wang resumed her path to the door. Although Yun Wan's assertion sounded resolute, she decided to remain outside, lest she lose her position. "Wait," Lin Yuding suddenly recalled something. "Miss Wan, is there anything else? When will Brother Yun be holding the wedding?" Lin Yuding inquired. "The young master and the eldest young lady will be wed the day after tomorrow," Aunt Wang responded. Aunt Wang recounted the events in detail, feeling a sense of astonishment at her own reaction. Although Yun Wan's words seemed innocuous, they carried an undeniable weight. "You may go now." "Yes." Aunt Wang exited Yun Wan's bedroom, leaving Lin Yuding the opportunity to delve into her memories. It was astonishing to discover that someone had come to the Su family in Nanxing seeking her. She had only disclosed this information to Butler Liu, and based on her calculations, the probability of Butler Liu being compromised was merely 3%. Lin Yuding furrowed her brow in concern. The memories continued to unfold, leading her to the scene of a brawl. As anticipated, this group had come to kill her. She pondered how she had survived in such a desolate wilderness. Observing the dire predicament before her, she noted her own unharmed state after just having enjoyed a hearty meal, leaving her utterly perplexed. Yet soon, the unfolding events left her utterly speechless. Good heavens, that's my insufferable brother. Lin Yuding gasped at the sight of Yun Zimo, who was displaying extraordinary prowess. The explosive speed at which he moved exceeded 30 meters per second, and his punching power was estimated to be around 5,000 pounds. Remarkably, it appeared he was not even exerting his full strength. As Lin Yuding analyzed the scene frame by frame, her heart raced at the sight of Yun Zimo gently cradling her as they descended from the air. Thump, thump. She placed her left hand on her chest while her right hand cradled her flushed cheeks. The only blemish on this moment was the presence of an unwelcome observer, the woman from the Su family. My brother agreed to help me recover, and now that my memories have returned, there is no need for him to marry anyone else. I shall bring him to my home. The Su family is but a minor player compared to mine, she mused contentedly. However, the inconsistency of her thoughts presented a significant challenge. Lin Yuding found herself at a loss. She retrieved her phone and activated a hidden application to report her safety on Xingling, hoping to avoid alarming the authorities with her prolonged absence. She then accessed Green Bubble, where she discovered a message from Butler Liu. Fu Zhanhua was aware of the situation, which explained why someone had come looking for her. Lin Yuding adjusted the probability that Fu Zhanhua was the mastermind behind her abduction 3 years prior to a definitive 100%. Several new pieces of information illuminated her understanding of the current status of the Lin family. Does Fu Zhanhua believe I am an imposter? No. It seems he thinks I've already been dealt with. As she perused Butler Liu's messages, Lin Yuding had nearly pieced together the situation. If you truly are the young lady, please respond promptly. This was the last line left by Butler Liu. Lin Yuding closed her eyes in contemplation, recognizing that Fu Zhanhua had sown seeds of doubt in her mother's mind. Even if she were to call her now, the likelihood of her mother siding with her was only 20%, assuming her mother believed in her identity. Given the current circumstances, it would be challenging to convince her mother that her stepfather was the orchestrator behind it all. How infuriating. Fu Zhanhua has played his role too convincingly over the years. Lin Yuding resolved to abandon her attempt to contact Butler Liu and focused on disrupting her brother's wedding instead. After a brief respite for her mind, she hoped to endure until the day of the wedding, and with that thought, she slipped into slumber. In Su Lingyu's bedroom, Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu had already changed into their pajamas and lay on the bed. Yun Zimo occasionally cast sidelong glances at the doorway, as if anticipating the imminent appearance of something. Observing Yun Zimo's restless demeanor, Su Lingyu spoke up. What's wrong, Zimo? Hurry and get some sleep. All right. Naturally, Yun Zimo would not divulge to Su Lingyu his fear of Yun Wan suddenly barging in. For the mere mention of Yun Wan's name would send Su Lingyu into a fit of jealousy. Thus, he settled himself and closed his eyes. Su Lingyu, with a smug smile, seemed pleased. Evidently, her instructions to Aunt Wang had borne fruit. She nestled against Yun Zimo's chest, contentedly closing her eyes. The following morning, Lin Yuding awoke, relieved to find she had not reverted to being Yun Wan. This marked the first time Lin Yuding had made it through a day without memory loss. She hoped to maintain this clarity until the wedding. However, it was one of the few things she felt uncertain about. How could she sabotage their wedding? Leaning against the headboard, she contemplated for a moment before devising a plan. After all, her brother was merely in a sham marriage with that woman. She could expose it during the ceremony and profess her feelings for him. Given their years of relationship, she believed she could sway him. As for the Su family, she reasoned that a few favors from her mother would suffice to placate them. Lin Yuding had meticulously crafted her strategy. Yet the one thing she had not anticipated was the deep bond that had formed between Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu. Or perhaps it was her unwillingness to accept that her brother could harbor feelings for anyone else, leading her mind to intentionally overlook the evident affection between Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu. Chapter 88. The wedding time flew swiftly, And soon the day of Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu's wedding arrived. The ceremony was held at the Su family estate, where a spacious area had been beautifully arranged for the occasion. Prominent families from the southern city gathered to partake in the celebration. Su Lingyu and Yun Zimo greeted the guests at the entrance. "Congratulations to the happy couple," exclaimed Elder Zhu, who had personally attended to offer his best wishes. "Thank you. Please come inside," Yun Zimo replied respectfully. With Elder Zhu supported by his son, they made their way into the venue. As noon approached, the guests filled the space nearly to capacity. A host stood on the wedding stage, addressing the audience. "Esteemed guests, friends and family, greetings to you all. Today, we are blessed with a wonderful union, and the stars shine favorably upon us as we gather to witness the happiness of Mr. Yun and Ms. Su. On behalf of the newlyweds, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence. Now, let us commence this celebration of love with the warmest applause." Claps echoed throughout the venue. "Now please welcome the groom." Upon hearing his name, Yun Zimo hurriedly ascended the stage, feeling a twinge of nervousness. "Splendid. He is indeed a handsome figure. Next, let us welcome the bride to the stage. Everyone, please applaud." The host encouraged with enthusiasm. The audience erupted in cheers and applause once more. Su Lingyu, accompanied by Wu Zhan, who was Yun Zimo's mentor, gracefully approached the center of the stage. He was, after all, the only elder present at their union. Wu Zhan donned a coat to conceal his injured arm, ensuring the festive atmosphere remained untainted. He had specifically invited Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu from the hospital to join the celebration. Wu Zhan handed Su Lingyu's hand to Yun Zimo, saying, "Disciple, I entrust this girl, Lingyu, to you. I have watched her grow up. Do not let her down, or I shall unleash my old fists upon you." "Master, rest assured, I will take good care of Lingyu," Yun Zimo promised, gazing at the blushing Su Lingyu, who appeared like a celestial being descended from the heavens. The host continued, "We thank our elders for their concern. Please take your seats and witness the occasion." Wu Zhan descended to a designated seat, leaving the stage to them. "All right, please face each other and hold hands." "Yes, perfect, just like that." Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu gazed into each other's eyes, both wishing for this moment to last an eternity. As the atmosphere became charged, the host inquired, "Mr. Yun, do you take Miss Su as your wife?" Promising to respect and cherish her in both prosperous and adverse times, unwavering in your love for her. I object." A voice rang out from the edge of the venue, interrupting Yun Zimo before he could finish. All eyes turned towards the source of the interruption. "Who is this person?" Murmurs erupted among the guests. "What audacity! How dare she disrupt the Su family event? She must be courting disaster. Is it a woman? Could it be that this Yun family member?" The guests exchanged whispers. Yun Zimo strained to see who dared to disturb the sacred occasion of his union with Su Lingyu, and upon recognizing the intruder, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Yunwan, or rather, Lin Yuding, who had successfully halted the wedding, strode towards the stage, intent on confronting Yun Zimo and taking him away. The crowd watched the unexpected woman, curious about her intentions. However, after just a few steps, Lin Yuding's expression soured. "Damn it, not now." Her extraordinary mind involuntarily began processing the information of everyone present, a capability beyond her control. All the guests' images began to form in her mind. After only a few days of mental recovery, handling such an overwhelming influx of information proved too much for her. Blood began to trickle from her nose as her eyes, which had been darting about, suddenly froze, and she collapsed onto the grass. What is happening? A surge of shock coursed through Yun Zimo as he executed the shocking cloud steps, covering the 70-meter distance in an instant to catch Yunwan. "Wan, what is wrong?" He called to the unconscious Yunwan. She slowly opened her eyes, filled with pain, and gazed at Yun Zimo, clutching the hem of his garment tightly, exclaiming, "Brother." Yun Zimo was struck by this scene, which mirrored the moment 3 years prior when he had rescued Yunwan. He struggled to hold back tears that threatened to fall, and asked, "Are you all right? Should I call a doctor?" "I'm fine. I want to attend the wedding." Yunwan replied, wiping the blood from her nose as she recalled the fragments of memory left by Lin Yuding. "All right, I will heed your wishes," Yun Zimo said, though the hem of his garment was stained with her blood. Yun Zimo, Su Lingyu's voice was laced with restraint, though his actions were not inappropriate. They pierced her heart deeply. Su Lingyu inwardly consoled herself, wondering why she was perpetually vexed by this juvenile with questionable intelligence. After a moment of self-reflection, she managed to regain her composure, albeit with difficulty. Yun Zimo, accompanied by Yun Wan who clutched at his clothing, approached the stage and spoke. Wan, is it all right to watch from below? No, I want to be on the stage, Yun Wan insisted, her fragmented memories affirming that she belonged there. Yun Zimo could only gaze at Su Lingyu on the stage, and upon hearing Yun Wan's request, her previously relaxed fists clenched once more. The fury emanating from her eyes seared into Yun Zimo. Yet, restrained by the presence of onlookers, she gritted her teeth and said, "Come up." BMC, having quickly discerned Yun Wan's identity through his earpiece, seized the opportunity to lighten the mood, declaring, "Let us welcome the sister of our groom to the stage. It seems she arrived late and is throwing a tantrum. Ha." The atmosphere in the audience instantly brightened. Ah, so she's the groom's sister. It appears the anticipated commotion will not unfold. I thought we were in for a chaotic brawl. Shoo, keep it down, or you'll be asking for trouble. BMC continued. Now, groom, what is your answer to the earlier question? Yun Zimo bellowed into the microphone. I do. He hoped his voice would resonate with his beloved wife, as he certainly did not wish to return home on their wedding day to kneel on a washboard. The audience erupted in applause and cheers for Yun Zimo. Sure enough, upon hearing his resounding and resolute voice, Su Lingyu's gaze softened considerably. The animosity in her eyes towards Yun Wan diminished, replaced by a hint of tenderness. As if she had embraced her new role, Yun Zimo's sister was now her sister too. Yun Wan felt a sense of dissonance, scratching her head, unable to recall what she ought to do, leaving her to watch the wedding unfold. Ms. Su, do you take Mr. Yun as your husband, to stand by him in health and in sickness, to support him, and to share a lifetime together? I do, Su Lingyu replied fiercely, her voice resonating with determination. Now, please exchange the rings. 2 children ascended from the audience, presenting the rings. Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu adorn each other with the rings. Now, please pay your respects to your elders with tea. Yun Zimo led Su Lingyu to Wu Zhan, where they received the prepared tea to present. Please enjoy the tea. Uncle Wu. Wu Zhan, filled with joy, exclaimed, ha, splendid. He retrieved a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to them. Following this, they engaged in the bouquet toss and the ritual of drinking from the same cup. I hereby declare that the wedding ceremony of Mr. Yun and Ms. Su has been successfully completed. Let the newlyweds step forward together into a new chapter of life. As the MC's voice echoed, Yun Zimo escorted Su Lingyu and Yun Wan away from the venue for a brief respite. Chapter 89. Bone Forging Realm. During the intermission of the banquet, Yun Zimo and his companion brought Yun Wan before their private physician. Doctor, please examine her. She suddenly had a nosebleed earlier. Yun Zimo pushed his closely following Yun Wan towards the doctor. The physician conducted a brief examination of Yun Wan's condition before speaking. I checked her blood pressure. Everything seems normal. It is not a blood pressure issue, nor does she show symptoms of rhinitis, the doctor methodically assessed. The situation you described seems to stem from a sudden emotional upheaval. I shall administer a mild sedative for her, which should pose no issue. Very well, very well. Yun Zimo nodded repeatedly, finally feeling reassured. If Lin Yuding were to regain consciousness, she would undoubtedly exclaim about the incompetence of the physician, as it was indeed excessive mental exertion that caused her elevated blood pressure and subsequent nosebleed, rather than any misguided medication. In truth, the private doctor had considered this possibility, yet he recognized Yun Wan's condition. She was currently a person with cognitive and memory issues, hence he refrained from voicing it. However, even if the doctor were to suggest such a scenario, it is likely that both Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu would remain skeptical. After all, how could one possibly overexert themselves from merely walking a few paces? The wedding festivities continued, with Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu changing into formal attire to toast the guests. It was not until evening that the celebration concluded. The fleeting moments of spring nights are worth their weight in gold. The following day, Su Lingyu, frustrated, struck Yun Zimo playfully. It's all your fault. You've rendered me unable to rise from bed. and I doubt I can make it to the company today. Yun Zimo, feeling a tad embarrassed, scratched his head. As a martial artist, his energy far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, making Su Lungyu's exhaustion quite understandable. I shall fetch you some breakfast, he promptly offered, showcasing his thoughtfulness. That's more like it, Su Lingyu begrudgingly conceded. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the Shadow Society had arrived, knocking on the door of an affluent household. Is this the Su family of Nanshan? Indeed, we are the Su family of Nanshan. All right, nothing to worry about. The doorkeeper muttered under his breath, watching their retreating figures. Through their exchange, the Shadow Society obtained the information they sought. That very night, the Su family was left bewildered. Who are you? Why have you acted so ruthlessly against us? The Su family wondered, for they had never provoked any prominent family. Consult the King of Hell. A figure clad in black severed a head. A group of black-clad individuals executed their actions with precision, soon departing from the Su residence, leaving a trail of flames in their wake. In a single night, the Su family was utterly annihilated. The Su family could never have anticipated that their mere name similarity with the Yun family would lead to such calamity. The Shadow Society believed they had successfully avenged themselves and departed from Nanching. On that morning, a servant knocked on Su Lingyu's bedroom door. What is it? Su Lingyu's slightly weary voice responded. Having been bested by Yun Zimo, she was in a rather playful and disheveled state. Master Wu requests your presence. Understood, Su Lingyu replied. My master is looking for me? I shall go see, Yun Zimo stated. Go ahead, I need to catch up on sleep, Su Lingyu remarked, as if sending off a harbinger of misfortune. Yun Zimo quickly took a refreshing shower and made his way to the Su family's villa where Master Wu resided. Since the wedding day, Master Wu had decided to recuperate at home. Upon entering, Yun Zimo spotted Master Wu standing in the courtyard, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Master, what do you need? Disciple, you have been somewhat lax of late. While I can excuse your nighttime absence, why have you not come to practice during the day? Master, you have only just returned, and your hand is still healing. I feared I might disturb your convalescence. Yun Zimo replied, presenting his reasoning. Master Wu appeared somewhat vexed by this response. Do you know what transpired last night? I do not, replied Yun Zimo, following Master Wu's words. In the southern city, the entire Su family, comprising 45 members, was annihilated overnight. Ah, exclaimed Yun Zimo in astonishment, taken aback that such a heinous crime could occur in a society governed by law. If today, even an adversary at the bone refinement stage were to arrive, do you believe you could survive as you did last time? Master Wu coldly scoffed. I cannot. Yun Zimo shook his head, having previously attempted it. The wave-pounding fist could no longer unleash the same might. One must remain vigilant in times of peace. Strength is the most fundamental assurance, Master Wu stated. Henceforth, you are to come to my courtyard every day. Yes, Master, Yun Zimo respectfully responded. Now that you have achieved great success in the blood refinement stage, with your inner strength permeating your vital essence, it is time to commence your training in the bone refinement stage. As Master Wu elucidated, Yun Zimo gradually grasped the methods of cultivating the next realm. Bones are the source of blood. Bone refining, as the name suggests, entails transforming ordinary bones into vessels capable of containing a warrior's inner strength. The vital essence flows downward, and to refine the bones, one must reverse the inner strength, not merely attaching it to the vital essence as before, but rather ascending against the flow of the vital essence, penetrating into the bone marrow, and, through the cleansing of inner strength, gradually converting the bones into vessels for inner energy, while simultaneously refining the bones in the process. Yun Zimo sat cross-legged, employing a special technique from his cultivation method to begin separating the inner strength from his vital essence. Initially, he felt as if the just separated inner strength was like being struck by a deluge, and before he could control it, he was swept away entirely by the ferocious vital essence cultivated in the blood refinement stage. However, gradually he began to master the technique, first flowing downstream, slowly siphoning more power from his vital essence, and then attempting to reverse the flow. After several attempts, Yun Zimo successfully maneuvered his inner strength through the roaring vital essence. akin to a small boat that could capsize at any moment in a storm. Yet, as Yun Zimo grew increasingly proficient and continuously separated inner strength from his vital essence, it began to reverse within him like a long rainbow. Seeing that the moment was ripe, inner strength surged into his bones from various pathways throughout his body. Sizzle. The sound akin to cutting wood resonated around Yun Zimo, with his veins flickering in and out of visibility. His face contorted in agony, his lips twitching involuntarily. The pain of bone refining was excruciating. However, within mere minutes, Yun Zimo opened his eyes, having exhausted the inner strength separated from his vital essence in the bone refining process. Master Wu was well versed in such situations. The rare herbs required for cultivation, which Master Wu himself utilized, were still in some stock. Before Yun Zimo lay a bowl of meticulously prepared medicinal cuisine, resembling a salad, containing more than 20 precious herbs, the least of which was no less than 100 years old. Without hesitation, Yun Zimo devoured the medicinal dish in one bite. The bone refinement stage follows this cycle. Herbs, food, vital essence, inner strength, bone refining, repeating until the sound of tigers and leopards resonates throughout the body, signifying the initiation into the bone refinement stage. The bone forging realm is primarily divided into 3 stages: the thunderous roar of the tiger and leopard, the low growl of the dragon and elephant, and the silent flight of the roc. In Chapter 90, The Emergence of Identity, Yun Zimo requires half an hour to consume a plate of medicinal cuisine, a necessity dictated by the absorption rate of his digestive system. The attendants in the courtyard are thus bustling about, busily gathering herbs, slicing ingredients, and serving dishes. Master Wu, we have exhausted the 500-year-old Ganoderma in the medicinal cuisine, an attendant reported hastily. Upon hearing this, Master Wu experienced a mixture of joy and regret. He retrieved a key from his robe and handed it to the attendant. Go to my bedroom's medicine cabinet. It's on the 3rd shelf. Understood, the attendant replied, hurrying to the 2nd floor, mindful that any delay might compromise the preparation. As day turned to night, Yun Zimo gradually sensed a stirring of the thunderous roar within him. When he opened his eyes again, the medicinal dish had vanished. Master Wu, observing Yun Zimo's puzzled expression, remarked, "Let's call it a day. In just one day, you consumed 16 portions of medicinal cuisine. I must admit, my voice may have been a bit too loud when I suggested you come daily. At this rate, I will soon deplete my savings. I should have Sue prepare the herbs before you return. After all, she is your wife. Moreover, with the Sue family under her management, the expenses will certainly fall to her." With this thought, Master Wu watched as Yun Zimo hastily departed, yearning to return home. By the way, whether you come tomorrow depends on my notification. If you do not receive a notice, do not come. This rule applies henceforth as well. Understood, Master, Yun Zimo called out. Already outside, his voice fading, Master Wu shook his head in resignation. As Yun Zimo retraced his steps, he took a moment to acclimate to his current state. He felt an increase in his punching power by several thousand pounds, indicating that he had nearly mastered the bone-forging realm. Upon returning to his bedroom, he heard Su Lingyu exclaim in astonishment, "What? Zimo, did you consume millions in a single day?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yun Zimo scratched his head and entered the room. Upon seeing him return, Su Lingyu spoke in her phone. "Let me call you back." Yun Zimo slowly settled on the edge of the bed, astonished by the exorbitant cost of what seemed like a simple bowl of medicinal cuisine. "Zimo, ordinary people cannot afford to keep such a gold-consuming beast as you." Su Lingyu embraced him from behind, playfully asking, "So, how will you repay me?" "Miss, there's an urgent matter that Xiao Yu needs to report." A figure appeared at the doorway. Su Lingyu's initial surprise turned to reflection. Outsiders should not be so close to Yun Zimo. However, recalling their marriage, she reconsidered. "Let her in." Xiao Yu rushed in, momentarily stunned by the scene before her. Goodness, they're displaying affection so openly. Having consumed a metaphorical ton of dog food, she momentarily forgot the purpose of her visit. "Speak quickly," Su Lingyu urged, relishing the sweetness of their relationship, as they were still in their honeymoon phase. "Miss, a few days ago, someone from the Misty City Shadow Society attacked the dry sister of the young master," Xiao Yu reported. Su Lingyu frowned, feeling displeased with the term dry sister. What happened? Just give me the main point. Xiao Yu gazed at the unfriendly Su Lingyu, assuming her demeanor was a result of her intrusion into their intimate world. She hastily spoke. Then we dispatched someone to the Fog City to investigate any information regarding the groom's younger sister and the outcome. What was the outcome? Speak quickly. Su Lingyu urged, watching Xiao Yu fumble with her words. We discovered that the groom's younger sister, Yin Wan, appears to be the daughter of the Lin family from Fog City, who has been missing for 3 years, and she bears an uncanny resemblance. Oh, Su Lingyu replied curtly, unaware of the significance behind the name Lin family from Fog City. Miss, your reaction is rather subdued, Xiao Yu remarked, dissatisfied with Su Lingyu's response. This is wonderful. We have finally located the sister and her family. Yun Zimo exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. Had Su Lingyu not been leaning against him, he would have leapt with joy. Su Lingyu scoffed. Should I react like him? The Lin family of Fog City is the foremost family in the southern region, controlling 80% of the national fossil energy industry chain. They are an undeniable powerhouse in the southern realm. I expected you to be more astonished. Indeed, despite the Lin family's wealth, it bore no relevance to the young lady. There was no reason for her to be shocked. Just as Xiao Yu began to introspect, she was suddenly taken aback by the simultaneous exclamations from the two on the bed. What did you say? Su Lingyu, noticing who was astonished Gauze, coughed lightly. You should have been clearer earlier. Which Lin family from Fog City were you referring to? If you had simply stated the Lin family of the southern region, I would have understood. However, in truth, even if she had been informed of the southern Lin family, Su Lingyu might not have comprehended its significance, as it was entirely beyond her realm of understanding. Merely recalling a few prominent families in the southern city was enough to give her a headache. Of course, even if she had known, it would only be that there existed a giant in the southern region controlling fossil energy. Observing the assertive demeanor of the young lady, Xiao Yu reluctantly acquiesced. Yes, miss. I shall ensure to clarify next time. Could it be that you are mistaken? Wan is someone I found in the southern city. How could she possibly be from Fog City? Yun Zimo was the first to voice his dissent, still struggling to believe that his sister's identity was so prestigious. Zimo is correct. Su Lingyu nodded in agreement, sharing his disbelief that the mischievous little girl could possess such a high status. This is a missing person notice from the Lin family. The photograph on it bears an exact likeness to Yun Wan, Xiao Yu revealed, extracting the notice from a briefcase. Su Lingyu and Yun Zimo immediately scrutinized it. Is this Yun Wan? She looks very similar, but is it certain? Let us go and compare, they agreed. Thus, they proceeded to Yun Wan's room. Yun Wan, feeling somewhat perplexed under their scrutinizing gazes, turned to her most familiar brother, asking, Brother, what are you all doing? Why are you surrounding me? Su Lingyu interjected, Stay still, as she began to compare the features of the notice. Eyes, nose, mouth, meticulously. Yun Zimo, noticing Yun Wan's frightened stillness, quickly reassured her, Wan, don't move just yet. I'm helping you see if we have found your family. All right, Yun Wan acquiesced, allowing Su Lingyu to examine her. They are identical. They truly are identical. Su Lingyu handed the photograph to Yun Zimo, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yun Wan, as if she were beholding a treasure trove. Upon receiving the picture, Yun Zimo scrutinized it closely. After 3 years of living with Yun Wan, he too could discern no differences between the person in the photo and her. Noticing the almost predatory gaze of Su Lingyu, Yun Wan instinctively edged closer to Yun Zimo. Lingyu, do not frighten her, Yun Zimo admonished. Little one, tomorrow we shall take you back to meet your family. Su Lingyu playfully pinched Yun Wan's cheek, suddenly finding her countenance extraordinarily pleasing. At that moment, Xiao Yu raised her hand to speak. Miss, we should proceed with caution. Let us refer to her as the suspected eldest daughter of the Lin family. Those who falsely claim to be her have not met favorable ends according to our intelligence. That makes sense. I shall heed your advice. Su Lingyu concurred with a nod. Chapter 91. The Hot Pot of Fog City. Early the next morning, Yun Zimo and Su Lingyu set off with Yun Wan. Approaching noon, they arrived in the Fog City. As its name suggests, this city is enveloped in mountains and experiences over 200 foggy days each year, making it a veritable cloud-covered realm. Due to the significant elevation differences, even navigation can prove unreliable here. What a wretched place. Why is it so difficult to locate? Su Lingyu exclaimed as she stepped out of the car, staring at the navigation screen, which pointed to a towering building before them. Perhaps it is situated atop that structure, Yun Zimo suggested, gesturing toward a building with over 50 floors. How long will it take to ascend? Su Lingyu murmured in response. Xiaoyu, please park the car by the roadside. Let's take the elevator. Understood, miss, Xiaoyu replied. Noticing Yun Wan as a curious gaze wandering about, Su Lingyu continued, by the way, could you pop into the convenience store nearby and buy 2 masks? There are members of the Shadow Society here. While I am uncertain why they would dare to target Yun Wan, it is safer to wear masks. Of course, Yun Zimo thought Su Lingyu's foresight was commendable. Brother, I am famished, Yun Wan announced, patting her little belly. Upon hearing her, Yun Zimo realized it was indeed time for a meal. All right, I shall take you to enjoy some delicious food shortly. I've heard the hot pot here in Fog City is quite exquisite. Since we are here, why not give it a try? Sorinyu Segistif. Yes, let us do that. Yun Wan nodded in agreement. Oh dear, it seems Wan Wan has picked up some local dialect, Yun Zimo remarked. Indeed, it appears she's indeed the Lin family's eldest daughter, Su Lingyu replied. Wan Wan, say a few more phrases, Yun Zimo encouraged. What phrases? Yun Wan tilted her head, looking bewildered. Something akin to what you just said, Yun Zimo prompted. Brother, that phrase just popped in my head, so I said it, Yun Wan replied innocently. Very well, Yun Zimo acknowledged, realizing his request was somewhat challenging for her. When Xiaoyu returned, the group's destination shifted from the Lin family estate to a hot pot restaurant. After a brief online search, they found a well-known establishment nearby, the Wula Hot Pot Restaurant. According to online reviews, patrons were expected to shout Wula upon entering. As Xiaoyu explained, the group stepped into the bustling hall of the hot pot restaurant. The aroma of simmering broth filled the air, tantalizing their taste buds and warming their spirits. The tantalizing aroma stirred the appetites of the patrons, prompting them to swiftly reserve a private room, where they successfully settled in under the guidance of a waiter. A few of them were informed of a special promotion, the No Water Challenge. If they could finish the designated spicy hot pot and refrain from consuming any cooling foods or beverages for 20 minutes thereafter, the meal would be complimentary. Is it just one person who needs to succeed for everyone to dine for free? Whoever succeeds will earn the exemption for the group. The waiter replied. With the realization that there were no loopholes to exploit, Su Lingyu conceded. Zimo, would you like to give it a try? Sure, Yun Zimo readily agreed, determined to shed the mantle of the gold-swallowing beast from the previous day. He was prepared for any challenge, whether it be a big eater contest or a spicy challenge, welcoming all future endeavors. Then let us order him, the challenge said, and we'll select other dishes, Su Lingyu declared. Understood, the waiter noted promptly. I've heard that even mild spice can be quite intense, Xiaoya cautioned from the side, not wanting to risk becoming a sausage mouth. The waiter, overhearing her remark, quickly added, we offer specialty cooling snacks here, brown sugar, glutinous rice balls, and iced desserts. Upon hearing of the cooling snacks, Su Lingyu's initial trepidation transformed into a surge of confidence. Since we're here, we might as well try at least the medium spice level. I'll have it medium. Very well, replied the waiter. And let us start with a generous 10 servings of the brown sugar, glutinous rice balls, and iced desserts. Are you certain you can consume that much, miss? Xiaoya asked, feeling that even 2 servings would suffice. No worries, Zimo will cover it, Su Lingyu assured her. They proceeded to place their orders: fresh tripe, duck blood, yellow throat, spicy beef, crispy meat, meatballs, lotus slices, sweet potato noodles, and brain matter, all items except those Su Lingyu disliked. Yun Zimo was also provided a separate small hot pot, specifically prepared for his challenge, and he even signed a waiver. Before long, a cart was wheeled in. Yun Zimo's challenge set had arrived. The aroma in the room intensified dramatically. Wow, it's quite overwhelming, Xiaoya remarked, struggling to keep her eyes open. There's no need to close the door. Su Lingyu quickly stopped the waiter from doing so, fearing that if it were shut, they might need to visit a hospital within minutes. They hastily rearranged their seats. placing Yun Zimo near the entrance while the others situated themselves by the air conditioning in the back, barely able to endure the heat. The waiter reiterated, "Please remember, the peppers used in the No Water Challenge are a mix of devil peppers and extra spicy varieties. If you experience any discomfort, please stop immediately. We will be recording the entire process." Su Lingyu asked, "You want to post this online, will you?" "If the challenge is successful, there is a possibility," the waiter responded. "In that case, please ensure he is obscured," Su Lingyu insisted, not wanting her husband to be featured online. "Understood." As the ingredients were set before Yun Zimo, the waiter announced, "You may commence your challenge." Su Lingyu felt confident that with Yun Zimo's warrior prowess, he could handle the spice. However, as the ingredients were dropped into the bubbling, fiery hot pot, her heart began to race. The ingredients cooked swiftly, and moments later, Yun Zimo retrieved the spicy beef he had just placed in. Will he truly manage this? Yun Zimo gazed at the crimson beef, a sense of uncertainty lingering in his heart. Yet, with a steely resolve, he bit into it and began to chew. "How is it?" Immediately. After savoring the flavors with closed eyes, Yun Zimo swallowed the beef and opened his eyes, giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Spicy and fragrant." Seeing no adverse reaction from him, Su Lingyu felt relieved. "Then hurry and eat. After finishing this set meal, we will have to wait another 20 minutes. "Understood," Yun Zimo replied dutifully, not daring to delay at the command of his beloved wife. In the midst of the server's astonishment, while Su Lingyu's dishes had yet to arrive, Yun Zimo had already polished off his meal. Aside from a slight flush to his complexion, he exhibited no other peculiarities. "You ate so quickly. Are you all right?" The server inquired with concern, as the spiciness typically requires a moment for the body to react, and she feared he might collapse after such rapid consumption. Knowing he must not appear overly unusual, Yun Zimo replied, panting slightly, "I'm fine, just a bit spicy, manageable." "Very well, then we shall commence the timer," the server announced, pressing the preset timer nearby. Throughout the countdown, Yun Zimo occasionally sniffled, feigning discomfort from the heat. Meanwhile, Su Lingyu and her companions had begun their meal as well. "Oh my, it's so spicy," she exclaimed after her first bite, swiftly reaching for a cooling sweet dumpling. Observing Yun Zimo relish his meal, she initially thought her mild spice would be tolerable, only to find her tongue tingling with heat. Xiaoya was also gasping for breath, while Yun Wan appeared to handle the spice rather well, seemingly accustomed to it. "I can't take it anymore," Su Lingyu declared after consuming 4 bowls of dumplings. Slumping